change it all.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fadet auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Guys, welcome back to the lobby. We're going to check out a little bit of the caster setup here that we have going on at IEM Cologne. And what we've got is a couple of gentlemen, Sponge, we've got Hawka, and yeah, they're hanging out right now over at this setup.
Phil decided he wanted to walk in as we're actually doing the caster check-in. So
this is the lobby.
This is live. This is live on air right now.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Phil wanted us to talk about the teams that were eliminated.
Oh yeah.
So we can talk to you.
Who was eliminated?
Well, we weren't going to talk about Greyhound because Alistair's on the desk.
Correct. Yeah.
We were going to talk about Complexity, Into the Breach, and of course the final team that I'm forgetting here that was eliminated, Big, the German representation.
Yes.
Rank them on the one we're most disappointed with. Hawker, who disappointed you the most, and why was it Complexity?
What? I feel like I'm like on the spot here between two
pairs.
Yeah, what's going on?
You're coming out of a break though. You're freshed up and ready to go.
Why is Yanko here?
Oh,
scared.
Yanko,
I'm
hey,
scared.
how was your break?
Where am I supposed to be?
Just right here. It's great, man.
Right here?
What's going on? Hawker,
All right, we're gonna head out of here, boys.
Do Yanko now?
Yanko,
Yes.
how we doing? What are you heading off to?
The desk, I believe. Yes.
Mainstream, B stream. What are we working with?
Mainstream, baby. You know me.
Cool. How was your vacation? You took a little trip somewhere.
It was amazing. I love the schedule of the scene right now with Blast doing the last and the first event. I always have this extended break, Jason, so I can go on vacation 2 times, rest, prepare for the new seasons, and it's great to be back in Cologne, baby.
Are you more of like a beach vacation, an adventure vacation kind of guy? What's your cup of tea?
More beach, just relaxing, you know, taking it easy. I'm not that old that I need to go on adventures yet. My life is still an adventure, Jason.
Perfect. Well, you look great. It looks like you've done wonderful work during the break.
Almost as good as you.
So, of course, when you have the revolving door of this media day, you tend to see a couple of players. I just saw a familiar face. Ilya. 20. I saw you both running away from me. Like, I'm not gonna. Bro, I literally was like, oh look, there's Nico and Monte. Can you start the camera? And I'm looking at him for 20 seconds. I'm like, start the camera, man. I turn around, you're both gone. I'm like, these mother truckers. It was his idea?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. How you doing, guys? You smell great, by the way. Is that you?
Thank you. I don't know.
Woo, that does smell good. It might be you. Yeah. Are you getting any kind of good perfume advice and style advice? You don't need any help, do you?
I'm using Tom Ford perfume.
So am I. That's it. The ladies love it.
You can try Tobacco Vanilla.
Oh, bro, we get the Monte like fashion channel.
No, I mean, I'm not using Tobacco Vanilla, but I wanted to buy it, but I didn't find it.
Yeah, no, tobacco. I use the dark orchid or black orchid one. It's really nice. Tom Ford.
I'm using Tom Ford like like gold and black. I don't know how you call it.
We might be wearing the same perfume actually. Yeah.
We're on the same page.
I've got to make content, Nico. They just gave me a microphone and said, go make content. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying, man. But yeah, what's the vibes in the tribe? You feeling good? I mean, Cologne always gives you a little special tingle, no?
Yeah, no, I mean, Cologne, as soon as you come here, you feel it's a different event. Yeah. It's just something special about it. So very happy to be here. Yeah. Hoping to have a good start as well. So yeah, just excited. Yeah.
Content, guys. You hear that? That's content. Monte, can you say the same thing in your own words, I guess?
I mean, yeah, let's be honest, it's not Copenhagen, it's Cologne. So we feel amazing, we feel better.
Okay, yikes, that gave me a little shiver. I think that's enough. We'll let him end on a high. But yeah, guys, good luck. It's going to be exciting to see you play. Yeah, thank you. I need it. I'll need the help. Let's see what else we can find around here. Mr. Hooks. Oh, I'm going to get the whole squad. Whoa, bro, what happened? Did I miss the news?
No, I fucked my leg in Roy's bachelor party. So,
a bachelor party?
Yeah. Roy from Fnatic, when we had the player break, he was having his bachelor party and it was fun for 10 seconds.
No, don't tell me it happened at the start of the night.
Oh, it happened after 3 beers. So yeah, pretty early.
Basically.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I mean, it's not going to stop you from fragging, but I mean, is it a break? Is this going to be like a 6-month lifestyle?
We'll figure out after Cologne.
Bloody hell. Okay, you're a soldier, man. You're a soldier. But in terms of Cologne and in terms of that player break, let's start with the break. How was that for the soul? Was it nice to kind of maybe disconnect from the world for a minute? Or when I say world, I mean the esports Counter-Strike, go to hotels half the year, you're traveling. Was it nice to kind of unplug for a minute, or did you even have the chance?
Usually I don't like the breaks, but this time it was much needed. Yeah. So it felt good to finally have some time home and just not think about Counter-Strike 24/7.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah. Good. And how long did you reckon you gave yourself? You have like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks? How did it go?
Well, I had like 3 days until this happened with my leg, and then I was pretty much bound to the chair. So after that, I was like, yeah, might as well work then.
Yeah.
So
The grind begins.
I just stopped playing CS after 3 days, but it was nice those 3 days. So, yeah.
You really treated yourself right, man. You really treated yourself right. Well, I wish you a speedy recovery and a good time in Cologne. I want to touch on Cologne. How many times have you been to Cologne for an event like this?
0.
See, that was my assumption, but I made the mistake before. I'm like, is this your first Cologne? And they went, no, last year. And I was like, well, anyway. So this is truly your first Cologne, bro.
Yeah, in the Flames, we played the major, Antwerp major, and then
That's right.
Cologne was after that, and we disbanded at the major. So yeah, haven't tried it yet.
Yeah.
It's kind of like there's a lot of similarities from Katowice, so I feel like I tried it a bit, but never been in the arena before, and would be nice to try that.
I agree, and we'll leave it there. Looking forward to hopefully seeing you in that Lanxess. But start strong, have a good group stage, man.
How we doing? This is Carmack, the most important global head of esports. I don't even know what your job title is.
Chief credit taker for everything.
Perfect. Yeah, that's absolutely wonderful. You can see here he's actually monitoring the broadcast as he goes, waiting for somebody to say something stupid to punish them. How's everything else going with Cologne so far?
Speaking of stupid, I'm actually editing an Ushat and Huxi interview. If you know, then you know.
Oh, if you know, you know. There's a couple that do know, and we're not going to reveal anything more about that.
I intend to post it, if G2 allow me to, I intend to post it after IEM Cologne.
Oh, right after IEM Cologne. That's the lounge exclusive for you. Thank you, Carmack. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Look who I found. Look who I found. Two of the most charming fellows in Counter-Strike. I don't know why I did that weird walk behind you. That was weird. Gentlemen, can we talk about your break, and can we talk about what happened just before your break? I mean, it's got to be right up there in terms of what Counter-Strike's been about and in pursuit of, and then you had a horrible break. You know, like I say horrible, 2 months off right after lifting a trophy. Is that not going to be like, is that not the best? Is that the best case scenario or the worst case scenario? What do you think?
I guess in a way you could say it's the worst case scenario, because you would want to keep playing and like using the momentum and the confidence you get from the Dallas trophy, but obviously now it kind of feels that the season was cut short in a way. But then on the other hand, the break was welcome as well, so we could enjoy that.
Yeah, and did you treat yourself to an actual like a human holiday? I'm talking no Twitch, no Counter-Strike. Like, did you give yourself a little week or two? What about you, Dia? Did you give yourself a moment off, disconnected from the world of Counter-Strike?
At least I didn't play CS. I watched a bit. I watched other games.
Yeah.
I had
the opening matches of the
but I didn't play at all. I uninstalled CS for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
Nice. Okay. And how was that for you? Do you think that helps you kind of regain your momentum, or no, not momentum? You had lots of momentum. Maybe regain your kind of perspective.
Yeah. I think it was needed break, at least for my head.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. And now coming into Cologne.
It was the best 3 weeks without CS of my life.
Amazing. And did you have a holiday? Did you treat yourself? Did you fully unplug?
Yeah, I enjoyed the Finnish summer. PC was locked away.
Summer. I didn't know you guys had summer. You got that. You got that.
We do, and it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the culture? It's like sauna, ice swimming. I'm guessing. I have no idea. What did the Finnish people do?
Yeah, it's not so much ice swimming.
No, there's not much ice swimming. Okay.
But yeah, sauna, some summer house, like by lakes and that kind of stuff.
Nice.
So it's pretty chill.
But that's the kind of thing the human body craves. Just a body of water, some peace, some sun. Nice. And coming into Cologne, I mean, I was talking to Madden in the lift. He said he wanted to put Dallas in a bottle. From a coaching perspective, with the break added in, that makes it harder. What is your approach in terms of keeping that form, keeping that mentality? Like, I listened to that FaZe Ancient game. Your comms and the way you guys are communicating, the way you don't give up, the way everyone's helping and chipping in, like it seemed like a full team ends, and I imagine it's not easy to hold on to that and bring that straight into Cologne after such a break.
Yeah, it's of course hard, because at the same time you want to use that event as confidence and continue, but at the same time you want to forget that event in a way, because then you might get arrogant, okay, whatever. Yeah, so we gotta focus on the basic stuff within our team. We do have great atmosphere no matter the event pretty much, but focus on that, focus on the basic and keep doing our stuff, normal.
Right. Yeah. Step by step, going through your routines. And are there routines? I mean, Pavel, are you getting plugged into? I feel like every modern Counter-Strike team, they're starting to get more and more like kind of pushed into a routine. You get up at this time, we go and do that. We're going to be hitting the gym. We're having a team meeting at this time. Don't forget to be here at 10 o'clock for media and blah, blah, blah. Are you getting plugged back into that system?
Yeah, I think so. We started doing it at least because I think it's working, and you could see at Dallas that it gives us like the best results. So we will continue doing that.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, and is that something that comes from you? Is that like from higher management? Is that an Ursula thing? Where does that change start? Because I see all of these teams now. You see Heroic in between every map doing like keepy uppies in the car park and going for walks. I see Vitality walking through the park in Paris. Like everyone's got their routines now. Is that coming from you, or is that coming from someone else?
It is coming from, well, I would say from me, from Ula and everyone. Yeah, we are building it as a team also.
Cool.
And one important thing, it is important to have the routines, but then also not to be too like robot, where you just keep repeating the same and then it becomes boring and you won't have maybe off time and time to like reset. So we gotta have a good balance, and I think we are somehow fighting towards that balance.
Well, I'm excited to see you guys here in Cologne. I'll stop stealing your time. Thank you for chatting with me, and good luck at the tournament. Looking forward to seeing it.
This is the set where we do the pre-show, is always set the tone for the rest of the day. A little bit of a bar environment going on as well. Some cool decorations in the background. Hey guys, just wanted to say hey.
Oh, you're still here?
Yeah. Hey.
I thought that was all scripted. Sorry.
Hey, how was your break?
How was my what?
Your break.
From the segments, or are you talking about at home?
At home, the one at home.
The break at home was good. It was a nice little reset to come into Cologne and then, kind of do our job, Jason.
Yeah, nice.
Your hand's really cold, by the way. I don't know why.
It is a little chilly, Kassad, you're known for some absolutely moronic takes on Twitter. During the break, did you reconsider your approach to anything?
No, I stand by my words. And also I have to tell people that me and Jason swapped watches. Now he has the Joe Rogan watch and I have this signature NASA watch, whatever it's called, right?
Yeah, thanks for that information. That's lovely, Kassad. Maniac,
see you.
How you doing?
Good. I'm very happy to see you. I think this is a very nice addition to our broadcast, what we're doing right now. That's this kind of level that the entertainment has to reach,
Yeah.
I like that. I think you're perfect for this.
You can tell he's taking a break because he's in a great mood. What's up, dude?
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good, how about you?
Yeah, all right.
You excited for IEM Sydney coming?
Very excited. Very
Yeah.
Feels like they're interviewing each other.
Yeah.
Like who's interviewing who?
I don't know. That's
You
it
excited for
was a
IEM
little
Sydney?
awkward, yeah. I'm very excited for IEM Sydney, yes. All right.
Excellent.
Well, cool. That's the pre-show. We'll take off.
Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and 1xBet.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Yesterday, we kicked off the group stages of IEM Cologne 2023, and we saw some victories and elated players from start to finish, but others, games they were supposed to win, it was a little bit rough. It got a little bit close, and they found themselves not getting to the position they wanted to be. Now we continue moving forward to discover what is going to happen in one of Counter-Strike's most prestigious tournaments. And when we're talking about prestige and we're talking about everything that comes with our great game, this trophy is one of them, where this year it'll be lifted for the 10th time. It all started back in 2014 with the Ninjas in Pajamas. These guys would get right on the floor, that emotional moment. It was such a special time for that team. Then after them came Fnatic, JW, the Wonder Child. After that, we saw SK Gaming, back-to-back champions, 2016 and 17. Fallen and his men were able to do it again. Then over to 2018, Zeus, a legend who is now retired, but still with Electronic and Simple on Na'Vi at that time, were able to take it. It was a monstrous feat for that team at the time. But after them, we go to 2019, and glory was brought to North America. Team Liquid, they hoisted it high. Then, after that, Na'Vi, in a very interesting version of the event, back when we were going through a crazy time in Counter-Strike, they were able to find themselves their second one. And just last year, in one of the most epic finals we've seen, FaZe Clan were able to get the job done. But this year, it's still all to play for. We're only just getting things started, but another team will be listed on this trophy. Another legendary moment to be happening. But it's time for us to go to some legends of our own at the top.
Thank you very much, Banks. Yeah, Sunday, supposedly the day of rest, but ain't no rest for the wicked. We have been blessed with day number 2 of groups at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. And already, elimination lurking in these beautiful halls. 3 people that aren't going anywhere, though. We've got Maniac, Chad, and our very special guest, Shox. Thank you for joining us this morning. How you doing?
No problem. We try to get pro player guests, but that's fine. I also know things, allegedly.
You do know things.
So.
How's it been going down on the show floor? You've been incredibly busy.
Yeah, it's been really, really fun, actually. I love this kind of setup because you can see everything happening at the same time. You can listen to some of the comms, and that also helps to inform the interviews, of course. It's nice. It feels very alive down there.
You're famous around here. I went to Five Guys the other day. I was getting a burger. The guys, what are you here for? Oh, video games, Counter-Strike. He's like, oh, I used to watch League of Legends. I'm like, oh, Shox is here. He's like, oh, Shox. So, see, you know, there's some people. We'll bring him in.
Uniting the fan bases.
That's
between
cool.
games.
Yeah, actually, that's what I'm doing. I was thinking about it the other day. There's less. Is there less flaming for both ways now that we're all just friends?
Well, Counter-Strike's the best game, so there's no
Back
not
to you,
debate.
Freya.
So.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
3-1 here, Shox.
I mean, it's the best to watch, okay? It's really fun.
And you like it here. You joined us. So,
yeah,
you know, it's kind of fun over here.
Obviously, it's the best, and it's been awesome, and can't wait to get into the Lanxess.
Yeah, Matthew, how are you feeling? It's been an incredible few days, and we've got plenty more CS on the cards today.
Yeah, I feel great. That little walk down history lane by James Banks down there really took me for a spin. It's been many years. It's been a long time, Chad, that we've been here, and feels like Counter-Strike took its wing or took its flight here in Cologne. You know, the Lanxess, 2015, all these moments, kind of reminiscing right now.
Matthew, should we continue this history lesson? Because we've got a little blast from the past. I believe we've got some throwback images. We can bring up yours first, Matthew, because do you want to give us some context for the first time you were here in Cologne? Look at that.
Would that be 2014 or 2015? That is a very good
question. It's 2014. Yeah, first ever one.
We've all changed, right? At the desk here as well in Cologne. This has been such a
Where's the jersey
meaningful moment.
Bring back the jersey.
Yeah, I want to see the jersey.
I want to see the young,
we know what he looks like now.
That's me now.
I want to see the original again.
That must be from Rio, right?
Slide it back.
I'm not exactly sure where this is from. I could maybe tell by the tie, like when I bought the tie.
matching tie pockets.
Oh, there we go, Chad. Look at this.
Yo.
That
Fox Eminor.
That was. Okay, well, that's me at Pro League looking a little bit.
That's a very flattering picture right there.
But, is that your knee?
Yeah, that is my knee.
Is that your casting position?
Yeah, well, my casting position is whatever doesn't hurt my lower back.
I saw you on the floor yesterday as well.
But this is the thing, this is why they wheel us out. It's the old people, right? So whatever makes the body not hurt.
Where was that picture from?
That's a great question. That looks like it would have been, that I'm assuming was 2015.
Yeah.
Could it be Katowice, possibly?
Well, this is the thing as well, because that's a bit reminiscent of the hotel that we're in Katowice as well to qualify. But this right here is one of the greatest games of Counter-Strike of all.
Here comes the clock.
Now, I want to make this clear, Matthew. I didn't set this one up.
Chad, listen, I knew it was going to happen. When I saw your name and my name in the pre-show, and then Phil was like, yeah, we're just going to do
I'm an
blast from the past. And I was like, oh, okay, so now let me just start my clock. 3 minute and 36 seconds until we talked about Renegades versus Titan, of course, in Cologne. Because I never hear about this game.
I actually have never heard about this. Tell me.
Is this just
No,
a
kidding.
frag movie of me getting killed in that game?
Yeah.
Is that what you guys are doing?
Look, I want to make it clear, Matthew. I didn't set this up. I was told just to come in here. I was just drawing on my cue card, drawing a little man. But all in all, you've been set up.
I will investigate, and I will give out the result of my investigation later down the road at this event and see if I can link you to that.
This is the sad part. That is the highlight of my career. Whereas for Matthew, I wouldn't say that's the low light of his career. He'd had many more.
It's just a bad day in the office.
Yeah, right.
But it's Cologne, so it's fun.
Yeah, and I mean, we never miss an opportunity to bring it up. Anyway.
No,
It's like on the bingo card.
no.
Okay, so that's not your greatest memory of Cologne. What is your greatest memory? Have you got one in the bank?
2014.
Yeah?
Yeah, 2014, making it to the semifinal of the major, beating VP finally, who had at the time destroyed us in Katowice, so it was a vengeance of sort. Yeah, that was the moment. And then, of course, losing to NIP in the third map. And then
But then they won, and he got to cry.
Yeah.
Also in that picture.
That's the one thing. That's the one
True.
silver lining I have. Like I've made it 3 times to the playoffs of a major. I've only lost to the winner. So that's the only thing I have for me going, I guess. Like mini flex.
Yeah.
If you beat me at major, you won. Very likely.
Guaranteed. Should we take a look at some players? Because I believe we've got some throwback images of Device, I think, is our first one.
Let's see.
So this was
Oh,
back
Dignitas.
in
Looks very similar, doesn't he?
Wow.
Dignitas Device.
Well, a bit more yelly these days. He's got a bit of
beefy as
attitude
well,
about
a
him
little
now.
bit,
Yeah,
like, we've
hitting
been
the gym a bit.
working
A few
out.
more tattoos.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but just
Hellraisers,
back on Hellraisers.
Hellraisers. Simple.
LMBT coaching there as well. Okay.
Is it a
Ooh,
molding
longer head,
photo
simple.
or
Yeah.
That's just great to see. What year would it have been if Simba wasn't on Hellraiser? Oh, there's Justin over
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, he's the same. He's just his face has got a little bit more mature. He's got
Just a
some
bit
facial
more
hair
beard.
now.
Yeah, a bit facial hair. That
Yeah,
works.
but like considering that's what, 9 years ago?
Yeah.
He was like 8. He was 18 then.
What?
So CS keeps you young. Is
Yeah,
that?
it does.
That's a
Being good at
TLDR.
CS
It does.
keeps you young. Yeah.
That's why we stay here.
Because we're not outside. We're not outside getting damaged by the sun a whole lot. So
That's true. That might actually
Protecting
be a
our skin.
correlation.
We were talking
Good
about
point.
it earlier as well. Obviously, going on the simple train, thinking about Na'Vi. Obviously, this new Na'Vi is a different beast as well. But even the previous iteration of Na'Vi, crazy to think all the different areas that they've come from too.
I know, it really is. And I was trying to figure out when was the last time that Simple did not step into Lanxess, right? And today, they are now in the lower bracket round 1. There is an actual possibility that we'd have to give that up. And that in itself is something I have to wrap my head around. And man, look at these runs. Like, that's what I'm talking about.
That's crazy. What a beast.
Yeah, I don't know who I was talking to yesterday about like when he hasn't made it to the Lanxess, but never seemingly.
yeah, never seemingly recall this. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019,
He would
2021.
probably have been
2015,
stopped on his
yeah.
way in 2014-15 when he was in Flipside or something
Yeah.
like that. That would have
But he
been
was also
Yeah.
banned in the early days, remember? So I don't remember exactly
It's
how
true,
that
it's
went down.
true.
There was like
There
an
was a moment
ESL
where he
ban on the
wasn't-
record. Yeah.
So he would only have missed out on Lanxess in 2015, right? Because 2014 we were back at Gamescom.
We were in
We were in a
Gamescom.
little
The
blind
blind.
there.
We had the blind,
Yeah.
and you had like ID control to get through. It
Yeah.
was like 18-year-old, like PG-18 or whatever that is. That was the case.
I was in the queue for that.
You were in
yeah,
the queue
I
for
got
that?
kicked out of Halo. Well, I didn't get kicked out of Halo. I
And
was
so
in
you
the
ended up
queue
in
for
CS.
Halo, right? Yeah.
And
it
then
was
you're like, oh, let's try the CS thing.
yeah. Well, they said like it's going to be a long wait, so head around the corner, and I did. And I've never looked back.
And here you are.
Yeah. Did I see a picture of Cassard as well? Can we bring that back up? I think I saw a little flash. Maybe I'm just got Cassard on the mind.
Saw
I think I did see Cassard. There we go. I did.
the mouse
In his
posters.
mouths.
Yeah, I actually was talking to Cassard about this last night, right? The thing with Cassad's journey, a lot of people, probably think more the recent history when
Yeah.
he was coaching off with like the Renegades or the Extreme Boys, the 100 Thieves, but coaching, we were talking about when he was coaching for Team Wolf, the Indian team that went to a major in the 2014 Cologne that we were talking about. He was coaching Team Wolf. He was talking about that experience. He went on to coach Mao's. Like, Cassad's got a long history
Write a
back
book
in the
one day.
He
He
should.
should write a book about his coaching.
Yeah.
Just leave us out of it.
Yeah, leave us out of it. That's a different kind of book.
Okay, it's
That's like
different.
that's the book that ends it all.
It's a
But It's gonna
collabo.
be like 20 years. We're gonna do like a joint, like
Yeah.
write it all together.
Yeah.
50
Well, I
years.
believe it is time to go ahead and check in with our commentators. We've got Machine and Scrawny over there. Gentlemen, what was your first Cologne experience? What year was that?
Well, I got a message on Skype saying, do you want to join ESL? Yeah. That's how it worked back then. And I said, Dad, I think I got a job. And then we got in the car and drove to Germany. Okay. And then I saw Cologne for the first time. In terms of the event, Scrawny, I mean, that's probably what they were asking. What was yours?
I'm at it right now.
Yes, indeed.
First time in Cologne, so it's going well.
He's already found a climbing gym. He's already, you're making yourself at home.
It's too close to the studio to ignore, Alex.
Yeah, it is. 8 bloody, well, no, some minutes.
Yeah,
yes, right? Because obviously, let's not dox ourselves. But yeah, Cologne, very special and close to my heart. And tell you what else has been close to my heart, this setup.
Yeah, it's awesome.
We were just talking about how beautiful it is to be so close to the players, but looking down at them, it is something to behold. You can sample the atmosphere.
It's just honestly, it's a privilege. Like, it's a privilege to be able to look down and see it in person right there. It feels so real.
Mouse on the mouse pad, baby.
Yeah,
and, yeah. There's been a conversation, hasn't there, recently about the players shouting at each other. Obviously, people are going to talk. That's what the social media platforms want us to do, and we're doing it.
We're having conversations.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd like to pick your brain. Is it not just competition incarnate when you put 5 people playing against 5 people for something they both want, and one's going to win, one's going to lose? Are you not going to have a bit of a shouting match?
I think you're fighting for what you want, and there has to be a winner and a loser. And I think that yesterday, for Cadian specifically, he did what it took in order to make sure they didn't lose. Right?
Yeah.
There was other upsets throughout the day. They held it off. They made sure they got what they wanted, and I think it was because he lit that fire.
Lovely. Yeah, it was fiery, and we're going to go ahead and fire it back to Freya and the gang.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, I think it's just a case of passion. They're displaying
passion.
The hunger.
It's a competition. It's a competition. This whole conversation, I can't believe how many people get involved in it.
It's crazy.
Just ignore these people having a sook online. I cannot be bothered with this. What are we talking about? It is a competition. Cadian can do whatever the hell he wants, unless he's spitting on the kid, he's hitting the kid, he's saying something about his looks. Whatever in the game, go nuts. I don't care. That's exactly why we have this set up. Back in the day, I used to have the table jut up against my opponent. After I beat them in a round, I'd stand up and look at them. Back in China, I was doing this in the early days, 2013, yelling at them, intimidating them. You know where they looked? Nowhere in my direction, down, because they were scared. And you know what happened? We beat them. What is this? A competition. What matters? Winning. I'm fed up with this conversation. Why are we even having it? Screw the people online, right? I don't want to read any of it. Just do whatever you want to do, guys. This is it. Show your personalities. You're the show. You're the entertainment. And get your W.
+1. I very much agree with that.
Exactly.
We're going to keep it kayfabe as well over here, guys. We understand how this is, right? This is the entertainment business.
But it's always something. Otherwise, it's like it's not exciting enough, or it's too boring, or this and that. And I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, he's not going to shout things that are, personal insults about their husband or whatever.
Even if he does, right? Then that's Cadian, right? This is a guy. But this is the thing. It's somebody else. It's a polarizing figure. Somebody who already is seen as a villain versus underdog. So people already want to go for Mongolz, understandably so. And people already want to hate Cadian. So no matter what he did, it wasn't going to end well for him. But at least he stays true to who he is.
He owned it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mongolz do find themselves on the chopping block, though. They'll be going up against Gamer Legion later on. Matthew,
they
who are you favouring
yesterday. They're winning.
Yeah, that hurts a little bit for them, and I know how it is to be like the little challenger, and you're on the brink of accomplishing something so incredible, aka beating the best team in the world in the best of 3, and you just miss the opportunity. So we'll have to see how they bounce back today, because like emotionally speaking, it's a whole kind of different game now. You have to survive against.
How's Techno going to come back from that heaven round on Overpass, right? I don't know if that's got anything to do with Cadian's yelling. That's got to do with being in a power position and the moment getting to you.
It's what we call the fear of winning. It is the fear of winning, and I don't think it's ever been in recent history of Counter-Strike so well illustrated how a team at that point, which is on the brink of accomplishing this incredible thing, looks for the perfect decision instead of looking for the simplicity and the efficiency. And that's when you're like, I'm about to be heroic. I need to do the
You could
best
see it
thing.
in him.
I need
You
to
could
do the best
physically
move.
see it.
I'm not just going to get my kill. I need to outmove
Get it all.
No, just like take a deep breath.
You said they should put it in classes for the situation,
definitely.
how stress affects you in
That's how I
game.
feel.
Well, speaking of elimination, we already have one on the A stream to be opening up our day. It's Cloud9 versus 9 after this.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win.
The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
What is that reaction?
Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy!
This is a fraud watch, and I have by my side Furious, Chido, Yuri, and Art. We're gonna need you to put down your signature from the Paris Major. We're gonna compare that to the actual signature, and we're gonna decide if you guys are legit or if you guys are fraud.
Fraud, bro.
Yeah, you think it's gonna be fraud?
Sure.
All right, get to your pen and give me your signature from Paris.
So I can draw the Paris Tower. So it's like this. Oh my god. That's shame, bro.
Let's see Art's signature. Let's do Art first.
Oh, it's not Paris
It's not
Tower.
that bad.
Is that,
Okay.
Is that dog, right? No, but I forgot it. It's yeah, I messed up. I'm so sorry. I messed up because it's the dog, not the Paris Tower. This is the prototype.
That's the prototype
from the Eiffel Tower, but
Okay.
I scratched that.
Is that legit or is that a fraud?
Mine is fraud.
Fraud? That's a fraud. Okay. Art's a fraud. We've mentioned it. Now let's roll Yuri. See if he's got.
Bro.
Okay.
I put here the.
Okay.
Oh, it's fraud?
No,
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty legit.
Oh my god. Yeah, I would say that's a fraud.
You would say that's a fraud. I have to say that's pretty legit.
Well, we can start with anyone. You want to go first?
Perfect.
Those are some such like really clean lines. Like, okay, I wish I could do that. You can try on this, anyways. Yeah.
Let's see.
That's the biggest fraud around in town.
Nice hat, man.
Okay, all right. All right. I don't know, Hades. I don't know about this. I mean,
That's pretty close, I would say.
it's nowhere close. It's nowhere close. I mean, conceptually, yes. Listen, Hades, I like you, man, but I think you're a bit of a fraud when it comes to signatures. So, fraud for me. I think we all kind of agree. We can go to the next one. It was going to be Goofy's. That's actually very, very close. Yeah, I don't need to see enough. I think that's legit. That looks the real. You're the real deal. Nothing fraudulent about him. Believes in his own skills. Good stuff, guys.
Cloud9 versus 9 may sound similar in name, but very different by nature. 9 obviously coming into this new season with the same roster we saw pre-break. Cloud9 coming in with a very different face. But gentlemen, we only get to see a little bit of it. Stating the obvious, Axel is unable to be here for the time being. Buster stepping into his shoes, Janko.
Yeah, not a big difference, is there? No, I think obviously disappointing for Cloud9, right? There's a lot of hype around the lineup. We heard from them yesterday, even from Hobbit, like they've been practicing for a long time. They've been grinding, and you know they would have loved to have the full roster here, but it is what it is. Unable to do so. Had a close game yesterday versus Fnatic. They were in it. It was very much winnable, but just didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, disappointing for all of us, I think, that he can't be here. Not just Cloud9, we all wanted to see it. And they even juked us this morning. The little tweet with the Lord of the Rings quote.
Yeah, I saw that.
That ruined my morning.
That's
I got
unreal, right?
so hyped, and then I just came crashing back down.
Well, it's fine. We'll try to make it up to you, Jason,
Thanks.
somehow.
Yeah.
You know, we'll do our best.
It's about me.
Well, yeah, obviously this is an elimination game. Loser of this is going home pretty early from Cologne. What did you make of, Buster having to fill in so far for Axel? Because I think huge shoes to fill, obviously, and we heard it from Electronic, I believe it was. They're not changing anything up to make Buster more comfortable. Makes sense.
Yeah, well, it's rough, right? I think, first of all, you have to give a shout out to Buster for just being here, right? I mean, he was called up last minute. Who knows what he was up to, right? Like just to come in and fill in. Also for a player like Exile, right? I mean, he's a star player, also plays very important roles. He's the anchor on a lot of bomb sites, so gets a lot of action, you know. Maybe he wasn't even playing that much CS these days, right? Like you have to go in and potentially like show a bad performance, but it was actually the opposite yesterday. He played pretty well, especially on Ancient, on the third map. He was one of the best performers from Cloud9. So yeah, I think he deserves praise considering the circumstance.
And it's a bummer too, because like Exile's got a pretty unique skill set. There's not a whole lot of people who can do exactly what Exile is able to provide and the things that he can do inside the server. So even when you're a good replacement in the interim, you can't really match up with all the things Exile's going to choose to do because you have a completely different skill set than him.
Yeah, before we do dive any deeper into this matchup, let's go ahead and check in with Hobbit.
So, Hobbit, I want to ask you about the situation with the stand-in a little bit, because as I gather, it was all very last minute, and Buster really like dropped everything to be here with the team.
Yes, I agree with that. I mean, it's true. I mean, we were surprised about that Exile just getting some business problem. So yeah, and Booster of course was surprised as well. He was like on vacation. He didn't play. He didn't practice, and we didn't practice even one practice together. So yeah.
I mean, it's really nice of him to come and jump in, of course, but taking Exile's positions and roles is, of course, difficult. Would you say the hardest thing is trying to adjust to make sure that he can have the impact even in roles that he's not completely comfortable with?
To be honest, I'm going to say that it's really hard for Booster, just because it's not like old Cloud9 roster. It's a completely new team. Perfecta and Electronic is like very legendary players who came to us, and we just started to rebuild our system, and for Booster everything new. So of course, the first of all, we are a new team, and for new team we got stand-in. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's incredibly complicated, and it's also a little sad, of course, because everyone wants to see the new Cloud9 in action. I did notice that you had a great series despite everything. So, now coming into 9, an opponent which have showed strong performances, but could be someone that you could beat even in this position. What will be the key to making sure that with this configuration, it works out today?
I mean, we can surprise at least. No one expects how we're going to play. I already know the maps, and we expect that maps. I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. The 9 pretty good team, but we can do some damage if we're going to play with Spirit, if communication going to be on a higher level. And I think Booster a bit already adapted, and we adapted to him. You know, it's always hard to lose one of the best players in the world. You know, it's understandable. So yeah, I think we have a lot of chances to win. It depends how we're going to play.
Okay. I like that you're taking it from a positive angle. That's all you can do, really. Good luck.
Yeah, at least Hobbit is being realistic. This is a difficult position for Buster to be coming into.
Well, he said it. This was actually perfect from Hobbit, because he even came in and he's just like, yeah, it sucks for him because we brought Electronic in, we changed in-game leaders, we changed everything we're doing, and for Buster this is brand new. And that's how you change an in-game leader. No waffling between philosophies, no going back and forth, no trying to make everybody happy.
Don't
that's
use the
how
best
you do
of
it.
this world and the best of that world. There's a whole new world. Yeah, I know. And we also heard Buster was on vacation, so they dragged the guy out. Like, so
right off
really,
the beach.
Shout out to him.
To rainy Cologne. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, I mean, German summer, am I right? But yeah, Hobbit played better. He got some criticism towards the end of the last lineup, maybe not putting up the numbers that you would expect out of him. Yesterday, he was great, especially on Vertigo, so they'll need more of that for sure.
Yeah, speaking of Vertigo, let's talk a bit about 9. Obviously, we see them being very comfortable on this ground, but yesterday, it was a curious one, Jason, because obviously going up against ENCE, Hades' former team, started off really well for them, and then what happened?
Yeah, they blew him out of the server in the first map of Vertigo. You can see that 16-4, and then a little bit of a grindy series. Nuke was the other direction. It's Mirage where 9 is really going to feel like they lost that series. That one's going to be painful. A nice comeback from ENCE. Hades had a good series all the way through, but man, not closing it out on Mirage when you had a chance and you had a big lead is going to hurt.
Yeah, and we had, Minio after their win against Liquid, like on the desk, and he was talking about like they still need to get more comfortable on LAN, right? Like to have that same level that and the confidence that they have online to translate it to LAN. And you wonder if what happened yesterday was just a little bit of choke.
Probably a little bit of nerves, yeah.
A little bit of nerves and not being able to close out the game. Like you're shouting, you're feeling good. It feels like the game is right there. It's going to happen. We're winning it. And all of a sudden, round by round by round, it's getting closer and closer. And that doubt starts creeping in. It's like, oh, are we actually like not winning this? Like what's going on? And that's normal for, you know, an inexperienced thing to happen and for you to lose that game. Like, it sucks that it happens, but you learn a lot from it. And, you know, next time you're in that situation, you're going to know how to adjust and what to change.
Even some experienced teams struggle with that still, you know? Like, even, I mean, speaking of which, Cloud9, no matter how much experience they have, for whatever reason, when you get into those big games, things get locked up a little bit. People start to kind of get within themselves and not making the same exact plays. So, yeah, it's a tough beast, like, winning these high-pressure matches on LAN at big events.
What are your expectations then for 9 coming into Cologne? Because I feel like we were all really hyped about them coming off the RMR. They looked incredibly strong, then arrived at the Paris Major at the Legend stage, didn't deliver what we hoped. Where do they lie now in your eyes?
I mean, I would hope during the break that they worked on their map pool, right? Like we know they have Vertigo. We know they're going to be a strong Vertigo. I know there's even, you know, some conversation and a couple of jokes here that they're the best Vertigo team in the world. But past that, it's the question.
I was serious when I said that.
Okay. I wasn't speaking about you, but, you know, here we go. No, but, like, that is the next thing, is they have to have a deeper map pool so that they can actually win some of these series, right? And we saw them be competitive. Obviously, we saw the Mirage game. They were up and let it slip away, as we just touched on. But that's going to be the question, is we know against Cloud9, probably going to want to take it to Vertigo. How's that going to look? Cloud9's a very strong team. And then what do they have after that?
Yeah, let's roll it in, because we saw, obviously, Cloud9 playing Vertigo yesterday. New ground for Electronic and Perfecto.
Yeah, and they did well. You know, so I think for 9, it's going to be Vertigo 100%. And then for Cloud9, you know, Ancient is obviously the clear punish pick when you go up against 9. They did lose it yesterday to Fnatic, but it was a close game. I think they should still go ahead with it. And then when it comes to the decider, I think probably Overpass. Like, that was the last time they played, was Vertigo Ancient Overpass. So,
I mean, that's a conversation that we had a couple times yesterday. I know I talked to Maui with it, and we spoke about it briefly, is like the idea, the concept of like picking into an opponent's weakness, even if it's not one of your stronger maps. Some teams aren't willing to do it, but obviously with such a highlighted punish that we know is a punish for 9, why not go
Problem
for
is,
it?
I can't remember the last time I've seen a team have such a clear punish against them, like Ancient for 9. You know, like they just, for the love, you know, to save their life, they cannot win on this map. Even if you go to the tier 2 scene and like you go to the online games, it's just very, very difficult for them trying to figure it out. So, you know, they even toyed with playing Inferno over Ancient at the Major. That also didn't work out. So that's going to be actually crucial for them to take the next step. What you've been talking about, Freya, like they have to figure that out. You can't have such a glaring weakness. And Cloud9 goes back to Anubis. They had the choice between Overpass and Anubis. They lost.
Look at the Zuma map pool. Like, what? What's going on here?
Yeah, that Chad's going to love this. But I think yesterday, you know, that was their pick up against Fnatic, and they ended up losing it. And we heard from Dexter in the interview post-game, like they beat them in practice. Like Cloud9 beat Fnatic 25-5 in practice. They're wrecking everyone on Anubis in practice. But sometimes, you know, that doesn't really translate to official, so they must be really confident that they've, again, after what happened yesterday, went straight back into it.
That'd be my point, is I'm glad to see this new Cloud9 with his new leadership, not just having their faith shaken after one loss. Like, keep getting into it, because once you get those reps in officials, you can start ironing out what was good in practice, what was good in the official, that you can actually sync them up and you can actually build upon those.
Although I will say it's the same pool for Cloud9 as yesterday, so for Buster as the stand-in, that helps.
True, that is very true. Well, we're going to see how it plays out, and we are ready to be getting into the game. Vertigo to begin off this journey. We know it is a strong ground for 9, but can Cloud9 be bringing the heat? We're going to jump into the action with Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, thank you, Desk. Thanks for the unpacking. Chad may have been upset with this map pool, Yanko, but I think me and Launders are pretty damn hyped about this one, especially because it means we get more 9 on Vertigo.
Yeah.
We get the Ancient Challenge, which means we could be led to that 3rd map if needed. It's going to be I'm thinking 3-mapper.
Yeah.
I'm thinking 3-mapper. Me personally, I want to see this 9 Vertigo tested by, you know, the core of a team that loves this map.
That was the best at this map of all time in the world online. They invented modern Vertigo, okay? So we'll see. They don't have Axel right now, but they have Hobbit, and they have Shiro.
Ooh, okay, dual Beretta highlight to kick it off. Double headshot, Hobbit still fixated in on short. And of course, ramp will be compromised. We've got 1 CT up on boost. Shiro waiting for his chance at headshots. Smoke covers the bomb approach. And Goofy's now got hands on the dual Berettas. It's a fake plant once to see what the CTs react with. I'll throw a boost into the backside, but no angles yet. Goofy gonna get it in. Charged down by Perfecto. Kylar, Minho, 2 versus 3 with bomb in front of them. Counter-terrorists working forward, and Minio, who has had an uptick in performance throughout this event compared to recent results, is looking to keep that flowing. It's going to have to fall down to Kylar, though. 2 on the bomb site, tapping it. There's another headshot. Kylar perfectly drawing them in. And now it gets creepy. Crawley and Kylar killed. Shiro doubles back, gets on bomb. It's a 10-second stick for the pistol.
Yeah, they'll lock it up. Okay, imagine Cloud9 win this map versus 9. Like, first of all, like they played versus Fnatic. It was day 1. They had Buster, and there's some chemistry there, but it's still obviously not the right player in the right role. So it's very different from that perspective. If they win Vertigo, then sky's the limit, even with Buster here, okay? Because we know how good 9 are on this map. They played incredibly clean yesterday versus ENCE. It was the first map versus that team who, you know, they almost pulled off the upset. I mean, they might not have been in this match, right? They were 1 round away. It was a 9-round comeback to win that series. And
heartbreaking.
You could characterize it as a choke for sure, but I think you could also say ENCE did extremely well to make that comeback happen. Like, they made it look legit. I'll say that much.
As they should be, having hoisted a trophy not long ago.
Yeah.
And being one of the teams that's looking to kind of warm up into the season with what a pressured situation. Group stage Cologne is your entrance. So cool to see ENCE survive.
And I'm not sure if we got info on the interviews if Buster's filling in all the spots that Axel plays or if he's just taking whatever overlaps available. But I assume that's going to be the role, you know, so we got to be nice to Buster in that regard because he's not going to come here and just take the space that Axel would leave. It wouldn't make sense.
Massive shoes to fill. See, of course, if maybe Perfecto, Electronic can pick up that slack. Cloud9 made a big promise with this roster. And I think I speak for many when I say it's a little disappointing that Axel couldn't join us out of the gate.
What did they say?
Well, just the promise of making this team.
Oh,
that to me, you know. I inferred the promise. Big pack of 9 players push up. Ooh, clean one from Kylar. Trade along the wall, though. Perfecto gets back into green with 2 kills, slowing the bomb down, putting in more tidbits of damage. Shiro's got the angle out from construction. They're challenging him, and he's going to try to put forth a 1v3 with 1 kill already his. Get that quad player tagged down to a quarter. Hades on 40 and a FAMAS. No utility. But Shiro, the weapon advantage not enough. The force buy busts through. 9 as a pack, take it up that ramp.
And we saw 9 get hype versus ENCE, but we didn't know how they would fare versus other teams. But I think they're just carrying forward that good energy they had yesterday. The second round was never going to be free. You can be surprised that, you know, Cloud9 lose after the pistol, but if there's going to be a team to do it on Vertigo, it's going to be 9. You have to take that one on the chin. Keep it moving forward here.
So the conversation about 9 being the best team on Vertigo. At first it was like a confidence thing, but obviously in the ENCE loss and post-game interview yesterday, Madden's referencing it, laughing it off.
Yeah.
Yanko means it seriously. And this would be putting forth another strong argument. It would put them in the conversation. Put them right around top 3. If they can use this to open up series versus top tier competition, then we just hope for more growth from 9 and the rest of the pool. Because their punishment on Ancient is waiting.
You think that's
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. As much as I'm happy to see 9 play Vertigo.
Yeah.
They know, we know, Ancient's a problem.
Yeah.
Ancient's a problem. And they're realistic. Ancient's a problem.
My favorite part about this whole project is Electronic saying that he wants to be the best IGL in the world.
Okay.
Like, he made that statement verbally. And I think it's great to hear because we had the show at Blast London 2020 called Fraggingstein. And we had Flamey on the show, and you had to build a team out of the best characteristics of each player. And Electronic was picked for best communication on Na'Vi at the time that Flamey was playing with him in 2020. He said, best comms, best player in the whole world. And we said, what about Simple? He said, oh yeah, okay, Simple, but then Electronic right after. But he said in terms of communication, he's always had the best ideas. He always knows where everyone is. He was sort of the glue in that regard. So I think for the English-speaking world, it's hard to know a lot about Electronic. He's not doing a ton of interviews. We don't know what's in his mind. We just sort of make judgments based on how he plays. Oh, star player, we don't want him to be an IGL, but he's actually always been known for
good communication.
Good communication, and he's expressed a direct interest in wanting to be an IGL, and he's also been in IGL for Na'Vi for a long time, and they won while he was doing it.
Yep. Think about all that time, obviously working hand in hand with Blade as well. There's no reason to write him off as somebody who can grow into a greater in-game leader. If Apex can transition from what he was years ago to what he is now, I feel like we give Electronic the benefit of the doubt. Most importantly, he wants to do it. Groove and Electronic, though, that's a relationship that I'm ready to watch unfold.
Yeah. And it's the statement of, like, I want to be the best IGL in the world. And he's taking pride in the thought of becoming the best in this role instead of, I'm doing IGLing because I think I'd be the best at it on this team. You know, I think those are two different statements. So I like the idea that he's got a lot of pride in this sort of new suit.
Sometimes people don't know how good it feels until they put that suit on. He's found comfort within this role. Ooh, Minho catching Buster. Get through this one unscathed, and the economy blossoms, but Shiro and Hobbit pack a punch with pistols.
A big punch.
Goofy's gonna double back grab bomb. B is completely under wraps for 9. And yesterday, of course, something that I think 9 did...
You can shoot it. Oh, this might be an interesting
like a mini game.
Hold on. Can you find another gap, though, to shoot it from?
This is the only thing that matters.
Did he wallbang it and move it?
He's trying.
Oh my goodness. Perfecto's trying.
It's like a very violent claw game.
Right there, yeah, that's the ang. Hobbit's found an ang. Yes.
Yep.
Come on.
Work it out. It just
can't wallbang it. Shiro, bring the AK, man. They could wallbang it. Did that work? It's moving. He got it.
Yeah,
oh,
let's go.
Baby. What a find.
Let's go.
Had to work for that.
Name another game other than Counter-Strike.
That'll make you work that hard for something so small.
Right? Devil's in the details. Second AK saved. Well done, Cloud9. What you can anticipate from 9's T-side throughout this map, of course, is, I think, really good audio control. Never giving away their rotates. Never making a racket downstairs so that CTs are well prepared and constantly moving their pressure back and forth across the map. The amount of times we saw Kylar be able to creep through B when things started to go south on the A site. It's one of the elements of what makes 9 great on this map.
That was a team bonding moment.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Vitality went out into the mountains. Cloud9 shot an AK out from beneath rafters.
In a video game.
Guns up.
And let's see that fresh new AK right here peering down the ramp.
Looking for a mark. Kai and Hades down into the ramp as the initial shots rain out at B. Oh, nice nades. Off the bottom of the support beam into Tetris. More of that. Molotov on Shiro.
They're not pushing with it. And they don't throw that smoke, or they don't throw the molly, excuse me, before the smoke is up from the CT side, so Shiro can stay put. Oh, and the 45-second re-smoke on sandbags. That'll put considerable pressure on the T's, actually. Makes it very hard to think about attacking the site. And they've actually held nades quite well. We've even got Perfecto with one if it ends up going back to B. But with no ramp control, I think this is still a sizable attack from 9. Like, why not try this?
Ooh, he slides out and brings Goofy down with him. Electronic hanging on to the short side. Almost got a glimpse of Hades. Instead, He gets Kai. Hobbit inside the site, dropped out by the Opper, but Hades has lost all his players around him. Nicely positioned from Cloud9, holding on to the sandbags as they did, and allowing for more players to get into the bomb site with that sandbag smoke.
Yeah, I think one really important concept in Counter-Strike is like, if you go 1-for-1, it's worth different amounts at different points in the round. So like if Shiro dies at sandbag at a minute 40, it has almost no impact on the round for the CT side in like a favorable way. Like as the round progresses, the round will become more and more T-sided. But towards the end of a round like that, where he has full info on the A play coming, and there's no choice for 9 besides to attack right away, well, that 1-for-1 trade is massive in terms of information and also slowing down the attack. So I think this sets up the CTs on the site really well. And they start to skip steps a little bit, right? Hades does not go deep enough to peek into the short shelf to find that op kill. That ends up being a trade to the CT side. And 2 players floating around the site get there just in time to defend.
All down to a T. I think I'll be rating Cloud9 on mistakes made as this new roster looks to find its groove. Something I want to rate in also terms of, you know, individual drop-offs between Electronic and Perfecto. It's been some time we haven't seen Electronic on a new roster. Simple's right-hand man. Now steering his own ship. But again, expect 9 to have eyes on all portions of the map every round. And, ooh, corner cleared. Buster was given a chance. Slightly damages 2. Pressure yet again onto Tetris. It's the right call. Perfecto gets hit by it. But it's only 1 frag. So he'll still have 59 health to work with.
They should have heard this. Oh,
yeah,
Perfecto needs a flash to get out of here.
Not able to escape. Hobbit's looking to move over to pick up slack. And just like that, 9 fall back down.
Oh.
And that's that
was
constantly
slippery.
tempered amount of commitment. You never really know if it's all in.
This is pretty slippery because they're updating info the entire time here through the middle of B, and Hobbit is countering that. Now, will they expect him to go here? So the rotations actually lean towards the A site. You can see Shiro's actually trying to move over. And Hobbit, okay, listen, no kill, but still, they're not going to come to this site.
But they catch Electronic in the open, and Shiro's missed shot from Shelf means the A site falls to the T's. 9 get that bomb in. Shiro not going to be given another chance. So sure, they keep their majority inside of the A play, but catching Electronic in the open like that, Shiro knows he's got 1 chance, and he misses that as well. 5 players up here for 9, comfortable from the start to the finish. Could Buster have gotten an instant headshot? Yes. Would have made things a little weirder towards B. Could have made this competitive.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he had a great lineup, didn't get a kill, so...
Second player, presence of mind to make sure he did the deep clear.
So, but obviously, 9 are great at all these maps in general. Like, the distinct style of 9 that's helping them stand out in a sea of very strong opposition in the tier 1 and 2 is the fact that they play like a 1-3-1, and they are really comfortable double lurking on a lot of maps, and it kind of all stems from their Vertigo. Like, they do this a ton on Vertigo, which is perfect for Vertigo. Every good team has like a very strong A and B lurker on T side, but then they bring that style into almost every map they play. When we saw them play Mirage, it was the same thing, and it really works for them.
Doesn't work on Ancient though. Shame about that.
Yeah, I gotta work on Ancient. Bring that in.
With time.
I think it could work on Ancient.
Okay.
A lurker, mid lurker.
Sure.
Yeah.
They'll work out the kinks. Pressure on Sandbag. Shiro falls back. Cloud9's best A defense. So they didn't let that Molotov give up the position. We're going to get a mid creep. Kylar showing some presence, and it's the boost that could catch Perfecto. But he plays it as safe as he can.
It's an interesting angle. It's one that you could crouch underneath, but if you don't think a team does that kind of thing, then you cover a lot of options just to holding it like this. Oh, okay. Nice punish from Goofy.
Goofy's positioning works out there. That's going to preoccupy Buster, which means B ramp completely unguarded at this moment. And sure enough, we've got 3 players coming up from that spot. Buster will put down some defense, but because of the swiftness of Kylar,
look how fast they moved.
They just slice through, man. 9 know when to just kick in that killer instinct.
Yeah, that last round they could have moved a little too slowly and let the CTs get in position. This round they could have gone slowly into B, but both times they know exactly when they can move fast and they organize quickly.
Masters of the craft on Vertigo.
Yeah.
So for people who don't know, the old Gambit Youngsters online era Vertigo, what made them the best at this map ever?
Probably Shiro.
Yeah, that helps.
Dude, Shiro was the best A-ramp opper, you know, by far in the world. He dominated the map. I think a lot of the times, the thing is their Cloud9 lurky style, you know, the empty flashbangs that they throw for information, it was just perfect for the map. It was the exact same thing. They knew when to lead off into a site when they pretended to attack another one. So they sort of developed the style that 9 is doing right now, basically. I mean, when the map was introduced, Astralis were already onto it right in 2020. And they were doing it like that as well, with Dupree and Device T-side A-ramp with like Magisk and everything. But Cloud9 took it to a new level. And again, it's perfect for their walk-around style. You know, the criticisms for their low flash assists, you know,
sure.
The shout out to Maui. There's something about that makes sense, but the reality is they got away with that style versus every top team, no problem, for a very long time. They proved that it worked. And no other map requires walking like Vertigo.
Obviously throw that into the online era when everybody's at home, can't hear one another, and has every single tidbit of audio cranked to the 10. It was a period of time where Vertigo was special. Electronic, he tries to play over the fire. Double nades to the sandbags where Shiro has been pretty often, but it's a missed chance into a fallback and recovery, especially with Hobbit tethering nice off the short peak. Minho, he has to draw this back, but that's fine. 9 can recover rounds on Vertigo. Although they did come into this one with very little presence elsewhere. You know, usually they've got a feeler and Kylar down towards B. This is a fully blind walk back, the most uncomfortable position 9 could really deal with after getting stunned on A. But they've got enough utility still, sure enough, for an exec, so it almost writes itself.
In my opinion, playing the B site like this can be a recipe to lose. So if you play back gen or on Heaven, I mean, you can have numbers, that's great, but yeah, I prefer a more committed position with a flash behind them, but Buster plays here, there's a high chance a bomb could get planted, but he frags.
Yeah, that's important. Takes down another. Kylar still looking for the response. Possibility to peek other side of green makes it weird. Kylar's gonna get aggressive. He's gonna get close as the bomb's planted behind him. Shadow spotted, boost over construction. That's 3 players confirmed. And Minho, he's gonna get charged down. They're coming at him as he plants that bomb. It's a clean retake out of Cloud9, one that I think banks nicely off of Buster's single kill.
Yeah, I think the move back is nice. It comes down to utility as well. If you have 2 nades playing Heaven, whatever, you can nade the plant easy. If you have a molly, you're good, but they didn't have those things, so I think using your player advantage as your primary resource is really key, and playing back gen like this can be the beginning and end of the round sometimes, but that wasn't too passive. That was like just the right amount of aggression out of Buster, and everyone else moved in, which was great. I think right now we are seeing a pretty timid Cloud9 though, in terms of ramp control. They started out smoking sandbags a lot, but Electronics only pushed 1 time down to the bottom of ramp, and I think that that'll be used against them if that continues.
I've liked the short control from C9 at least. A constant threat. We'll see if they can leave a dent in 9 on A. For now, Buster close and burning. Burning down to 68. He'll fall back into the site. I never feel 9 get punished on playing these slow peaks into bottom of B at the start of each round.
Yeah, that's why
they get away with that.
You've got to push sometimes, you know, on the CT side. And that Buster tried earlier, but he had a really deep angle and then died. So it's 9's job to dissuade you from pushing, but it's Cloud9's job to make it feel like you will still push anyway. But yeah, this amount of map control is how you bring T rounds to fruition. So let's see. They've got a lot of things going for them already. No short shelf reaggressions out of the CTs. Like this setup from the CTs is not very good right now. If Shiro has a teammate to support him, okay, they can talk, but if a wall smokes come down, no sandbag smoke, no sandbags player, the T's can really take advantage of Shiro here. Just one molly to push him back.
As they keep him busy, Hobbit decides he wants to confirm who's really here. Meanwhile, 9 have wasted no time to get that exec and rotate back into the B site. Perfecto's on quad. Nobody's watching. They're getting closer. He may have slipped the net, but he only takes one down. Buster looking for his before falling back through smoke. And again, they'll throw that boost up. Oh, nice shot from Hobbit. Nasty little snap down. Hades op connects though, and Electronic flashed into the fight. Kills Kylar with Minio right there. Shiro's cover's good. And Cloud9 moving in before bombs even planted.
Okay, they just kept an intense amount of tension before the bomb could get planted. Always think about the fact that if someone goes to plant a bomb, their hands are busy. That's technically a man advantage in those few seconds. Also, you know where they're going to plant. So they decided, let's keep the pressure on, space out the flashes, keep fighting a little bit, and they nailed some really good kills as well. So 9 actually had a good B attack going for them. Perfecto only 1 for 1 at quad as they're halfway through the site. That's like a pretty good situation for 9. But it's all the rotators that do a great job of making sure that they make the site feel like it's not won yet. I'm still thinking that, like, Cloud9 keep this up. I feel like 9 are still pretty happy about their beginning of the rounds so far. Bottom B steps control.
For sure.
Being able to get to the corner of A ramp, sandbags control. Like, they're still getting there without dying most of the time, so that's good. But Cloud9 with these passive setups are still fragging. They've made this one-round game. And in fact, they've got 9 on pistols.
9 are definitely being allowed to play their game, their style, their rotates. All uninterrupted, haven't gotten any mid peaks, mid pushes. Cloud9 have been very passive on that portion of the map. And this time, I say they get away with that lower B control. There's been a couple rounds where they don't play anybody there, and this is one of them. And it allows Buster to slot back into that corner. Now, with only 1 AK for all of 9, let's hope Buster can get away with it this time. And how much more adventurous does he get now that he sees it's open? Kai hoping to be problematic for Cloud9 in round 10. A few pieces of utility to still be thrown out. One smoke, one flash on Goofy. They're going to interrupt it. Electronic, he's sliding wide. There's the AK down. Goes for the triple spray down. AK will exchange hands, but again, nobody else using Kevlar. And the smoke in the site. Just looking for the bomb plant, looking for another frag. And they'll take the short route instead.
Tees have no smoke here.
Yeah, they're
but they have Goofy.
Yeah, they're smoking still though. Smoking Shiro like it's nothing. Perfecto takes it back. And you can just go headhunting here, rack up some costs, but if you didn't push with that one smoke, odds are bomb's never going down.
They'll be happy to take some kills, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Goofy warming things up too. Beautiful headshot on Shiro. There's the short peek though. Again, a little pressure added from Cloud9. They said enough's enough. We're keeping 3. We're taking your AK, and we're tying this game at 5-all.
Yeah. What's the joke? Want to share with the class? Always want to know what people are joking about.
Yeah. Let me in. I don't like being left out.
Not a huge fan of these A ramp pushes in the mid timings, but it's a way to get info back, especially if you don't think they're there. But
maybe also versus pistols.
Yeah, like Cloud9 very sort of showing that they're still not totally comfortable with aggressive setups. Like, I think this will be the first time Shiro plays Henny even above the ramp.
Oh, hefty nade. Kai's bruised by that one, and Perfecto off the wood wall.
That's a ball.
Oh, but caught jumping. Buster maybe bites off more than he can chew. And unfortunately for him, it just leaves Perfecto in such a stranded position.
Missed Molly.
That helps. Spam still finds him though. They know he's there. He dropped down to sub 40. He does dive back. He's about even with Kai. And Hobbit slots into Tetris. We've seen a good amount of frag grenades come out of 9 to soften up this exact spot, but they've thrown those frags already. So Hobbit can slot in confidently. Although, he tries to take it a step further and the molly hits him. First time we've really seen a CT go top mid, and it gets found out by Minho. Don't drop this ball.
You gotta kill him though, yeah.
Yeah, he's got it. As Electronic twists down to look for contact, Hobbit still in position. Now found out, up close. Hades gets the best of him. Good flash support, but the pillar cover's great. Perfecto, bested by Goofy, and it falls on Shiro's shoulders to 1v2.
1v2. I mean, you know, Shiro's gonna save sometimes, but this is real early. He's already in the right spot. Yeah, he has a kit in play. He knows it's a default planner, but the smoke extends the cover.
Ooh, he's gonna...
Okay.
Oh. Thought maybe somebody was coming over mid. Not the case. Allows for Goofy to slot back into a safer position.
They didn't know he was here. They're watching
He's gonna
the
get
flank.
it.
Oh my god,
that one's free.
The smoke.
Still concerned about mid. He's got the kit. He taps the bomb. Still nervous. And Minho's just playing up on the other side of cover. Shiro's gonna stick this, and he sees him. Surely. No, no!
Come on.
Just on the side of the smoke, which looked like maybe it had gone too far. 1v2 for Shiro for Cloud9 6th.
Oh man, he felt like he had no other option. There was that limited time left on the smoke. Minho called the bluff and then still took too long to peek after the second stick. So, I mean, that's a flub. You gotta shoot. You gotta shoot. I mean...
Oh, he's right on the edge of this.
Yeah, that was not knowing exactly where the bomb was planted, I guess. I don't know. Every shot you don't take.
Yep. Tough clutch to lose. Cloud9 will bank a lead off that one. And now they've stifled 9's T side.
That's an upsetting round to lose in the way they did. They fought like hell to get into that B site.
It ain't over. And they're capable. Every round of Vertigo. Shiro, he'll peek off the short side though. And Cloud9 don't go for that overt, in-your-face ramp aggression, but there's always a guy floating around short.
That's 3 CT smoked out of the rotation.
They're gonna push it. Ooh.
Oh my god.
With a nade out.
Wait, did they kill
It costs him
the first
Perfecto.
Push?
He's right here, and lines up 2 ton of damage. Shiro did the 1v2, but 1v3?
He's like, made me do it again.
Damn.
Wait, what happened on the double push? The first player died?
When you say first player, which one?
There was 2 players that pushed through the mid smoke, right?
Yeah. The first one...
How'd the first one die if the guy in front of him had his back turned?
I didn't think he died. I think the second player died. The first one survived because he slid in front of the terrorist's teammate. So the guy Sandbags couldn't shoot the first push because it lined up with his teammate.
See what I mean here?
Watch.
How did the first CT die is what I mean. Oh my god, he flicked around and hit that dude. Oh.
No way.
That's how. Holy smokes. You know what I mean? Because
one's not
facing when one has the smokes out.
No, now I understand.
Holy shit. Nice one, Minho.
So I'm thinking, no, Hobbit survived. He got through, but... What? That's a kill.
Yeah, that's tough. You know what? I mean, it's good karma. Like, you're going for, you know, a smoke push, no flash.
Yeah, you still deserve, you know, someone deserves to be
Someone
punished
was
for that.
supposed to die,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, that's okay.
Dude, that's crazy. Somebody get digging. We need that from his perspective.
Right. Shiro, the sole gun saved, is also an op. And it's also Shiro. Those are 2 good things.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You're speaking my language.
It's also making a cameo on the B site.
Trying to freshen things up in the setups.
Yeah, but Cloud9 very, very sort of shy around the short shelf. Shy around Henny on the A site. Very underplayed. Taking a peek, but after some time falling back passive. That's all 9 need to know. The op is out here. All right, we're going.
Yeah, let's follow through. Blast back the pistols.
You're Shiro.
Easy mowdown versus the pistol players, but the op's up. Shiro's in the pocket, close enough to make a play. Jumps over top, misses the chance on ramp, and Kylar's out short side. It is 9 with their lead.
So we'll have more money here for Shiro to buy Gun, yeah, 9 with the lead is something, but Cloud9 they're fragging pretty hard. You know,
yes,
they're still winning sort of hard to win rounds. So it's sort of sheer brute force right now at the moment. I wouldn't say they're like the better team. I wouldn't say they're being more clever than 9, but they're keeping up. And I think that's all they care about right now. A very new roster.
Very exciting new roster.
Very exciting new roster.
Flash for the B hit. Buster, uh-oh, under pressure. Immense pressure for all of Cloud9 as he goes down with nothing. Perfecto just trying to dodge back. Let the molly burn, but the A ramp push punished by Hades. Lurking elsewhere on an AK. Shiro's going middle. Missed shot.
He's never missed a shot that easy in his life.
And that's why he looks so frustrated. He put his hand up to his face.
You know, I think if you weren't disappointed in him for missing that shot, you don't really love him.
Right.
You know? Because he knows he's better than that. We know he's better than that. It was unlucky.
Do not look away from your screens, folks. We've got the flick shot put forth by Minho. That crazy 180 where he kills the second CT pushing smoke. Let's see. Watch his screen. That's a kill.
This is when you got to laugh at.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And Minho, he took a shot all right. Final round of the half, and it's going to be economic limitations for Cloud9. So 9 on the brink of 9. Oh, Hobbit pushing down. Got past the timings, but trades are there for the T's. And Hades.
Elevator down.
Yeah, make sure he keeps eyes on the possibility of the flank. There was nobody ramp this round, so surely there's pressure elsewhere. And we've seen towards the tail end of this, C9 start to go gallivanting around top middle, but they have not been able to make anything happen from it. Last CT goes down, and it is indeed a 9th for 9. C9 will now take to the T side after the break.
Group stage underway, Group B, first day of play for Vitality. And OG, we get to have, well, certainly not for OG, they're at the play-in, but here in the group stage at least, we got ourselves, Chad.
Look, it's simple, Alex. I don't remember my Sunday morning cartoons being so violent back in my day.
Yeah, right. I don't know, actually. The Looney Tunes, that poor Coyote.
Yeah.
He never really, he got the short end of the stick.
And
yeah.
Tom and Jerry as well.
Right. I end up feeling more and more sorry for Tom.
Ah.
Tomcat, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know about Jerry Mouse. Don't know about the links there.
Well, now Palace we go.
Yeah. And let's see if OG can get
It's gone
themselves
quite differently from
round.
OG's T-pistol, hasn't it? I think 4 of them were dead by this point to ZywOo's USP.
That's right. I wonder if ZywOo's going to find any more. He's been set for success, and I've heard that ZywOo's Peak 250 on Mirage in particular can do some things.
Even break the laws of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and
normally 5's the magic number.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Blame Z. Daddy. Viku contributes 2.
There's a kit, there's a smoke, there's a chance.
No, not again, Zywoo. Zywoo, be cool.
He's cool.
Thank you.
What a great retake. And they got their voice. I'm excited by that. Fantastic work from OG, right? This is the CT side. This is where they are going to do their better work and a great way to kick things off. That is truly the best round they have played in this whole map so far. They knew that they were playing a retake setup on A. They didn't get flustered. They had the kit, they had the smoke, the contingency was there. And not only that, they had some banger shots out of Fiku that we get to watch right here in eyes with the pole himself.
What is your calling?
Nine coming into IEM Cologne saying, yeah, we got the best vertigo in the world. And with the way that they dispatched of ENCE yesterday, that conversation became a bit more serious. Well, once upon a time, the core of Cloud9 were also considered the tippity top of Vertigo's skyscrapers. So taking a dent out of them in this first map is impressive.
It sort of is.
It was also held back by the individual levels of Cloud9.
Yeah,
Let me weave my stories, Launders.
You can try, but
let me sell my snake oil. Yeah.
I would let Shiro call this half.
Okay.
No joke.
All right.
Yeah, he knows what to do.
Hades, he's going to fall. Also, now we get to see C9 work as a pack. Look to go for the trades into the site. Kai Minho hold off, looking good inside of the A site. Shiro in another clutch, dropped by Minho. And I'm not saying C9 are supposed to be the better Vertigo team, but I'm saying 9 will put a dent in them early.
Yeah, it's a weird thing where we don't know if in the future they'll play Vertigo, you know?
Yeah, fair point.
Because who would have the most, who would be the weirdest, if Electronic has to call the map, he has no experience calling the map. None at all. So he's called, but he has no experience calling the map, playing the map, but he's got players that love the map that can teach him how to call it. And obviously he knows Vertigo, in some rudimentary sense. But will it come to their pool is a question. Surely they're not going to shy away from it, but...
Do you think teams ever practice their permaban? I think Na'Vi ever practice? Not at all, right?
No. It would be silly. Unless you have a stacked map pool already and you want to test bringing in a new map.
Okay.
Like when Liquid said they could play Nuke. Then you might bring in some, but you're already stretched to 0 in terms of practice time if you're a tier 1 team and travel schedule. So you're not gonna do that.
Kylar,
but it's a very sort of fun game with the combination of Na'Vi and Cloud9 with what maps will they play? What maps will they be great at?
Time will tell. Early days. I mean, hell, we don't even have all of Cloud9 technically. Buster tried his damnedest to hang on to the B site throughout the CT half, but this one's going down smooth. Real smooth and easy. Kylar almost able to snap it back. It's a single death, it's an MP9 loss, and it's 9 to the 5-round lead.
Yeah. But yeah, and we know Shiro was a vocal one in the former lineup. You could see it even in big games and big moments that he was the guy who was really talking a lot, emphatically about, okay, here's what needs to happen. So he's a guy with good ideas that can help out for sure.
Will definitely be valuable in the transition period.
But can you beat 9 when they're having this much fun?
I don't know. In the series, definitely possible. While they may not be masters of Vertigo, I think individual level coming out of C9 throughout the first half looks solid. Although there were a couple missed shots from Shiro. He's got to shake off the rust. Hobbit's able to lurk out top mid. It's being held by this player here, but Kylar's now left all of the B site in the hands of Goofy, who does catch Buster bottom ramp. That certainly helps out. Electronics come through with a Tech9 kill elsewhere, but this fight's the one that matters. B's getting pinched, and he cuts off bomb, drops down into the cover. Perfecto catches the closer rotate, but Goofy is still a problem, a huge problem, as he swaps back to the Galil. The bomb in his control, but Hobbit's able to just squeeze an angle out of the B ramp. A difficult place to push down to. Hades rotates through, gets caught out by Perfecto, and C9 slip over construction through B and make sure Goofy can't make them look like fools.
If Cloud9 win this map, it'll be magic. It'll be magic. Like, a lot will have to go right, but you see a play like that out of Hobbit, and again, that's like so classically Cloud9, classically Gambit youngsters in terms of what they're going to bring on T-sides. His mid lurk with a little bit of aggression on the other side of the map, just showing like 9, okay, you've got to be ready. They can do stuff like we do on T side. That round was basically won by his play alone, so that's a lot of power to wield.
With great power comes great responsibility. Responsibility to make this Cloud9 hype train stay on track. Hades grabs the M4, but loses another teammate. A-Site coming apart at the seams. Hades slides through. That MP9, dude. Electronic just tearing through them. Triple kill from him, and Hobbit's got the double. It's C9 up the ramp like it's nobody's business.
Nobody's business. It's the way that he did that, though. You know what I mean? Wait, that's how I laugh. That's so good. Just staring down at them, they were just chatting all break.
Yeah,
laughing about stuff.
Oh, the mood's looking good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of teams coming into Cologne and looking like they're having fun.
Yes, yeah. Strawless, you brought up, was a good example. 9 having fun.
I will say, you know, shout out ESL for the setup here again. I think that this setup specifically, head-to-head players, also encourages that fun. You know, when things get very serious and competitive, it takes a different tone.
Yeah.
But the sportsmanship is just on a different level, as in seeing Device and Monte after that Monte ace,
the waving,
looking at one another, thumbs up, like you just can't help but tip your hat.
Yeah.
I see you, sir. Good day. That's how I imagine Device's interior monologue.
Interior monologue.
Yep. Exactly.
Interior crocodile alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater.
If I was a little bit taller. Electronic. He's had a field day in the last round. I feel like interior monologue is something an AI would try to convince you it's sentient with.
Oh, that's not an off shot.
I thought so.
Yeah, through the wall.
Saw a big gap of red. So you can't even hang on to short for free. Nice dink. Hobbit will let the teammates ahead of him move forth. Minio's Deagle looking mean. Oh, they just toy with him. Nice shoulder peek coming out of Shiro.
These, you know, awful angles that exist on this map, Shiro's the king of them. Everything that's very difficult, he finds easy.
Just a man looking for a challenge, and well, Buster's got a challenge. You know, I feel bad for Buster. He's just sat back bottom ramp, you know, just hold flank, bro. Gets the nastiest peek ever, and then the rest of Cloud9, they don't see that, so they're thinking like, oh, okay, well, he died to a pistol, but it's like you guys don't know what just happened to him, man. That's crazy. Crazy. 4 players up. C9 cutting away at that lead. Over on the B stream with Machine and Sponge, Vitality beating up OG.
Yeah. Flames versus OG over there.
Mm-hmm. That it is.
Players versus their old teams, it's just awesome.
There's been a lot of that going on here.
Yeah.
Oh, Hobbit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great flash.
It took a while to kill him, to be fair, but
he's just sat there spraying in the open, and they'll come out on top with 4 kills, 5 kills,
dude,
Cloud9.
It's a 1-round game, baby.
Easy. T-side off to the races.
Just their sheer power. You know what I mean? Like these players.
That's the thing.
The sheer power. And there's a lot of room for, as long as, you know, if Electronic goes, I don't want you to do that, that would be silly. You know what I mean? If Hobbit wants to go for a lurk, he knows better.
Of course.
If Shiro wants to take A-Ram control, he knows better if he wants to peek something. So I think all he has to do is allow his teammates to feel comfortable doing what they know how to do.
Yep. Absolutely. No longer can 9 finagle round by walking around the map down on this T side. You know, C9 looking out-rotated in the first half. But they're just banking on the guns, swinging for the fences. Smoke grenades will cool things off for now. We'll see what they can do in the mid-rounding. Xbox smoke comes out of the CTs. You know, we talked about how C9 weren't really swinging for bottom ramp all too often. Curious if 9 will get into that, because I think that was a key piece to their...
It's a key piece to Modern Vertigo.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of map control to give up. And, you know, when you see teams not be aggressive, not be active on CT side, that shows that there's low communication. That shows that you're a little bit worried.
This indicates a certain timidness.
Ooh, it's a tricky smoke, okay. So Goofy, there'll be a shoulder peek. Oh, you saw that.
Saw him.
See that backpack. Oh, yeah.
Poor Buster.
There are T's close by, but...
3. He's floating in between where they could spam. 30 seconds on this clock.
It was going beef there for a second, so...
C9 starting to get a little frantic here. And the eternal sin of Vertigo is running underneath.
They have ramp control, though, the whole while, so...
Obviously, 9 going to be very well aware of all of this rotation. Electronic still waiting back at B. And Hobbit can't quite get the entry. Kai's close enough to keep pressure on them. They've got 5 seconds to spare, and they're still going to try to get up here. Or hold on.
Oh my God.
Electronic held the bomb. I didn't see where bomb was.
He kept it the whole time.
I was thinking, like, bro, Electronic, why are you still waiting for a lurk?
Post plan's a layup. Okay, we've got no smoke for the retake, man. They thought for sure it was going to be a commitment. Shiro could literally farm right now.
They sold it.
He's got to come in dry.
They're already on green. Electronic cuts down the first. Op is up, though. Walk into the line of Shiro, and you pay the price. He drops 1, leaves Hobbit 1v2, bomb planted in front of him, and no smoke because they used it all towards A. We've got a kit on both, but Hades hits the headshot. Electronic's got some trickery up his sleeve.
Man.
Great call, great attempt, but no close.
The round is won and lost on if Shiro gets a kill and stays alive. So the trade was so good there from 9. Spacing was immaculate. It was just no collat, but perfect spacing to put that kill together. Really crazy idea there for Cloud9. That's a kind of call that you can only make in that moment. You know, you cannot plan for that because they're walking over with the full intention of going B. They weren't going to fake that until the smoke landed at their feet at the bottom of steps and their teammate died in the default. So when Electronic said run to A, like you said, Cardinal Sin of Vertigo, the idea was there's something else going on.
Nine come through with the retake. A for effort. The man down thanks to the utility of 9. 3 players up. You're going to hear that missed jump, but Hades is also creeping forward with the op. Hobbit, aiming a little high.
They had multiple ways to kill him there.
But they made sound. They made sound, I'm sure. They missed the jump. Thought Hobbit would be ready, but I guess just more nervous about the peak. Regardless, at least Shiro's able to bring one back with the op headshot. Buster 5 and 15. And Kylar's going to get a freebie. Bested yet again. Just walking in, giving away another man advantage. And Perfecto, iced out by Goofy. Sharp shooting coming through from 9 as the CT side looks rock solid. There's money in the back pockets of the Cloud9 camp.
Yeah, I really don't want to dog on Buster too much. We have to bring it up, of course. But taking us as a stand-in, who knows how much time he even played.
No notice. They said no notice, no practice.
Yeah, no practice, no notice. Individually, he might have been on a full-on vacation. And I know there's a lot of conversation around this team. And we are all extremely excited to see the team with Axal, of course. But this is not Buster's ideal situation. So I know they're taking the results in stride as well. It'll be a part of the conversation, of course, if it's a loss, but it certainly shouldn't be the focus, I think, of this game. There's lots of... Honestly, the fact that they brought it so close already, it doesn't even feel like that'll necessarily matter. We'll see in the outcome of the match. But I think if 9 win this game, then all is right in the world, right? Like, if they win Vertigo, it's just the match they should win.
Yep. And again, the conversation around 9 is great at Vertigo, poor on Ancient. Guess what map 2 is? We had the same conversation yesterday versus ENCE. That the series is very well and truly open. Kai gets through the short smoke. There's bodies coming for him off the flash. Electronic goes through with a molly in hand. That could have been the end of him if Kai was a little further out. He's got a teammate, and Electronic won't get away with that peek a second time. Close proximity of the defense costs the man advantage in round 24. 9 on the brink of their 14th. This was a one-round game not long ago. Kai hears the rumblings of this pack of players. Molotov on Minio. Now no support for the short player. Kai doesn't need it. He goes barreling down into Shiro, and he's doing it all on his own. A triple kill on the ramp. And as they pull back a couple players off A, C9 do indeed have an opening. Hades moves in, closes down short pretty quick. Real swift, single op shot to make the difference. And Perfecto on the ramp with a chance. Frag deep, misses the mark. And he's hoping that there'll be an uncertainty looming over Cloud9 like a rain cloud, but not with this flank in position. Kylar knows B is off the table. Perfecto hoping timing is giving to him. Somebody presents a thread for him to pull on, it's one thing, but he can at least clear forklift and then double back to the site if he wants to. There's only enough time for that. He's hoping to save the AWP for Shiro because we know the money's all on the line, but again, Kylar starts to creep in behind him and executes him with ease. It's indeed 14 for 9.
Yeah, now it's a solid position. Of course, Perfecto has a little bit of money to drop to teammates. We're going to get a good buy here out of Cloud9 for what it's worth to defend against match point. But that A ramp control is what I was hoping to see from Cloud9. That A ramp control is what I was hoping to see from 9 in the beginning of the half, but now they're doing it. Pretty rock solid setups, hard to deal with. And to be honest, I don't think they need to change much. Now they've got rounds to play with. Sort of Cloud9's move to see if they can change it up. When it was good for Cloud9 was Hobbit pulling off his mid lurks, them securing the opening kill. But 9 are improving by the rounds.
You know, the return of 9 for the second half of 2023, something I'd get excited about. And I was worried we weren't going to get it in Cologne, but they powered up, eliminated Liquid, and are running with that chance. Shiro looking to creep through. B player falls back. 9 giving space on that half of the map. Not a punishment. C9 are coming numbers up ramp, and Hades, they'll be forced back by the Molotov. Smokes them out so that they can't slide into the angle. Now we start to get that activity over on B. Buster up and over. And again, playing back on green, construction, offering the site over to C9. You better be banking on a good, strong retake, or Kylar at least committing to one. Tetris player crosses. It's multiple bodies confirmed. He's got the support. Nice angle held. The duality of that upper-lower hold. 2 AKs firing off on the cross. Perfecto brings it back with a double on his own. Shiro in another 1v3 cuts the first off, tries to go over top, and Hades shuts him down. It is indeed 9-15.
He said it was never close. We were never tied up. There was not a problem here. The CT side is impeccable. First half was an interesting situation, I think, where 9 were like, ooh, what kind of day are we starting with? But now that they've got their claws in, I don't think they're coming out. This was the easiest round of the lot, and a solid hold and very few casualties. Did anyone die?
I don't think so.
Doesn't matter. Honestly, got a skeletal buy here for Cloud9. 5 Galeals in play slim pickings on utility.
We've gotten past the first smoke. Xbox smoked now. 2 players behind it. Kai's got support. They're both going to swing wide here. It's him and Hades. Shiro could just jump on this. He could pounce. If no op shot, then he could have been dead. But the flash, that makes things a little weird for Shiro, and he doesn't decide to overcommit and die. Still pressure on this A site. Hades reroutes, peeking into the short pipe, and it's electronic dead. Man advantage for 9 to try and close map 1 with. Hades is no longer afraid of you, but it's got to be cautious as the player sits to the right. Kai smoked off as well. They could definitely get that much closer. Hades holding off. His teammates doing the exact same thing from within the bomb site. Everybody's here to close map 1. Everybody for 9 looking to contribute and put another feather in the cap of their Vertigo run. But it's not over. Shiro Hobbit, it's a pinch in. Opens the door for Perfecto so they can all keep fighting. And bomb will go down. Kylar's flank just off the mark, but Perfecto is stranded in smoke unless he goes short. Kylar's got this full image clearly in his mind. And Goofy now knows all attention to the right side. As he comes out, Perfecto's right there for the taking, and the 2 CTs tethering nicely. Hobbit on the shelf, just hoping to keep map 1 alive. At a tap on the bomb, he crawls out and falls. So sure enough, they'll do this, as they should. Vertigo specialists, proving it as Electronic and Perfecto go out on their first outing. But it's an outing that leads to a map loss, and an outing that leads us to Ancient.
The Masters of Vertigo adding another notch to their belts. Cloud9 showing some good signs early on, but once 9 powered up into this one, Jason, it was unfortunately all over.
Yeah, it really was. And I mean, I think part of the thing too was like the T side for 9. This is what we saw yesterday against Ensa as well. They're just like so good at applying a little bit of pressure at the B bomb site. Their pacing is so good. Their timings are so good. They attack multiple points in the map at the same exact time. And I think Cloud9 just on defense got beat up and bruised a little bit in that first half.
I hate 9.
Okay.
I just hate them because every
Tell us
series
more.
is the same thing. they're amazing on Vertigo. Vertigo is great. Then you have to go to Ancient and see that they're terrible, and then it's basically a best of one. Like if the team's Permaban isn't a Vertigo or an Ancient, it's a best of one. Like when you play.
So you're saying we should just go to Anubis right now?
Yeah, we could just skip the first 2 rounds.
So maybe not against Cloud9 because of, I don't know, right? Like maybe they're not that good yet. But jokes aside, right? They're amazing on Vertigo. Like, and you can. It's a very cool like sort of study on what confidence and a comfort level on a map can do to a team like that. They are legitimately looking like the best team in the world on this map, and they won't make the playoffs of this tournament, right? Or any tournament for a little bit at least, right? So I think that's very interesting. Jason is spot on. The sense of timings and sort of applying pressure, then falling back, then coming back in, like always being one step ahead of their opponents. I think that's clear when you see them play on Vertigo, and yeah, another clinic from 9.
You have to say too, like, I mean, I hate to call him out too much, but like Buster just looking uncomfortable, like being plugged into Axel's roles is like really like making it even easier for a team that's already good on the map. Like they were able to bully him at the B bomb site, get stairs control frequently. They weren't comfortable, Buster and Perfecto not comfortable executing aggression on stairs. They could never deny it. So 9 had everything they wanted.
To be honest, I don't think he I don't think he misplayed situations.
Okay.
Like he just had a bad game. Like he just had an off game. Like he couldn't get the kills. You know, like he has guys coming into his crosshair. They're not really looking at him, but he doesn't get the kill quickly enough, and they can react.
And then he gets one deeked, and then he gets spammed through smoke.
He gets spammed through the smoke, and he gets one. And he's like, give my guy a break. Like let him at least get like two
He's supposed to be
kills.
On vacation. Stop doing this to him.
He's supposed to be relaxing on a beach, got a mojito in hand. Yeah. Syke, he's getting banged out on the map of Vertigo. Let's go back to the moment which I think was kind of marking the beginning of the end for Cloud9 in that first half. It's round number 12 where things got a little bit crazy.
I mean, it was comical, but not really, because it was actually a really, really important moment in the game. So you can see how early this pressure is towards the A bomb site. 1 minute 30. We could hear Cloud9 shouting, communicating. They were aware that there's this gap, right? And they're communicating. They want to go through the smoke together. And even Goofy like pulls out the nade. So this is perfect. They get 2 kills. They're going to win the round. But Minio gets 1 kill. And you can see Buster again has a sort of a 1v1 at the moment. Doesn't get a kill. Perfecto does a lot of damage. Doesn't get the kill as well. It's like a domino effect, right? But if that should have been a 2-4-0 in middle for Hobbit and Electronic, right? And then whatever happens on B, I mean, they're still in a good position to win the round. Instead, you know, it all falls apart. They have to sort of eco with the saved gun after that, and 9 win all the remaining rounds in the first half.
But also, like, what sets that up is like that pressure all the way at the top of A ramp at 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's like the confidence to be moving that fast and that aggressive because you've trained Cloud9 to be like, we don't want to be in your face because you guys are winning these fights. You guys are bullying us. You're doing such a good job. The fact that they're able to have that keeps the defense there a little bit longer. Is just perfectly executed, a sense of where you have advantages.
I said there were some decent sides from signs from Cloud9 coming onto their T side, because we did see them getting a 4-round streak that was pretty well played, and then 9 vehemently answered back with 6 of their own, and it was kind of the end of the road, right?
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 I think just kind of ran out of gas, and then you get in that weird situation. You don't have all the money and all the utility you want to go for your kind of map control. Things were being slow played and a little tentative, and Hades with the AWP is always going to be solid on this map too. So yeah, everything went in the favor of 9.
Absolutely, and as we look on to Ancient, it was a map that Cloud9 played yesterday, obviously, against Fnatic. They ended up losing, but, you know, they looked fine. It was some details here and there, and Fnatic played well, and, you know, knowing the level of 9 on this map, you would think that also coming into it mentally, they're going to do better. It's really weird, because it's exactly the reasons why they're great on Vertigo is why they're bad on Ancient. Like, they don't have the good sense of timings. Things feel forced when they're doing it. Just, you know, they're honest about it. We just don't really, like, sort of understand like what to do and when. And the problem is on this level of play, when you play some of these opponents like that, really gets exposed.
Yeah, before we do dive into that second map, let's head down to the sidelines to get a little bit of a vibe check, courtesy of Shox.
Well, yes, I'm right here in the 9 booth, and of course they won Vertigo, but did we really expect anything else? I was able to catch up with Hades. I said, okay, what are you happy with? And he said, obviously we won, so that's great. And he said, I think we had a good feeling of what they were going to do at all points, not meaning we won every round, because sometimes we dropped the ball, but that's a good sign, feeling really, really confident. And I said, but hey, you win in Vertigo, that's really nothing new. That happens all the time. But what's going to happen with Ancient? Because that's been a bit of a cursed map for you. And he said, maybe we can finally break the curse. They certainly hope so. And on the side of Cloud9, I wouldn't say they look that incredibly tilted. I mean, this is, of course, 9's best map. Plus, they know the situation they're dealing with, and they seem to have a clear head going into Ancient.
I'm going to bring up some wise words from a very wise man. Expect the unexpected, I believe Passard once said. Should we be expecting 9 to be turning over a new leaf coming onto Ancient, or is this going to 3?
I don't know. At some point, just sort of like statistically, like they have to win at some point.
Get lucky at the right moment.
Is that how statistics work?
Somehow, right? Like the chances get higher with every time. Now I'm gonna get so much hate like on social media. This is not how statistics work. You're an idiot. Yeah, I know. But I think it's just going to be very difficult because it's not one of those maps where you can necessarily like just go execute heavy and sort of try to, you have to default. And it's a T-sided map, right? So yeah. It's just a lot of things have to go your way, like both pistols, winning some clutches, getting like some control of the economy early, which then doesn't make it so much about Ancient. It makes it more about the money and like some situational counter-strike.
And I feel like if you're a team that is like so disadvantaged on Ancient and not very good at it, you actually were given a little bit of a gift in that first map. With again, if you go back to Buster's performance, just say maybe this off game is actually an off day. Maybe he's going to be just as uncomfortable on this map as he was on Vertigo. Let's attack that. Let's approach that. And then, he is the kind of the stand-in player, the guy who's coming in just being plugged in. Let's see if we can break that. Let's see if we can lean on it and gain an advantage there repeatedly, and then maybe the map opens up a little bit more.
I think also there's two ways to look at it, but I like actually what Liquid did against 9 in their veto. Like 9 picked Vertigo, and then Liquid picked the first map. They picked Ancient, and then on Vertigo they picked to start T side because they figured they're going to be one map up, and then maybe they can get some momentum on the T side early on and try to do something. Right? I feel like maybe that's something that whether they would have liked to start on the T side after Vertigo to gain some momentum. Maybe that was a way to hey, let's just keep it going, keep it moving. But also they ended up with 6 rounds straight on CT side. So then there's the other side of that coin. Right? It's just difficult. Like you need to find some way to sort of give yourself an extra edge, because if you just play it like straight up, it's going to be a tough time.
We did see Cloud9 taking on Fnatic yesterday. It did end in a loss, but that was incredibly close. It went to OT, and it was kind of Fnatic pulling out all of the stops to get that one over the line, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, Cloud9's still going to be dangerous. You still have some incredible elements, and I think if Shiro can be proactive on this map, the AWP can dictate a lot. Electronic is going to be good on this map, so it's still going to be, I mean, they still have a great chance of taking this to 3, and I think that's too like an experienced mindset coming into this. If you're Cloud9, you kind of have to say to yourself, yeah, we might lose Vertigo. This might just be a series we're going to go down 0-1 to this team, and just be prepared for the fact that
best of one.
Yeah, let's forget about Vertigo to a certain degree and just move right on.
You know I'm right.
I'm not going to argue against it at all. But yeah, you have to expect Cloud9 to bounce back on this map.
Yeah, and a chance for Cloud9 to be turning the tides on their map pick of Ancient. Otherwise, elimination will be beckoning here in Cologne.
Ugh.
We're going down on map number 2 after this short break.
Ugh.
What is that reaction?
Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Garen, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
Do your signature from memory as best you can, and then we're going to pull it up and do a little comparison from the well.
I didn't qualify.
No, well, from
Both are just writing their names, basically.
Yeah, well, because here's the thing. I remember Hobbit keeps it pretty simple with his. You keep it pretty simple with your signature, and I think that's going to give you a bit of an edge here.
Yep.
Now Apex is having to do some 3D looking. We'll go ahead and pull up your actual stickers so we can see how close you got it. This is pretty much dead on. Even the detail in the O, the little overlap, you nailed it.
Yep.
Wow. Hobbit, that's impressive. That's impressive.
The hardest one in the world to do.
Okay.
Full fraud. I mean, the P.
Okay.
It has to be up there. I mean, it's full fake.
Yeah, it's too big.
Not the best, but okay. I should retire and I'm a fraud.
You should make life easier for Saul.
Exactly.
Perfect. Easy.
Stop preventing him from winning.
I fucked up his career.
The 2 rounds that OG now have. FaZe, magnificent work here. What else could you ask for? On the jiggle, they spot him, they surge. There's even a flash available, but too little, too late. As Vitality will stomach now consecutive rounds going against them.
Very nice.
Another 40 seconds to hold on to these rifles, and Spinks, he's only got an MP9, so see if he can find himself an upgrade here. He's not littering too far forward. But this is a much more competitive start out of OG here, and maybe the stakes of having to drop down and take on that of Na'Vi in the lower bracket. And they obviously want to win here today. It is just getting drawn against Vitality. You know it's going to be an uphill battle. We were talking about that energy we saw it from FaZe after they won the CT pistol on Mirage, giving a bit of a yell. Hopefully they can find a bit more of that, and FaZe is the man bringing the frags right now, which, again, has... There you go. See, Raga finding a bit of hype here as well.
Yeah, but I mean, if anything, that draws my attention to just how quiet it has been from OG. Obviously, after that first map, your shortcomings on the first map, it can be difficult to kind of get the juices flowing once again and to feel like this is something you can keep replicating. But I mean, if FaZe walked into sight and gets 2 kills every round,
it's beautiful.
Yeah. Restoration, brewing.
And that setup, though, it's a very dicey setup to play. Like, if you were stalling with a molly, it's a bit different. A smoke, they're going to run through it if they're feeling, if they're in the smoke as you deploy, they're coming through.
Yeah, and that flash as well, just a little bit too little, too late.
They need to use these saved rifles here to try and find themselves a bit of an opening incision here, Vitality. At least apply some pressure. This time it's going to be Zawu's AWP over towards Fountain. So deep position held. The basket's molly is telling that somebody is on the other side. Zawu has been spotted here. Oh.
Zawu lets it go.
Excuse me. That's unusual.
Yeah, unusual, uncharacteristic miss.
Stages do not get bigger than this.
Welcome back to the 9 versus Cloud9 matchup taking place in the lower bracket. Now, Vertigo, of course, it's a new outing for Electronic and Perfecto, so there's a caveat next to the fact that Cloud9 are also coming in with a stand-in, right? But the reality of the situation starting to sink in. The hype for Cloud9 was that they were going to show up at Cologne and be a real threat. And due to alternative circumstances, we now have a bit of a problem. They're down a map. They're facing elimination, but it's ancient. So it feels like we can all see the journey back within this series and the journey back within this event. But if you start slow, if you trip over your own feet here and now, you are indeed eliminated from what is the very last CSGO IEM Cologne. Minho, up close on smoke. It's a rapid pace set by Cloud9 to get up through Donut. If there's one map that 9 could have been focusing improvements on in the offseason, it should be this one. Perfecto, holding on to top green. Hades, he's getting the retake rolling, and Electronics down to 10 HP. Beretta's looking for the next one, and Hobbit's just going to try to slide back, opens the door for Shiro to peek. Goofy sprinting in, chasing Hobbit, and clearing him out when needed. Goofy doubles back. Time is of the essence. He's thinking he's over on long, but of course Shiro plays this to perfection.
Is he gonna knife?
Slides out behind Goofy, shoots him in the head.
Okay.
Took that timing on the donut push to guarantee the win.
How did Electronic get another kill, man? When
I
they
don't
were
know.
swinging him in donut and he jumped up on the ledge and he had 10 HP and had to reload?
Because it's just Electronic.
God damn. So spitting image of the last veto, just different order here. With Ancient being the closing map from yesterday for them versus Fnatic, and that was a good wreck to get, to go to overtime. Of course, they still ended up losing it, which was sort of a very clutch performance out of Fnatic in overtime when they made that happen. It was 9 rounds T-side for both squads. So I think at least for, in terms of 9. The funny part about 9 is obviously how bad they are on Ancient.
Yeah.
But they actually play it so much.
Yep.
And you know what? I think at some point...
They're going to get better.
I think they're going to get better.
They've got to get better, right?
Yeah. I think it's maybe, yeah, all right, maybe they shouldn't play it too much because they do lose it a lot, but it's not like their permaban that they've just switched that they are letting through once in a while. They do get reps on this map. They always have. Even if they're like the speed bag and their opponents be like Mike Tyson.
You'd think like they would have to try to not get better by playing this as much as they have.
Yes. Man, they were refusing to learn.
And I don't see 9 as that type.
No, they're learners for sure.
Now, to piece together all of those improvements at the start of a new season versus the likes of Cloud9 when elimination looms.
That'd be good timing.
Be pretty damn perfect. You know, leverage the fact that Buster is indeed standing in with basically 0 notice and practice. And then you can say you beat Cloud9 on Ancient, but just don't mention the stand-in. Buster's going to hear the rumblings of the push. We get a dink on Buster. This is not good.
Man,
this is not good at all. This is a pistol round win for Cloud9, but a 3v5 in the follow-up.
Yeah, they're getting chewed on. Like a dog toy right now. So, low. Oh, there's just more chip damage. I mean, they're just falling apart. They're getting eroded.
What happened? Kai comes through with pressure out cave.
Polish power, that's what happened, Connor.
God damn.
Polska Gurum.
Polska Gurum, all right.
Polish cow. Zwiek. Zwiec. Zwiek.
You're on your own here, bud. I'll speak French, you speak Polish. Yeah, they look a little dumbfounded with how this one has gone, but they'll at least be able to hold on to the double AK Galil.
Yeah, they
right?
keep their guns protected.
It's not the end of the world. It's not that whole walk into a bomb site, every single person dies, all your money's gone type vibe. This is simply a hiccup.
I've seen Hades pop off on this map before.
That is true.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember when, but I remember. There was an Ancient map where he completely owned.
Good to know it can occur at least once.
Yes, it happened.
Here we have Minho just getting a little lucky, but Shiro dead regardless. Can't bring him back from the grave. Player behind box cleared out by Hades. Donut pressure transitions into Kai on lane. Nicely done. And they're not going to give him much room here to breathe. Buster dropped to 4 health. Perfecto still with the Deagle. You know, I was thinking Cloud9 getting away with weapons means they could come back in this, but this one falls flatter than the last.
They didn't have much going into it, but they did have armor investments. Just spent all their money to see what they could do. And they lost to an MP9 from 100 meters away behind a smoke inside of window.
Nine have played Ancient 25 times in the last 6 months.
They love Ancient. How much do they win?
6 wins, 19 losses.
It's a pretty hilarious.
25 maps of Ancient.
Like, well, okay, what about best win, worst loss? Who's the best Ancient team that 9 have beaten?
Kylar's the highest rated player. That I need to get off my chest at a 1.0.
At a 1.0.
That's your best.
Yeah.
They clear out the remnants of Cloud9.
Of the teams that they played against in those.
I'm getting there. I'm flopping here.
Click on Ancient.
Oh, just click on the map. Okay, we're good. Biggest loss, Astralis, 16-7.
Wait, no, go to the full thing and just you be the judge because you know better than this website.
As the Glocks roll through.
I got this one, man. That's why Hades should be the highest rated player on Ancient because He's the opper. All right, so here he comes with the buy zone, baby.
Why is there a buy zone? Why?
2. And that's where it'll all end.
Imagine you get a kill on a round where you only have blocks. You reach forward and you have to pick up a bison.
It's a trap. He just threw it away. He just keeps the clock.
It's like, who wants this damn thing?
Yeah, Shiro will find a way to get kill with it. Never mind.
Kylar tapping away with the MP9. He's going to get rushed down by Minio to close it. So 9's forced by in the second. And they get through with 4.
It's the only gun that can sabotage Glocks.
True. Yeah.
The only gun that someone won't drop a Glock for, the buy zone. Why the buy zone hate? I can't tell you. 64 bullets, attractive price point, championed by players such as Get Right in the past. Hilarious, rare, cool skin on that one. There's some upsides, not many.
Are you talking about the judgment of Anubis?
It makes people laugh.
That's fair. It's a good time, but a serious affair now to unfold. Kai gets out. Leaning back on Perfecto.
I do like that heavy commit B control. And that's the CT. Now, the CTs are without mid for a second, so they can't be totally sort of comfortable sitting in the A site. But they're coming in for the reclear. These are looking like good protocols out of 9 for the moment, while C9 just sort of scour the extremities. Coming back to B, maybe to throw some kind of fake. We've got Perfecto and a full kit of utility on this side of the map, but the bomb going to A. All right.
They're cooking.
The CTs are... Man,
pushing.
The CTs might have overdone it here. Playing late in the mid, but the bomb's an elbow. Okay, it's going to go back to A, surely.
Sitting outside.
This is a detailed strategy.
Climb up's a threat. It's looming. Kylar's not going for it yet. And even if he does, remember, liability with the MP9.
I think they had to be ready to go.
30 on the clock.
Okay.
2 more smokes still for C9 if they want to just try to cut off Hades' angles. 1 temple, 1 donut, cut through. There's that MP9 climb up, but again, the AK's just got the better advantage. And a missed shot from Hades, that opens the door. They flood into the site, and there's nothing 9 can do about stopping this bomb plant now. Minio goes towards elbow, caught out by the lurk from Perfecto, and now they've got 1 still over towards B. Nice and smooth from Cloud9 to get it back. But of course, there were chances.
I could see why 9 lose this map after watching this round. So...
unpack it.
Beginning of the round is great. They get the deep B control. It's not even responded to by Cloud9. And Cloud9 are actually playing with almost no map control whatsoever. Nothing inside of mid, no elbow defaulter, playing in A main, waiting behind a smoke, no pressure at all. And even with that, even with most of the map control, 9 don't know where to go next. They don't actually overstack the A site. They don't use the fact that they have pushed B to try to cheat a rotation. They stay inside mid near 30 seconds in the round, so they're very far away from the attack. So they just didn't really do what they had the info to do. Instead, they make that push up onto elbow as if they're retaking B.
Yeah.
That's Hades' favorite move.
Bad. You're allowed to hit yourself, just not those around you.
Yeah.
That's where we draw the line.
Yeah.
Cadian's not gone down that arc yet.
Yeah.
Smoke in front of the Molotovs.
Cadian versus Apex, though, I'd pay to watch.
Yes, sir. Hades also knows that even though they were out of position, that 1 op shot could have had a conversation. A lot of promise behind the Cloud9 roster. And they're gunning for the playoffs, but got to get through this one. Hades, well, gets churned up inside a donut. Hobbit's got the double entry. Minio so damn blind, never even regained vision. And so it's another cookie cutter round out of C9 to the A site. Everything goes to perfection. Little mid split, little long play. Take your sweet time to finish it off. It comes with a cost in Shiro dying. That'll be an AK upgrade on departure.
that's a good attack right there from Cloud9.
Yep.
It's not complicated, and it's solid looking overall. It's a map, again, they're playing in back-to-back days. So if there's one thing that they've really thought about a lot, it's Ancient. That's for sure. Vertigo being picked against them is no surprise from either Fnatic or Nine.
No. Also, just a great map where I feel like there's not this asterisk next to Perfecto and Electronic like there is on Vertigo.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, for C9's sake, Buster is the stand-in. This one definitely an equalizer. Missed shot from Hades. Could have been a casualty.
Did he do a tap on the cheek?
Just one. This one's a bit poutier. That's what happens when it's back-to-back rounds with missed chances on the AWP.
It was an easy shot. Maybe he just doesn't like the angles. Like you pointed out, it's not like he's carrying and the team's losing on this map. He's not. It's just not really. Yeah, it's just I get it now.
And yet they get stuck playing in this map.
It's a map they can't figure out. They need to hire. They need to like do. They need to contract someone. You know, like Mahone, for example.
Okay.
Fix my Ancient. You know what I mean?
All right.
I guarantee he'd fix it.
Well.
Better call Sponge. You know what I mean?
Okay, sure.
It's one of those.
Yes. Get someone on the case. We need a detective. Ooh. Immense utility damage versus Shiro. He was looking for early contact. And there's contact all right. Nade to the chest. It's a dangerous game, this wallbang.
Yeah, it used to be a one-way thing. Now it seems like shooting back is the way to go.
With full mid control, you know Electronic can pump out more shots than you. You start shooting back, all of a sudden the lane player swings. You don't know, you're in the dark if you're Kai.
It's also, you think about, you're close to the wall, your cone of fire is going to be so much wider. He's shooting very close to your head every single time.
So, doesn't stick around, doesn't push his luck, just tries it once. C9 happy to rotate it back. Delivery for Perfecto as he carries bomb forward. We got the numbers here. That frag does chip at Goofy, a warning sign as to what's to come. But there is a lot of uncertainty, I think, for Nine in this setup. They don't have any donut peak, no A main peak, no top red room.
Shiro's about to throw a lot of grenades.
But that smoke top ramp causes problems at the 30-second mark. Electronic may have an angle into the bomb site. If you smoke off long, then they can push through that ramp smoke with less issue, unless Nine do the same damn thing. And Perfecto's got a safe plant with cover out of cave. C9 aren't afraid of your utility. They got what they wanted. A chance to just move up into the B bomb site with zero resistance. No defenders inside of cave to stop them. Nobody spamming back on lane until the smoke fades and Hades decides enough's enough. Retake starts rolling with Buster locked in close. He's got support down ramp and cave. So him getting one is still just good enough. Electronic in the corner is gonna jostle them in. If you want him, you gotta go get him. And just as you think you can leave, he shoots you in the back.
It's a great call, and you know what? You pointed out the fact that Nine had the late ramp smoke, but that's all they had. They didn't have cave. And so when that was taken, it was a very, very clean entry after Electronic could freehand his smoke to block out CT control, and I think it made it a whole lot easier to run up into the site. They had the back of default clean. It just wasn't as scary to actually run in. So even though the CTs seem to be here, they all peeled back too much. And now Nine have, well, resigned to pistols. They are a round down.
Yeah. The beatings will continue.
Yeah.
And Cloud9's score will improve. Clear game plan from C9 in that last round, and they just put everything in place, going through the motions. Early mid-map control into the cave. A high level of Counter-Strike versus a team that struggles on Ancient.
What if they traded with Astralis? Like, Astralis is Ancient for 9's Vertigo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a good trade. Get Workshop.
They can take over the world together. Oh my god, knife somebody.
Fun position. Kylar kills Electronic, almost gets a second. But again, unarmored pistols, you're not hoping for much. That's a maniacal laugh.
Electronic's got the Birdwalk Empire haircut.
New team.
I'm gonna do that too. New team, new cut.
New cut, new Electronic. C9. 5-3 lead. This will be back-to-back series for 9 that leads to a third map. If history repeats and they continue to lose Ancient. But again, that's kind of the expectation set at the start of the day. It was versus Ents as well. That's the Vertigo. The Vertigo pick is just so good for 9.
That's the 9.
That's the 9.
Nero called it a tall map pool.
Yeah.
Not strong.
Okay.
But certain maps extremely good on, just like Astralis.
Oh, I like that. I like that differentiation. Of course, again, we're coming off of the player break. 9 have had a boot camp. They know that Inferno's still the permaban. Eventually, they will improve. Guns could help, right? We've seen a couple missed shot from Hades. If Hades gets an opening pick, if we get man advantage, there's still a CT side to be had here. I'm not a pessimist. But 9 are going to have to give it to us. And right now, Hades is just leaning back on a more passive donut angle, one that gets smoked off easily with the red room smoke too. So Cloud9, this affinity for mid. It's the first step of each of their rounds. Leaving bomb outside of B, they linger. When we had that late mid to B split, it was a lack of cave control that made it way easier for C9.
They're really trying to put together some complicated splits right now. I mean, the bomb over on the B side, they've got map control everywhere. Oh no, Hades is just not liking this map, honestly. I think that the angles here are not working for him. And oh, Kai had an advantage on that fight too.
Goofy has to fall back because Ramp's also under pressure. That split comes out from the Ramp players. Spams on the mark. Buster catching kills over on the other end of the map. Good for him, getting up to 6 frags.
I mean, I don't mind the idea here. Okay, 2v3, we'll see what happens. But they've got to worry about the Buster lurk coming in late with the op. I guess for a moment, the B side is vulnerable, but the CTs are not looking for this engagement. So this round, actually, they're all set up in perfect spots, right? Like, Kai should have got his kill on Electronic. He came out of the corner peak. That was free. Hades had another sitter. Like,
third
that
time.
Was free, yeah.
Third round.
So nothing bad about this round positionally. And Cloud9 try to come through with something super complicated like 40 underwater upside down chess. And yet they think now they're smart because they did that. But in reality, like, they didn't trick 9 at all. They all held really good angles. They had good positions for these fights. They just kind of fought their way out.
Most notably, the Hades miss into that Electronic Kai cave snap. He must heat up the brain with the hand warmers. Gotta, whatever it takes. Yeah, right? You got some defibrillators on the scene, dude. More pressure out mid again. More economic problems here for 9. Shoot enough bullets, you'll find your headshot. Hobbit did nothing wrong, but takes a dink down to 18. Now, we've seen mid play, but not quite red room pushes. So C9 was something a little different versus majority pistols from 9. And they've slid Goofy down the ramp. There's regularly been somebody outside of this B site, so I can understand his hesitation with the doorway. But really, again, the difference, they've traded long B for just top red room instead. The lane push coming out of Goofy could get punished, but with low HP on Hobbit because of that spam out of Minho, it works. Buster having traded places. Who comes out better off of this? Minho, he's going to find the bomb. He's been able to slip past Buster, who doesn't get the headshot right back. Minho's put himself in a great spot. He softened up the player, over towards the lane. That was Hobbit who died, and Goofy continued his flank. But that rotate out of Kai is a little delayed, and Goofy's flank just too far away, not going to be able to unless they stall. If C9 hesitate, there is still a chance that Goofy could get more impact. And this would be a perfect round to steal, but he just lost his teammate at the same time. Electronic knows exactly where he is, and he's on low HP. A headshot from Goofy, or a clutch for Electronic.
I think he knows for sure it's Donut, right?
Has to be.
Yeah, it's only back default or Donut. That jump spot did a lot. Electronic, well, got a lot of HP, but this op, one shot.
Out goes the flash.
That's all he needs.
Oh! Turns his back.
It's always perfect to time it before they tap. Right? If you can figure that out, it's even better than after.
Maniacal.
Oof.
Poor Goofy. Didn't even get a chance. Now, considering 2 rifles, cool to see 9 making something happen. Of course, boils down to the whole Buster Minio timing inside A main, and you could see Buster, I think.
Taking that timing from Electronic for a second. There was no noise made beside the scope coming out A main, and he times that peak perfectly. Now, he doesn't know the op picked up. I guess that's one thing. But still, perfect.
Kai's out cave.
Saw that, though.
There we go. Hades, first bullet hits.
Youch!
Down to 13 health, man.
Uh-oh.
4th time Hades has had somebody walk into an angle at the start of the round. 1st time he picks up the kill.
Oh, this is massive for Hobbit. Okay, let's see how he plays the lurk. I mean, they can lead in with this. He doesn't have a smoke for them for CT, but the amount of spots he's cleared out, this is a given.
He's going to go deeper off of it. Bomb's coming. Minio's looking to clear out Temple, does so before the rest of the pack can arrive. So despite Hobbit's best efforts, it's not Cloud9 with A sight under their boots. Trying to figure out where to go and when to do it. Man advantage for 9. Something that they haven't worked with all too often. No more smoke grenades for C9 either, so difficult, but Shiro serving as the jackknife finishes off Minio as Hades had just given up an angle towards A main. He misses another shot, and Shiro will not let that go unpunished. Goofy throws out a smoke, and as he runs it forward, leaving a gap on the backside, Kai's flank's been found out, forces C9 forward into Donut. They'll all go. Shiro holds the ground, doesn't take the flick. Nothing you can do about it until you peek. Oh, and he just pops his head.
One more.
On the jump up, goes for Goofy, who's pinned against the wall. And Goofy trying to escape shall not. Hobbit opening it up originally, dying to the Minio clear.
God damn.
But then Shiro comes through with the big green, and Hades doesn't put him down.
Dude, Hades is having a certified hood classic right now.
Had
in the way
another
that he'd be
chance.
dying. Yeah, this is
he got his opening.
So
Shiro wasn't even scoped. And Kai is just playing Frogger. You jump at Shiro one too many times.
You know, this almost has nothing to do with the map. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I like these angles that he's holding are perfectly fine. Like, it's not like he's being awkward on the angle. He's just missing the easiest shots ever, which is, it's almost funny. Do you know what I mean? I mean, 9 are used to losing a map in their series even when they dominate on Vertigo, right?
Yeah.
So this is just par for the course. You don't have to feel bad for them. They'll just bounce right back on Anubis.
They've been here before.
They've been here every time. So it is sort of a little hilarious that you can see why they just can't win this map. Have you ever seen anything like it?
You think the 9 players just have nightmares about Ancient?
Like, you think Hades would have in an unbelievable KD actually with he's already got 6 kills and yet we've only seen him miss.
Like 4 shots where he's scoped in holding the angle has the advantage.
4 shots, that's 4 deaths. That would be gone. He would have, I mean, he'd be
10 and 6 instead of 6 and 10.
And the momentum and the ecos out of Cloud9, massive.
Because he's been set up as the first point of contact, as Minio is this round. Nothing to lose here. They just throw the 2 rifles through A main. Hold your horses. Kai's 5-7, finds a bit more damage. Electronic gets swung on by Hades, the P250 hits. Minio's flanks found out though, got aggressive. Evacuation plan back to top middle. Kylar's scout rings out. And Perfecto looks to just join the push through Donut. Shiro holds, lets him catch up. They want to play it so they can trade. Kylar's scout finds its tag. Shiro's got the better gun, and there's no second scout shot to connect. So sure, 9, you've applied extra pressure. Hades, come through. Oh, Perfecto takes his head off.
No armor.
Cloud9, not everybody bought. Just P250s.
Okay. Right, he just picked
keeping
that
money
gun
for
up.
the op.
What's that gonna do?
Hopefully hit a shot. Yeah, hopefully. But yeah, no, this is the 9 trajectory. Argue you're the best on Vertigo in the whole entire world.
Just put all your skill points into that map.
Take a whooping on Ancient and meet you on map 3. 2-0s are overrated. Win's a win. Especially when that win extends your life here at IEM Cologne. Because goofs and gaffs, there are real ramifications to losing this match.
Yeah, that's true. It's got to be said.
And I think things will get real serious, assuming we get to that 3rd map, as things are currently going as expected. This is the picture everybody would have painted coming into the series. It's the one that 9 knew they had to face. But it's good to look your demons in the eyes every day. And a day on Ancient, well, that's 9's demon. Got man advantage for the retake, and they're trying to inch ever closer. Kylar gets swept away. Donut control now slips to the side of C9. Goofy looking for somebody else. But Electronic's just going to keep his head down, and the Temple player could be in his sights in just a second. There's just enough time for the defuse. They don't see Electronic fast enough. A main player comes out to make sure this bomb pops, and C9, it's 10 on a T side.
Yeah, sometimes when I see Cloud9 make these rounds complicated, I'm like, just do the normal strat, and honestly, 9 are probably going to overthink it a little bit, because they don't have a lot of confidence in their rotations and everything. And this round is a very simple round from Cloud9. Like, they get the A main control, Op's not starting there. You got to be calling the fact that Hades is having an off half and taking advantage of that, because one of the main counters to the full A's is having an op underneath the flashes, into A main, having the op in Temple, and yeah, he's weak on the mouse right now. So Cloud9, I think they're just thinking, well, where's he going to go? I think it's honestly a good spot to sort of run into him, even if he only goes 1 for 1.
Oh, threw it. Oh, wow. Nice, dude. Electronic. Wow. Wowza.
Yeah, that's the other upgrade about, like you're getting him as an IGL who wants to be an IGL.
Yeah.
But you're getting Electronic, one of the best riflers ever. Like,
who
still young.
This whole conversation of like, yeah, but think about if he wasn't calling. Yeah, but look at him when he does still call. Like, there wasn't a massive drop-off as he took that roll on.
Also, I'll say we're sitting above Cloud9 right now. And
yes.
Looking back on that previous round where they did a complicated walkout, rotate back towards A, Shiro was intensely calling the entire round while it was live. And I think that's something that happened before, and that's something that will continue to happen for the mid-rounds. He's got a big voice on the team.
Honestly, deserved.
Yeah, if Shiro said something, I'd listen for sure.
Electronic goes massacre mode. Snappy headshots. You can't help but laugh it off.
If you don't laugh, you will cry.
Finding comedy in tragedy. That's the human experience. And Ancient's definitely a tragedy. Unfortunately for 9. Not any one outing, but just the sheer amount of losses that have racked up against them. Surely one of their players has been dreaming about being in a major final once, and then all of a sudden the veto pops up and map 3 is Ancient. That's nightmare fuel.
In the Zoomer map pool. Oh.
Hades will open.
One. Yeah.
He gets it when we're not watching.
Oh, just a little stage fright.
Oof. Hobbit will clear his corner appropriately. Kylar, another op in play. It was a 5v4 for 9. Missed shots coming out of the other op. Hades just going to dive bomb the bomb site. Will drop Shiro at the very least, as his teammates will have to try and come through. Split up for a 2 versus 3 retake. 12 rounds on a T side for Cloud9. Might get denied. Buster holding off on the flank, and Kai's going to get the better of him. Electronic, show us what you got. We got those headshots last round in middle. He's got a nice position back sight. A main player won't be able to find him. He'll make contact with Goofy, but he misses his chance. And so a slight uptick in improvement from the side of 9. It's a tough map for them. It's one that leads to Anubis, where we see that C9 aren't flawless, but we are very much par for the course for a banger of a best of 3. C9 hoping to close swiftly on the defense.
Done. It has to be the whoa, good spray. Can Spinks close out? He's set them up. Finds his double. Can Spinks deliver the same? Saved from the spread. They don't have any
Fishtail
ideas.
plan.
It's not easy for them to hold this. Still holding. Fasha clutches up with the defuse. And that is going to leave a sour taste in Vitality's mouth. A weird way to lose out on your 11.
Yeah, if you're Spinks, you thread the needle, you feel great about this. Hey, there's a player sneaking past me. It's all good. We've got the info. We're going to pinch down on this A site. It's going to be great. I have the rotations covered off. Don't worry about it. Hold up. No one's coming. No one heaven. No one through mid. Everybody coming through A main. And it was Magis, the man tasked with that, right? I think they dropped the bomb across. Zywi went for the plant. Magis covered behind with Bogdan's Law with the AWP. And then just sitting the defuse. You could see Spinks, he still didn't know that both players were in the site. He had no idea. Made to look foolish there. And OG, again, we continue these forced by wars.
Woof.
But everybody dying, that's got to feel miserable. And look what it's reflected in the bike. 3 MP9s to FAMAS.
Who won the last round, right? Like, whoa.
They're in trouble here, OG. They've got to hold on tight.
They're in the right place to receive, though. Vitality, they're going for something quite direct.
Yeah, this could be good for OG.
Temple
this would be the type of round you'd love to win.
From Magisk, flashes over, and Flamesy running in. MP9 activates next to 1. Could be seen Regali find the multi-kill. He does contribute heavily. It's a double from him before the reload strikes Fasha, though. Close quarters.
Beautiful.
And finishes the job with style. Oh yeah, I knew it triggered him. I knew that Mirage shouting match was going to be coming back to haunt him as Fasha tries to make that third map happen. You can see that with 11 under the belt and the way in which they've been losing these rounds, Vitality, they are getting rumbled.
Yeah, and I'm really enjoying this now. I think the fact that OG have just been so gritty with these type of rounds, have been able to respond. And this was the best because Vitality were like, okay, no more silly business. Let's try and get this done with a full set piece. And then it just gets stalled out like that. The trading just not there. Surely, there's nothing else to be said here. Consecutive rounds finally for one of these two teams. As there's still the possibility for some damage here. This hero, AK at the top of the post is Fiku, ready for it as well. That boost, everybody's ready for it, but not ready for that. Flames through, and with 2, this kid in the AK.
The weight of Ancient sits on Nine's shoulders time and time again, and today is no different. They had their chances at opening picks, but a couple missed op shots opened the door for Cloud9 to dominate that T side.
This map is the opposite of Poland, if you think about it.
Because it's in a jungle?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty much all I got. Aztec
right, sure.
Temple, I mean...
Yeah, I can see the contrast.
So I understand why Nine hate it so much.
Yeah, it's not been fun for them. But hey, at least they finished the half with that 4th little round. A little retake. Electronics gonna win a fight out on lane, and we will have a push out main. Hobbit just popping heads, though, making this one hurt. God damn. No entry. Your ticket is void.
Molly doesn't do anything.
The amusement park is closed. Go home. No, really, just walk away, boys. If you step into this bomb site, you're dead men. All these CTs coming chasing at you. Kai hoping that one hits the head, but it's tough. Bomb drop, 12th round added to the tally for Cloud9. Round by round, 9 will try to fight back.
We'll entertain the concept.
Of course.
This is what happens when you put your face close to the monitor.
This is what Yakinder sees every day.
I didn't see an airport.
Oh, my God. Molotov behind the pack. So MP9 here for Perfecto. Easy 3-piece and another SMG, shredding flesh from bone and shredding the hopes of 9 in terms of making this comeback. It's going to be a big hill to try and battle up. Cloud9 hoping to steamroll map 2. Get a little revenge for Vertigo.
And then revenge for themselves on Anubis. You know, like they do better than yesterday, sort of, because they got beat up a bit on Anubis versus Fnatic. That wasn't one of the closer maps. So some room to improve. It'll be interesting to watch. Buster also looking for a better day.
And 9 themselves play a bunch of Anubis. So we're gonna be in for a treat, I think. Especially considering, again, lose and go home. Shiro dodges the flash. Welcomes Kai into his temple. And sacrifices him to the gods. If Cloud9 could make a human sacrifice right now, it would be Buster for Exile. Hoping he arrives in time. Mino and Hades sliding up. Separated though, so that's a bit of a problem, especially the 7 health on Mino. He'll go deep and try to get another. Maybe the bomb carrier can get off to some shenanigans, but I don't expect Hobbit to move a muscle.
I think it's also just Mino doesn't realize he's been heard, so Hades can't grab his, so
man,
well, there it is.
Done. More money made by MP9s. Cloud9 having fun, laughing their way to an easy win on map 2. 10 rounds the lead. Glock's back out for 9. Again, this has just been their biggest struggle. Ancient, despite how many times they play it. And if we say improvements will come, I believe that. But it doesn't look like today's the day.
Yeah. Especially not with that first half and the way they lost the rounds.
Yeah.
Probably got to wait for another chance.
But if they know one thing, it's those chances just keep on coming.
They keep on. Everyone loves playing Ancient versus them. They never ban it, so
they will keep playing Ancient for better or for worse. Tech9's trying to give chase to the double donut setup. Honestly, A main looking prime for the taking. Kai's got a little wrap back around donut, but it gets denied. Holding off the donut entrance. It is solid stuff from the FAMAS. Kylar, come on now. Ah, missed chance. Spam damage finds him. He's dropped to a quarter. C9 are going to be sitting on 11 map points. Because it's one thing to play 9 on Ancient and beat them, but this is just also incredibly convincing. Like, this is Cloud9 showing us again what the individuals can do.
And what would the scoreline have been with Buster?
Because they look sharp on Vertigo, but
with
Exile, you could tell 9 were just the better team.
Yeah, and that was definitely a situation where Buster was super uncomfortable. But much better now. I think it was 2 of 3 maps where he struggled yesterday.
Go take a look.
And I'll take a look if Anubis was one of them. Yeah, it was.
Okay. So there will be a question mark in that regard. Nine just shooting for a little respect. They say nothing is quite like officials. And here you've got one.
Setup is crazy.
2 players front donut, smoke to block them. They say, screw that fight, let's take it around in the red room.
That's like a...
Let's get fancy.
Yeah.
Electronic rotating into them. He will get here in time, dropping a second player.
Goddamn.
Off of this pack that attempted to push through. Electronic having a great map, 20 and 14. Dispatching of 9 like it's nothing. Perfecto, quarter HP, drops the bomb carrier. Kai's got a double kill, a 2v2 left to work with. There may be some left in the tank for 9 after all. CT spawn, held on to. It'll have to be a Hobbit retake.
You know he's coming for it.
But I feel like you can feel 9 kind of taking the gloves off. Lose a player, follow through. It's a bit frantic, but within that, they find an opening. Trade frag efficiently into the A split and Hobbit. Come on, man, don't take it away from them. He's concerned about the tempo wraparound.
Imagine.
It's gonna be a spam through smoke. Please don't end like this.
Don't let him do that.
Oh, no!
Oh,
that's exactly how it ends, because the struggles continue. 9 on Ancient. Not their favorite place to be. Especially not when it ends like that. But this series always seemed to be leading to that third map, and Anubis is where both these teams' lives in Cologne are on the line. 2 slots in the guillotine, only 1 lever. We'll see you there to decide who goes home and who keeps on fighting in Cologne.
Starts running right now. He might find him. Flame's going to find him. Flame's going to find him. And that one sucks for Agali. We're all tied up.
Flames, he's a gamer, isn't he? He is a gamer. Hyper aware, clears it out, plays it well. And yeah, I mean, you've highlighted it already, but just to reiterate, 22 kills for Flamesy. He's been...
Sphinx is having a great map too, apparently.
Yeah, new addition.
for him.
Thriving. Whole lot more competitive than Mirage, though.
Oh,
That's
definitely
to be Captain Obvious, I know.
I think OG have got doubled the rounds.
Yeah, and there's still a lot more to be played. Here we go, round 25 underway.
This home stretch for OG, if they don't win this round, it's going to look very grim. Next round, 2,400 loss bonus. If they lose a side again, probably some more saves. So just foreshadowing the decisions that the CTs are going to have to make as they're down this home stretch here looking for the magic number of 16. But best place they can start is by peeling this one back and with as many players staying alive as possible. But again, Vitality just never in any rush. Allowing their players to play, as it were. Right, the default spread, let them make the decision, let them look for the fights that they're comfortable with. And Apex gets to call the round based off of how these openings unfold. Now, heavy towards the A main presence on Taquito here at Magisk and Apex. Sphinx is quite forward towards B as well, so if they try and push, should be ready for this. And Zywoo to set them up on this A search.
Stages do not get bigger than this.
Well, no expecting the unexpected here, as this one plays out exactly as we anticipated. 9, once again struggling on Ancient, and Jason, the way this map ends kind of just epitomizes the whole showing, right?
Yeah, it really, really did. That was a relatively flat and underwhelming way to end the map. Not able to find the spam inside the smoke, and I mean, disappointment start to finish for 9.
But we kind of expected to be disappointed, right? So should we just move this to the back of our brain?
We tried to do that before the map even began.
Yeah, really. They didn't let us, did
you
they?
know that meme with the dog, like the Shiba, where, you know, first one, it's like, it's 9 on Vertigo, and they're like cracked. You know, it's like this, the dog is like Assad, and then the other one is like sad puppy, like that's 9 on Ancient. Like that's literally it, like they are the meme. And it's like they have 4 rounds, and the one of the 4 was like the force by win, and then the 2 anti-eco conversions, that's 3. And then the last one is like the last round of the first half, where sort of Cloud9, you know, was goofing around a little bit, and Electronic couldn't clutch a 1v2, and that's it. Like, that's all you got.
Should we maybe make the glass half full in this situation? Look at the goods for Cloud9. What did we learn from Cloud9 on Ancient?
Well, I mean, they looked nice and polished. They looked a lot more comfortable. I think Buster had a much better time, a much easier time of things. I think Electronic was a lot more convincing in some of his moves to help open things up. So they had a little bit more production. I'm just watching you as the TV. A lot more production at the start of the rounds.
I thought he was going to draw something on your head.
No, I was waiting for it. A lot more production early in the rounds that made things a lot easier. But I mean, look, it's hard to like talk about the glass being half full without also talking about the glass being half empty, because there was no ability to respond from 9. Like they just didn't have it in their wheelhouse to handle anything that Cloud9 was doing.
Yes.
You concur with that?
We've all gotten distracted
Stamp,
with
signed, seal delivered. Maybe we should look at Hades getting a bit angry at himself.
Yeah.
He was missing some shots that were key. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough part about this game for 9 is like they had some good ideas at different points, but they couldn't like hit the shots or execute. I mean, this one wasn't really fair. He missed an easier one. Before that, this one also was painful, right? And after that, you know that you're like in the right position, but you just can't hit the shots, and
this
really
one
frustrating.
That one's got to be the really and like what sucks about that too is like those are the kills you need to have. And like Launders was talking about, I was like maybe not comfortable with the angles, which is very possible, though that shouldn't really be the case considering, as they mentioned in the cast, they've played this map 25 times. You should know the angles. It's more just uncomfortable with the timings, more uncomfortable with what your teammates are doing to know like what angle is going to be covered and like what opening is going to be uncovered for you to watch. But I mean, missed shots like that are just brutal for your Opper, because your Opper has to hit those standing still angle holding shots.
I think that's what's so surprising about, the dire straits 9 find themselves in on this map, because they have played it so many damn times. And I think it goes to show, our frustrations as to why they can't actually show a good face on this map.
I think in this particular case, right, we picked out a couple of rounds, and I think it comes down to the execution, actually. Like, the idea is fine. And, like, they are, when you look at, the radar at this point in the round, like, oh, they're actually in a good spot. But then when the reaction comes and like if you hit that, like that's where the difference is. Like if Hades just hits that one shot and stays alive, it's a 5v4, but instead he dies, then the second piece of the puzzle guy decides to try to go for the flank to see if he can salvage the round, but there's a lurker waiting for him, and that's it. That's the round over. Like from a potential 5v4 and keep playing, it's a 3v5, we lost the side, rounds over. Same thing with mid. Like they could understand, okay, we don't want to fight for mid early, but we're going to come around and try to re-aggress, and that's fine. Like what they're doing is fine, but it just doesn't work out. Like here's the basically first real gun round. You can see, pay attention to the radar. Like there's B aggression. They're clearing B. Awesome. We get map control. We're not fighting for mid. We're leaving it. We don't even think they have it because they didn't use too much utility. Look now, they've left A. They're re-aggressing towards mid with 3 guys, right? Again, fact-finding mission. Awesome. We have information, like they're the ones being proactive, dictating what's going on in the round. And look, Hades even smoked main to do this. Now he's back, he's holding, they have full mid, they're trying to clear B. Unfortunately, they lose the fight here. That's one death, and here he misses the shot. If he hits it and stays alive, like maybe they have a chance. You will see now the guy from mid, he's trying to flank, he's gonna die to Perfecto here. Round over, right? Okay, they still have great money, they want that eco. What do we do here? They start a little bit more towards mid. You can see that Cloud9 is using more utility, but it isn't a take. So they're, okay, fine, let's see if we're going to stay there or not. Cloud9 goes for a delayed mid take, which is a good call, but sort of 9 is set up for this. Like they have 2 guys donut, basically 3A with Minio in the side. He's gonna flash, but it just doesn't catch Hobbit. You can see the second guy is full blind, but Hobbit sees everything, gets the kill, and again Hades misses another shot. But even if he hit the shot, he would have been traded immediately. Now it's a 5v3. They know one more guy is there because he flashed. They kill him. Round over, right? So if you look at that, this is not bad ancient play. This is like a little bit unlucky, but more so just not hitting some shots which then cause things to cascade and fall apart.
Gentlemen, let's move on to discuss Anubis. This is where we anticipated this series would go. We were right. We saw Cloud9 playing Fnatic just yesterday on this map, and it was a case of having a bit of a slow start on that T side, which gave Fnatic that momentum heading into the second half.
Yeah, and I mean for Cloud9, I think Ancient is this should be a map I feel like in theory they should be really good at, considering Navi enjoyed playing it when Electronic was there. They had some good games on it there as well. I mean, they should be able to build into this one. And against a team like 9 with elimination on the line, even without Exile, you should be very, very comfortable heading into this as the deciding map.
Yeah, they got off to a bad start yesterday. They even lost a 5v2 at one of the important moments in the game. So I think they'll be better off today. And also for Buster, right, it was like the first time playing Anubis. Already, like, that's a big deal. If you're a stand-in and you just come back to the same map, right, like, it's going to be easier to play it. You're more used to what they want to do. And just on an unrelated note, I don't know if I've noticed how intense Electronic is with comms, but I love it. He's like, he's bringing a lot of energy, and he's showing a couple of times on the T side when he died, he was still calling for the team and telling them what to do and like reading the game really well. So yeah, I'm very positively surprised and happy with how like things are looking in this new.
Did you hear his like cheeky little cackle as well, like turning around?
Yeah, when he got the triple kill with the SMG.
So cheeky. I love this face from Electronic. I'm going to ask you who you think this is going to be siding with then. Obviously, dire straits for 9 on Ancient. Is the comeback going to happen on Anubis?
I'm taking Cloud9 on Anubis. I think they're going to handle business. I think they have the firepower to do it. Shiro, I expect to be able to pop off as well, and I don't have a whole lot of faith in 9, especially after a loss like that.
I don't know. It's close, but from everything, you know, I'm going to go with Dexter from Fnatic. He said that Cloud9 is wrecking everyone on Anubis in practice. So yeah, it's going to happen in unofficial now, Freya.
Well, we do end on the 3rd map, and it does come down to the Temple of Anubis. Unfortunately, one of these 2 teams are going to be departing Cologne after this map concludes. Let's find out how it goes down.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Scarrow, are you going to be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
Good for it, so now the bomb can go down. That's when it arrives, of course. ZywOo just about getting it done now. Keto, the unknown entity.
A 1-on-2 for the game here.
Sure, yeah, otherwise the lower bracket is calling OG's name. Spings, ZywOo, holding for Keto's walk up on the jiggle. He's not ready for it. Vitality. A good first look, a good first taste in Cologne as they keep their head above water in the upper bracket.
Yeah, see this business as usual here for Vitality. Another day at the office. Map number 1, blew OG out of the server. Map number 2, made to work for it, but showing the class is showing why they aren't one of the best teams in the world. The pressure on, they take the time as they take their time, they get it done. Not too much of a hard graph today, but the way they want to start the tournament here in the group stage. A victory in Group B sets them up for an upper semi-final match against Mongolz. And, well, for OG, they drop on down. They will be facing Na'Vi in that lower bracket. So good victory here today. Good to see Flamesy getting it done. A big performance from him on map number 2 against his old home of OG. But this is what everybody expected.
Sure, expected, but enjoyable all the same. A look at Vitality with Flames. And yeah, that second map, fantastic. OG, you can see Fiku and Flames, they've definitely got the banter. Old teammates making eye contact.
And big smiles on their faces
smiles,
too.
yeah, exactly. You know, it's
no
nothing
hard
but love.
feelings.
No hard feelings. No one's eliminated at this stage in the game. But that is good game. Vitality keeping it good. And Mouse Sports should be an interesting, I would say a more visceral test for Vitality.
Mouse have hit the ground running. I think for the 16-year-old Mr. Yimhat, I'm going to have to practice his name a couple times more before we cast one of their games. But to see him alongside the likes of Frozen, like Shui, that combination between the two of them, they seem like they're the heart, the fire of the team. Torji playing some good Counter-Strike, and I've always been a bit of an Exertion fan. I think he's got a level head on his shoulders right there. So Mouse looking quite dangerous here, and it is going to be more of a test for Vitality within that upper bracket. I'm sure they were watching this game, seeing just how quick map number 1 went. But Bax is on the sideline, ready to bring you the interview.
That's right, I am. And a very happy Apex after that. But a close affair on Anubis. You were being tested quite a lot. What was going wrong, man?
Well, I think that was a pretty messy one. Overall, I think they kind of didn't play the map that much. That's what we've seen. And when we played this game, it was pretty tough to counter like what they did, because they were like a bit lost, I would say, on this map. So we were like trying to find solutions, not being too aggressive, not giving easy frags, but also playing our game. So that was pretty messy, but the most important is the win.
A lot of learning on the fly. You were also having some nice banter back and forth. I think I remember on Mirage it was all 5B. You're easy to read. Was it that easy on Mirage?
I think yeah, Mirage, we had a really decent play. Overall, we played really well. And yeah, the last one, we were almost 4B when they did the B-pop. So that's why I screamed to Nexa about that. But yeah, I mean, when you have the momentum, it's way easier to get the reads. That's how it goes in CS.
So we can expect some more crazy moments as these games go on here across Cologne for you, right? You're going to enjoy this glass.
Yes, of course. Next one will be against Mouse tomorrow. So obviously I will enjoy that. It's really fun. But I try to focus as well. I mean, it's never easy to do both. But yeah, I think it's a good way to bend each other.
I look forward to seeing some more of it. Mike, over to you.
Well, we know Apex is always going to be delivering.
What is your calling?
Well, when it comes to 9, all roads lead to map 3. Very good in their own. Unfortunately, more ancient losses, but what that means is we get to go down to Anubis. And, well, here in Anubis, we will figure out who continues to keep the dream alive. CSGO on a stage in front of a packed-out Lanxess arena. That's a possibility. Of course, lower bracket for both these teams. It's a long run. And obviously Cloud9 hoping to do so with Buster as a stand-in in order to get Axile here in order to turn heads in their first outing as a new team. But 9 have slowly been improving from play-in to group stage, dispatching, of course, of Liquid, pushing ENCE to the limit, and now getting a chance on Anubis versus Cloud9, where they are not perfect. Let's leave it on this server. And Hades, no more misses. Instant headshot onto Hobbit. Bomb taken down. And Perfecto looking to reclaim with something, but this looks like the CTs have swept it all away. Electronic gets iced out.
Okay.
And 9 know they can win this map.
Bring the energy back. I mean, at least they can enter maybe a state of mind where they can forget Ancient really matters.
They've been dealing with that problem for as long as they have.
And you know what? Maybe repressing it is actually the key. Right? Repress it, forget about it, fail, ignore, move on, dominate, succeed.
There we go. It's a recipe for success.
Because if you don't remember your pain, did it really happen?
Just pack away the trauma of Ancient. You can open that box when you're 50.
You do an interview. What do you mean we played Ancient? No, that was a 2-0.
9 games boiling down to best of ones, essentially.
It's scary, though, to when they go up against Cloud9, because, like, okay, they get at least to watch their last Anubis attempt.
Sure.
Study the hell out of that.
Yep.
But also keep in mind that they have to be flexible, because Cloud9 are going to change a lot. They lost the map. They didn't play the full halves. And Electronic was pretty much the only player who played well that map. That's probably not going to happen again. I got to stay sharp. The biggest fear is losing to the individual level of Cloud9, because in the early stages, that's what's going to get them through, you know? Like when we talk about them with Axel, it's a potential for 3 top 5 players, right? In one team.
Hear the drop out of the bridge, so easy mow down for the MP9. Bunch of money for Kai. 9 looking to start this defense off strong. When we talk about individuals of C9 without Axile, unfortunately we have to put Buster under a microscope that he had the spine to step into. Called upon as a last-second stand-in. Gonna offer what he can, but unfortunately, especially on Anubis versus Fnatic, it was a shortcoming from Buster that left more to be desired. And 9, love it. Pistol, second round, nice and easy. Bunch of extra money made by Kai as well.
Yeah, on this T side, they'll lose something in the way of the Axel entries, but it's not like they can't do that, right? Like they still have Hobbit and Electronics, so
yes,
just more pressure on their shoulders to make things happen. But for 9, just keep the ship steady. They are good at the map. They play it.
And a very talkative, almost leadership style vibe coming out of Shiro throughout map 2 as Cloud9 got the war machine up and running.
I like an in-between timing nade here. That's doesn't go quite far enough, but that's nice. That's something you notice that 9 do on overpass. Like they throw their nades, their heroic nades spread out, different timings. It's not just as soon as they get the spawn. Just keep you on your toes. Okay, walking out with 2 here into the mid setup.
Lots of bodies here for C9. They don't get the trades that they hope for as Shiro has to stave off the flashbang, keeping him back. Smoke grenade goes real deep. He can fight in front of that.
That's great for 9, though. I mean, they come through with 2, forks of pressure here, and this is where Hobbit's going to have some pressure on him.
Yeah, you just
make a lurk happen.
You peeked into the majority of C9 and got off well enough. You've got Kai leaning back down long. B-site looking nice and clear with the temple smoke on the doorway. Buster's just a bit nervous about getting rushed down, but he's got teammates to offer coverage. A retake demanded of 9. Guns open a door for C9's T side.
There's no flank coming in from the backside. No one from mid either.
They'll be worried about it, but they don't actually have to be. Little do they know, Shiro, beautiful headshot onto Kai. That'll knock him down a peg. Buster peeks off at the bomb site, starts to reopen the possibility of the retake. Hobbit on long, still concerned with flank. They didn't see anybody lane, so you'd think there's gotta be one, but those bodies start to push up, and Hobbit's Galil chews through 2. Kylar clears corner, turns back, and Shiro's coming out of dark. It's time that decides victory here. Someone's gonna die on the exit. And Shiro, the bomb may very well take him. He falls, but C9 take an early round win.
Hey, that's pretty good for Kyler, though. Stays alive, keeps that 1 gun, 5 dead for Cloud9. So it's a round given up. But I guess the fact that it's 3v5 is sort of, a bit of mud on their face. That's a nice round for Cloud9 to be able to figure out. I mean, very clean, but the fact that there's 5 up and there's no one in con control, no one to stop the B attack at all, like playing full retake in that spot. That's how problems can happen. And that save gun means they've got a much better buy than they would have without it, so down to $0 here are 9. Same thing for Cloud9. This one's for 2. Hades with $150, richest man in the round.
Kylar, rich in kills, solo A-hold for now. Minho preoccupied with middle. The fact that Cloud9 had 3 men walking through mid doors and it got spotted from both sides of the CT mid setup.
They're pasting the same strat.
Yep. And this time they don't actually have a player in A connector because they're going for long A control instead. That plays into Buster's hands. It's him versus Kylar, and Kylar's been sharp. Scout damage out from Hades twice. And Minho just leaning back onto long with his teammates. It's not as aggressive of a peek into mid, but it still works out better for 9. Bomb dropped, and pressure shown from dark. Hobbit's able to reopen the possibility of a play here just because he pulls back from dark. That creates the question as to whether they're still down in water. And 9 want to go pick into mid, but by doing so, it opens the door for the long play.
Yeah, there is a timing, but Hobbit, they're sitting the safe.
They're not doing it.
Not feeling good about this. That makes perfect sense. Of course, 9 do have to be aware of like creating timings like that because that's how they lost the last round, but Cloud9 will take them seriously.
2 rounds in a row where 9 interrupt a mid-round moment. First, it's mid-pressure, the split from both sides, and this time, a little long A peek. Buster had the angle, but Kylar right here catches the headshot.
It looked like Buster was spotting perfectly, but if he held a little bit deeper, he would have caught someone looking at the basket, and could have been a free kill.
Just slightly off. But millimeters make a world of difference.
Okay, so I said it was worth 2. It could be. There's 2 8Ks here for Cloud9.
Could end up being worth 3.
Yeah.
Not wanting to let this T-side slide early. Proactive CT side so far from 9.
Yeah, look at the migration already. Cloud9 don't even know how fast they need to move yet, but because they have low utility, they might.
They already just feel livelier here on Anubis. Pep in their step, variety in their setups, consistency in Kylar. But his teammate took a dink. He's still holding on to the plat, and he's gone on. Oh! Electronic. It's a dink into the opening. He gets the assist thanks to Perfecto. Now Hades just working with the scout. Oh, they puncture through. Electronic takes it into his own hands and pounces to perfection.
I mean, the flash timing is perfect, so we have to say that. But it's one guy with a smoke out. I think it should have been Minio re-smoking as a rotator. I was looking at him coming over as a loose guy. He had a smoke in hand, but instead, it's his teammate who's anchoring the site smoking when he could have had gun out. And, you know, these days, you got to smoke before your smoke is done. You know what I mean? You can't just
let it fade.
Let it fade, smoke again, because that's all Cloud9 could ask for right there. They didn't have enough to work a full default into a long round. So one small gap again, and 9 fall. Cloud9 surviving really changes the makeup of this half. That could have been a round where Cloud9 absolutely have no money left over. Maybe 2 more rounds off of that first win. And instead with 2 AKs, they come back and win.
That's the electronic factor.
Yeah.
His in-game leadership, still a question. But his firepower, undeniable.
You know, it's not, his in-game leadership is not a question for me.
No?
Is it a question for you? Because I hear people talking about this, but I don't know why it would be for like for Navi while he was on the team since he started calling.
Yeah, it's not that big a question for me either.
Yeah.
I think this is the right formula. I'm glad that he put his foot down and said, I want to keep this role.
Mm-hmm.
Is his ceiling possibly brought down by the in-game leadership? I mean, maybe that's a conversation, but I feel like more often than not, it isn't.
Mm-hmm.
So put him at the helm. He's motivated to do it. And he's willing to, happily, take on the challenge. That, to me, is the most important. Working with Groove instead of Blade. Shaped by the brains of the CIS region. Hobbit gets a challenge. Molly on his feet, still able to peek wide and find a little safe net in the corner. Hangs on. Buster catches an entry over on the A site. Minio almost able to put up what would have been a rock-solid defense. Would have kept A in their hands and would have kept the bomb at bay, sure enough. But Perfecto has a chance to just sprint over. That was Cloud9, I think, for the first time. Clearly not working for a split, but just working both separate sections of a map.
Yeah, and there's a pretty massive incentive for 9 to not even go for this. Like, they are out of a chance to win the next round if they don't keep these guns. So 2-on-3 retake can be tempting, and they're starting to walk in, but I think Cloud9 will benefit greatly if they give these kills up. It's a pretty big risk. But you know what? I encourage retakes. Let's go.
Down for it. We've got 2 up in the storage room. One's creeping further away to spawn. Oh, electronic. Instant headshot when he comes out from there. Kai was thinking, maybe? Like a antelope approaching a watering hole before the lion shows up.
He's just got the best timing, right?
Had an instant headshot to boot.
As soon as you let your guard down. So Cloud9 shoots 3. At least Hades keeps his gun. We'll see if he drops a rifle, but otherwise they might just want to keep their money even.
Good trade from Shiro.
Very pointed attack here.
It's going to have to be Hades, if anything is to go the way of the CTs this round. Solo AK. Minio forced back from middle. Contributions of Electronic, Shiro, and Hobbit in the fragging department already felt. And again, just trying to create enough runway for Axile to show up. Axile's such a star, he only shows up for playoffs. The rest of the team's just got to make sure that they get Cloud9 there to begin with. And with these easy kills coming through, Anubis rounds getting racked up. Hades will at the very least drop one, but he too toppled. There is 0 chance. Oh, who? How? Explain yourself. What was that?
I don't know. Pretending that wasn't cool. Okay, Perfecto.
His accuracy shouldn't have reset by then.
Yeah, I think he was still officially in the air.
Maybe he had his tiptoes.
Even if he just landed, that landing and accuracy box, I can see it in my mind's eye. It was huge.
Not supposed to work like that. Sometimes the game works against you. I feel like, you know, if you're 9, you take a shot like that, in a round like that, when there's one guy left, you let it happen. That's a 5v4 entry or a 1v1.
Oh my god.
Minio floating behind the smoke. Didn't ask for that fight, but a little corner held on to here by Kylar. That molly doesn't find him. Interesting. This is, of course, poor Minio, who never saw it coming. Hit by a truck as Electronic spams through the smoke.
Hobbit
Kai slipped out.
Hobbit knows.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, he's called Shiro over to help him. They'll come clear this together. Trying to put the trade in place, but Hobbit just so sharp.
Man.
With the information that he was stuck in that corner, it seems far too easy for Hobbit. And now Perfecto can lean back. Do 9 take the chance and press out long? Kylar's been offering stellar kills. And Perfecto perched up above on Ruggs. Kylar coming out to clear it. He hits the headshot, and that Opper's still here. Can they move elsewhere in time? Because there's already a midlert coming through from Electronic. The bomb's cut off, but at least it has an assistance in Hobbit. And Hades is on this angle. We saw a missed shot on Ancient. Can't afford it here. Shadow advantage keeps him on high alert.
And Electronic.
He's found his timing and his kill. Puts Hades in a tough spot, but a second shot out of the Opper. And Shiro will take that as a chance to divert. Yes, yes he can. Surely 5 seconds to spare, but Goofy could just keep up the pressure, and if he can hold off the cross, then all good. Oh, he missed it. Shiro knows he's under pressure. Goofy guns him down, at least dying before time expires, but it is indeed Hades on A. To say's enough.
Yes, yes. Don't, yeah, you forget about it. Hades on Ancient. It's just, that's one of the great mysteries. It's the Bermuda Triangle of CSGO. Like, no one really knows where those kills go on Ancient with Hades. But he's fine on Anubis. This is very solid work from him. And it was a good-looking round up until the point that the re-aggression on A came through, of course. I was going to say Cloud9 really stabilized off this round. Look at this push coming through into middle. The trades could still be good. The CTs will get away. One will.
But
2. Yes.
The others got the smoke.
So that's 2v3 on the trades.
Nice nade as well. Says, you want to chase this? It comes with a cost, but Kylar caught. Oh, Shiro.
Sorry, I was going to say 1v2 on the trades. Now 2.
Oh, this will be gut-wrenching. Going aggressively out towards running a risk like that and thinking you got away with it, only to fall victim to Shiro slicing through the side of the smoke, and now you've got nobody inside the B site. Everybody here for C9. If that bomb goes down, you know 9 could just have to swallow their pride and save.
And another chance again for Cloud9 to stabilize. Let's see though, you know? We saw 9 try a 2v3 retake on A side a couple rounds ago.
If you want to win, you got to fight. And there's fight left in this one, no doubt. But we see Hades still deep down through water. Buster versus Minio. Huge health advantage here for Buster. Snaps the shot up. One bullet makes the difference, and that's Goofy to leave. So with nothing going the way of 9 on long, it's C9 with an early T-side lead.
Yeah, they have to be careful not to create an avalanche, you know, if they give up kills on retakes just for those attempts. I hate to tell people to save, you know, but versus Cloud9, who are pinching every penny. Sort of got to do the same thing. This is a crazy, great play from Shiro. Who said he can't be aggressive?
Kylar doesn't looking to stick around, but yeah. Minio trying not to accept reality. Map 3, elimination on the line.
Yeah, after yesterday's game versus ENCE and losing 9 rounds straight to ENCE, he's telling himself it should have been ENCE versus Cloud9.
Got to get ahead of this.
That's what it is at Cologne. Be a lot of tough matches that you aren't supposed to win, that you need to overcome if you want to get into the Lanxess.
Kylar has been doing good on A, but limited by the MP9. We'll see what comes his direction. He's got Minio on the FAMAS to support it. Buster mollies first, separates the two CTs. MP9 does indeed fall. And then Perfecto holds off. Good peek out of Kai. He was playing counter flash in the corner, but he saw a chance to strike, a chance to answer. But as they push outwards, they run a risk. And Shiro's going to punish it. Kai's been already found out. You've got 40 health. You're done. And Cloud9 going back down through the aqueducts.
And they're keeping some of their former Cloud9 personality, you know? Like, look how late that mid attack is from the default, as if the round just started.
Hades is between them.
Into 50 seconds, Hades.
Oh, leg
to the
shots.
legs, and oh, his teammate dies too.
Electronic comes through on the bomb site. Everybody gets swept away, and just when 9 thought they had bought enough, just when 9 thought that they could reclaim with the water push, C9 right there ready to answer.
Cloud9 are looking very clutch all of a sudden.
They could have taken that kill and walked away, but they really wanted to press their luck and push out, thinking this position would end up helping them, and maybe it could have saved Kai, but once he lost the support, once that second player's out from Dark, he's a sitting duck and he knows it.
That is true. It's frustrating to think about that. If you don't double down on your setups, well, maybe you lose because you didn't commit enough, but if you lose that first kill, everything can go wrong.
Buster holding off versus the push. This one, nothing for 9 to work with. USP collects 1 kill. It's swift and easy. Round 11 done in an instant.
They touched 6 rounds yesterday versus Fnatic. That is Cloud9. And now look to, like, who knows how far they can get here on this T side. Looking for a first series win with 4/5 of their new lineup. And Buster looking much more comfortable than he did on map 1, much more comfortable than he did yesterday.
Infinitely. Shiro looks. Hoping to take a deeper angle. No smoke in front of him. Goofy, better play with caution. Shiro, damn. Steps into the Molotov, loses half his health.
That was a big molly.
And then the smoke goes down. So stalled outside of the B site for now. It's a lot of utility, though, used by the defense. They'll hang on to 2 smokes and an incendiary still.
I think in terms of conditioning, they know that 9 should be scared of pushing. Like, every single massive commitment push they've tried to make has been shut down. Their A push has gone well a couple of times, but they tried it so many times. I think they actually go low nades here and try to take over main. Hades.
He's got to hit it.
Yeah.
This is instrumental to buying time. As that mid player looks to come scramble down into Hades, he'll give himself a smoke to work with, but there's no overcommitment just yet. C9 sat back. They lose 1 as Minio peeks out through the bridge. That second mid play worth it, and Shiro tries to crouch walk into an angle that Hades posts up on, putting the op here instead. We'd seen Kylar contact, we'd seen Minio support, we hadn't seen the AWP from Hades, and that catches off C9. Gives the Poles a chance to, at the very least, take a 5th. Perfecto stuck in this corner, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's going to try to fight his way out, but down he goes. And so 9 with a little life left. But it took Hades to step up in a new position, trying to change up the defense as this CT side starts to wrap up.
That was really nice. I mean, you see that from Cloud9 right there. They were willing to take that risk. If Hades wasn't in that position, we've seen how well their A trades can go once they get past the choke point. Most of Nine's success has been before the site. And I think the call was good from Cloud9, but the position even better from Hades. And now he's not missing those sitters.
Which makes Ancient all the weirder.
It's so weird.
He was hitting shots on Vertigo, missing.
I think Moses brought up an interesting way to look at it, where it's like, he's just uncomfortable with the timings. No, like imagine if you had X-ray on, right? The angles you could hold, and how much time your brain would have to prepare for an easy shot. But if you don't believe they're going to be turning the corner, even if you're holding the angle, right?
Right.
Then suddenly the shot's a whole lot more surprising. And that's the only kind of out I have for him.
Sure.
Where it's like maybe he's just so little confidence after all their losses that now even the obvious shots don't make sense.
Self-doubt, dude.
Yeah, essentially. And I want Hades to stop hitting himself in the head.
Short.
And the chair. He did the chair a little bit too.
Well, winning some rounds would help.
That was something Snappy said about him, you know, just beating himself up too much, even like just...
As a player.
Yeah.
Not physically.
Proverbially, yeah.
Oh, Minio lucky to be alive. Going for the boost over the smoke. There's been a fair amount of mid-action from 9 at the start of the rounds, trying to keep them away from that. If there's anywhere where 9 apply counter pressure, it's definitely top mid. And we see it playing an important factor last round when Minio peeks up and kills the water flank.
I actually think they're responding to something that Electronic used to call even on Na'Vi, which was him leading mid lurks late into the round.
Okay.
And I think they game planned really well versus it. Look, they're actually getting ready for the exact same thing. So this is something that they know he likes to do, but here they're not going to see him yet. Electronic waiting inside a middle, listening for everyone fanning out. But it's a false positive. Oh, but the kill. He doesn't get the kill.
Dude, Kylar just out in the open.
Now there's another lurk, however. Hobbit could actually
they go B.
Take the mantle.
Because they threw a Molotov inside of Darkroom, all of Hades' support just went B. Hobbit's coming through the connector. It's being held by Shelf, but oh no, Hades, he's going to get pinched. They know he's in here. A quick glance from Hobbit back to mid. Hades feeling the pressure of all these angles. And sure enough, Hobbit instrumental to clearing out the site. One piece of utility into the dark room, took those mid players, put them on B, and left Hades on his own. But there is still a chance at this retake. Hobbit swaps out to the AWP. Shiro hits his shot. A second player to come out from this storage unit trying to get the retake going, and he finds the back turn of Hobbit. Minio trying his absolute damnedest from that op shot that tagged him down to 11 to now a real chance. He's gonna tap the bomb, scope in with the op.
Oh, he's calling the bluff. Oh
Perfecto
my God,
doesn't move
Perfecto.
a muscle. You'll have one more chance to tap it. It has to be the stick, or else this is indeed Cloud9 to 8, and they find a way to squeeze the A site for another round win.
Now that's played confidently and perfectly here from Perfecto, and that's something interesting. So when, you know, Electronic did it on Na'Vi, it was a lot of the times him coming forward, the round would begin and end sort of with this T-side call. It's something I didn't really like that much, and earlier on in this game, 9 were catching it off with their CT aggressions on mid from both choke points. But Hobbit is also a solo lurker on T side, so doubling up, he can duplicate Electronic's presence.
Oh my God, there's 2 of them.
There's 2 of them.
They're multiplying. That could add a really cool dynamic to some of the mid play then of Cloud9.
This would be the most annoying team ever.
Yeah. Like you said, potential for 3 top 5 players in the world on one roster.
Crazy. He just loves this play. I don't know exactly why, but...
Active out from 9. They try to double back, but already mid has been taken. I can see why you like this play when it nets you a setup like this. Entire team just sat there waiting for Hades. And Kylar, your time is so limited, but as they cross over, it's a bit of damage offered. Ah, but not nearly enough. Opportunities but no headshots. Tidbits of damage and a quick chase from Hobbit. He's looking to clear everybody off this round. Cloud9 looking to flex their strength, their newfound talent, and some clean calls from Electronic to boot. But, if Shiro hadn't seen him, Kai could have got things into a weird realm. Instead, he's been given a chance to exit. You could walk away. Cash out right here. AK with your name on it. Instead, he gets a third frag, sticks around the bomb site, doesn't have a kit, so don't panic. This one's done. And he will die in the end. Hobbit, too far deep, has C9 on the brink of 10.
Yeah, won't affect the money for Cloud9, but saving the gun is nice, at least, because it's going to be a mixed-up buy. Great half overall for Cloud9, huge improvement from yesterday. And finally, they see success from that sort of mid-play that Electronic loves to call. And I guess that's the best version of it, where it's one person coming to check on mid instead of 4, like 9 have been doing in previous rounds. Shown a lot of variety in this T half in terms of where they've ended, although it's largely to do with A and mid.
Looking for the cherry on top of a nicely iced cake. Cloud9. 10 will do it. Shiro's not going to be afraid of this damage. Fire burning him. Still no opening. There goes Kylar and Goofy. AKs get the better of it in the end. And so Hades going to try to slide down. He can stop the bomb. Makes things a little weird with that double off the MP9. Fast flank added to the tally, but they get through. It is indeed Cloud9 with double digits, laughters, and smile on their faces. That is exactly what we need to see from them. However, 9 will try to take it back. Can their T-side keep them alive in the group stage of Cologne in the face of a C9 super performance?
into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
Over 2,200 days since a Polish lineup graced the Cologne top 14. The legendary Virtus Pro joined by 9 in this run this year in 2023, but that run could come collapsing down around them in the face of a CIS super team. Cloud9 with an uptick in performance compared to what we had versus Fnatic yesterday, but 9 will have a T-side of an arguably T-sided map to try and extend their run here for the Lanxess.
Yes, with a pistol, it's definitely entirely possible. Don't let that double-digit scoreline intimidate you here for C9, and they're a brand new team. So let's see, Buster, he was looking a little bit more comfortable recently. He gets away from dodge here. This pair of dualies gets the first kill, but Buster goes down.
Good cover. Needed that one. Shiro slides out, gets popped by Goofy, and a pistol would also net them such a sigh of relief.
Oh, yeah.
You've been waiting for this. Third map, T-side. You had to get through Ancient. You were hoping the beating would end right then and there. It didn't throughout your CT side, but this will certainly help change the tone, change the mood, change the narrative.
Nice. This is... honestly, it might have just been a boring map if 9 didn't grab this pistol, so... But seriously, things change with it. Now, surviving the anti-eco, that's another thing that they have to do to earn themselves that free farm round. We'll see if anything goes wrong, but Cloud9 are not going to be investing almost anything. They've got a smoke on electronic and a bunch of USPs waiting for their chance to strike. The A play will counter this perfectly. Bomb stage back though.
Things can only get weird towards the B site. And there's already majority 9 sniffing out A. Maybe poor Mino falls. He knows they're coming now. Mac 10's going. 2 kills before they swarm through him. But all that does is confirm A's the target. Gives 9 that 7th. So gun rounds around the corner. And of course, questions about how 9 are going to run this T side. I think Hades was looking sharper than he was on Ancient. Kylar contributing on that solo defense showed us that, again, he's going to be having this uptick, right? When they come to land, it's Kai who leaves a little left to be desired. He's had some solid maps as 9 have powered up. And respect to Kylar for slotting in and picking up that slack, as Minio's looking to do the same thing. 9 is simply a team whose skill floor is rising.
Yeah, I love that characterization for sure. Really been paying attention to Minio as an individual. And I mean, I was personally just like watching him play in spring and being like, damn, this is going to be hard for you to beat some tier 1 teams.
Yeah.
And he stepped up a lot. So, yeah. Got to remember players can grow. And beat the stats allegations with some good practice and effort. So, all right, 3-round game here. Cloud9. This could be a statement round if they win on the first rifle. But there's no guarantees.
Electronic already sizing up an A push. Dangerous game to go pushing outside of the A site. I've seen many rounds unravel to that play. And sometimes it comes late when you're in a 4vx, but that's their opening move. A solo Electronic creep out long, hoping that he can just straight up win the Rugs duel. He had no flash support. It was just based on timing and a peek.
And maybe some nades on the other side of the map.
So now, first gun round, and they'll have to work off man disadvantage. B is looking free.
Yeah, they're going to tune into this overreaction here from the CT side. They don't know the stack is coming up, so they're going to be careful about their nades. This is very nice for 9. They should move in easily here. No friction whatsoever. An instant save here for Cloud9 in a 4v5 as the bomb gets planted. That went 8th, and that's a statement for 9.
Definitely not the most inspiring first gun round from C9. but also at least not a heavy cost. Silver linings for the CTs that let 9 chip away at that lead early. Buster doesn't have to be the star that Axile will be. He just has to be a little better than what he came out swinging with. This save was called instantly, but it's not secure. 2 more coming at them from long. Perfecto's gonna fall. So they grind down an extra rifle. And then Kai's gonna make sure 2 AKs move forward as well.
Yeah, that's actually very nice that they grab majority here of the Cloud9 players.
Electronic solo A peak.
His punishment, a deagle.
The Counter-Strike purgatory. Half buys. It's hell on earth. Scorched earth in middle. Fire, frags both ways. Minho, 2 players behind that door. He'll slot into the corner. The whole team is going towards A. He gets the headshot to Electronic, whose pistol's not enough. And Shiro's at least there to trade it. This time somebody right behind him. A step behind. Buster, that second Desert Eagle, comes through with damage. But Shiro blinded on the approach, not able to help out. Buster gets more damage in, but there's no kills. There's no hold. And there's no real chance for Perfecto to press his luck. 4 players for 9 already inside of this bomb site, and sure enough, they follow through. The floodgates opened. Hobbit sticks around in heaven. He drops that M4, which means this is 9 to close that gap quick.
Very few rifles, but no multi-frags here for Cloud9.
Banking on the deagle.
This lead has evaporated. And now they've taken out 2 rifles in this round, 3 in the last round. Perfecto will save 1. But here's where they take a big gulp, because as you brought up, this is for elimination on this map. And it was going so swimmingly for Cloud9 coming off of Ancient into the start of Anubis. It felt like it was written in stone already. They were going to take this series, and we talk about how 9, they peak on Vertigo, but that means almost nothing to the outcome of the series. We don't know what happens after that. Well, now this isn't the case. Clearly, they're extremely comfortable here on T side of Anubis. And in yesterday's game, Cloud9 only got 4 CT rounds. They lost 7 to the T side of Fnatic, which it's natural to lose, you know, more of your CT side. But if they haven't fixed those problems in this short period of time, then it could cost them the event.
We may need to cancel Axile's plane ticket.
Oh, that's a first death for Electronic one more time, but this is that smoke spam.
Yeah, he gets
Electronic
revenge.
did it to him in the first half.
Yep.
And that's Minio on 17 frags, man.
Let's go. Honestly, last player I expected to have such an uptick in performance. It was one that was demanded of him and the team. So far, Cologne's been a solid event. From play-in to group stage, he's kept it consistent. We're talking about a Cloud9, a team that was announced and for some reason had so little doubt in terms of them hitting the ground running, because on paper, it's perfect. But those growing pains, exasperated by the fact that, of course, Buster instead of Axile, and now the trade out towards Long. Speaking of Buster, he's dead.
Oh
you can
my
see
God,
Shiro
the timing.
frustrated, and as he turns.
Wow.
The pressure of the situation starting to sink in. Shiro upset that Cloud9 have to lean back with another save as 9 tie this game at 10.
Wow. You know, maybe they don't even try the retake anyway if Shiro gets that kill. That's the kind of team they have. But 9 haven't been letting them get off scot-free in these exits. They've been pushing to try to punish as much as possible. So the situation remains tense. Here as 9 will take to 10. But they're still sort of far from these fights. 9 will be very happy with their progress. 5 straight as we enter the second half. Might get to the territory where We wonder if even if Cloud9 won the pistol, if they would have been able to close this. They've got to pull out a rifle round at some point.
And it better be soon. It has to be soon. Pistol conversions, then 2 more rounds. Second tack timeout called for Cloud9.
Yeah, and we do have 2 sort of key first deaths from Electronic here on CT side on the rifles. Unfortunately, one is, you know, that smoke spam from Minio. That's going to happen.
Man, this is all
but the point is, no one cares about your excuse, right? All that matters is if you did it or didn't. So they have to find a way to turn those open and kill stat to their advantage.
Everything leading to the last 10 rounds of Map 3 regulation. And we start these final 10 rounds without even knowing if C9 can post a CT round win. A collapse now? That would be tragic. Nine well equipped, with a healthy economy behind them. Cloud9, even if you do post one, Nine's coming for the throat. Round after round. Kai burned back at the very least. This is the healthiest buy C9 CT side has had. Can't forget, last time we had those deagles inside of the A site. This is it. This could be the turning point. Shiro loses his angle. Get utility. Chucked back and forth, vying for control of Dark. Top mid's also been a question, but right now there's no CT aggression on it at all. There's no presence whatsoever. It's just simply 3B, 2A.
Yeah, it's still very early into the round. Got 2 mollies saved here for Cloud9. One on Electronic here on the A site.
It's him and Buster.
Yeah, there's no flash retake on A. There's no con here.
Man, Buster needs something.
Block comes down to him.
They're coming in on him, and Buster, yes, draws off Goofy. Double kill, and even more damage. Perfect peak for Electronic, and these rifles in A make a difference. Buster, an off angle. We don't always see played. And he connects for enough. C9 will not fall with 0 CT round wins. That's what it feels like, but we've got Hades in a clutch with just enough time to make things weird. Player close heaven with an op. He wants to go take it to connector first.
They have no idea he's here, but
time though.
It would be suspicious. Not enough time.
They're just holding this. He fades it. Oh, kills the first. 5 seconds to spare, and Shiro's going to come around from heaven. 2 up for Cloud9. Solid hold off Buster.
Yes, yes. Buster in a good position. They both play aggressively, and it's funny how an off angle is just a very aggressive one. He's just staying very close to the action before they shoulder peek. You know, Goofy's only readying the shoulder peek, and Buster's already taken a fight. That's good confidence between him and Electronic for how to deal with that situation.
Instant flash dodge from him too. A contribution Buster should be proud of. Puts Cloud9 back in the lead, however slight it may be. Hades posts up fast.
I think the pride will come with the win and nothing else.
There's an opening. There's also a boost for Shiro. Theoretically, they dismantle it fast, and he's got Hades pinned in this corner. There's riflers to support each opper, but we could come down to the head-to-head duel on this angle.
Shiro knows he's going to be here.
Oh, Hades!
But Hades wins.
Nabs it. And after his struggles on Ancient, kill like that feels good. Best Shiro puts him down for now. And 9 can just walk away.
That was a perfect approach from Shiro. Responding, making sure to re-peek only with a flash first, and yet still Hades seeing his. Denies it. Okay, we've seen how risky this push can get. And Goofy doesn't shut it down this time around.
Buster almost looked away, but reacted fast enough. But with that long play, it usually indicates lesser presence on connector, which is the case.
He's going so far out, but now they know that the T's are in middle. We've got Perfecto rotating around to the back of it.
One's still sitting outside B.
How far does Buster want to get away from this?
Mid to B plays alive, but they want eyes on connector. Electronic.
Like, if Buster goes all this way, it's just going to come down to Electronic's hold, even though he has this.
And he's half health now. He's stuck behind the pillar. Hobbit ops down Kylar. And all of a sudden, this A site's been cracked open. Even with Buster that far on a push, he's now doubling back around mid, but all he's doing is joining the B rotate. They've lost a portion of control. The jackknife that could have been long A control, Buster has given away. Hobbit creeping. He's got to clear these corners meticulously. It's going to take a snap down, and that shot won't land. 9 creeping through mid, off of the long push, and seizing a chance at a weakened A.
Yeah, this was essentially doing too much here from Cloud9. They have the push with the refrag on the A play, and 9 with no other option but to go through mid, the last place that they're standing. Buster's flank is going to take forever, and if you look at the map, when you get spread that thing, you can have all the map control in the world that you want, but if you're not on the site to defend it, it doesn't matter. So all you had to do was run back, and we contrast that to last round. They have the double A setup, you know, right behind each other inside of the hallway. That's beautiful for defending that choke point, but
think about how much easier...
Who knows whose call it is.
Electronics' life could have been had he not been stranded behind that pillar. One peek from Buster to get them off. Heaven's fully exposed to it.
Well, the pillars
it's all there.
The pillar's a good angle, though, you know? Like, he can only stand on that side of the pillar because Buster pushed.
Yeah.
But once Buster pushes, does Buster need to leave for good?
No. You know, that cover's working well for Electronic till the Heaven peek happens. How do you counter Heaven peek? With long A control. CTs would have still had a squeeze on that bomb site. But it's okay, because it feeds the drama. We're tied again.
Yes.
11-all.
And 11-all, full strength, both sides, and a game where we find out who can learn faster.
A one-off CT round win. Took them 6 rounds to post their first. How many until they get any consecutive? Electronic softened up close though. Oh! Nice second headshot. Commits to the spray down, knowing that pack of players is coming in quick. And speaking of quick, Hobbit straight down to the water. Goofy holding off on this, but Electronic...
Loves a bridge.
Yeah, he may just tell Hobbit to hold. Shiro's advancing. So he was. And Goofy could have been just sat there on a platter.
Are they going to have the same problem take place? Well,
Buster's on his own. At least he's locking into A and not just going to get burned out from plat. But the same problem in that he is very much alone.
There's a way out of this round for 9, but if they can find it is a different question. The rotate from mid to B is wide open.
They haven't played it yet. Any mid control has filtered them through connector onto A.
The more time that passes makes this a better map for Cloud9, who are actually confused right now. They have forfeited the entire half of the map. Still only have 1 inside of A at the moment.
Holding down long.
Hobbit is scared to do anything inside of middle.
They're just stuck there. They're just stranded.
But 9 can't find them.
And at the very least, it's not Buster burned out of his position, but long A is still very much on their minds. Hobbit's flank found. Hades clears perfecto. Buster still with a chance to play. Shiro missing his shot up in heaven, but that just pushes Hades back. And so now Buster may be known, but at least they've held on to a little bit of control. He is gonna get squeezed. The 2 Ts coming at him now, and Goofy able to clear it out. Shiro puts the smoke down, crosses onto the bomb, and he doesn't have the kit, so he needs the frags!
Oh my God!
And the frags give themselves to him. Cloud9 back with the lead.
Oh, the height advantage right behind the site. Holy smokes. That's the
just
cleanest
causing panic
1v2 you could ask for. They had to respond to the fact that the bomb was planted on that side. You know, it's a cute smile out of Shiro in this situation, but a critical round win. That's just to keep their money afloat. That's what won alive for Cloud9. That was a massive chance for 9 to make this an easy second half. But, man, another situation where Cloud9 try to do way too much. 3v5 after Electronic gets these 2 kills. Yes, they answer back right away, but when we look at the map, 9 are walking around blind, and they still are able to punish every single one of Cloud9's peaks. Why? Because they're all in rotator choke points. They're playing extremities. No one's committing to anything.
Big moment from Buster too, man. Just sat there stranded forever. Comes in with impact, sets up Shiro. It is enough. Off the pause, we come back with a purchase. Goofy's gonna be limited. A is evacuated. Cloud9 jockeying for mid control instead and allowing for that 3-man B stack out the gate. Will this call come back to haunt them? Kai's presence inside of Darkroom is going to keep the majority of C9 preoccupied, and that bomb was floating outside A next to Goofy for a little while. But it's doubled back, and it looks like mid is the intended target. This is where C9 has sat by the doorways the whole time.
Okay, they're trying to play on the
They've
fact
got the
that
control.
Could be a long round. Electronic first contact in mid. Bit of an off angle. Another dink on Minio, but there's another one here. Those are the 2 A players playing inside of middle together.
Information that their presence is here and locked in, and Hades wants to try to take it back. Nice shot on Buster, but just can't get that scope back up for Perfecto. So bomb has been lost to the top mid, and Hobbit is already trying to hunt them down. Poor Goofy gonna walk straight into this crosshair. Done. And so C9 pull ahead.
At least a one pattern that they're trying to play on that makes sense.
Or do they? He's gonna run at this bomb, and they are lined up. The fights are here to be had. Kai's gonna chase this. Or is he just gonna save? It must feel so desperate with this little amount of time. Cloud9 fall back. They scramble, and so they'll win it.
The one pattern that they tried to play on that made sense for Cloud9 is the fact that the rounds have been long for 9 here on T side. So they left the site wide open. It's a risk, but it actually is the perfect risk. You see them walk into mid late. It's a strong call. They're probably horrified to find out it's the 2 players they could have just avoided by running into the site directly. And so it's a strong move. It's a risky play, and it could have cost them for sure a round, absolutely, but that wasn't the case. Electronic was right. And doubling up with Buster pays off. And now we're looking at 9 with a single AK.
They're going to put it in the front. They're going to try their damnedest to just crank the dial, but it's a Hobbit instant kill, and 9 put on ice. C9 have a layup for their 14th. Sees some fingers, but can't do anything about it. AK can be put elsewhere. Cloud9 aren't afraid to just go out for info. Making sure to refresh the bigger picture. And allowing 9, of course, to get closer to the A site, but it's Shiro on connector with an op. And again, 1 AK, this time now unarmored. Perfecto missing a couple op shots. Yeah, just smoke him off.
It's not Shiro.
He lost Hobbit, though.
Yeah, he did. Luckily, he got that smoke out. They're still going to chase him, though.
He's going to have to pick up some slack. Never mind. Electronics here. All's good. All's good. You got scared for a second, didn't you? You thought maybe he was going to get gunned down, but Papatronic there to save the day. Took Perfecto a few shots, but he got there in the end. As Buster is bested in mid. At least 9 can maybe walk away with an M4, but this is 14 Cloud9. Took a while to get the CT side going, but that back and forth, that Buster, that Shiro 1v2.
Yeah, that Shiro 1v2, man.
Just blew the door off the hinges.
Completely. I mean, they gave him time to learn, and a team like this, man, they've between the 5 of them, they're going to come up with one good idea. You know, it's about time ultimately.
I mean, they'll come up with a good idea, and they'll get somebody to step forth in terms of individual impact.
Yeah, that's the scary part, too. It's just who's going to pop off, man. It demands a lot of 9 to keep up individually and as a team.
It's like there's really no player on this Cloud9 formula, especially with Axile coming in soon, where you can say, like, he's good at this, but he's bad at that. To me, I look at up and down this list, and I just think of very flushed out players. Those who can contribute, communicate, frag out, sometimes carry. Even Perfecto's good for a solid game in the kill count.
Minio going to be last to buy, but no op here for Hades is one thing. He won a key duel versus Shiro on the T side. This takes some strength out of their default. That was towards B. Now, again, the one thing we haven't seen so far is a fast round out of 9. There's a chance that they still pull that out, and if they don't, I mean, are Cloud9 only going to get smarter and better versus the rounds that take a minute 30 plus? The late executions, the slow defaults, the mid creeps.
Poor Kai. Getting banged up before he even gets a duel. Just trying to get down to water control. They want dark fast.
It's crazy how few B splits there are these days. Things have changed so much to favor towards the A site.
Development in middle as well. Give a map time and it shall grow, as has Cloud9's CT half. But Buster gets back on half health.
Hey, those are some key nades. I mean, they do that perfectly to get him out.
Great pressure.
They tried to face him head on. They said, okay, we'll try to go 1 for 1. Then last round there was 2, and they lost 3 players. And the round because of it. Goofy walking into this fight. Electronic wins it. Kai trades at least.
Critical frag back from Kai.
That's annoying though.
Here comes the hit though. Hobbit, he's on his own for the time being. He presses out through the smoke and doesn't get caught on that move.
Yeah, the smoke actually helped him escape.
Incendiary in front, they could push beyond it. Nope, they have to hold. And that just gives a bit more time for Perfecto to get close. And if that smoke fades, then we've got 2 M4s looking to hold this off, but the Dark players come through well. And Perfecto, still unbeknownst to the T's, gets an instant headshot. But if he extends to stop plant, then there's cover. And that cover could be key. Perfecto holds off, tries to get around onto the jail door, but Minio's going to shave him out and give man advantage over to 9. They have squeezed an opening out of this bomb site. Buster's flank connects. It's a 2 versus 3 where Shiro's now been spotted.
Will he read it?
Oh, he gets it. And now it falls on Kylar. He has to snap back. 1 bullet versus Buster, all he needs. And 9 are going to keep on fighting. They able to get into the B site. They found a solution.
Oh, great to hold the nerve, man. Perfecto does a great job of chilling, but 9 do a good job of dislodging him as well, taking their time to approach. Those rotations that came in took years, honestly. He was left there on an island for so much time. That really gave an advantage to 9, and even though it comes down to 1 player, he's in a good position to get that 1v2.
God, you feel so stranded when you're on that position outside the jail door. Exposed to Temple, exposed to Dark. About to get hit from the long flank. He keeps his cool, closes, and keeps 9 within striking distance. Now a freebie, as it should be, versus Vanilla Pistols.
Yeah. We've got the rumblings once again of a potential round 30 finish.
Something goes fast, straight through the A site, like a hot knife through butter, Cloud9 melting. As it should be with a buy like this. Minio will get caught by the Deagle, but still, you can't cool him off. 21 frags. We usually look to Hades, but whatever slack he's left in the op department, Minio's picking up. It always felt like it was going to come down to Anubis. And man, oh man, has it delivered. Perfecto. Actually, the last man up. It's quite costly.
Yeah, it's the CTs who are benefiting from this hunt.
Okay.
But at least 9 keep 3. They have an op now for Hades as well. They won without that. That's a nice upgrade. And now Cloud9 will try to take series point here. Is there going to be a buy-in? Surely. The money's actually awkward for a couple of people right now. And so there might, I don't know. I mean, they definitely could invest, but
3,800 for Electronic, 39 on Perfecto.
With the thought that 14 would be next for 9, I mean, there's more pressure, but there's certainly a objectively better buy.
Ooh.
They have a hard decision to make, honestly, but I think, yeah, the investment's coming in. Electronic picks up the FAMAS.
All right.
We have an op for Shiro.
No.
And they're going to favor grenades.
Nope. He didn't buy it.
Oh, they're...
3 FAMAS instead of the op on Shiro.
Okay, so they all get guns with utility. All right, that speaks to this round. They decided to not get this op.
No kit, and Shiro has 1,200.
All right, no
If it comes down to that. If. But a big if.
Yeah, this could be Hades feasting if he plays it correctly.
Looking for his angle versus just a bunch of FAMAS. That first little bit of presence. No overcommitment. I mean, at the end of the day, 9 could still play with the fear of an op in mind.
Oh, keeping this unsmoked with no middle control. It's dangerous timing here for Hobbit. That'll finally come down. I mean, the split is coming in towards B. And
all the nades they started with, Mohan, they're down to a single smoke.
Are we going to get a bridge re-aggression? They tried to punish them for going B earlier on in the round, but it was never going to be a rush.
Will they extend past this point?
Oh, this is the play, honestly.
And
oh my God, is he gonna catch one?
He saw it.
Minio saw this, and now they're going to sit and wait. The flank is being held by Kai.
Oh! And the MAC-10 just jumps out. Minio saw a sliver of a head, and Hobbit punished down in dark. The Famas of Perfecto sprays. He's got Minio stuck outside, and Shiro swoops down. That's a couple upgrades, and a turn for Perfecto back. Shiro, they know about him. Buster, unbeknownst to the T side, has to take that long rotate all the way to long. And he's got a player back on shelf. Nice shot from Buster. They're stranded. But Hades, it's the op shot through the edge of the door. And Buster with such huge shoes to fill as the stand-in has an op posted on this left side angle and a smoke fades. He's down. 9 tie with the force buy out of Cloud9.
Oh, it's going to go all the way, and the full investment does not pay off for 9. Should they have got the op? Should they have slowed it down?
Minio caught a sliver.
Yes, I think a helmet just underneath on the top of the bridge, and that was enough. And honestly, if that approach was any more sloppy, it still could have been a kill, a 1-for-1 trade, but the MAC-10 lives, the upgrade comes, the hold isn't there. Cloud9. This could be death's doorstep. They've got Deagles on this round. The money should be translucent here for 9. They should be able to calculate this down to the dollar and understand they've got pistols at best on the other side. It could have been Cloud9 waiting for round 29 to go for the investment. Instead, we have this. No concessions here for 9.
And no risks. No shortcomings in the setup. Finding comfort in easy holds. And with eyes wide open, they make sure that nothing can go wrong. This A presence has been found out, somewhat dismantled. Goofy gets some assistance and utility, and the rest of the team works elsewhere. A miraculous Deagle clip is what we're looking for if Cloud9 are to steal it. And Shiro's been given another chance, but just looked away.
Well,
so now 9 work up as a pack.
They're getting a little bit slow here, but 35 seconds, they're moving into the site. Some damage dealt, but they're starting to scale.
Should be fine. Should be. It's supposed to be fine. The P250 backside's down. The Deagle still hasn't gotten it. And so Hobbit and Buster try to work over. They flex that bit of time still left. When things get frantic, Cloud9 started frothing. And then 9 still stabilized with 4 up to get 15. 30 rounds needed.
Oh my God. Map 3, 30 rounds again.
Oh, 9.
9 have got to be out of serotonin already here. In groups, it has been a journey in just a couple of days.
Dude.
And the same can be said for Cloud9.
1 round. 1 round to close this and to keep the Cologne dream alive. They start off slowly. They eliminate Liquid for a chance at the group stage. They showed heart and a competitive level versus Ents. And we thought, Cloud9 super team, sucks to be you in the lower bracket.
Well, might not ever get to see the full roster. They don't win this match.
Round 30. 9's 1 chance to eliminate C9. It's been 4 rounds on the CT side, and it's going to be Buster put in question. He's played a similar angle last time. Delivered a kill and a half. This time, fully blind, falls back. And Shiro's here to try and help him. He gets the second. Goofy finding a frag. Takes the AK, slithers back. There's no overcommitment here from 9. C9 can't panic. They can't offer an open door anywhere on this map, and mid has been such a point of contention. Right now, it's unoccupied from either side. It's Hobbit who falls back.
Yeah, he's not getting chased down. He has no smoke to play in Con. He's just floating right now, nomadic, looking for a new home.
Toying with the hold as the rest of 9 start to gather outside long, bomb included. We saw what happened when it came down to the wire and time started to work against them. This time C9 so well equipped. The exec comes over, but the water players denied, and Cloud9 hopes truly alive as Hobbit gets a second. Hades hits his shot, but he's caught on the cross, and Cloud9 put up a fight.
Okay, it has to go to overtime to decide the victor of this map. And Cloud9 instantly start talking about what to do next.
Oh, game not done.
They set up those investments that actually made sense. They had to give up 14, but they had another full buy ready for them on round 30. An extra chance to play, and they didn't have an op the first time around. But Shiro got his in the last, and now they don't have to think as much about money at all. It's tabula rasa here as we exit regulation. Full information from both teams on both halves. A new lease on life. For 9, it's going to feel a little bit worse to know you could have ended it. But they've been in overtime. They've had grueling series. Well, let's see if they can finish the job this time.
Ooh, Kai's spot burned. Now they know about him. He gets flashed out, and nobody just hunting this fight. Shiro's gonna let them attempt the entry into dark. But again, the middle of this map to 9 seemingly seems open.
It's scary to think Cloud9 have so much to work on and yet have brought it to this point. Most of the last round was floating back in spawn playing 2 and B, and it came down to the site hold and they just put it up. They just got the kills. And here they're sort of frozen in this vanilla calcified setup.
Buster's antsy. He's far more forward than he has been, and that catches Hades off. Shiro gets it into the 5v3, misses his chance, and as Op is on cycle, Kylar pounces, but Perfecto cut off that split. It's a long push from Buster. Definitely doing better than versus Fnatic. Kylar at this range, preoccupied, lets those other CTs get closer to the B site, and he can try to go for the quick scramble, but all of Cloud9 ready to rock his world and take an early lead.
And there's no excitement for Cloud9. They're still thinking about the next round and the round after that.
All business.
Yeah, that's 2. Round 30, round 31. And the last thing you want is for them to get more comfortable, feeling their pushes, taking their liberties.
We've seen Buster on the shelves, we've seen Buster in the corner, we've seen Buster on the platform along the wall. We hadn't seen him pressed out like that, and you see Hades blindsided by it. Instant 5v3 off the Shiro Dark Peak.
Every member of Cloud9 between 18 and 20 kills in round 31. Buster steps up to the plate again.
Dodges the flash, but Goofy comes through. This time he gets punished for playing on the table. How did Cloud9 deal with the threat of an open A site? It is so clear for the taking that the mid guy has to fall back.
Are never going to be happy to take a kill and take the site. A totally open, and Cloud9 aren't worried about it 1 iota.
Wow. Playing for mid instead. Looking to maybe just surrender A and hope that you can cut off one half of the pack so that maybe the retake is then made that much easier, but you're never going to find a fight in middle. The only fights that will unfold are here inside the A site, and Electronics found what he thought was Sanctuary, but instead burns all the way down. The heat from Hades. Shiro denied. Kai, instant kill.
Oh, hell yeah.
And that is an answer from 9. That is swift with killer instinct and no overcomplication.
Yeah, and they pulled out a new level right there, and the full exact towards the A site. It's not a default lurk, oversimplistic. It's something new, something that C9 may be not able to offer up themselves. A detailed full execution into the A site, and it dominates Cloud9, and it punishes them for playing rotator. A lot of that round came down now, as we see it, to Buster and whatever hold he could put up, and he actually had a great flash dodge and what looked like a solid angle, but Goofy was just a little sharper.
Took a bunch of damage and still hits the headshot. More praise than criticism for Buster across this outing on Anubis.
That is a solid response here for 9. If you lose, don't let it be to the pressure.
Almost snapping it back.
This carpet of fire here.
Still close to maybe not dying all the way, but while being blind in the process.
Yeah, they were all swinging the site. There's no one else in there. That was the perfect site to go to. He would have got swung on and cleared.
The right utility in the right position. Someone's taking an edge in the first half of OT. Hades.
Again, oh my God.
Missed chance. But guess what? Shiro's also here. Little head-to-head. Hades gives up the angle. Both CTs cross to the right side. He's clearing it. Oh, but Buster kicks it up a notch. There's the headshot that he missed on Goofy. He saves it for the next one. And maybe saves C9 from dealing with a 5v4.
Oh, that just takes the edge off so much, doesn't it? 9 were walking around the 5v5 late into these rounds and then figuring out the right side to hit. But now, and as it has been, it's come down to this one trade that's happened on long A over and over again. And C9 pick it up on CT side.
Buster with one hell of an important job to be the placeholder of Axile until Cloud9 can make it deeper in the tournament, and an important job within this third map. A group stage elimination match. And he's doing his damn best to offer his ex-teammates a chance, a dream in Cologne. Shiro holds the pillar. He's got support. That support shoots through smoke.
They can't come through the molly.
They get stuffed. Minio shoots the wrong team, and Kylar still able to follow suit. Over top of Cake denied. Connector player stops him. Cloud9 with the edge.
Wow, in a matter of seconds, the whole site is held down. All T's attacking evaporated. The smoke is perfect. The rotations are better. There's at least 2 here on the CT side to hold.
Man.
And it's the opening kill once again that goes the way of Cloud9, and now they take to T side where they 10-5'd.
Buster, look at this. Peeks into Hades, rocks his world. Minio killing Goofy on the fallback. Goofy kind of runs in. There was a player shooting on that same angle, so I can see why Minio just tries to punch their ticket with an entry.
And after the game that Minio's had, he's actually been such a solid fragger on this team in 9. 9 rounds in a row. That ends 1 to beat 9 in their series yesterday. Grueling. They played so well. Into now being 2 rounds away to losing to Cloud9 on map 3 potentially again. It's the hard side for 9. It's the hard side for everybody.
2 CT rounds. That's the quota.
Let's see if they can dig deep enough.
Buster flashed as Kai pressures out dark. Buster mirroring his A presence. It's Hades on electronic.
Oh, okay.
The shot comes through and suddenly Cloud9 down by 1. Oh, it's in the mid doors. He's been very consistent in that mid play, and it costs him in this round. Buster waits. Minio, extends right into the headshot.
Oh, that's 20 for Buster. He's
It's a
starting
lifeline.
to heat up. Yep.
It's a chance. It's a thread to pull on in an attempt to unravel the A play. Kylar's going to be made uncomfortable, but at a great angle further back, and still the smoke makes it awkward. Kylar and Kai, 3 kills between them, and 9 tie us up again.
Okay.
Hobbit, you've got a shot to take, but there's so many players waiting for his approach that sure enough, it's that same smoke that cost 9 on their T-round approach. What goes around comes around.
Staging up behind the molly, that was cool. I mean, if the molly comes up, then they can scale around the pillar and things get ugly, but they had to attack at that moment. It was a good place to stand.
That third one a gift.
You'd still give C9 the edge just because they have T side here to close this half out. But Hades got that opening kill last round, and he hasn't been opping inside of middle. When they've killed Electronic, it's been Riflers re-aggressing.
Right, yeah.
So something new once again. And if there's anything that 9 have to offer, maybe it's not matching up to the individual talent of Cloud9, but it's the depth of the playbook and experience on Anubis. Time they've spent in overtime.
Another one of the few teams who did not make roster changes in the offseason. This is the same 9 that had expectations high in Paris, but pressure higher in Cologne. Electronic is adamant about these mid plays. He's got Minho on the other end of it. That frag grenade could soften him up. Down to 77, but with teammates right behind him. Buster doing his solo work outside A, and the CT's now turning attention towards mid. It's a Perfecto quick headshot. It's Hades blind, and it's Buster applying simultaneous pressure. The connector men are coming down, and Hades wants another. The flash misses its mark, but so does his op. And at the same time, Kylar split. He tries to hold this off with smoke to the left. Kai comes out from mid, and Shiro still fights back. 2v2, Buster makes the difference. 18's on the line, and Goofy quietly creeps out from Con.
Just above.
Can he get the kill? Yes! Drops the bomb, and Buster's right there! Who else but Buster? Big shoes, but he delivers!
Oh my god, as a substitution to come in to grab series point in overtime. A sharp shot. And he has started to get better and better, even throughout this map, only slowly lagging behind his teammates in terms of frags, but so much more comfortable. A completely new Buster to map 1. And 9, they fell apart in that round. A couple of key trades going wrong. An op shot miss from Hades. You hate for that to be the story. But unfortunately, that may be a page of their book that they're still on, that's still being written. Clyde9 could get 18 right now, 19 right now, and leave them thinking about this.
3 players to the deep right B. And Goofy may have a false sense of confidence, but luckily sees a little skin. Bullets whiz by his head. And silence falls across the server.
The nerves have been insane here at Cologne. It seems like 2-3 matches a day. But this is 9's real life.
Flash out. Nope. Not yet. They go dry. Hobbit stuck in the open.
Oh, but he gets, oh my god, he gets a kill and he sees 2 more people on that re-aggression. That's over half the map exposed. Perfecto takes Con just by walking into it, and the CTs walk away.
Yep. Kai slides back, cuts off 1, hits the dink on Perfecto, but they've got this bomb site under wraps. Nobody's going to stop this bomb from going down. That much guaranteed. And Minho burned back, takes the chance, runs through. Plat player's low. Oh, but he hears it maybe from the site, and Perfecto peeks in to take man advantage, to possibly take map 3. To take this chance in the lower bracket to run it all the way. And Hades, an op up close versus Electronic with his AK at the ready. They're trying to pressure this. Kylar's found his, but he's also dropped to 16 health, and he's going to try to wrap around the site. It's a peek out from Shiro to make sure this keeps going. The red carpet nearly rolled up, but 9 just can't hang on.
Oh my god, 9 after all of that. They let another overtime map 3 go.
How many chances yesterday versus ENCE? I believe 3 attempts to close that series to have avoided this opposition on the lower side. They can't close in their 1 chance in regulation either. And so we sat here enamored by their Vertigo world-class map 1 into the same struggle that they have shown us, unfortunately, time and time again on Ancient. But this event was meant to be the debut of the CIS Super Team, and Buster put up. He absolutely held it together. He held it together long enough, maybe, for Axile to arrive.
We go the full distance and then some, but it is Cloud9 to be keeping their heads. Unfortunately for 9, eliminated at the first hurdle here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. And once again, it comes down to those overtimes in map number 3. Painful again.
Just devastating. I mean, they put up a great fight. It was a really close map. They were in it until the very end, and yeah, just couldn't close it out, Cloud9 persevered.
Yeah, not just the overtime third map, but I mean, even you think back the heartbreak of even letting Mirage slip to the second map yesterday in that series to lose to even be here in the first place. They've got a lot of reflection to look, a lot of heartbreak to look back on in these two series they've played.
But for Cloud9, obviously moving on forward during the tournament, Hobbit, we've got you for a few words. Congratulations, first of all. Is that wiping sweat off your brow? That must have got pretty stressful in those last few moments.
Yeah, I mean, yes, of course. I mean, of course, we want to win. We want to go through. I mean, on the paper, we have a lot of firepower. But of course, like, everyone needs to understand that we need time. Just because two different styles from Na'Vi and Cloud9, we need to, like, to do some connect. I think it's working. But we got standing. I don't know, our plans just...
Yeah, they're whatever they are.
Tell us a little bit about that standing, man. Booster, I mean, first of all, he answered the call immediately, but he's been actually doing good work for you guys. Even in this on Anubis, towards the end, he had a lot of high-impact kills.
Yeah, I mean, the first of all, it's different, you know, if you're coming to a team who is playing 1-2 years together and same system, and the people just saying you what to do. It's one thing. Booster just came to another thing where like we didn't create still like our system. We didn't like feeling it, and of course it's hard for him. Of course he's our ex-teammate, but it's different how we were playing in Cloud9 with Zafani and with him. How we're playing now. I mean, different calls, different position. Of course, Exile, he's one of the best players in the world, and for Booster, of course, it's a bit hard, but he's doing really great.
What's the biggest difference that you felt? We've heard like so many rumors behind the scenes of like how well your guys' boot camp was going, how you were playing. For you actually within Cloud9 now that Electronics at the helm, what's the biggest difference that you feel in your position?
So we practiced a lot together, and I felt that yeah, we have like high skill. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I'm high skill. It's hard for me to say.
High skill,
but I'm trying my best. Of course, I'm the oldest guy. I'm not even IGLing, but I'm trying to help Electronic. His like his vision is very good, and like on the highest level. He was playing for Na'Vi, and I'm pretty sure he was calling a lot there. So mid-time, like callings, system, everything we're trying to create. But for example, I was playing for a lot of teams, Shiro and Exile not, and for them it's like new, completely new. So I mean, the mentality, the talking, the fixing mistakes, it's a bit different.
I like what you said about Electronic as well. So we're going to go through one round where you can tell me if you had much input. It was in the first half, really, on the T side. You know, 9 in the middle of the round, they go for it, like they clear mid. You can watch the screen here, right? Like, so this was a 3v5 situation. Electronic dialed mid, but you were sort of like a second lurk. So here, is it you making the calls at this moment, like for them to go and that you're going to just to put pressure? How was this round from your POV?
I mean, the every call, I mean, Electronic just feeling this map, and he just said us, we're gonna play good on this map. Of course, we won like very tough game, but with Exile, I think we could show like a bit different level. But still, this call was amazing. If Electronic gives me opportunity to play like this, second lurker, I mean, it's a
dream position.
I mean, it's a free, you know.
We saw you opping a little bit. You picked up the op a couple times in this game. Have you been practicing that during the break?
Today was my day. It was super like a shot. I was, oh my god.
Well, we're bringing up your stats in the Air Force aim high, and yeah, I mean, you were being incredibly humble, saying that you don't feel like you're superstar level. You had some incredible impact in this game. Were you just kind of feeling yourself today?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. With standing, it's of course a little bit different. The timings, the feelings, a bit chaotic. I'm not feeling like we're playing like super good. I'm not feeling that we're on the level what we can show to everyone. So yeah, we're trying to create something.
Well, here's a different question, right? You said the Electronic really understands Anubis well, like really gets the map. What about Vertigo? how was that for him and Perfecto? You already had to play it 2 times, right? Are you like teaching them, so to speak, you know, hey, this is good on this map, and maybe we should try this and do this? How does that dynamic work?
I mean, Okay, I'll be honest with you. Vertigo, we just tried a couple of times. That's it. And of course, they just don't know the nades, like simple nades. We showed them. They tried to practice, and Booster just came. You know, like we just joined it to face it match, and we just tried to do some improvisation. I don't know. We just won yesterday. Today, Perfect already said that. Interesting map. Yes, we lost. Yeah, but he said it was interesting.
How was the conversation on picking which one you were going to play and which one you were going to veto between Nuke and Vertigo? Was there even a conversation, or was it just kind of?
I mean, we have some secrets. I mean, we have some tips. We prepared this for playoffs. I don't know. I hope Exile. I hope the first thing we're gonna go through. The second thing, Exile will join. Of course, our priority is to play as a team and to show our tricks, our preparation when we're gonna play whole team together. So of course we are not showing a lot of things. What map we prepared, what map we didn't. Yeah.
Cool.
You've touched upon a lot of the differences in terms of in-game, but we see you smiling a lot more. We see you guys laughing, giggling around a lot more. What's the difference in the mentality of the team with this switch up?
Yeah, I mean, it's early to say something because it's honeymoon period. It's very, understandable for everyone. But, a lot of the first thing, what I'm feeling right now, a lot of motivation. Yeah, a lot. Of course, Electronic just came, Perfecto just came. And we want to show, we want to win the titles finally. I don't know. We were in stress, to be honest. After the major, when we didn't qualify, whole team was like zero energy. We went to an ACE tournament. We tried our best, but still, I felt that we still not on the good shape after the major. It was a very important tournament. I mean,
you can't recover.
Exactly, for sure. He was crying right. Yes, inside the game.
Yeah, you feel the pressure.
Yeah, for and sure. I felt that, sometimes you're feeling when the things coming wrong to you, and on the major, I felt that.
Sure.
Yeah, because the bracket for us was very tough, and I don't know, maybe I've seen this before, but I felt that thing is happening to us, and we tried to do our best, but yeah.
Well, Hobbit, you've got another opportunity to be making it through to the playoffs here in Cologne, so congratulations, best of luck moving forward, and yeah, we'll be seeing you later on. Unfortunately for Nine, that does mark the end of the road here at IEM Cologne, so let's get a few departing words courtesy of Hades.
Congrats, man.
I've got Hades here with me after, another heartbreaker. I mean, I don't even know what to say because, like, just yesterday, it was such a hard one as well, so I'll just let you kind of speak to the situation.
I mean, it just feels bad because we had this game again. We had the game yesterday, and then we just let it slip. Don't really know what to say.
There's a lot to say, of course, about the fact that you have these great wins throughout these tournaments, but then sometimes it ends like this. But are you able to see kind of the trajectory that you're on from the big perspective, which has gone up? It's just that these things probably just hurt a lot more than all those wins you've been getting.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty good that we can win maps against good teams. We should be winning games, to be honest, but it's like a good sign that if we fix like all this little stuff and get the mentality stronger, then we will be able to close out games against all these top 10, top 5 opponents.
You seem to trust each other a lot, so do you feel it's just really a matter of time?
Yeah, it should be. It should come with experience. Like I see it improving all the time, and yeah, hopefully it's gonna be all the way up,
All the way up, indeed. We sometimes forget you're quite a young squad, but thank you very much, and see you next tournament.
Yeah, once again, unfortunately for Nine, close but no cigar. They are eliminated from the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. But we move on from that matchup to our second game of the day on the A-Stream side of things, and a first taste of FaZe arriving here in Cologne. They'll be going up against the Ninjas after this break.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Garen, you're gonna be kidding me! What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
You guys survived the math questions.
Thank God.
Everybody can relax. We can all take a deep breath. Now we're doing science.
Okay. Science?
I was sure you would absolutely love that.
What's science?
Science, exactly. We're doing science.
Put on your goggles, 30 seconds again. A CSGO team could have an in-game leader making, feels mathsy already, making 78% of calls, while the secondary caller takes up 21%, with 1% left over.
What two natural gases make up 78% and 21% of our atmosphere?
Yeah, I give this one to you guys.
Assume about H2.
Yes, H2O.
Whoa, of our atmosphere?
Oh, our atmosphere?
Yeah.
Carbon? No, it's not. What is it called?
Carbon dioxide, I would say.
I'll give you a hint, guys. We're breathing.
Air.
Yeah, so what's in the air?
Oxygen is one.
That's one.
How it's in English? It's tlen and azot. It's like, I don't know how it's in English.
You know what? I'll give it to you. Yeah, he got it.
Yes.
It could be in Polish, French, German. I don't care. You got the right answer. All right, time's up. It's nitrogen and oxygen.
Fuck, I should have.
That's you.
Second question.
We believe you now only.
He was in school latest, you know. Me and David were
That's
out.
true.
A while
When was
for
the
me.
last time you did a homework assignment, Blame?
That's probably 10 years ago.
Yeah, right. And Buzz was last week, was it?
Yes, 2 days ago or something.
When Electronic and Perfecto went to Cloud9, Cloud9's stocks went to the moon.
But who were the first and second man on the moon?
Oh my God.
You said we are done with math.
It's not math. It's
like,
science.
It's just knowledge things. But
Who were the first and second man on the moon?
Yeah, I don't remember these names, no.
Neil Armstrong.
Yeah.
One.
And the other guy?
Yeah, Armstrong and...
One
Had
big step
Armstrong.
for mankind.
Yeah, like
Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong and...
Yuri Gagarin.
I'll give you a quick hint. Think of a player in Astralis.
Blame. Benjamin and something.
I don't know the names.
Can you remember his name, Buzz?
Was he from
you
Russia?
Know, you know he's also American. You know we know the name when you hear it.
It's a hard hint. Doesn't help.
1 point because you got Neil Armstrong. The second point was for Edwin Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, exactly.
Buzz Aldrin.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I had no clue actually. I mean, Neil Armstrong, I've heard
Yeah,
of
maybe you can find out.
Yeah, we knew it.
It's been a bit complicated, but maybe we can get this last question.
Ence's victory over FaZe on Ancient at IEM Dallas took them 31 rounds. But what is a normal human body temperature? You can answer in Fahrenheit or in
36.6.
36.6.
Celsius is 36.6.
It's around 37.
And always when you measure your temperature in your head, 36.6 is the perfect one.
Above.
Yeah, and if you go above that, it's the fever.
That's a problem, right?
Yeah.
A couple
and you
of degrees.
you always hope for that.
Yeah,
when
right.
you were a kid.
Yeah, wow. Everyone seems to know this. Like, everyone gets this.
Cool. And that was needless knowledge.
Did we do good?
That was it.
Did we do good?
I mean, we got some correct. But
We got some questions correct. I don't think teams are gonna do much better, guys.
Get me out of here, like. all these questions.
The reigning Cologne champs are in the house. FaZe have arrived to familiar ground and begin their road to potentially defending that title. Back-to-back trophies only ever achieved once in this historic city, but they've got to approach their first opponents before they even think about that feat. It's NIP arriving from the play-ins and looking to continue that dominance. So let's go ahead and check in with Hampus ahead of the series.
I've got Hampus here, of course, back on the scene after his break. Just got through Blast as well. So what are your first impressions? What's it like to be back? And are you feeling back at home in the team?
Yeah, it's super nice to be back. I mean, watching the Paris major was very hard, you know. Like the last major in CSGO, it was rough. I didn't know that when I went away, you know. So it was very hard, but I'm so happy to be back. We played Blast. It was good. We got first place. I didn't expect it, to be honest. Like we had only 4 days of prac before that event, so. Yeah, I think we're getting better, like day by day, game by game, and it's super nice. So yeah, I'm just happy to be back, and yeah, the team seems to be happy as well.
Yeah, I mean the play-ins here in Cologne were great as well. Only dropping that match to Mongolz. Hetrick has been turning heads as he has for a while, and I know you've been gone for a while. So what's your perspective on how he has improved and how he's growing into his in his role?
I think in the beginning it was, you know, a lot of new things for him. Like it was the first Tier 1 team and all this, and I only played like 2 or 3 games with him before I went away. So but I watched like most of the games when I was gone. So like towards the end, I would say like he almost was the best player in the team. Like he was performing so good, and still like he's just he's getting better like day by day as well, game by game. Like when I tell him things, like I don't have to tell him twice, you know. Like I tell him one time and then he just understands it and he learns, you know. So yeah, he's just like a, how you call it, like a you know, a swamp, you know, like a. Yeah, it's called, I don't know the word. Yeah, exactly, that's the word. So he's just soaking in all the knowledge we give him, you know. So yeah, I'm just super happy to have him. Like I think for sure he, like in 1, 2, maybe 3 years, he will for sure be up there, like in the top 10 players of the world, I think.
Well, he's already pretty sick, so thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, NIP having an incredible start to the season, namely down to Hetrick being so dominant, just as Hampus was touching upon there. We've seen a real consistent face of Hetrick arriving here in Cologne and back at Copenhagen as well.
Yeah, which is necessary, because I mean, there's not really a top team that you talk about where you can't mention the Opera as one of the most important players in that core in the lineup. So I mean, having that jump up, we've been saying it for a while with Nip. The Hetrick having a rise in performance is probably going to be the biggest thing to seeing improvement from NIP overall. So it's great to get it here already.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I don't know where to pinpoint NIP. I don't know how good they are or how bad they are. Like, they didn't look great in Copenhagen, then they 2-0 Vitality, right? Then they come here, they beat Into the Bridge, then they get stomped by Mongolz. But then Mongolz beats Navi. They come in, they beat Imperial barely, so... Are they good? Are they going to get crushed here,
Kind of depends which way the wind's blowing.
I feel like that's the conversation with Nip for like 2 years now.
Or 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years even.
Do you think you can pinpoint anything that, you know, hinges on their dominance then, or lack of dominance, as we're saying? Is there anything that kind of rises and falls for them depending on the game?
I think they need to find a way to make some of the riflers more consistent, right? I don't, you know, like Brolan, he's been doing a lot of entering, opening, like really aggressive on the rifle, him and Config, obviously both, but then Hampus takes some space. So I don't know if it's a case of like too many cooks, 2 guys have their moves that they need to do, and then that leads to a little bit of inconsistency, right? Or is it just about sort of, hey, Hampus just got back, he needs more time, like on both sides, like we need to figure it out. But yeah, I think it's just Hetrick is the one constant, like that he's been really good for a while now. His clutch capabilities as well.
Yeah, and I think too, like I mean, I even talked with Hampus outside the hotel a little bit the other day, and I even asked him like, what's it been like coming back? Has this been easy? Like, have you had to like catch up? And he was like, this has been so hard. He's just been like, I've had a lot of ground to gain. He's been gone for almost like 5-6 months. So individually, he's trying to get back to that level. I think over time, in theory, it feels like the way Hampus likes to play as an in-game leader should benefit players like Brolan, should benefit players like Config, where you have the confidence that all these guys like to get stuck into action. All these guys like with these rifles to get aggressive and just take fights and find battles and find duels. And they're going to activate each other once they start getting more acclimated and comfortable with each other.
And Rez has been moved into a more of a supportive role, like he's playing anchor and everything.
Yeah.
You know, we've known Rez ace high to overpass, being the rifle player and having really good timings for pushes, for aggression. Now he's like holding monster, you know, so that's also something that, first of all, is very depressing. Second of all, like, it needs getting used to. Like, your life is just, this is just your life now, get used to it. It doesn't get any better than this.
Circling back to the Hedger conversation, let's bring up some stats, because, yeah, since joining NIP at the beginning of the year, he's been looking on the up. I think we were pretty demanding of him when he first joined the Ninjas. I remember back in Copenhagen for the spring groups, I think it was, we were really excited to see, you know, is he going to be the next Monte coming out of Navi Junior? He didn't really reach those heights, but were we expecting too much of him?
I was going to say, he had like the disadvantage of the Monte pickup being great, like right out of the gate. So it was like, oh, is it going to happen again? So you immediately get compared there. Now, on the other hand, Monte got compared to Simple, like pretty much right outside the gate. So nobody's having fun if you're a young Opera coming out of the region.
Yeah, and I think also since both of them came from Navi Academy, Monte is more like Simple in a sense of he's more intuitive, like he's a little bit more flashy. Hetrick, he's more like Shiro, right? Like he's a little bit more passive, not dying, right? Like playing it step by step, and just two different styles. So I don't think it's fair to compare them really.
Yeah, Hampus obviously having some sage words to say about Hedrick. And it's interesting to think about the two kind of styles of leadership that Hedrick would have been under, right? Hampus is very different to what I imagine that LexiB was like when he was at the helm of NIP.
Yeah, seems like a bit vastly different. But either way, it's good. And regardless of what kind of style he brings into, it's great to have an in-game leader expressing this much confidence in you. And we even saw it in the clip there. Config seems to have taken a liking to Hedrick as well. And he's always trying to hype him up. And he's trying to be like kind of the guy who's like right next to him in every situation. So he's got what seems like a really good support system and a team that actually believes in him, and that's a wonderful thing to have as a rookie, because we can go down the list of stories of rookies who have never felt like they got a fair shake in a team of veterans.
Flipping on over to the other side of the disc, they'll be taking on FaZe. It's going to be the first taste we see of FaZe here in Cologne. It was an interesting story back in Copenhagen. Clearly some time for FaZe to be warming up into this new season, but they didn't at the spot at the full finals, and they looked pretty good in the later stages of the tournament.
Just typical FaZe, right? Like everyone's like, oh yeah, they're a little bit shaky, still get the job done, right? And also it's just the first tournament of the season.
Yes.
Veteran players, a lot of time on the road. It's normal for them to actually use the break and not start practicing too early or do any sort of a boot camp. So yeah, it's all about setting the bar sort of for this tournament, and also, I mean, the change that they've had in the coaching department. Now they have Neo standing behind them.
I think where you kind of have an uneasiness kind of pinning where NIP is going to be, and I feel like maybe not uneasiness, but it's just kind of like weird talking about FaZe because they're so consistently good, but are they ever going to get back to that peak of like consistently winning and like really feeling they can challenge for trophies? We know they're going to be like getting like to the semifinals, but do they have what it takes to get over that last hurdle that we saw them at, last year?
Yeah, literally this time last year, right? We were seeing them getting the third notch on the Intel Grand Slam belt. We were like, hell yeah, coming out of the summer break that was then last year. They're going to be continuing that. And then we had to wait quite a while for them to actually lift that Grand Slam at EPL this year, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just been a strange one because like all the conversations are like issues that I feel like a team of this long together wouldn't necessarily have. Like it was communication issues for a while. They've talked about sometimes individuals not feeling as on point as they're used to. So you'd hope coming out of this break, maybe they had some time to get the read. Maybe Neo can offer a fresh perspective, a new perspective on some different things they can try to get themselves back into form. But I mean, it's an interesting job for Neo to have to pick up a team that has championship aspirations, a team that's already at championship level, and just needing to get them that last step.
Yeah, I'm sure him and Karragon are having a lot of conversations ahead of their debut here in Cologne. So let's go ahead and check in with the in-game leader, courtesy of Shox.
Karragon, are you happy to be back in Cologne?
Oh yes, it's good memories. Obviously, the setup here is like in Katowice earlier this year, so looking forward to play and looking at enemies while we play, obviously.
Yes. I mean, you're right. It has been the same in Katowice, but I feel like the players are utilizing it a lot more. So are you excited to take full advantage?
I mean, I will wait and see. Obviously, I know Config really good on the other side, so we're probably gonna have some eye contact during the game. But it's just for the fun and the banter. So just looking forward to finally play.
Yeah, you're right, actually. With Config on the other side, that might be fireworks. Let's talk a little bit about your team situation, obviously, with Neo stepping in now. How have things been going? How have you been adjusting?
Yeah, I think one of the main things when I said to Phil was like he just have to see how we work as a team. What you see in practice is not what you get with FaZe Clan. The deeper we go in tournaments, the better we play. So I think he just needs to take notes and see how we do it and do the pistol for us and be there to kind of note down what we can do better. And obviously after a game, he can have more impact. And we had some rules how he's going to take time out and let us know what he wants to change. So yeah, step by step is the most important thing for me, to make him comfortable and also make the team comfortable. It is a new guy behind the team, so we're making sure we don't change too much now. But long term, he's supposed to help us more, right? And right now he has to get to know the guys.
On that topic, you have so much experience, and everyone really does. Would you say that you, as a player group, you're very self-sufficient anyway, right? And do you feel that you have taken on a lot of things that Robin has taught you and worked with you throughout the years, that you feel confident that you can bridge this time that it takes to incorporate Neo?
Yeah, I think the most important thing for me is like now when Robin's stepping down, that we bring Robin's spirit with us, how he sees as a mindset, positive, and how we stay together as a team. So I think Neo can help us with that long term as well. He has been part of a VP lineup for 4 years, right? He knows what the struggles are to keep teams together, but also what the strengths are, right? So I think we are a very experienced team. Obviously, I've been calling for many years, so Neo is not supposed to tell me how to call in the game, but help me where everybody has flaws, right? And he has to try to fill that gap and help me improve and the team play better all.
We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Yeah, Shock's very right that these guys are hella experienced here. Not least Karrigan and Rain. They've been to every single Cologne.
Every single one, and only won it once. It's a shame.
How many have you won, Jason?
I've won 0.
Yeah, so be quiet.
But I too have been to most Cologne.
Every single Cologne?
Every single Cologne. Every length.
I think
so you have a worse win rate than FaZe.
It's a great environment for Neo to come in, where it's like he can ease his way into it, right, and sort of see how things are going, and then just put input where he can help, and sort of just help Karrigan with the workload a little bit. The Veto came out as well, NIP with the Mirage pick. They were actually 12-1 on the map in the last 3 months, only 1 loss to 9, and it was online, so super confident, although do we ever really want to play Mirage against FaZe, right? With how good they are on the map, and with the likes of Rops being able to close out round. FaZe picked Overpass, a bit of a punish towards the side of NIP and Nuke as a decider.
Yeah.
I think FaZe is liking how this turned out.
How do you feel about the conversation of, like, you know, NIP played the group in stage, they've had a few series, this is the first time we've seen FaZe, a world, you know, ENCE showed up a little bit rusty in their first game. Like, this could be a little bit of a trap for FaZe in a sense?
I think it would matter more if they hadn't played like in Copenhagen. You know, like they had what, 4 officials there, so you know they got into the swing of things. And here, yeah, I mean, NIP played the last, not yesterday, but before that, like 2-3 days in a row. So yeah, a little bit of a difference, but I don't think it's going to affect a team like FaZe, right? Like they're super experienced.
I don't relish Neo stepping into Cologne as his first event as a coach for this team. I don't know, like,
crazy?
What if you like want to say something? Are you really gonna like take a timeout at, like, you know, maybe quarterfinals of Cologne or something?
Well, according to Karrigan, they talked it out, like they have some rules so that he maybe doesn't overstep initially, but also, you know, I think like Philip is a great guy, super smart, like great mind about CS, and just a great guy to be around. Sometimes maybe just a little bit too nice. So, you know, like you
another one of those guys.
Just one of the nice guys, you
yeah,
know?
just like Fallen is too nice, you know.
Exactly.
But I think in that sense, I wouldn't expect too much out of this tournament, right? Because it's the first time to get to know the guys, like in a competitive environment, and stand behind them. But, you know, down the line, absolutely you need to, whenever you feel like you need to take a timeout to say something, you need to do it. You can't be like, oh, am I going to make them upset? Am I going to like ruin the momentum or something like that? No, I mean, you have to trust your instincts.
Yeah, I believe last time we saw Neo in Cologne, you were coaching him,
yes.
right? That's correct.
Yes,
2019, 2018?
Yes.
How was that experience for you?
Also, Karrigan seems to have a technical issue. We're working on that. Jason, how are you doing? What did you have for breakfast? No, I mean, yeah, we were here in 2019.
18,
yeah,
19?
with 2019 in Neo, we couldn't make the playoffs, unfortunately. That was like a big one, right? Like not failing to do that. I was really, you know, that was my one opportunity as well. I started coaching NBA after Cologne, and then 2020 was already the pandemic, so 2019 was the only opportunity and couldn't really get that done, which was unfortunate. We had a lot of different issues with that particular lineup, hence the roster changes after the major. But yeah, I think even although during that time, I mean, he was a great teammate, taught us a lot, especially about Nuke. I feel like from that point on, like he helped us a lot to understand the map, where after even when he wasn't on the team, it was still one of our best maps.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I think Neo coming into this too, with all the experience that he has, I think he's actually the perfect person. Karrigan kind of alluded to it with the Virtus Pro. Like, that is a team, you have experience of teams that have like fallen apart. You've seen where the pitfalls are. You've seen how they can grow so quickly. I think Neo should have a very, very good read of, you know, making sure to stop problems before they get too big. He's going to know where to kind of point his attention. So I'm excited to see Neo kind of develop as a coach if this continues to be long term. I think that can be like a really interesting angle to it.
Yeah, definitely. I had a chance to catch up with him on the second media day we had just a couple of days ago, and he was kind of
pretty nice guy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he was super pleasant, reminiscing about all the old Colognes gone by. It's kind of crazy to think how long he's been in this game. And he was like, yeah, obviously, like Cologne, Katowice, those were the two staples of their calendar back in the day with the Polish lineup. It's kind of crazy.
There was this wild one. I think it was actually 2016 Cologne, the one that the Brazilians ended up winning. They played VP in the quarters or in the semis.
Yeah.
And it was this weird thing where VP managed to win the SK's map pick, but then they themselves like picked something weird. I think that was the case. So then like that prolonged the series. It felt like they could have beaten them there, you know, and then they would have most likely been the one lifting the trophy, but they sort of...
Liquid would have stopped them.
Yeah, they sort of pool that exists in the veto, and things didn't really pan out for them.
If you want to go back even like a year further into the Cologne history as well, the first time we were in the Lanxess in 2015 is like widely considered, there was always the moniker of that Polish team of VP as like the Plow. When the Plow got started, like no one was going to stop it. And that was like the first series we'd seen against the old Fnatic roster where the Plow was actually stopped. Like you saw them get up to that point, and then Fnatic with just their crazy, Fnatic trash that they pull out was able to put a stop to it.
I have to say though, Brolan, and in that piece that we just had before we went live, how disgusted he was with science.
I know. He was not excited about that.
Science? What? Science? What is this? But yeah, I think also for him, like it seems like a tough nut to crack from the outside, like to figure out what's he like and what drives him and what not. But he was incredible early on in Fnatic when he first popped onto the scene. That Fnatic roster got pretty good at the start of 2020, end of 2019. Unfortunately, then the pandemic hits, the team falls apart, right? And then he went missing for a little bit, those different Fnatic rosters and whatnot. But I'm really hoping that he can find a way to thrive. I think the key for NIP is head trick, Brolan, and Hampus. Like that's the trio you focus on the most and build the game around. Then you have Config with his
it's going to be an X factor
little bit here and there, and Rez as the support of the team. And if you can make that work, then maybe you got something there.
And I feel like that's been like the puzzle for NIP ever since they brought Brolan in, because I don't think like Brolan's quite had like the impact overall in his tenure in NIP as they probably were expecting when he got into there, certainly from the outside that we were expecting with the level, as Yanko said, that he was at in Fnatic. That was like a high profile signing. That was like, oh God, the firepower just increased tenfold. And I feel like we haven't gotten that super consistently. So Hampa's coming into this, like not only having to improve himself, but he's got like a lot of pieces that he's got to find a way to increase, like 10% of production out of Brolan, 10% more production out of Headtrick. You have all these different things that he's got to improve collectively.
Yeah, Mirage haters, you might be molding at the prospect of that being our first map in this best of 3 series, but I can guarantee you'll quite enjoy this beautiful little skit.
Config's got dualies.
Mirage, one of Counter-Strike's most notorious maps. Paradise for some, a prison for many. But these inmates choose not to leave.
You gotta know that one. Oh my God! Who left Mirage on the fucking map pool again?
Why don't you try out some other maps?
Because he's a sweaty little mess.
The hell you mean there's another map?
Protesters have seen the psychological impact on the subjects within Mirage and are trying to have the facility shut down.
I mean, hell, where are we gonna go? I do have a friend over at Vertigo. I'd soon rather get the damn chair than go up there.
The city has responded to the outcry by promising a refurbishment of the facility.
City coming in here trying to change our map. But we don't want no upgrades. We like it just how it is.
Have you seen the plans for Palace?
Are you telling me I need to upgrade my fucking video card again?
Tensions are high in the facility as 2 star players clash.
Do you not own a fucking headset? I go first, you cover. What's so goddamn complicated, you fucking idiot?
Dude, do you even have a mouse to move? How the fuck am I supposed to cover you if I ain't there first?
Oh, okay. You want me to jump in front of the op?
You just let me through.
Well, well, well. What do we have here? Look at you two, complaining about who's gonna squeeze into each other's hole first.
Just like a prison, there's extensive evidence of segregation within the facility.
Let me explain it for you. It's just like a backyard barbecue. You got your wieners, you got your sloppy joes, and then there's just folks taking up space in the yard. And then you got leftovers, and in our case, Timmy. He's over in the psych ward. B, nothing B yet. B, nothing B yet. Nothing B yet. Nope, nothing B. It's clear.
Timmy, why do you do this?
I just keep jumping and looking and jumping and God, where are they?
Timmy, do you mind if we come into your area?
Oh my God, they're coming. You need to leave. I'll be. They're all here. B.
Where it all went wrong for these outcasts of society is hard to say. But the epidemic of Mirage addiction sadly shows no signs of slowing.
Let's roll.
Mirage is forever. Oh, look, we can mime. We could maybe mime. We could pretend we're us and we can talk or something. Hello, my name's Freya Spears.
Perfect.
That would be a hell of a catfish, wouldn't it? I'm that Freya you've been talking to, mate. How you doing? Mirage. Mirage is forever, if you ask me. Second best map in the pool after Overpass. Well then, Carrigan said in the interview before the match began that FaZe get better as the tournament gets deeper. But what we've seen this week in these opening matches in this group stage is that things get deep pretty damn quick. Just ask Heroic, narrowly surviving a very big test yesterday. More work for them to do today, but maybe FaZe Clan will be in the same situation, facing a new look ninjas in pajamas who will come into this one confident. Who do you fancy for this one, FaZe Clan or NIP?
I mean, I've got to go with FaZe, but you are right that sometimes we see these teams that have played in the play-ins just come in a little hotter than some of the teams that haven't played at the play-in stage. Obviously, FaZe, reigning champions, so they didn't need to play that opening play-in stage of Cologne. They advanced straight to the groups. But I think FaZe should be good here. I was really loving the level we were getting out of Twists in the opening tournament after the player break. He was like the 4th highest rated player at the opening event there. So definitely excited to see Twists. When he's on his game, he's just so fun to watch. So many highlights. I'm sure we'll get to see some of those, especially on a map like Mirage.
Yeah, definitely good vibes from the FaZe crew this morning. Saw Rain and Twist earlier. New daddy, Mr. Rain. Very happy at the moment. Twist fashionable as ever. Definitely looking forward to today's proceedings. Twist, one of the few who has a full-size keyboard.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who have gone 60 or 65%. The 65% is the arrows, basically, at the end, just below 10 keyless. But Twist still there with that full-size keyboard. You could kill somebody with that. Crim's full-size as well, but everybody else is evolving slowly but surely. And what will NIP have to offer? Young man Head Trick has got a lot to do versus the likes of FaZe Clan. A crown to knock off the heads of these boys who will be starting on the CT side of Mirage by the looks of things.
Yeah, NIP have a really good record on this map. The desk pointed it out. 12 out of 13 Mirages won for them in the last 3 months, including a recent win over Vitality. So definitely a team not to be trifled with on Mirage. And Headtrick has had really steady progress, I think it's fair to say. You know, you see the occasional rookie to top-tier Counter-Strike who can come in and be incredible from the start. But Headtrick has just slowly been improving, slowly finding consistency. And we've also seen a step up from Brolan recently, and that's what NIP have really been waiting for. That's what they've been needing to try and be competitive.
I do like the clips we saw from Headtrick in the build-up to this match as well, considering how young he is, delivering in very big situations. You can see his teammates going completely crazy next to him, but he's just utterly level-headed, and that's what you want to see, especially as a new man with big shoes to fill in a big organization, be it NIP or FaZe, very storied organizations in Cologne and in Counter-Strike as well. And the match will finally begin then. Mirage, our opening map of the series. FaZe Clan have got some defending to do. They'll be starting on the CT side as well. That man Carrigan will have Util and the defuse kit. We'll see if it'll be necessary versus this NIP side. Brolan will be made the raid boss for this pistol. P250 for him. And Rez will have a flash and a smoke for his squad. A focus immediately towards the A bomb site. But Hampus is headed elsewhere. We'll see what he has to do with this later on. Rez with a lineup. Will that be for top connector? As Brolan will go fishing. He's got the gun for the range. His teammate, oh, that one tap. What a great way to begin. All about how you finish, though. Brokey on an island. Flashes coming through. 2 by Sandwich having a quick boost. Not seeing much of anything. Brokey still standing for now, but Config will trade. There's a lot of frags for NIP on this bomb site, and Twist is wondering where all his teammates have gone. Always a dab hand of a pistol, though, be it a CZ or a USP. Never count Twist out. Oh, one tap to start the proceedings, looking for the flanker. Got to try and find his 1v1s, giving the sound cues, trying to bait a look from somewhere. He knows somebody must be behind him. Where is that kit from Carrigan earlier on? Twist has 2 more to find. Surely he'll have to collect that kit though. Doesn't go for the reload. So dangerous is Twist, so close. Switching to the P2000, quick 180. Can he find it? No, just too much to ask there as NIP take the pistol.
And the yelling begins early. NIP in the mood here on Mirage. What a start that was. The initial P250 shot was fantastic. It just allows that pace to be fast onto the A site. That's just so,
very nice.
So clean.
I think that's what Twist picked up at the end, actually. The P250. Either way, head trick put him out of his misery. He's so dangerous, though. He was close to that shot onto Tetris. Very unusual mouse grip for Twist. But very devastatingly good with it. It'll be the force buy then for FaZe Clan, having lost a pistol on their CT side. They're fully invested. Not 1, but 2 scouts in this one. The Desert Eagles as well.
Yeah, very exciting when Twists is in good form. I think he's a man to watch at this event. If FaZe want to go deep, he can be that player that really pushes them over the edge. For NIP, it's all about holding on here. Always a little curious when you get the 2 scouts out, neither of them in the hands of your AWPer. Rookie's got the Deeg instead. But Carrigan is just having that long-range angle on B-apps. And we know that Twist can hit headshots. This slow mid control has worked for NIP, and just now sneaking into connector. A little dangerous here for Hampus if he gives away this one-on-one fight. The rest of NIP waiting outside A. Here is Hampus, first contact.
Range position is very key. Doesn't find anything in this one though. That will be a severely weakened A bomb site then. Twist suggesting somebody's in that shadow, trying to buy some time for FaZe. 27 seconds, there's a chance for mayhem if FaZe can stop this bomb from being planted. Hampus' position is very key, holding down jungle in the meantime. But Rops is here with the Deagle from short. Head trick now, planting the bomb as the smoke is up on connector. That'll be a relief, but there's more work to do because FaZe have got the man advantage. Hampus is tagged and Rops was on the way. He's found himself a rifle. That clock is ticking. There's no kit for the FaZe squad. How long does Hampus hold this for? Brokey has to wait for his teammates to run distraction in the meantime, and Carrigan's made his way onto the bomb site, only to fall to Brolan. Now the danger is mostly over. Hampus can enjoy jungle, and NIP can secure the second round.
Yeah, FaZe almost got a little baited in there by the fact that Rops gets those 2 kills. The retake seemed unlikely, but those shots from Rops must have been incredible. Long range, all the way from short. It's DGL who you can hear hyping up NIP for their strong start early. This was that initial kill from Brolan. Rain got caught out, but Rops, that's the initial shot. That's the follow-up. So clinical that FaZe thought they had a chance with the man advantage. But NIP do good enough work in the post plant. FaZe still with some pistols in this round, but pretty well handled by that one for NIP. I hope they can do the same again.
Rops is a fantastic student of the game, but also the furniture around the game. Nothing is taken for granted. He's a man with an eye for detail, be it peripherals, mice, technology, everything. Very, very focused. Had lots of conversations with him about CS and the things around it.
Great mollies. That's beautiful. Molly both sides of the ladder room.
Yeah.
Nothing the Rops can do. I love that. That's a great way to clear it. When you know you're against pistols, you don't need to peek ladder him. Molly on both sides and boom, man advantage.
He was purely a passenger when those wine bottles came flying. Still a dangerous round for NIP with the pistols being wielded by FaZe Clan. Rain very capable with only a pistol as well. Little jiggle. Close but not quite. Head trick ready for it. Meticulous from NIP. Moving into the A-bomb site. And all position is lost for FaZe then. I don't know, man. I don't want to peek Twist. If I'm an IP, don't give him the kills. It really isn't necessary.
I mean, at the same time, though, now you've given him the AK, which he can save into the next round. So that's already terrifying. I think it's really nice here, though, for NIP that they've shown a good ability to play these methodical, slow rounds early in the half. Sure, it's against lower buys, but they look very composed at the start of Mirage. That's a good sign. And looks like they will focus their own economy, which is understandable here. Carrigan through the murder hole. They call it that for a reason. Hampus will find a freebie. But the first true test is about to come as FaZe are about to get their guns out. And that is including that AK that's been saved in the hands of Twists.
That's a hell of a play. I'd imagine we'll see a lot more of that from people who are watching. All these teams, even in their warm-up, will, while they are allowed to have their phones, we're keeping an eye on the stream and seeing how people are doing in the other matches and so on. A lot of focus on the straps on display. A fight for mid then, and Rops has got places to be. Charging up mid, completely blind and still sending it. Senses config stuck in the door. He's in trouble. What can Carrigan do in the meantime? Sorry, Hampus, that is, in the underpass. Rops taking the off angle, but surely Config's got a better angle on Rops. Indeed, he does. Brokey creeping through now. Config could be vulnerable here. Head will be revealed soon. But what angle will Brokey have? Starting to fall back quietly. Still be a smoke in the window. Advantage NIP.
Still mid-control for FaZe. That is one upside of Brokey sticking around. Although Config just sneaks out and Brokey wasn't 100% ready for that angle. So taking damage, he's forced back. NIP able to deny the opening move of FaZe. Now they just need to prove they can convert this man advantage.
.40 seconds on the clock. Individual performance from FaZe will be required on this A bomb site because they are woefully outnumbered. No one near short to help that connector position for Rain either. NIP edging forward. 2-1 ramp, 1 in Palace. Rain is a big target in this round. Again, his position is so key. Config goes in, but Hampus will trade. That's the space created for FaZe, but there's a rotation. Created for NIP, sorry, but there's a rotation down to the 3-on-3. That bomb needs to get planted. Carrigan has emerged in that short position now as they desperately try to get the bomb planted. Brokey looking up, Twist on the spray. Head trick barely surviving. Post plant now, 2 kits on the 3 players. Hampus creeping towards short, dropping Carrigan with a great burst. Things are made awkward for Brokey and Twist. Head trick lining them up. And now we're down to a 2-on-2. Rez's flank is going to be so key. Does Hampus make a move first as FaZe close in on that bomb? Looks like it will be Rez dropping Brokey. Now Twist is in so much trouble. Wondering where that second player is. Immediate abandon ship for Twist as he looks to fall back and save this rifle. NIP keep the clean sheets.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
The way they're winning these rounds aren't like crazy hype, but they're bringing the hype anyway. And if anything, it's more impressive to me that they are looking methodical on their Mirage play right now. See the opening move from FaZe just not working out. Rops, or maybe not realizing that peek from Config would be so good. You'd be able to see the shoulder first. And then Rez, just a nice move into CT, makes it impossible for FaZe to do a great deal.
I'm amazed Rops even survived that long, swinging top mid, eating all of the flashbang just out there. Promising start for NIP.
I was maybe a little surprised we didn't see mid-round aggression from FaZe once they went a man down. They seemed very happy to sit back and wait to see if NIP's site take would be solid, and it was. And now FaZe's buy is limited. Brokey and Twist getting the premium weapons. The rest of the squad will have to make do with what they can.
Still a dangerous round for NIP. Be it the rifles or the SMGs. One smoke in the hands of Rain for the CTs, playing close to ramp. If they can keep the numbers up, FaZe, if they can avoid getting dropped in the next 15-20 seconds. then who knows what they can do. The brigade of NIP players coming through connected. Twist has a fantastic angle, and Karrigan could raise the alarm. He could be the early warning system. Smoke is there. Twist swinging through it. Can he find two? A multi-frag for him. Karrigan is delivering as well. Suddenly it's a 2-on-4 for NIP, and FaZe look good for their first round. Where's Rez spotted in connector? 1v4, 35 seconds. He can keep them poor at the very least by trying to take some more hands away. Need some more kills. Double peek from FaZe, and they survive with 4.
Just great timing from Twist. Sees that smoke's coming up. Figures, I can swing into this angle. He can roughly predict what angle he needs to be aware of. It's not like he's opening himself up to loads of different positions, so he can quickly react. And that's the lineup. That's the spray with the distraction coming in from the other side at the same time. FaZe, the reigning Cologne champs, finally on the board with their first round here at IEM Cologne 2023. And NIP want an instant timeout, it seems. Not happy that that round against the weakened buy went so poorly for them. Just getting crunched in connector. Got to give credit to FaZe for that, but obviously NIP not too happy about it.
3 AK-47s in the hands of FaZe Clan. This will be quite the round. Finally on the board then, FaZe. Been a struggle at the beginning for them, but after a flurry of rounds from NIP, after the pistol and 3 more, can NIP stop any momentum for FaZe? This will be an important one. Early flashes, 3 players top mid for NIP. Not swinging to the boxes just yet. Twist not shy to have a look. He's got support in the underpass. See mollies, the barrels. Config dropped alone. Awkward for Headtrick to try and respond to that. Waiting for a rotation, but the smoke will secure the retreat. FaZe will sit on the 5v4 as long as they can.
Nicely done. And now Twist even takes AWPing duties now that he's low on health. You want that smoking connector anyway to stall NIP from moving up, so it allows Twist to fall back, but it's also useful for FaZe on their side. And now we'll see if they're just happy maintaining this man advantage. Brokey backing up the B site. They're actually boosting a player onto the B site.
That could be devastating, especially if Karrigan baits. Headtrick's going to be the utility man. If all goes well, perhaps he stays in the apartments and posts up with the AWP. But let's see if it gets that far. There are a few players here for NIP. Just 2 for FaZe, and again, see if Karrigan can survive more than 1. Rez dropped, bomb spotted, full rotation on the way. Rain looking for lurkers in mid, but the reinforcements are absolutely here for FaZe. And there's that boost coming to play. No answer yet from NIP, but Headtrick will deliver. And now it's just down to Headtrick, 1 versus 4. Stays in the apartment, maybe just to save the AWP at this point. Nothing else to be done.
Good round from FaZe, and they might try and deny Headtrick's save here. That time is about to expire, and if he dies after time, he could be in trouble. Good shot onto Rain. That will keep him safe. Important that Headtrick did that because he would have had no money if he were to fall after time. But well played by FaZe. I love that once they get the man advantage, they just fall back into that 2-1-2 setup. They say, okay, let's just make sure we have solid enough sight holds on both sides of the map. We don't need to maintain mid control. We can just rely on a cheeky little boost play, catching Brolan off guard, and making life easy for the rotating players. As for NIP, money has run dry. Headtrick's had a pretty decent start here, but he's going to have to do something exceptional to get his team into this round.
A well-timed gimmick like that boost can be so devastating as well, and it breaks your economy, opens the floodgates for FaZe Clan. That's how it should be anyway. Let's see if this AWP can get anything done. Let's Rob see some targets towards top mid, Headtrick included. What is the next avenue then to go for? Very strong position for Brokey. Great for information. Can allow FaZe to focus more on that A-bomb site. It's got full nades if he needs it. Let's see what Hampus does later on. Everybody Barreling up towards the A-bomb site. Now, will Hampus try to pull players away first? Config's been spotted, but what if Headtrick takes his place?
And they'll do nicely. Ooh, Headtrick will do nicely on his AWP shot though. Rop's removed. Config gonna clear under, but Twists lands the shot. And I think that may have taken the sting out of the round. And Headtrick may well be considering the save. Hampus has nothing to save, but Brokey will put him out of his misery anyway. And so back-to-back rounds where Headtrick would prefer just to hold on to his AWP. We heard in the pre-game, Yanko pointing out both Monte and Headtrick came through the Na'Vi youth ranks. And Headtrick plays much more like Shiro, if you want a top-tier AWPer comparison. Whereas he was saying, you know, Monte maybe plays a bit more like Simple. But I like that Headtrick's composed style. He's landing shots, you can see it. Starting out okay for him. It's been a good, solid recovery from FaZe, though. Damn, that FPS, man. I wish I had that much. It's hitting like 800.
It's not bad at all.
Not shabby.
NIP on the buy once again. Util will be reasonable. Not all the flashes in the world. Once they have finished their early work in top mid, let's see what Util they're left with. Keeping 3 flashes in the hole for the time being. Again, when it's time to execute on a bomb site, those will be very important. Minute 30. Both teams will hold off to some degree in mid, but there are question marks for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, NIP will slowly have their players coming in through underpass. And FaZe have been pretty content sitting back for the most part, not making crazy opening moves. The one time that they did, Rops got denied on that top mid aggression. Once they've been sitting back, it seems to be working out for them. Rops trying to use this angle, very common when this smoke is up to try and take this fight. And it's a quick trade from Rez, he was ready for that. Brolan also giving NIP the man advantage.
Problems on A then, Carrigan. It's going to be hard for him to defend that connector position. It's already been compromised. He has a smoke for it. He's going to have to wait for a late play. Bombs being collected from top mid then. 39 seconds on the clock. And FaZe are quite spread out. It's going to be hard for them to help each other in this scenario. Rotating towards that A-bomb site. Brokey doesn't know what the climate is in that jungle position. Been playing from the shop for most of this.
Ooh.
Okay, that's not ideal, and the swing is coming in. Rain's got the sound cues, but can he deliver the frags? No one else has an angle for him. Rain finds 2, bombs on the floor, 10 seconds to plant it. They don't have time to secure all of this. Carrigan creeping through the smoke. Config's just about seen him, but Carrigan delivers. Headtrick, how can he do this? That distraction will be enough. There isn't time for it. And FaZe will tie the score.
Hype coming in from FaZe after that round win. That was a massive step up from Rain on the bomb site. You're down in a 3v4. You need someone to deliver a multi-kill. And I was worried that Rain was going to be concerned about Palace after that smoke from Brokey missed. But he just took the chance. He realized he hears stats through ramp. Why not just take the fight to them? The double spray ended up being a massive difference maker. I think NIP might go for a pacier round now. It's been slow up until this point, but with the pistols in their hands, why not take a risk and try and up the pace? Oh, FaZe have the read on this, though. They've got 3B.
I see some HEs. I see a Brokey with an AWP as well. Haven't fully committed into this one. Config. Very nice. That makes them a little bit weaker, FaZe. And there's still a minute 20 for NIP to play with. No flashes remain. Running low on the numbers now. You can see Rops just out there in the middle of mid. Twist is here for support as well. M4 will certainly help. They'll be happy with that. Just the one loss for FaZe as they take the lead over NIP. A promising start for NIP, but 5 rounds in a row from FaZe Clan, including multiple timeouts, will leave NIP wanting. And they've got to be frustrated with how some of these advantages have not been converted by the squad.
Yeah, it's such a good read from FaZe in this round as well. Even if you don't get all the kills on B, you just use so much of NIP's utility. And you can see the money on FaZe starting to build off the back of those 5-round wins in a row. Window smoke a little late. Brokey will set up An incendiary into top mid. There are a couple of players there, but the incendiary didn't land. That's a shame for FaZe. Robs was trying to swing with that incendiary, but no one forced a peek on the NIP side.
I want to see somebody get pre-fired a few seconds after the smoke is up.
Yeah, when they're lining that up.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that
Where's
could
the
happen.
pre-fire at?
At some point, someone will come up with it. FaZe are staying a little more sticky on mid this round. They used 2 incendiaries there. Really not trying to make it easy for NIP to move forward. And now FaZe go for that mid-round aggression into ramp, and there's no one here to deny.
NIP have barely used their util though. They seem heavily prepared for an execute. 4 mollies still in their hands as we're heading towards that 40-second mark. Again, another slow one. Will they be going for a split of the B bomb site perhaps? Or maybe just a barrel in multiple smokes in mid. Config top boxes, everybody else in the apps. Hampus with the smoke lined up for the window. They will need a lot of chain flashes. Brokey is posted up in a very strong position. Avoiding the flashes for now. Karrigan's blind though, but they still have the angles. 20 seconds, there's bomb plant pressure, but Config's made it all the way up short. But Brokey's got a job to do. He's got to keep standing. The threat has to remain as they look to plant the bomb. Has he done enough? Twist is here. 14 seconds to get that bomb planted, and he's been dropped, and no one else has position. 3-on-2 for NIP as that bomb's planted. Rain creeping, waiting to be given something. Config's got such a good angle on Rops though. And what is left for Rain to do? 4,000 in the bank. He's got a kit. Made a step. But will he commit to this one? Still having a look. Needs to be given something, but they'll avoid the engagement. And he'll have to get out of that. NIP back to winning ways.
Yeah, and NIP back to those slow rounds. Happy to take their time. Rain getting another kill on the exit. But I'm a little surprised we didn't see the full information play from FaZe when the time started running low there. I thought we might see someone just take a risk, look for information, because NIP were allowed to set up that B take with little time remaining. And you saw just how strong it was once they had that split in through short. Light work for NIP, even though Brokey tried his best, even though he landed a couple of great shots. There's just too many riflers swarming the site. Config arriving from short. And NIP finally put a stop to that FaZe winning streak, bringing it back to even on the score line. Oh, Hampus was not ready for that.
It's great to see Brokey in flow state, just delivering frag after frag. When he is feeling it, he won't be shy to go for something crazy. How do they escape this position though? While they're stuck down here, can NIP abuse this and find something somewhere else? The flash is here as Config looks back. Rain is ready for him. NIP not finding a play to be had just yet. Oh, he's a footman, but Rops says no. Rez and Brolan remain 2 versus 5. So much work to be done. Doesn't look like it's going to happen in this round. Rez can collect the bomb. But what does he do? 1 minute on the clock. Rez versus the world.
Need some mistakes here to have any chance. They are going to push him. And Rez hits the first headshot. Karrigan also hits the deck. There's actually a wide open B-bomb site for a time being, but Brokey will arrive and might just be able to land this shot. It's going to be hard for Rez to beat the AWP on this angle. Tries to pre-fire it, baits out the AWP shot. Gives himself a slim chance. He's still trying to find a way in, but Brokey denies. And FaZe hold on, and that was a really nice mid-round adjustment from FaZe when they had those players trapped in underpass. They call for Rain to flash Rops into mid. They make it so that there's another player helping those players in underpass. And it's also great to see Brokey in this level of form early. His AWPing is so fun to watch. That mid-range combat AWPing style works well for him.
Rez passed 2 smoke grenades after getting those kills in the apps. If he'd collected one of those, then who knows how far he could have gone. It will be just Rez in this one with an AK-47. Rest of the team will be dangerous though with the Tech-9s. Oh, Twist could get caught off here by Config. Thinks better of it, keeps the gun out. Doesn't know what lies around the corner. Aggressive start from NIP, and they've got a lot of position. Resin connector. And Config by the ladder room. This is a promising start considering how dangerous what they're carrying is.
That smoke will fade soon, and then NIP will decide if they want to make a move off the back of it. Problem is, Brokey is so confident with his teammate peeking into ramp. He's happy to look for this fight, but he misses the shot. Now they can close the distance, so Rops does get run down. Potential here as Brokey finally lands a shot, and Rain also delivering from that ramp position. A big triple from Rain should deny NIP's chances in the round.
That was a high-pressure cleanup. We've seen clutches from Config before. 45 seconds. Entirely sure where he is. Now they know. Rain will continue dueling. That's the 1v1 Config was looking for, but Brokey will put him out of his misery as FaZe move to 7.
Seeing some of the stars show up for FaZe. Brokey's been brilliant throughout. Rain starting to deliver on that A site. I think Rain has been really solid as that A anchor whenever called upon. Definitely a great sign for FaZe. And we always talk about how this FaZe lineup, they've been together for a long time, but there's been no reason to make a change because you have Karrigan as a fantastic in-game leader, and the rest of the squad generally do a solid job. Sure, you'll have some players hit peaks and valleys in their form, but overall, you can't really complain with this lineup of players. Oftentimes, they'll take it in turns to top the scoreboard. For NIP, they had a 4-0 lead. They got off to a great start on this map, on a map that they've been so good on in the last 3 months. But FaZe have taken over entirely, and now we've even got that second AWP out in the hands of Rops.
FaZe proactive in changing their setups. Rops not quite seeing through the flames there. Can he fall back in time? Great support with that incendiary. Could have been very awkward otherwise. In the meantime, NIP will have presence in that mid position. Smoke on bottom connector for FaZe. Always nervous around those Molotovs. Very difficult to see through them. Can feel harder sometimes with the scope.
Got to remember, both AWPers on the FaZe side have shot now. So NIP know this is a double AWP setup. And now the question is, how do you respond to that? Do you just try and take a site quickly in the knowledge that those AWPs might struggle on a retake? The issue is, FaZe are obviously aware of that fact too. Now Brokey rotates over to B. So if they were to try and take the B site, they'd have that AWP to contend with.
Brokey smoking the apps from the bin lineup. Good one to know, but look at the numbers coming towards that short position. Rops is going to help out. Oh, that's a swing and a miss from him, but the damage is already done for NIP. Second crack at the whip and head trick is dropped. NIP are really struggling to make inroads now in these T rounds. 2 on 5. Under pressure, FaZe are delivering. Again, it gets deep early in this group stage, as it was yesterday, as it is right now. Immediately tense in these series. What will NIP do in this next round? These 2 rifles that might be saved. The loss bonus is high. Tech 9s are likely. Head trick with 34-50. Oh, that's never what you want to see in the last few ticks.
Heart in mouth moment there for Rez. But he's able to save his gun. I'm a little surprised they overlooked connector like this. I don't think they used any utility really to try and flush Rops out there. But I guess they were just so focused on Karrigan, who did exactly what he needed to. Credit to Karrigan there. Just took a few pot shots, got the info for his teammate, took the distraction so that Rops could line them up from behind. And now Rez with that AK again trying this same play. But FaZe seem to be aware that this buy is weakened. They don't want to give that AK any early opportunities. That's a good nade. Oh, not as much as I thought. It's always awkward, those nades into ramp. If they land a little too low down, they seem to do very little damage. Nice little angle from Karrigan. Awkward timing for Rops, but he ducks away. And now even a flash into ramp for Rain, who will spot that there is no one here.
Prolan's still creeping though. But how much is there to do for NIP? Second last round of the half. What is the goal here? It's not a question of damage, or at least a question of a stroke of luck and a round win for NIP. 50 seconds on the clock. Brokey always moving on that B bomb site, be it shot, bench, balcony. Never too static. As he positions himself for some more aggressive info. This will give FaZe more confidence and expectation towards this A bomb site. Roland's been in the Palace this entire time. 20 seconds, and this one's about to get electric because these players need to die. Worst case scenario, they need that loss bonus. Hampus then is still with the rifle, but how far can he go? Rops holding down from jungle. 10 seconds and Brokey will finish off the job. FaZe happy with that, 9-5. After a cold start for them, they are running hot towards the end of this half.
Yeah, their team play looks solid. Their players are landing shots. And you have to remember, this is a map that NIP are normally incredible on. This is a map that NIP have only lost once in the last 3 months. They've had a 12-1 run on Mirage, and their most recent win on this map was against Vitality. So for FaZe to be performing like this is very impressive. Maybe NIP want to go for something faster in the last round of the half.
Twist can raise the alarm, he's got plenty of sound cues. Rain falling back, dropping one, but the numbers game will be overwhelming, or will it? Down to a 2-1-2, FaZe keep trading straight back. NIP have the bomb site, Rez is lurking though. He may be a key player here. The bomb's on the floor for the time being as Config tries to play for the round win. They've got the time to get that bomb later. Can't see much of anything just yet. Rez positioning himself, but Rops is so spatially aware. Escaping at just the right time. A Houdini act from him with the AWP. He might be going wide himself as well.
Silent drop. That is really nice. Might allow them to sneak in towards CT. Rez wants this duel, but it's an awkward timing. Carrigan was watching for it. And now Config has it all to do.
I think he heard Rops' rotation though, and he's passed the information to his teammate. One flashbang, better be a good one, because he needs to cross. He'll just about make it. Better get that bomb planted. 40 seconds, 1v1. Config unsure as to where Rops is coming from. Rops has a kit, picks up the M4. Config then in Palace, spots Rops. Oh, it's awkward on the ladder. Where does he go? Makes some space for himself with that smoke grenade. Comes just in time as well. A few places he could be. Trying to soften him up. That'll do a great job. Rops sees his arm. He's stuck in the corner. Config. Rops will win the duel, and FaZe will have 10 at halftime.
FaZe, the reigning champs of IEM Cologne, off to a great start in the group stages here. Their opening match going well for them. A 10-5 lead against NIP. Let's see if NIP can get any better, because Config is not a happy man right now.
We need some seismic scales on these tables to measure the bounce. Hope they've got a spare one just in case it's required. But again, it gets intense early, especially when you're up against FaZe Clan. There is no room for slacking. Pistol round number 2 then. Julies for Brolan. Raid boss for Rops. Brokey will have a P250 as well, but he's naked.
Config seeing what he can find. Meanwhile, Brolan with those dualies up close, they can be deadly at this range. Brokey has a P250 right now. Config sticking around in top mid. That is valuable information, especially with the flash in. NIP might start to focus more on the bomb sites. And that would be the right read right now, because FaZe are grouping outside of A. And NIP do look well prepared for this. 3 CTs towards this A site. But the utility from FaZe could still cut off some of these CT players.
Where will Twist be going though? Is he going towards CT spawn or short? Lurking for the time being as the push starts to come through. Hampus not moving just yet on that B bomb site. FaZe edging forward on A, starting to show presence now. But Hampus is pushing apps, jumping out, going towards short. Karrigan Brokey dropping NIP on this A bomb site. Still have control of CT and jungle. Hampus on short now. Twist starts to move, but now things are more urgent because he's the only one.
Safe.
Is he going to find an angle for this? They have no idea where he is yet, and that's to his advantage, but that is a long run for him. There's no kit on these CTs. Making his way towards jungle now. They still don't know where he is. Down goes Rez. 1 versus 2 for Twist, but Headtrick will deliver. FaZe playing the long game, but couldn't keep their personnel alive on the bomb site.
Yeah, just too tricky for Twist there when it's planted default. Maybe if it's planted on the other side, he's got a chance of playing with the time and trying to make NIP second guess themselves. But as soon as he shows himself, NIP know he's in a tough spot. They know he's likely going to have to fight them. And Headtrick comes through with the quad kill in the pistol. Great to see impact from him. We heard Hampus talking in the pregame about how he thinks Headtrick can become a top 10 player in the world if he keeps improving at this rate. Good to see some of that potential there. We have got Galils out for FaZe though. NIP have got to stay focused in this one.
A hell of a lot of Galils and almost no utility now. They've made their way towards top mid. Only a smoke remains. But they've definitely got the aimers very fast moving around as Karrigan creeps in. He's been spotted by Headtrick. He saw him obscure the light. But he's still alive for the time being. 10 bullets for Headtrick, and that'll be enough to drop Karrigan. Early advantage for NIP. Oh, Rez just pulls his knife out and turns away as they emerge in connector, and that could make a dramatic difference because Brolan's going to be in trouble on the A bomb site. Config trying to deliver, but the numbers game's overwhelming. Headtrick with a great tangle leaves Twist alone in a 1 versus 3. Can never count Twist out. Making his way towards ramp, he'll be heard, but who peeks first? Inviting them to have a look. Headtrick behind the smoke. Brolan starting to creep forward. Twist makes his way up. And that's a big second win for NIP. That's both pistols won and converted for NIP. Those are good stats on paper, but they still trail by 3.
Can't ask for much more on your map pick in terms of pistol round wins and conversions. NIP now need to prove they can do it in the later gun rounds. This one shouldn't be too tricky for them. Not a great deal for FaZe to work with. A little awkward there for Rez. Got the timing slightly wrong on the fade of that smoke, it seemed. FaZe were able to pounce on him. And Headtrick's rifle looking very solid. Always important nowadays that your AWPer can do good work with the rifle as well. And it will be really nice for NIP to take minimal casualties here. You want to build that CT economy as soon as possible because it can be so brittle. That is the perfect round for NIP, not losing a single player. But it was in the first half where they struggled so heavily once we got to those gun rounds. And FaZe will now have the rifles available to them. Ooh, first timeout. First chance for Neo to call for a pause and talk to his team. New coach of FaZe.
Looking great as well.
Looking fantastic.
Awesome to see him back in the mix.
How does he look younger now?
I know, right?
How's that possible?
Yeah, it's great to see Neo back in action, man.
Did hear Carrigan say they're going to slowly integrate Neo into the lineup, so maybe don't expect him to instantly be coming in and yelling at anyone.
Fresh pair of eyes is always good, though. Just looking at things in from a different perspective can make the difference. We'll see as this series continues. 2-round lead for FaZe Clan. AKs versus the M4s. We'll see if Brolan knows his Galil spray. G2, I'm sure, will be heavily focused on this series as they will play the winner this coming Monday. That's tomorrow. Great start by NIP. No answer to that from FaZe, but a fight for mid isn't done just yet. That could be a meaty HE grenade. Indeed, it will be for Carrigan. Brokey pulling out the molly as Carrigan swings. He'll be the point man for the time being, but NIP aren't done with this one just yet either. Hampers dropped in the meantime. Things start to slow down.
Real difference in approaches from these Team CT sides. You see when FaZe were fighting for mid, they were more around underpass. NIP commit into top mid. Really go for those fights early, really take the fight to FaZe. Now look at Brolan, this mid-round aggression could be well timed. The Galil arrives at the right time to give NIP the man advantage.
Rops lurking in mid with 13 HP. How do FaZe turn this one around? Looks like Twist will go to join Rops. Where do they read the weakness for NIP with 4 or 5 players remaining? All noise is cut. No response from Brokey. Doesn't fire a shot. No free info. Jump spot will be enough though. That's not the bomb on the radar. Config's moving towards short. That could be a problem for FaZe as the bomb makes its way into connector. Great angle for Rez as well. Smoke is up, bombs on the floor. 10 seconds. FaZe have lost position here. Not much else for them to do.
Sick round for NIP, it has to be said. That is really convincing. I love that we get to see that fight into top mid, not just allowing FaZe to set up their round. And then the mid-round aggression works even further for NIP. Not letting FaZe set up any of their plays. They got that advantage from Brolan, who did good work with that Galil in Palace. And maybe a warning for FaZe that they're not going to be allowed to play their own game here on the T side. NIP are going to take the fight to them. Half buy for FaZe in this one. It looks like the instant A execute is the call.
Yeah, this is not a round where you want to take the fight to FaZe with these pistols coming through. They've got the utility to close the distance as well. You can see that CT Incendiary trying to limit where they can stand. Maybe trying to stop a bomb plant. Indeed, it will be the latter. Bombs coming though. Eventually, minute 23 on the clock. Smoke's all over the shop, but NIP have got a lot of utility to deploy. Smoke towards Palace. Brolan still standing, drops Carrigan. It's a very important frag for them. He hears a tag onto Rain as well. Rain's going to be in some trouble. Config's in T-spawn. FaZe are surrounded. No kills for them just yet. Going to try and do damage for the long run. Instant trade as Rez falls to Rain. Brokey will be the last one. 4 players stand for NIP. They'll be vocal about it.
Yeah, that round is a lovely example of why, on Mirage especially, on that A site, it's most important that you are just all on the same page on the CT side. If you want to fight for the site, that's fine, you can do that, but you need some support. If you want to play retake, that can also work out great, especially if you still have a lot of nades, and as long as you can get yourself that flank, get yourself players in from all angles, it can work out very well. There's not that much cover on that A site that's good for the Ts to work with, especially if you have nades left. So well managed by NIP, everyone on the same page. Oh, that is cute. Head Trick and Config getting along well as we are all tied up, but FaZe back on a bye, including that ult for Brokey.
Head Trick heading towards 20 kills on the CT side now. He could be very dangerous indeed, but we'll see what FaZe are able to offer in this one. Again, Brolan taking liberties with the real estate FaZe expect to have gifted to them. 4 players in mid for FaZe. It's a lot of presence being shown. Big focus on Connector. Molly's beyond the smoke, and Carrigan will go in with a pop flash from his teammates. Taking Connector by force are FaZe. Not much util remaining for the squad. Smoke collected on short for Brokey. Now with Brolan's position in Palace, what is the read that NIP can make here again? Connector compromised very early, no position on shorts. They will put a 3rd man towards that B bomb site. Seems that Brolan's position in Palace will be enough for them.
That means you get the AWP of head trick, hard scoped on B. And look at the utility FaZe have remaining. 2 flashes and a molly? These flashes have got to be on point to get head trick off this angle.
Jungle completely wide open.
Do they ever go back B? Well, not now.
Great drop by Rez, and there's all the information they need. Big headshot from Headtrick as he falls off. It might be a bait for Config if they get that far. Stuck in the apartment. FaZe may not take ground on this bomb site. Twist, so much to do. In he goes. He's found a 1v1 for Hampus, but he'll win that duel. 4 survive again for NIP, and they take the lead.
Into the lead for the first time in a while. NIP flawless so far on their CT side. And I love that they go straight back to that Palace push. It's almost like human psychology to not expect someone to run the same play in like back-to-back gun rounds like that. But especially if you have an AK, why not look for a fair fight in Palace, see if you can land a headshot, and if you don't, it gets you all that early info you need. We're seeing NIP run a lot more of these very early round info plays than FaZe were running. And FaZe can't seem to figure it out right now. Hard read from NIP, not enough utility for them to really do anything on their approach to the B bomb site, especially when running into the stack. And you saw the buy flash up on screen briefly. It's not great for FaZe.
I think the execute we saw onto the A bomb site from FaZe with the pistols and how NIP were able to respond to that with strength was a great indicator to the form of NIP coming into this series. And they might be a similar test coming their way. Again, the grenades go in. And again, NIP will simply abandon all positions on the bomb site. Look at the utility they are sitting on. FaZe charging in, pre-firing all the corners, but there's almost no one to shoot. Brolan trying to spray as they cross to the bomb site itself. Twist trying to find an angle to plant the bomb. That's Carrigan who gets dropped. Now the retake is on. Can they find a similar success then? Brolan creeping, poking towards Connector, finding Rain, looking for one more in the smoke. 5-on-3, no answer from FaZe just yet. Brolan running low on bullets though, and maybe there's something for Brokey. Takes control of jungle. Twist drop though. Robson, Brokey remain. Bomb plant isn't enough here for FaZe. They need more than that. A lot more damage as well. Forced off the angle is Brokey. Bomb is still ticking though. But still look at all this util. Might be a desperate one. Rob's traded. That they've got the numbers to do this, but Brokey might have the angle. He has no idea. They're defusing the bomb and Hampus is ready for him. These retakes, well, you heard it from them. Need I say anything else? They're coming out on top.
Yeah, exactly. Brolan is doing a solid job at just keeping jungle there, just making sure that they're close enough around that bomb site to be able to retake. This time, Brokey did well to actually push into jungle and cause a little bit of chaos, but it's still not enough. NIP still have those strength in numbers moving to the bomb site. And you see at the end, Brokey just being covered off from both sides. No way in for him. Even a double AWP setup now for NIP. Config really feeling it. Ooh, that's big damage on head trick.
Great synergy from Ninjas in Pajamas. Brolan edging forward. A crouch will conceal him, but they know exactly where he is. Can he bait them into head trick's position? Still aggressive Brolan looking for a player in Palace. And head trick will deliver. It's working greatly, swimmingly for NIP. Monstrous CT side from them, all the rounds. And the net's closing on Carrigan, unbeknownst to him. Oh, Config hasn't checked the stairs, but Carrigan's beyond there anyway. Into the mid position he goes. NIP, shoulder to shoulder. on this CT side. Been wonderful to watch. Two-man swing isn't going to work in their favor, and maybe there's a chance for FaZe, but the bomb's in T-spawn. It hasn't been seen just yet. Config could have gone there, but he goes towards top mid instead.
Ooh. Thought that miss might be costly, but Config gets away safely. Smoke deployed, and now Config will fall. What a shot from Carrigan, but 30 seconds remaining. FaZe have got to get a move on here.
But do FaZe think that NIP have seen the bomb? Based on Config's position, this could slow them down, but they don't actually have a choice. They're in a 2 versus 1 situation, but as far as they know, it could be 2v2 on the A bomb site. Either way, it is a race, and Brolan's got an off angle, which could be utterly devastating. 10 seconds to find a bomb plant. Someone's got to have their gun out. Carrigan swings, and that's going to be the round over. He won't have time to pick it up and plant rain. A nervous one for NIP, but a successful one nonetheless. No error in this half every round so far.
Yeah, listen, should never have got that close, but at the same time, NIP hold on and secure the round, and that's all they care about. They'll be fine with it, as long as they get the rounds on the board. I don't know if we see Config go back to that AWP. Did not land the shots as cleanly as you would hope. But Brolan's position, just enough to deny the bomb with such little time remaining. And for FaZe, they tried something different there. They tried the contact out onto A. They tried to take fights a little sooner in the round. They still got denied. Can FaZe find a solution here?
If you ignore that round and the pistol, NIP are averaging surviving these rounds with about 4 players alive. So there are a lot of problems for FaZe Clan. They are running into brick walls on their T side of Mirage. Full buy from FaZe in round 24. There's been so many breaches of this Palace position. Maybe Brokey will be rewarded. Going very aggressive early with this AWP. He's got support from Rops as well. An angle for the jungle spot. But Brolan is here. Is it a matter of time before he starts to wonder if he should go for a walk in Palace? Rez could be in trouble there. Still alive though, and Brokey could be in trouble. Brolan thinking better of it. Smoke into Palace. In the meantime, FaZe have control around that mid position once again. 2 smokes from the CTs at the same time. That could be a bit of panic from NIP. That second smoke not being there could cost them later on. Brolan in a very aggressive position, but Brokey will deliver. Just 1 shot required, a big puncture on the A bomb site, and Hetrick's got so much to do. Maybe this is where FaZe finally break this streak from NIP. We've got 3 players remaining, and it seems like this one's already over.
That's what FaZe have been wanting. They know that NIP have been going for a lot of these aggressive moves in early round or mid round. They've been waiting to catch one of those aggressive moves out. And this time it's Brolan pushing into ramp. The AWP of Brokey, the perfect weapon to deal with that aggression. And then it makes it so difficult for the following A players on the site to really do a great deal because they're getting pushed from Palace and ramp. They weren't ready for Rops out from Palace so soon. And so finally, FaZe score on this T side. This entire map has had a real lack of T round wins, especially in gun rounds. Remember in that first half, NIP got the 4-0 lead off the back of the pistol, but only got 1 round other than that. And this is FaZe's first T round entirely. So it's been a very CT-dominated map so far. But FaZe need to change that here if they want a chance to steal away NIP's pick.
It's been so good how NIP have limited the variance in those force buy rounds. More protocol than IT support. They will lead by 2 as both squads will be on the full buy with buckets of utility. Not shy to go aggressive is Rez. Seen so much aggression from FaZe in that mid position. Often uncontested. This time they've got an early focus towards this B bomb site. Speaking of protocol, Hampus and Hetrick will have a lot to do. Just a sliver of a gap, but he's moving to a more aggressive position. Hampus with that molly below the window to compromise the angles, but they know FaZe Clan are here. Config's here as well now, moving towards default, just creeping through. Hampus running distraction. Config will drop the bomb carrier as well. Rops and Brokey remain. There's the opening frag. Doesn't last very long though. FaZe on the floor again.
That was so interesting. That was a mid-site smoke thrown by FaZe And it seemed like Hampus got all the benefit from it because he just spotted that foot below the box on the edge of the smoke. Look at this kill, just spots it, and then instantly transfers up to the player boosted, who was trying to swing on towards him. And that small moment, what does he even see?
Bro, I need 2 pairs of glasses to see that. I can't see what he's seeing. That's the nerdiest angle I have seen today.
That's crazy. I wonder if he did see. I mean, there's a chance that's just like prep. There is a chance. But honestly, these pros are so good, I wouldn't be surprised if he saw something. A sliver of a foot. Either way, what a round for NIP. Just 2 away from picking up their map pick. FaZe still with a bye for now, but this is a key round for FaZe. If they lose this without a bomb plant, they wouldn't have a great bye into the final round. $20 kills for Headtrick, 21 for Config. Outfragging anyone on the FaZe side. And that flash not good enough to get Headtrick off that angle. Clean man advantage for NIP.
Rob's back on his lurking duties then. One of the best. But can he find a way? Can he find a key to unlock this half for FaZe? Because they are still just getting started as far as the rounds are concerned. NIP are almost at the finish line. Config surely gets a frag here. Bomb. Oh, the crouch peek from Brokey. Perfect. They've spotted the bomb, but there's a chance. Moving through connector now on FaZe. And Rez has got a lot of work to do. Very concerned about the bomb site itself. But will the alert come from connector? In the smoke now. Twist is here as well. Karrigan's been dropped in the meantime. They'll exchange sides and Twist will deliver. 3 on 2. Not done yet. Hampus creeping forward on short. Twist going to see where he is. That's where he is. And now it's a 2 on 2. Head trick with angles though. And how do you plant this bomb? 29 seconds for Rops to solve this puzzle. Molotov towards CT. Bad angle for head trick, but delivers regardless. And that's game point for NIP.
Head trick so reliable for NIP. Landing shots consistently. And it looked like Brokey had done enough on the FaZe side. That second shot onto Config was so well done on the crouch peek. But still, NIP able to hold on. That first shot was brilliant. You see there, the crouch just enough. But not enough to win the round because Headtrick comes back in from CT and lands some brilliant shots of his own.
Cracks a smile. Great focus from the young lads. That is not an easy frag to find, especially with the caliber of opponent on the server. But all credit to NIP. They have dropped 1 round in a landslide, an avalanche of rounds in this half. Still, FaZe are only 4 away from overtime. Two players towards A for FaZe, including the bomb carrier. Tells you all you need to know. Again, a swing from FaZe, heading towards Con. There's no one to challenge it. Smokes up on that short position. And they've got a lurker in Brokey as well, but who gets the first kill? It will be FaZe. Rez is here in CT, trying to slow things down if he can. Flanks on the way from Hampus as well. Bombs planted early enough though. 5 on 3 as Brokey drops Config. This is proving to be very expensive for NIP. Not too late for FaZe to have a run. Still going for it at NIP. Rez and Hampus combine. 2 versus 3. 22 HP for Hampus, and he's out of there. There's more work to be done for FaZe to bleed the money from Ninjas, but they're not out of this one yet.
Yeah, FaZe using a lot of their smokes early in that round, a few of them towards mid, and then having that one smoke towards A just allows them to close the distance quickly. That was always the aim in this round. Because their utility was low, they said, let's just try and run at NIP as soon as possible. And if NIP don't instantly respond with nades and try and slow us down, we've got a good chance. And that means that FaZe are now 3 away from taking us to overtime. Still money for NIP for now. That could run dry if FaZe continue their success. Do we see FaZe continue with the pace, though? Because now they've got the full nades. Or do they want to go back to something slower? Pace again.
Oh, Twist.
Wow.
Oh, Twisty, so many targets for him, but the Mongolz goes flying in more ways than one. Still, they're at the advantage, 4 on 3. Hampers showing presence towards short. Can they figure out the setup of the remainder of this squad? Head trick is lurking somewhere, and that often proves to be painful. Oh, misses the flick. He's jumping as well. Config makes his way towards CT, and there are huge problems for NIP. It's time to convert this map, but their money's running low now. This is the break that FaZe have been looking for. Config's got 150 in the bank. Problems are on the way for NIP. They really need to keep this AWP alive. And I think FaZe know that as well.
Loving these faster pushes from FaZe. It's working out nicely for them. NIP can't seem to stop the quick aggression right now. And Hampus has to be careful. Rain dialed in, hits the headshot. It's not just the pace from FaZe, it's the players stepping up with some incredible shots. Even when Twist goes down, trades favor FaZe. And Head Trick trapped in the corner. They don't realize he's on that side, and he will get away with the AWP.
Man, it's hard to kill. So the AWP is alive. Hampus has got 6k plus, Head Trick has got 6k plus. NIP need to decide how best to use their money in the rounds that remain. 2 chances to win this in regulation. Oh, it could have been even more devastating. You can see the continuation spray in connector from Twist. If he found a second kill there in 180s, then that would have been quite something, but FaZe have got to focus on the next round. As nice as that was, there is more work to be done by FaZe. The timeout has come and gone now. And NIP have got quite an interesting buy to offer to FaZe Clan. A difference in approach in round 29.
Don't think we've seen that AWP of Config do a great deal so far, but this would be the moment. Building into round 29, they go in on this round. If NIP lose it, their bye would suck in round 30. This is their last best opportunity to close in regulation. And Config has taken that AWP so that he can solo this B bomb site. Meanwhile, FaZe going for that mid control. NIP not wanting to fight mid this time. I think NIP are taking a riskier setup stack towards A because they realize there's a chance they're going to want to save their guns if the round goes wrong. So they've decided to take a little risk in this round instead, but that means that Config is completely isolated. He's on an island on that B site.
He has a smoke though. Question is, what does he do with it? Of course, it's common to put it between the wall of the site and the van to help your teammates rotate in, but indeed, will they? Oh, we've got shenanigans. We've got shenanigans. That's a swing and a miss from Config though, and that will be a fatal mistake. How much do they invest into this one, NIP?
I think they should save. Yeah, I think this was the whole plan here. You take a risk in this round. If it doesn't work, you just say, listen, we have to save. We can't afford to go into round 30 with $2,400 each. So they decide to take a risk in this one instead. They feel like this is one they can afford to take that risk in. Now, this only works if you actually do get to save those guns. And FaZe might be aware of that fact. They've got nothing to lose. Everyone in Palace.
Now they can throw a few people at it, but they will need their nades for the next round as well. It's going to be a very interesting final round of regulation.
Don't want to give the AKs to the CTs either if you can't afford to. Just the 1 kill for Rain. But that might make a difference in the buy from NIP. Oh, that's the shot you want to land if you're Config. If you get that kill, maybe you feel comfortable playing back from the bomb site. But I'm going to be honest, I don't think this AWP from Config has made the difference he's wanted it to. He's picked it up a couple of times, hasn't been able to land the shots, and that means we go to round 30.
The desk survives as well. French guns are out for the Swedish, Scandic side rather, of NIP. FaZe running straight into that grenade, but limited damage to their fortune. Minute 30 on the clock, presence shown. Business as usual for FaZe in that mid position. But what of NIP? They've got 3 players in the sandwich. There's almost a picnic going on there. It seems they will be proactive towards the ramp, but Rops will be waiting for them. How far do they go then? Checking their angles. Brolan creeping forward alone. Rops showing just a shoulder pad there, taking no damage.
Quick response from FaZe to move up mid. After seeing that ramp aggression, they decide they can take map control elsewhere. The bomb's still in spawn. FaZe have done so well to get to this point. They might make it further. 1-for-1 trade early. That bomb will be recovered shortly. And again, the minimap leaves Hampus so vulnerable on the B-bomb site. He has to be an absolute hero here.
He has one of the 2 kits. So if he falls, there will be one on the bomb site. And that bomb is headed on the way. Smoke top connector. And rain starting to creep over as well. Rez wondering what's happening in jungle, but far away from Hampus. He needs a multi-frag here, and he knows they're coming from both ways, but rain has been dropped by Brolan. That saves Hampus. He can focus on the apartments. He delays for a few seconds, enough for Rez to get here. 16 seconds on the clock. Rez has a wonderful angle. This could be a catastrophe for FaZe Clan. Indeed it will be. 1v3 for Brokey now. The end of the line for FaZe on Mirage is here. NIP squeeze through after a comeback on Mirage.
FaZe competitive in the first half, but completely neutralized on the second. The comeback attempt simply cosmetic as NIP completely locked down that defense. 8 rounds in a row on that CT side to start from NIP. Do a great bodyguard impression.
Yeah, I think from a big picture perspective, the biggest thing that NIP had over FaZe was winning their T-side poster round and winning the first 4 rounds of that half, because both T-sides really struggled against these defenses. Both defenses were very strong. NIP only wins 1 actual gun round like later on in the half, and I mean, if you're FaZe, you got shut out for most of that half. It wasn't until the very end, some nice calling from Kerrigan got him back into that. But other than that, defenses were on top tier.
I think when NIP had against FaZe is winning both pistol rounds.
That helped too, yeah.
And converting, you know, I think that was in the end the difference maker because both CT sides for teams were solid. I think the T side struggled because they couldn't find opening kills, right? Like both teams, when they played default, the CTs would find ways to get an advantage, whether it's a pick with the AWP or a nice aggressive setup close towards A, whether it's ramp or palace or whatever. But yeah, they struggled, and I think FaZe did a better job at winning some of those gun rounds, but in the end, it was just not enough.
Yeah, too little, too late for
FaZe felt like their only like real openings on the T side like came from Brokey with the op. I feel like the riflers didn't really get involved in the T side or with a whole lot of success until the end, until Kerrigan called some faster splits towards the A bomb side. I think he knocked out like 2 of those rounds in a row when they were down by 4. Switches to that B hit late, which was great because the defense kind of adjusted to the other side of the map and almost was able to force overtime. But again, like Config had a good CT side. Headtrick was a beast this whole game. Like NIP played really, really well.
Yeah, Headtrick certainly continuing that consistent form. I think it was a question of the AWPers coming into things, and we saw quite a lot going on. Double AWP setups pulled out from both sides of the equations, but yeah, Headtrick to really be stunning tool in our aim high, presented by the Air Force.
Yeah, I think he's been very consistent. Recently we talked about him, he stepped up. Feels like after 6 months being on the team and playing some of these tournaments, he's more comfortable now, more confident now. This is all familiar to him, right? Which is understandable. I mean, he's still super young.
Yeah, and he had some very quick from like, sighting your target into just peeking into scoping in and nailing the shot. He was great, even when he's in more supportive elements, even when he had to get aggressive and clutches. Yeah, he was all over the place and absolutely lights out for NIP. And it just continues this story of like this rise up for like the better showings from NIP coinciding with better showings from Headtrick, how important the AWPer is to the overall team function in current day Counter-Strike. And yeah, just he's just an impressive performance here on the first map.
Yeah, we've been praising the CT side of NIP for good reason. So, Janko, what have you picked out for us to be studying in a segment?
Well, I think for the side of NIP, they got off to a great start, really. And in the first couple of rounds, we're going to go into the second gun round, right? So what happened in the first one was that NIP was pretty much trying to fight for mid control, right? Like they were very aggressive towards this area of the map. They found some entry kills. So second gun round comes along. What is the adjustment from FaZe? You can see immediately like there's more utility being used. You can see that the number of players, there's 3 players top mid. There's a guy coming down underground. Obviously, Rob's lurking towards the A bomb site. But what is happening throughout this time is still the utility keeps coming in from them. Pay attention now to the right side of the screen, right? You can see how this is going to get still used to re-smoke window, to smoke top connector, right, to really get into some of these positions. In the meanwhile, you've just seen how Brolan is also aggressive towards the A apartments, right, and the other player is inside, that's Rez. So that gives them a little bit more freedom to roam. They are fine with giving up mid in this moment, because if someone comes A, they have Brolan there from apartments who can do damage. They have early info if someone does come apps, and for FaZe now they're grouping. Look at the nades now. Like there's only 1 smoke, 2 flashes and a molly, and the danger man here is Headtrick, who's all the way posted up towards the B bomb site, and that's going to be the strong setup here for the side of the ninjas in pajamas. Is if they come B, well, Headtrick has early contact, and it's very hard to stop him without a lot of utility. So this, because of everything that happened in this round, NIP is in prime position. They even cheat a 3rd guy over towards B, and it's just going to be a cleanup for them from this point on.
They almost don't even need the early warning of a deep op angle, right? They already have it stacked up with 2 more players. So, I mean, yeah, this felt like for a lot of this half, like NIP did a really good job of reading what was coming, really good job gathering information, just knowing exactly what was happening on the map and putting themselves in perfect position to shut everything down.
We're talking about coming onto the second map. That is Overpass, FaZe's pick. Probably for good reason. We've seen NIP playing quite a lot of Overpass. I think it was a lot of punish picks coming into them back in Copenhagen, because we heard from Hampus, they're not quite agreeing on the positions on the CT side of this map, right?
Yeah, as we pointed out, for Rez, let's say he's known for the A rifle on overpass position, especially on the CT side. Okay, he's moved into the anchor and he's not getting that, but then it's like to give it to Brolan or to Config as well. Both like very aggressive and like to move around, and we've seen Brawl struggle a little bit in their game against Imperial, getting punished for some early aggressions and so on. So we'll see if he changes his approach coming into this game. And yeah, that's why FaZe sort of went for it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a nice punish pick considering the loss to Imperial, considering the loss twice to Complexity back at Blast. Although enough, I think they beat Vitality on it.
They did. That was weird.
Yeah, there's a nice little aberration there.
Yeah.
But I mean, with all these teams that are coming in with changes, every single game, as we've touched on, even with like the Cloud9 experience, everything is a learning experience. Like, how much can you change? How much can you learn? How much can you figure out and adapt from map to map? Because you're still going to be working through problems. You're still going to be working through complications. So NIP have plenty of complications to find and fix.
But surely we have a pretty solid idea of what FaZe are going to be bringing to this ground.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe have grown more comfortable on the map over I say a longer period of time. I remember before last year's Cologne, you know, they were forcing it in some online tournaments, right, to be ready to play it when the time comes. So yeah, we'll see. Obviously, no changes for FaZe, right? So everyone's still on the same page when it comes to that. Rob's another danger man, right, lurking on the B side of the map. A lot of moves in Monster to put pressure on the players, and on Rez, who's still new to the position. So maybe keep an eye out on that particular duel to see how it goes.
I think something interesting that we saw back at Blast as well was a lot of teams who were picking Overpass against NIP were really trying to punish the B setup they had, because they knew that, you know, the team wasn't so comfortable with the setups. A lot of new players coming into that position.
It's exactly what Yenka's alluding to with some of the role swaps there, and exactly why that Rops matchup is going to be so interesting, because he's known to just, in all of his positions, had so many different plays. He's got such a good feel for his timings and when it's his turn to make a move. And I mean, he can easily just kind of ruin that entire half for NIP. Like, just 1 or 2 rounds where he makes his play, it can be the end of it.
And I don't imagine that NIP will win both pistols again, right? The likes of the likes of Rain on the team, right. Rops, Brokey, Twist, these are all excellent pistol players. So, you know, you're going to have to play from behind at some point, and that's where things are going to get tricky for them.
Well, we do find ourselves awaiting FaZe's map pick of Overpass, but I'm curious, Shocks, what's been going on down on the sideline?
So much. Actually, the players are just filing in again. Config was the first one back. I think that happens often. But I wanted to stand here specifically because it kind of illustrates what we have going on here. We have, of course, a victory from FaZe just last year. And then here, 2014, Ninjas in Pajamas. And I think that paints a good picture of kind of what a long time it has been and how big of a victory this would be for NIP. But then they would have to win Overpass. And I got to talk to DJL. And, of course, happy that they pulled it out in the end. But he said, I'm not happy with those T sides. It has to be cleaner, and I want my guys to be a bit more confident. He felt like they played scared in moments when they shouldn't, and I think that's a great directive going into Overpass if they want to win this match. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Map 2.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my God! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
Not today, fella.
Let me guess, it's the tattoos?
Nope.
Those.
What's why?
Fuck are those?
What? Have fun, mate. Have a good time. Let's go. Have a good night. Enjoy yourself.
goes Twists. That's a double on his plate. Masuta was just pulling out nades to try and get them up con.
This guy was born in lower, molded by it. He didn't see ZywOo, he's nearly a man, and ZywOo is blinded. 5 on 2, ready to shut this map out.
Hugo's so great there.
One man to do it. Twist.
Call for the ace that time as well?
No. Because I pretty much my only comms that round is after we left mid. Like I just said, I'm not gonna leave con. I'll just fight until death.
Yeah.
And
you didn't die.
And I guess it's a nice feeling to just close out the game like that. I'd say number 8. Nice ace.
Okay.
Okay, Twists. Readies himself.
Good casting.
Online CS.
Ethan.
1, 2, 3.
Right.
Twist is teaching us how to count. That's all 4.
Still looks nice though.
Yeah, but I don't know if it would even be top 10.
All right, we'll throw in the garbage. Is online game. You're right.
That was online game. I think Pro League. There was action down mid already, and they just didn't clear me. So it's not so like impressive, I'd say. Brokey stole my kill.
Did you yell at him after that?
No, I didn't even. I thought I killed everyone, seriously. I didn't realize I didn't kill all 4.
Yeah, you probably don't even notice in the heat of the moment when it's going down.
I'd say it's only 3K, but I mean, it was an important round to win for the team. But
Well,
it's like I almost want to place it top 3, even though it's only a 3K, but it like, without that round, we would be down 15 to 18 in OT. So we'd have to win 3 rounds in a row to get it to double OT. Let's put it number 2 for now.
Yeah.
Fucking cash on. Such good map.
Ooh!
This is the ACS.
That's a
ACS season, I don't know, 6?
That's that wild Cloud9 lineup as well.
Oh yeah, season 6, North America. I think it's like a nice flex clip.
Do you remember anything from that round? Like what you were thinking of?
The beginning of the round started with us trying to push door, and I traded my teammate in door, and I gave my teammate the MAC-10.
Yeah.
And then he jumped in first with MAC-10 through the CT smoke, and I kind of just like, I was like, okay, fuck it, I'll just jump through the smoke too. And no one looked at me.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I just got into an interesting situation there. I feel like the CZ doesn't do that anymore though.
No.
No.
It really doesn't.
It's like, it's more RNG than the Deagle, I think, seriously.
The Ninjas have had a lot of close scores on Overpass, but is it reasonable to expect this one to be close versus a likely angry FaZe clan on the other side? We won't have long to find out. The pistol's about to begin. NIP won both of them on Mirage, bearing in mind how close that victory was. Will they be just as important on Overpass? Perhaps they will be. FaZe clan will be starting on the T side, so NIP will be comfortable with their start, but will they be comfortable in round 2? They'll have Julies in the hands of Rez and Brolan for this pistol. Double raid boss. Oh, no, they're being juggled around. Config will have them instead. Let's see what they have to offer. FaZe clan narrowly missing out on the first map of the series. Got a lot of work to do. Again, it is deep waters very early on in the group stage of Cologne.
Got the stack towards B from NIP with some players aggressive on B short. I do love the racing livery skin on the dualies. Looking very nice. Meanwhile, FaZe happy to take A long, but Brolan decides he wants to get active. This could be good range for these dualies, spamming away, but he doesn't fully clear the corner, so Rops hits the headshot. And now FaZe have got so much ground towards A, and the rotate's going to be slow. Sure, Config gets a kill back, but is anyone here in time? Hampus can't deny.
Rez has got a good angle, but Rain will be better than him on this occasion. 3-on-3 then. So much talent on the server. Back and forth we go in the pistol. So far, so good for FaZe. Bomb planted. Really don't want to lose their third pistol of this series, but Config is suggesting that things might be going that way. Hampus waiting for his time to strike by the bank. Carrigan wondering now, spotting some of Hampus, and now it's just down to Rain. He's gone as well, and that is 3 for 3 pistols for NIP.
Config happy with that one.
Did he just make chicken noises and then a cat noise?
Yeah, I don't know what those noises were, I'll be honest. I'm not going to try and get into the brain of Config. What a start, though. And Config, you know, he's got a reason to get hype. He got those 2 kills initially. Hamper's closing it out with some clean shots. So NIP's pistol round form continues. If they want a chance here on FaZe's map pick, that might be the way to do it. Get off to a good start. Try and keep FaZe's economy down. We do have that similar situation where FaZe go for the force buy, though. A lot of Galils again. Carrigan, the utility man in this round. Setting up the flash early. A-Long again wide open. It's currently 4B early for NIP. We heard the desk discuss that NIP have had some role clashes on this map. They've maybe had some issues on that B site. They've reinforced it early in this round, but that's left A very vulnerable. And FaZe are slowly sneaking up on Headtrick here.
Oh, he's playing the information game, not willing to stand and take that duel. Calling the reinforcements. Brolan will make his way over. Dropping a smoke for his teammate. Again, that smoke in the front of the truck could be very, very key. Brolan will stand his ground, though, and now there are problems. If FaZe plant the bomb, this Galil Fiesta could be quite a problem for NIP to deal with. That trade is important. They were lining up. But FaZe keep the numbers up. Plants coming through. Config, how about that for an angle? Fantastic start on a retake attempt for them. Flashes and just the one smoke for NIP. Carrigan with that Tech 9 could be very dangerous. No kits for these players. Got to get their skates on. Twist with the off angle. Beautiful work straight into the hands of Carrigan. And Hampus now is left with nothing else to do. The Galil Fiesta will be successful for FaZe Clan as they'll tie the score early. This could prove more beneficial than winning the pistol itself, putting the CT loss bonus in the bin. Let's see how the next round plays out.
Beautiful round from FaZe, especially in that post plant. I love that Twist is just watching that tight angle, the cross to truck. He knows he's not necessarily going to get the kill there, but as long as he does a bit of damage, Carrigan can just emerge from the site. And it was also somewhat surprising that Brolan was just not ready for those players on long. I thought he was going to maybe jiggle it for info, but he goes so wide. FaZe are always going to be able to get him out of the equation. And then that leaves Headtrick solo on the site. So maybe just a misunderstanding between the NIP players. Either way, it's costly for them. They get a force into this round, but they could really do with winning this one. And that's the rifle of Hampus gone early. Config will have to do his best work with it instead. And he's trapped. He hit the dig. But the headshot from Carrigan, too good.
Feels like night and day then versus how the other rounds went after the pistol. FaZe firmly in the driving seat. NIP's economy in the bin.
Ooh,
it's a nice headshot from Headtrick. Maybe there's life in NIP yet. You can see Brolan going to try and rescue that rifle. What can FaZe do in the meantime? They've got Robs towards short B, but they only know where one of these 3 players is.
Group to B looks good here for FaZe. It'd be a chance for Headtrick to try and catch someone moving towards the site. Although this smoke could deny that. Our players coming in towards short for NIP through connector. Rops, though, ever present, ever aware. And so FaZe on the verge of taking the lead and putting NIP back into a really poor position. Definitely feels like a map where FaZe will be pretty heavy favorites. NIP not with a good recent win rate on this map, just 17%. It's actually a map that we've already seen them play in the play-in, and they lost against Imperial in that very drawn-out series for NIP to even get here. I think some people were worried about NIP when that series against Imperial came so close. They were meant to be big favorites in that one. They've made it through the play-in here to the groups of Cologne now. And they've already taken a map off FaZe. FaZe looking to bounce back, though, and off to that good start.
Yeah, the score versus Imperial might not be the biggest indicator for NIP on Overpass. But again, there is that Vitality win. So it's not a death sentence by any means, but FaZe already just look like they are very, very strong on overpass. Again, a situation still ropey for NIP. Really relying on some scout shenanigans in this round, I think. Config with the 5-7 on long, just around the corner. You'll hear a few players coming in his vicinity. We'll see if they go his way. There's the scout lost then. Hedrick's flicks are no more for round 4.
Okay, Rez gets 1 kill back. Ooh, I like the attempt. Oh, what?
Oh,
the lineup for Hampus!
That's just what we were talking about. Hampus picks up the slack, loved the pre-fire, and it's given Config a chance. Carrigan's wondering what might be happening, but his timing might just pay off for him. Oh, he's not quite paying attention, but that's all the information he needs. He can close this door. Oh, beautiful. Or is it? Getting awkward now, running low on the bullets, and the 5-7 is going to deliver. We got a 1 versus 1. The bomb's not even planted just yet. That HE could be everything. Just a little too early. This is a low percentage scenario, but here we are. There is a chance for Config, but Rain could be left all right. It's a gamble. It's a coin flick for Config. Which way does he look? He's got to get his skates on here because this is a defuse without a kit if he goes for it. Rain standing his ground now, and it may already be too late for Config. But my God, the damage that's been done could certainly help them later on. He'll go to save the AK if he can escape. That won't happen either. A scary one for FaZe. Oh, that scout, man. That was a wild round.
Damn, that got crazy. Those players lining up in connector. Nearly incredibly costly for FaZe. So this was Hampus recovering the scout. They just line up so nicely for him. And then Config with this 5-7. An extended, awkward engagement. Brought it into the 1v1. Not a round win for NIP, but good damage. And now they will have the guns they were looking for. The 4-man boost is not expected, but it's not connected by Brokey.
Yeah, scoping made it awkward for him. NIP have no money whatsoever. Everybody has bought down to 0 exactly. How often do you see that?
That's satisfying. I like that. Hedrick is currently solo A, and without an AWP, that's not always the easiest position to play, but you can tuck back to the site and then call for assistance once you see some presence. Indeed, Brolan will be the man to rotate.
That near win from NIP could really help them if they can put something together in this round. Such an expensive one for FaZe. Brolan's got to be careful here. Counter flashes, he'll fall back. They've used their smoke in a forward position. Head trick by Dice. Brolan's in so much trouble. The flashes just keep on coming, and so do FaZe Clan. No more position to be had for NIP. Would be crazy to pursue this round.
When Carrigan's getting entries like that, you know you are in trouble. He's so good at calling, and when he's playing well, he can just call plays where he can entry himself, if the utility's good enough. Great round here for FaZe, and for NIP, it looks a little awkward on these rotates up to A. Again, I don't feel like Brolan was fully ready for how far forward they were going to be. Looked a little uncomfortable. Didn't see much resistance, didn't see much counter utility from the NIP side. Protocol's not looking too good for them right now. And we have seen them stacking that B site early. Has been an issue for them in some previous games. But in this one, it's all been about the A site for FaZe so far.
It's like a tech pause, so we won't talk about anything because headsets are off. Brolan is still looking for his first kill. Same for Brokey. That is readily available information for the teams. 1-4 though. FaZe Clan looking very comfortable on overpass so far. Already looks like we are very much in for a third and deciding map of Nuke. That'll be quite something. We know how dangerous that man is on Nuke, but let's see if we get there first. Tech pause for the time being. If you're joining us late, it was a very close game in the end on Mirage. Both these teams have brought their heavy firepower into this series, but NIP certainly feel like they're on the back foot on Overpass. Not their strongest map. One they've had some tight matches on, some unlikely wins. But what is this one?
Apparently, NIP tried to call a tactical pause just as the tech happened. So they're trying to make sure they get that. Little chat back and forth between the two teams, always good fun. We get some nice relaxing music. Chance to calm down after a good start for FaZe with the 4-1 lead. Meanwhile, on that B stream, Ents were 15-5 up, and they have just closed it. That is a 2-0 for Ents, and a really good run from them. That was their second gaming group, so I believe they are the first team confirmed for playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I should double-check that before saying it.
I was actually chatting to Natu a little earlier on if they do make it to the playoffs, and he'll be flying in for the rest of the event. So if you do see him, ask him where the Ents boxer shorts are, because I want them, that's for sure. Great organization is Ents.
We've got even more chat there. Chat about Config's Crocs now, which you would have seen in the skit earlier.
Someone snuck Crocs into the venue though. I'm not sure. Not sure who it was, but I'm pretty sure I saw a screenshot on Tinternet. Not sure if it was a player or support crew, but there are Crocs in the building somewhere. I don't want to see them.
Hell no.
That's the kind of trauma that I don't need.
Well, looks like we should be ready to get back into this shortly. I believe both teams have said they are ready. Good to see NIP with these, roster moves, bringing Hampus back in, competing. I think NIP are an organization we all obviously want to see competing against the top teams. I think it was a really nice point from Shox showing the engravings on the Cologne trophy and how NIP won it so long ago. FaZe the most recent victors here at Cologne back in 2022.
Reigning, defending.
Hell yeah. I think FaZe want to prove that they can win trophies again, because they've been consistently great as this lineup, but haven't won too many trophies recently. We are now back live. Thank you for your patience. Let's get into the gun rounds. Or at least a decent buy for NIP. They got something to work with.
Smoke towards Monster. This time there are two in connector, including Brokey with the bomb, who will post up while Twist closes the distance. There'll be no challenge though. NIP not opting to nade connector door on this occasion. We'll see if that happens later on. Has been very popular in other Overpass games here at Cologne so far.
Brokey had to open the door himself. No service for him on the nade, blowing the door open.
That's almost all the util already gone for NIP in this round. Not a very ideal round for them. Brokey creeping with the AWP, spotting one by Dice. Getting tagged, but he's still standing. Hetrick refusing to retreat. Doing what he can, but Rain's closed the distance as his teammates deploy the grenades. Space has been created on this bomb site. Then there were 4 for FaZe Clan. Not fully committed just yet, but the bomb continues to head towards the A bomb site as Rops is lurking outside Monster.
Ooh.
Brokey's been dropped, so Rops is going to have to get involved soon. Not sure if Config's heard anything. He's in a short B tunnel as the bomb's planted on the A bomb site. So his timing combined with Rops will be very interesting. Again, Rops lurking in supreme fashion at present. Eventually, Config will surely have to focus elsewhere. He's in a sandwich at the moment. Twist and Rops looking in his direction as Hampus is dropped on the bomb site. Surely his hand is forced now because Rez is alone on A. Rops wondering where he might be. Man, the spatial awareness is unreal. FaZe look very dangerous in this game of Overpass.
That is frustrating for Config. Like, he read it so well. He's waiting for Rops. He knows exactly what Rops is doing. You always know Rops is going to be lurking like that. But it's hard to hold that angle for so long and then still not get the kill because Rops is just that sharp. But the issue for NIP right now, it's not that B site. It seems a little discoordinated on A at times. Brolan just getting picked off early again. Headtrick out in the open on the site because his teammate's fallen so soon. And that's going to be easy pickings for FaZe.
Full util on this occasion for NIP. So let's see how they approach that connector position. HE towards the playground. No connection made this time. And indeed, we are lacking a door-in connector. Just waiting for that full util. Carrigan making sure that nobody's there. Again, that's an indicator for both squads. That is a interesting smoke.
Not quite according to plan.
Not quite, just slightly off.
You know.
By a small margin.
We have got Hampus playing up on A with Brolan this time round because Headtrick's AWP is headed down to B. How do these two riflers combine? Brolan flashed in, gets a bit of info, spamming onto Carrigan and finally landing the headshot. The man advantage for NIP. And Brolan will try to fall back to the site, but this A long sneak is something that NIP need to be ready for.
Must be scary being an A player versus FaZe. Posted up for a... Well, actually, Brolan's the one with the flash. So Hampus can't really flash long for Brolan to peek or swing. Puts a smoke towards the A bomb site, and this is going to be awkward for NIP potentially. With the little util they have remaining. The grenades start to come in. Brolan can bounce a flash off the side. Twist starting to swing now. In he goes. Deletes Brolan immediately, but Hampus is now on an island. They're still pushing though. 19 seconds. The rotation has to come in quickly. He gets domed by an AK 3-on-3. FaZe need to find a safe place to plant the bomb. Pre-fired towards the bank. Planted somewhat. Default Config running through, but can't make it. Rain denies him. Headtrick and Rez remain. Soon it might just be Rez. Headtrick down to 10 HP. Does he continue to go for this? Rez delayed by the molly, and they will have to disengage.
Good round from FaZe. They are just looking solid individually right now. I mean, that adjustment from Twists was so important. It's what really allows the rest of the FaZe players to more confidently push the site. They know where that second CT is going to be. They can pre-aim, pre-focus him. And then Rain doing well to get 2 kills there. Just about making sure that Config can't deny the bomb plant. This A site consistently working for FaZe right now. And again, that shot from Rain even, clinical. No time to react on the NIP side.
You can see the frustration. Body language is bad for NIP.
I think we've got to see that AWP of Headtrick show some presence on A. Don't allow FaZe to just get this close to the site before anything happens. Try and go for a pick. Try and do something to deny. Maybe Brolan will do it instead. The rifler going aggressive to party.
Yeah, he's got to find a way to get into this game. 1 for 7. Dying every round with not much to show for it. Got to find a way to change things. He's got information at the very least. Rain with a slower approach. Looking for info off of the slide. Big flash, but Brolan will deliver. Crosshairs in the right place. Stroke of luck may be exactly what NIP needed. Rotating over towards long, he'll be spotted, but he's still alive. In the meantime, Rox is trying to make it happen, make a difference through Monster. Flashes are here. And that trade will create so much space for the squad, but Hampus is still on the bomb site. Twist is creeping though, and I don't think Hampus has any idea. He might be hiding in the smoke itself. Can he go past Twisto? He can, and stops the bomb plant. Into the smoke again, disappearing. He's in the mist like a humidifier. 3-on-2, Twist and Carrigan remain. Finally, they see the barrel of the gun poking out of the smoke. And the numbers are even. Hedrick posted up. But can Brolan make a difference? Holding things on the low ground. Moving through Brolan, dropped by Twist. Hedrick alone now, sees the grenade come his way. Has an idea of where they are. Great tag onto Carrigan, but he's still standing. 1 versus 2. No kit for Hedrick. Needs to be given something by FaZe, but I don't see that coming.
That's such a shame for NIP. FaZe ended up missing that heaven smoke in the mid-round, so Hedrick had that clear line of sight, but he just never got the chance to get involved. His teammate ends up fighting first. He can't help those players behind the site. He can't really deal with them. That shot came so close to finishing off Carrigan, but not meant to be. Wasn't a terrible initial hold from NIP. Hampus really the man making the difference, though. Had to try and sneak in, but even with the bomb plant denied, it's not enough to win the round. You see Carrigan just spotted something in the smoke. And it's not Bigfoot. It's an enemy player. That was the flash earlier. Crosshair placement, important. But still not enough for NIP. They're starting to look a little more competitive, but if they don't get into this CT side soon, they might just be too far behind here.
FaZe is still doing the right things, though. The pop flash onto Brolan, a stroke of fortune for him to get that kill. Hampus passing Twist in a smoke to stop the bomb plant. The edges they're getting are very, very marginal in some of these rounds. Those are things they can't replicate, those little scenarios. FaZe are running a tight ship at the moment. Brokey's not had much to do with his 1 kill, but when you're 7-1, the numbers don't matter so much. NIP going more aggressive on a trying to get their teammates into the game.
Listen, Brokey's got 3 flash assists. Got to give him credit for that too. But yeah, not needed in terms of kills so far. The Riflers have been in fine form for FaZe. And they've been getting so many entries that you don't need the AWP to do too much. Here comes Rop, speaking of entries, looking for a fight early, and Config caught out on his aggressive angle. Hedrick and Connector unable to pounce. That molly will force him back. So it's another clean advantage for FaZe.
Yeah, NIP haven't been able to be effective around that Connector position, that blown off door. Rob's not really concerned with it. Obviously you can sandwich the T's there, but that hasn't been happening just yet. We saw Carrigan aggressively looking for a CT top connector in the round prior. Didn't see anybody there, and maybe FaZe are abusing that now. Hedrick doing what he can. NIP somewhat devoid of information, but Brolan may be looking to fix that as he goes to a more committed position on long. That long toilets lurker for a CT side can be very important. But there's still 2 on each bomb site. Hedrick will need to rotate quickly. Smoke up by the pillar of B at present. 38 seconds, and seems FaZe aren't done just yet. Again, Brolan's position is going to be very important. Looking for info. If he drops though, Hedrick's going to have a lot to do. Oh, that's a nasty surprise! Sees a lot on the kill cam. Hedrick's ready, but there will be flashes. A flash coming his way. Brokey's got one at the very least. Smoke on the site. He'll press forward. He's got a great angle, and there's 14 seconds to plant this bomb. Carrigan moving forward now, but where's that bomb planter? Rez coming through. There's a trade from Hedrick, and there might just be a second round for NIP. Rops has got 4 seconds, 2 to find. Don't see it happening, and they're finally back on the board.
There we go, second round for NIP after losing 7 in a row. They won the pistol, they lost 7, finally bouncing back in this one. And really nice to see a bit of impact from that AWP of Hedrick. He was struggling to find ways to get involved in those earlier rounds, but he got an early pick towards A in this one. Really, Rez lining those 2 up helped tremendously, allowed Hedrick to survive towards the site and end with 3 frags on the round. Better from NIP, and now they look for this B short control. Flash is good, Config force back. Ropz is concerned that Config might have run all the way through, but that nade looks solid. Bit of damage done to Ropz. They won't fight him for the map control, though.
Twist lurking in connector. Making his way to short B with his teammate now. Door not blown off on this occasion. Problems towards B imminent from FaZe. Rain with the entry. Ropz looking to trade. Very blind though. Hamper still in the water, trying to create some space for himself, but maybe compromised from multiple directions, relying on head trick, but it doesn't matter. We've got headshots all over the shot, be it through the wall or straight in the face. Dominating half so far from FaZe Clan, all over this B bomb site. Minimal response from NIP. They are simply victims in this half.
Yeah, that is just really quick from FaZe, getting all those entries onto B. And we were saying earlier that that B site has had some changes for NIP. They've been trying to work on it. They've been trying to work on that B site hold here on Overpass, but did not put up much resistance in that round.
Not much for Neo to do right now. Just walk around and look good. Nice day in the office.
He's doing a good job of that.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. So, NIP have tried to get more aggressive around A. Going deeper on long, but to no avail. They won a pistol again, their third pistol. Ignore that. They've had one round of success with an opening frag from a blind player and then a play through the smoke. Actually, that wasn't round they won, excuse me. Anyway, they've got an opening kill on this one with the Desert Eagle, and they've got a few smokes as well. A chance to play in chaos, some variance maybe.
I like that from Brolan. Land a shot early. And a bit of respect with these Deegs. Hampus tries to pop up, but Ropz is not going to look away before the molly forces someone into his crosshair. And now Brolan might feel uncomfortable here. A-Long currently wide open. I don't know if Rain will risk moving forward. He might just cut off the rotate instead. His headshots have looked so good with that AK. Finally, Brolan puts him down. A couple of nice shots from Brolan, but it won't lead to anything in the overall context of the round. Just a bit of damage. This round will still go against him. Don't see Ropz running in like this every day. He wants to pad those stats. Wants to catch up with Rain on the kill count.
Man like Ropz with 11 frags, indeed tying with Rain. 9-2 for FaZe Clan. Buy is back for NIP, but what can they do differently? Where is the weakness for FaZe Clan? And what can NIP do differently? Already having to dig deep in this CT side. Here we go again. Brokey will stay scoped in a little longer this time. But now we've got 3 players for NIP in very forward positions, including Hampus in connector. Door's been blown off again. These are the kind of plays that were maybe missing for NIP previously. FaZe will have nobody in connector on this occasion. Karrigan is lurking. It's a great angle for Brolan. Free information. NIP committing to short B. There are 4 players that might be coming their way. No fast response from FaZe Clan though. Starting to creep in. Flashes being lined up. Hampus on the way towards B. Rez could be in trouble. Again, the chain flashes will continue. The mollies as well. Stuck in the water. CT flashes as well. But what about the frags? Rain spots one in the water. And Conflicts here on short B. Might be problems for FaZe Clan then, as they're still standing. Hampus finally drops. Brokey's here with the AWP though. And now it's Brokey alone. 1 versus 3. A fast shot onto Rez. He's got 38 seconds. There is time to do this, but he doesn't have position. Brolan certainly does. A much needed third round for NIP.
Yeah, a little awkward for Brokey, trying to switch out guns there. Felt he had to back up. And as soon as he does, he goes down. I think that's a second round where it looks like FaZe are missing that Heaven smoke. I mean, there's a smoke landing in water. I have to assume that's not where they are planning for that one to land. Good little bit of initiative from NIP, though. I think that's really helping them here towards A. It's helping getting that info. It's helping make sure that you get off to a good start in these rounds. They're trying this 4-man boost consistently, FaZe. Back-to-back rounds. Won't work this time. I suppose NIP aren't seeing it, so we can continue to try it.
Headtrick had a quick look in connector with the AWP. Did not stay his welcome. Goes to a more traditional position with the sniper. Passive on B for NIP. Hampers with some jump peeking. Config stuck on the MP9. Playing with Rez, who is dropped by Rops. Headtrick still standing his ground, though. Needed more than that. The pistol will be enough for Carrigan. And Rain's still there with 16 HP. Avoids the pop flash. How much do they commit to this frag? Lovely from Headtrick. A quick scope onto Brokey as well. Might be some more rounds for NIP in this half after all. Twist and Rops remain, though. Round is still dangerous.
Oh, Rops somehow wins the duel. Brawlan should have had that. But Rops able to come out on top, and he's still not been caught. How is Rops getting away with this? He's going to get back towards the B bomb site. Twist will lead the charge, but Config hits the headshot, so Rops needs an ace.
Creating some space for himself. He's got to commit to this bomb plant. But the grenades, Hampers, will he deploy it? It might go too far. Rops, 24 HP, still alive. Instant trade for Config. Holding on, NIP, giving themselves a fighting chance, keeping their heads just above water in the dying rounds of the first half.
God, that was so close. For Rops to hit that first headshot even was impressive with how low he was. I was maybe expecting Rops to be ready for another player in this long bathrooms position. Like, normally you're not going to have an AWP solo there, but still got the kill onto Brawlan. Not enough though, Rops, the quad kill, and yet still loses the round. A little frustration for FaZe, but they have a 9-4 lead. And we'll see if they decide to switch things up. The fast B plays could potentially be on the cards here.
Great timing there, Rops running in backwards with the pop flashes. Well drilled, well oiled FaZe clan looking to make double figures in this first half.
Those nades are good. Ooh, not good enough.
3 plays waiting on Monster, Config delivering, but the trades are here, and more than that, look how many players are here for FaZe Clan, storming through the Monster tunnel. Not much you can do about that on this occasion for NIP, and it will be 10 rounds for FaZe. Money is very ropey for NIP moving into this last round. No choice but to save.
Yeah, Config was playing a little further forward on short, so dodged the nades, but he ends up losing that fight early. I think are they practicing their Heaven Smoke lineups? Like, what's going on? Either way, FaZe can get away with that because they're winning rounds right now.
Seems like they must have realized someone's smoke is dodgy. Not too much harm done, though.
I mean, I guess it's good to know. In case you were going to go for it into the last round of the half.
What we're going to try to do is that we do mid-rush nades.
NIP will have some weaknesses.
Maybe that was a contest to see who gets to smoke heaven then. Somebody certainly failed. Shortest draw for that smoker. Not the best, not the strongest buy from NIP. The MP9, the FAMAS. Grenade sailing in towards the toilets as Headtrick will go aggressive. No scoped weapon for him though. Silenced M4 on this occasion. NIP with very forward positions. Config was in short B. Starts to move back now as they wonder about Monster.
Surely Rops knows the lineup.
Brawlan able to fall back after that kill. Wondering about Connector though. Can they secure his exit should he choose to? Config with a strong angle. He is close to the MP9. Jiggling, moving accuracy might be enough, but he's up against Rops. Oh my days. Man like Rops with 2 in short B, looking for 11, and he's not done yet.
Rops is playing out of his mind right now. 19 kills in this half. Hedrick's trying to come in behind. It's the bomb at the back. It's the bomb at the back. Brokey hits the headshot though, and that should take the drama out of the round.
Hampus. Was he spotted there? Doesn't look like it. Flashes are on the way. Needs a miracle. Oh, there's Twist, but Rain is here to trade immediately. FaZe Clan looking super strong on Overpass, but a job is only half done.
So hard to let go. Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you have to know. Give me a reason. Why is it so hard to let go? Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you let's find out if you
We are back with the final opening game of the groups here at Cologne 2023. Rez looking at Config like, are you sure you want to make that noise? You're going up against FaZe, because they're 11-4 up right now over on the FaZe side. Wow, what a journey we've just seen Config go on throughout this half. It has not been ideal for NIP. They may be one map up, but it's not looking good for them here on Overpass.
A catalogue of emotions on the cameras. Well then, can the pistol round run continue for NIP? It's been very promising so far. FaZe Clan able to reset them in the first half. Oh, Twist creeping through, Config's just waiting for him. Only sees one on a def cam, Twist. And that's Config again sending it. bouncing through the tunnel. The mollies here, and the CTs have got nowhere to go but down. Ropz trying to defend. Config swinging around, running out of bullets, but Hampus is here. Rain getting dropped, leaving Ropz in the clutch then. 1 versus 3. Ropz got to be real careful, but Headtrick gives him no quarter. All the pistols for NIP so far, but can they make them count on Overpass?
4 from 4 on pistols, but that's really been their only solace so far on Overpass. Great round from Config, though. Good to see him back and playing so explosive. We know what he's capable of. A couple of good headshots in the mix, and FaZe not able to deny. Got to make sure they don't overlook this round, though. Because in the previous, they won the pistol and they instantly got reset in the first half. Oh, the jumping MP9 is so good. It's so accurate mid-air. And that's why Ropz sets up exactly for that play.
Disgusting behavior from Ropz, and I fully support it. Indeed, the MP9 has unusually good air accuracy. That's a great example that we see from him. 6-round lead for the time being for FaZe Clan. Early problems again for NIP. The pistol's just not enough on Overpass versus the likes of FaZe. Got to beat their force buy as well. No response to the shenanigans from Ropz. This already looks awkward. No one's in short B though. But if they are to try and have presence there, that flash will telegraph their position. Quick flash from FaZe. There's the response from NIP then. Door is open. They still have 3 people despite having no one spotted on short B. They are well positioned. 35 seconds on the clock, and they seem to have a read of this. This is going to be a war of attrition. Reign of the Desert Eagle, though, has got a lot to do. Config spotting him, but that could be a bait. Twist is ready with the MAC-10. The moving accuracy will be enough at that range. Twist, a thorn in the side then, running out of bullets, but will there be a follow-up? NIP might have a chance. Brokey's got the scout though, and Ropz is here with the MP9. What a nuisance Ropz has been in this round. Hampus 1v2, 10 seconds. Basically getting trolled at this point. Brokey from the back with the scout, and it's a robbery again from FaZe.
Both pistols won on this map for NIP, and both times instantly reset. This is the jumping. This is what Rez sees. Well, I don't think he saw anything. Turned around briefly, and he's done for. So annoying when you go down like that, but fair play to FaZe. They deserve it after getting the man advantage. They work their magic. And Carrigan just letting NIP know that FaZe are looking very good now. Really exciting to see this form out of Ropz as well. We often look for him to maybe be the main standout player for FaZe. It's hard to have a main standout on FaZe because all their stars are so good, but he's consistently very, very good with just his play style. Would love for him to have this level of performance throughout Cologne. Pistols are out for NIP, but not off to a good start in this one. And Ropz will even come to long to assist Rain in the long bathrooms. Ooh. Brolan's Deeg has been deadly. I feel like he's got half his kills with a Deeg.
Can Ropz protect this weapon though? A Rez here as well. Taps versus Taps it looks like. Ropz has got a few more though, trying to escape, hides his head as best he can, able to fall back. Carrigan capitalizing on the distraction, leaving Headtrick alone. No one on the radio. Just 5 rounds for NIP. 35 seconds though. 2 bomb sites to approach. Twist has got B more or less covered, but Headtrick's got a 1 versus 1. If he could find the right angle, that's going to be so difficult to do. 20 seconds on the clock. Is he going to go for a run? Won't matter now. Twist will finish off the job. 13 rounds for FaZe.
Even Twist doesn't trust the FAMAS spray. Okay, that makes me feel good. So the taps are good enough when you're up against the Deeg. And, I mean, you never want to call the map over, but NIP's money is bad. And FaZe are looking fantastic.
Ropz was studying when he started his career, and it seems clear that he never stopped studying with the ways he finds efficient plays. That jumping MP9, just showing the attention that is made to the finest of details to this game. Every edge you can find versus your opponent can pay off at a crucial time. And those edges stop NIP from really having any reasonable chance in what we've seen from Overpass so far.
Glocks is all NIP have here. Some of Rops' stats on this map are incredible. 5 opening kills out of the 6 he's attempted. 100% of rounds he's had some impact in, either in a kill, assist, survival, or traded. Really loved seeing Rops play this well. Get to see how his brain works and how he's able to outmaneuver opponents. Who from FaZe is getting the eco kills then? Twist and Brokey farming a couple. And Rops will get one of his own, well deserved. 14-5 for FaZe. A third map coming closer and closer here in this series.
Thought that was a kangaroo in front of Head Trick. He's definitely not Australian. Well, still high spirits then for an IP. They're still leading by 1. Again, Nuke looking more likely to be a deciding factor in this series. But the 8Ks are out for NIP. Last chance saloon for them on Overpass. As game point is around the corner for FaZe. I'm not sure if this train can be stopped, but Brolan will get the opening frag at least. Connector door blown off. Rops is lurking in the shadows.
Ooh. Rops got to get out of there. Down to 44 health from the flames. There's another molly, which will be extinguished.
They're just chasing Rops with mollies once again.
It's got Brokey as backup. Ooh. Warning shots from Config. He is coming so close to this kill, but close is not enough. Is he sneaking through? He's stuck! He's stuck on Rops!
Oh, there could be the massive bait here. Rops finally dropping, but do they know there's another one? There's Brokey delivering. Down to a 2-on-2. 50 seconds on the clock. Brokey on the bomb. Red stuck in short B. But where is Hampus? You got Twist creeping as well. What a crazy round that's happening right now. Rez now's got so much to do. 39 seconds. Going for the longer rotation to give himself a chance. Can he get down the ladder in time? He's got to go. He's got to win by elimination. He's going around the world. This could be genius if they're in the right positions for him. They start to wonder now, start to look at their backs. 16 seconds. 14 HP for Brokey. Hopping into short B, the race is on. Can he get past the tunnel in time? Doesn't believe he can, but he's got the lineup. Game point for FaZe Clan. Many of them as well.
Smart play from Brokey. Just realizing that Rez is going to try and run him down, and oh, there's Config. Oh, that's a shame. Didn't realize he was getting blocked. Didn't turn around in time. And yeah, I love that Brokey just hangs around there. Realizes he's going to run me down. I'll just stay out on this annoying angle. He's never going to pre-aim this. And you can see what it means to Carrigan. 15-5 up.
Yeah, in the trenches immediately. Feeling very, very good the way this game is going. Brokey spots one through the flames. Not taking any shots just yet, though.
Oy.
Oh, stuck in no man's land.
Saved.
The Twist is here. Brokey still standing. As I say that, he'll fall. Twist having a look in the tunnel. It's a traffic jam to try and get some spray through, and Rain's aggressive in short B as well. Bomb spotted and dropped in a horrible position, and this might be where it all ends for NIP. Trying to isolate the fights, but it's too little too late. FaZe Clan in a lopsided affair. A very strong performance on Overpass.
What is your calling?
FaZe rebound and answer back with a statement. 11 rounds to the good on the T side of Overpass. Jason, it was almost inevitable that FaZe were going to be closing this one out very swiftly indeed.
Yeah, we saw the signs kind of leading into things, and obviously once the game started, I mean, you could see on like the difference of NIP being comfortable on Mirage and then on Overpass, like all that individual skill, the head trick, like Config playing well. Uncomfortable on the map, you're not going to be comfortable as an individual, and you got to say Rops dominated them, you know, by his lonesome for a while there.
Yeah, he had an amazing game. I think also you see I think what really hurt NIP was losing that second round, right? Like losing to the force buy after winning pistol really put their economy in a bad spot, because you go back, you know, you try to force back to wrestle that back and it doesn't work out, and then in the first gun round, because the lost bonus turns on you, you don't have an op on head trick.
It's awkward.
And if you don't have an op on overpass, like it changes the way you gotta play, especially if your opponents have it. So the first time he did get it, they had a setup, but he was on B. So the first two gun rounds really for FaZe, it was about just kind of sort of taking map control, execute pretty, you know, straightforward, got the entries or at least got the trades. And at that point, especially a team like FaZe, when they're up 6-1, 7-1 on T side, like they can do whatever they want. They have a huge buffer, and then they're really difficult to stop.
And Kerrigan's one of the best leaders we have at calling with momentum, and FaZe had it that whole game, which was great. He just got to build upon that. Actually, one thing we said at the post of the last map was that FaZe was going to win one of the pistols. They lost both of them, but they won both second rounds. So,
yes.
Which is even better.
Yeah, which is nice.
Kind of goes to show exactly how dominant FaZe were. You mentioned, Janko, when the scoreline was 7-1. Let's bring up that particular round, because this is a really nice execute coming out from the T side of FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, it's just standard default play, right? Team, flash, even Ray doesn't get this kill, which is wild. And, you know, then it's Robs, hey, they're not re-smoking Monster, let's just go for a contact play here, right? You have Brokey holding in Monster, smoke is too late, Robs wins the duel, gets traded out, Flash comes in, trades, they're coming into the bomb site, right? Hampus throws the smoke, tries to play around it. Here it gets a little bit awkward, because Twist really baited out Brokey here. He's gonna die to Hampus, but even with that, right, like they just get a 2v2 post plant, and you know that's something that they're very good at. I was surprised like by how long Twist was taking it in this round. Right, in the end, it's like they knew they could have assumed that he was close there, but
I assume Kerrigan had told Twist to just like chill, like that smoke's gonna fade and I have the guy in the site. Like do your own thing, don't worry about coming back forward, don't get exposed to heaven. But yeah, I mean, and that was one of the weaknesses we talked about, is that swap up of Rez playing over towards the B bomb site, and all of a sudden you've got Rops and Twist coming at you. Two of the most like talented players that we have in the scene, like mechanically gifted players, and it's like, oh, good luck.
Yeah, let's bring up some Rob's highlights, because as you said very aptly, he was incredible on that map, and I think it goes to show just how comfortable FaZe are on this ground, really well synergized, and it allows Robs to really be unleashed on this round.
I mean, they're very comfortable, and on the other side of things, NIP didn't do all that much to disrupt them or make them uncomfortable, right? Like early on, the reason for that was probably the economy or the lack of it, and later on, might just be a case where, you know, you're getting shut down, maybe your confidence isn't that high, didn't help, you know, Brawl another sort of struggling overpass performance for him, so we'll see how it goes. This was actually completely ridiculous, like the jumping MP9 kill, so.
I mean, the fun thing about this package is like you can see like the depth that Rops has as a player. Like you see some rounds where he's like patient and he's lurking and he's waiting for his moment. He pounces. Some rounds he's aggressive in a different scenario. Other rounds he's just ultra passive and you're going to walk into his crosshair. And he's got so many styles that he can switch into depending on the situation that he's actually playing in. And that's what makes him such a scary player.
And considering the circumstances of FaZe as well, just kind of reflecting on pre-player break too, we heard it from Twist a lot that, you know, the guys were feeling quite fatigued. They were getting tired to the later stages of the season. Kind of didn't really see that from Robs. He was a pillar of consistency basically throughout this year.
Yeah, Robs is a gamer. He's a gamer's gamer. And we'll see now going into Nuke. I think that's where I also give the edge to FaZe. You know, I think it's one of their staple maps in a sense, right? I mean, they've had a lot of big wins in big moments on the map. And for NIP, we've seen like it can be pretty good at times, but also pretty bad at times.
I think that's one of the, like, maybe one of the nice things for NIP is at least they have like a couple wins versus Overpass where like you've lost to Complex, you've lost to Imperial on it. Here at least they've got some big scalps. They've won a match here earlier in the tournament that was an important one as well. So this is at least a map they can go into with maybe just, even if it's not the most comfortable thing in the world, confidence that they know what they're doing.
Tell me for why, Yanko, then you're looking at FaZe and saying they should be taking this ground of Nuke. What makes them so scary?
I think they have a lot of options on their T side. I think they do a good job of changing the pace, right? Being able to play slow and throw the smokes delayed and work, you know, that side of things, and also have a couple of pocket strategies to change the pace, whether it's the A splits that we have with jumping over silo, jumping over main roof, or simply just going towards the A bombs. And then again, Robs is the lobby player, so him on the lurk, right, being annoying, sometimes just searching aggressively for duels on ramp as well. I think that's going to be interesting on this map, because NIP like switches it around. Sometimes they leave ramp, they have that guy go secret or outside to help, depending on what's going on the map. Sometimes they put hat trick there with the AWP, so we'll see what the approach from FaZe will be when it comes to that.
And speaking of the approach from NIP, how differently do you envision Hampus's approach to this map compared to Alexi B? Because we know Hampus is ready to go full force in. He's not afraid to get down and dirty in terms of the entries as well. Do you feel like it's going to be different stylistically with them?
It very well could be. I think, too, you're going to see someone like Hampus isn't going to be afraid to do, like, I think he'll be probably more interested in getting in, like, some momentum calls. Like, some of those upper busts and upper pops, I think he'll be much more, like, keen to, like, get involved in those, get a little scrappy with it. He's got some tools like config that he's going to be more willing to work with also. So he's got a few more things up his playbook that feels like it lends itself to like simpler but explosive. And sometimes on Nuke, those explosive tactics, if the defense could ever put a stop to them, they're ultra effective.
I think my only concern with NIP really is, are we going to see the star players coming alive? Maybe even one of them, maybe two. I don't know. I feel like that's rarer than seeing, you know, a black hole. Actually seeing two NIP players come alive.
A little bit of a problem is also the spots, right? I mean, you have a guy like Config who's playing hot, or, you know, the A bombs at Rez is on ramp, the Campus is just. So you have like Brawl and Config and Rez playing pretty static positions, you know, maybe Brawl and the only one not so much. So I don't think that's natural to them to like sit and hold an angle. So that's
probably not.
You know, like it takes time to get used to it, or find a way to play it where you can like do something and move around, and we'll see how that works out for them against a team like FaZe Clan.
And on the flip side, a team like FaZe, who's been playing this map together with this lineup forever, like they're going to have those different plans. They're going to have those different contingencies. They're going to have those things they can switch into, and far more comfortable calling something just off intuition and trusting more in intuition that hasn't quite been set in stone yet for NIP.
Well, our opener from FaZe here in Cologne will be closed after this final map. We're going to be going down on the grounds of Nuke, but not before a quick break. When we're back, it's James and Hawker on the mics.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my god! Garen, you're gonna be kidding me! What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
All right, we're here with Twist. What we're gonna do here, this is gonna be fun. We're gonna go through top 15 plays that we've picked out of your career. Clutches, highlight moments, and all the fun stuff. And we're gonna just kind of walk through them, do some nostalgia stuff, and then we're gonna rank them 1 through 10. We're gonna pick the top 10 of them.
Okay.
All right, let's fire up the first clip.
A lot of pressure is on you now. The fate of FaZe resides on Twist.
All right, one thing I know that is funny to me about this clip is you have always, when I was there with Liquid with you for the brief time, you wanted to pick up the op a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I always felt like I had the mechanics to be like a good opera.
Yeah.
The opera was very special in the game because the vision that you have to have as an operator is completely different than you would have as a rifler.
Yeah.
And
well, this ain't standard opping either. This is like...
No, this isn't standard opping. This clip is... I messed up in this clip because I told Olaf I was gonna double peek tunnel with him. I didn't want to throw a molly in tunnel, but I threw a molly. And then I didn't want to peek because it would create a one-way for the T. And then Olaf wide swung plat and died. And I kind of just felt like, oh, I have to close down the site right now, or this is a big throw.
Well, when you get the ace and even I think you make up for the mistake. I think that's one of the mistakes Olaf can forgive you for really quickly. Let's just say, I mean, right out of the gates, are you going to put that in your top 10 somewhere?
No, I wouldn't be top 10 for.
You don't think that? Okay.
Has decided he's willing to risk it all on this deep angle, and it's given that first kill over. Might just be the threat. He came in with a few kills apiece. Twist takes matters into his own hands, and suddenly...
What do you think about this one?
Well, once again, we lost the game, but I guess it's from the same series, man. Both these clips. I mean, I think this could be an important round. I remember this game went to, I think, 3 or 4 OTs, so there's not many rounds in OT, so to secure one round just by acing, it's important, I think, for the overall game. But we lost, so I don't know. I mean, maybe it would be number 10 on if I had to pick.
As easily as he hopes, Twist even gets one at range, down to just 2. How does Twist find the second Zywoo?
This one's going to be in the top 10.
This is a straight 1
yeah,
2,
of course.
But Alex is close. He bangs him out somehow, a third! And he's looking for it all the ways. RPK's gonna try and swing around the backside. Twist switches back to the Deagle instead, checks both close positions.
At what point did you know you win this clutch? You know how like you get that feeling a little bit?
Probably when I got into this situation, got to the corner. It's just a massive off angle. It's a very deep corner to clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the last angles you're clearing when you're
and also like you kind of instill fear into your opponents when you 1D like 2 players. It was a 1v4 and now you're in a 1v1 and you're kind of like, well, you already have the feeling in your mind probably that you blame your teammates for even being in this situation. Of course, it would be, it's hard to rank it in the top 10 already without seeing the other clips, but of course.
Yeah, we got plenty more coming. We just throw it in there. If you're gonna put it in there, we'll just, we'll throw it 5,
okay, sure.
And then we'll shuffle it around.
Another one, Keto and Lithium running in, but somehow Twist with a quad kill, and it's all on that man Searson. First shot lands.
Talk to me, baby.
It wasn't a charity event. I don't. This game is no borders, man. It's not top. It's not even top 15 for me. Like, yeah, not even top 15 for me.
Two maps down, 1 to go. NIP and FaZe split the first 2 maps, but FaZe's win was just a tad more convincing. And now we go to Nuke, a map that historically has been very good for FaZe. NIP no slouches on this map themselves though, so it's the best chance to have another close map between these two. FaZe have to be favorites, but NIP showed on that first map they can definitely take it to FaZe here.
They've shown on this series they can win all the pistols as well. They counted more in the first and the second. See if FaZe can break the curse on Nuke. They split the maps, but NIP got their head split on Overpass. See if that's in the back of their reconstructed minds for this third one. Hopefully for them everything is reset. No shocker that FaZe were strong. But they still need to beat them now. We're into that decider. Headtrick will be the raid boss, P250 man. Rops has got some targets. Rops! Okay then. Maybe there's a chance for a pistol after all. 3 shots, 3 bodies on the floor. Patiently looking for a 4th one is Robs, but Hampus will try to regain that bomb. Pretty hard task though, separated from his teammate as Carrigan drops res by the ramp. A promising start indeed from Rops and FaZe Clan. Hampus has got 1 minute to try and isolate these fights. He sees Brokey's shoulder. And that's the pistol then taken. Great plays from Rops, focused and ready for Nuke.
All it took for FaZe to win their first pistol round of IEM Cologne was Rops.
Pop, sit down.
Pop off. The jumping shot's so nice. I mean, look, no one even turns. That's how quick he was. No one can even react. No one can even turn, and look at who has just slayed them. Oh, if we get Rops continuing at this level, I am a very excited man on this map. And his Glocks for NIP, so Rain will try and farm.
Satisfying one-taps from Rops. Full auto for his teammates though. Brokey stealing the kills. Fast eco round is a good eco round, and here's a prompt one for you. 2-0 FaZe.
Get that one out of that. Get into the real gun rounds. That's what NIP was saving for. They will have AKs. Just a little shy of being able to afford that all. Meanwhile for FaZe, you can expect them to keep some of those weak weapons that they had in the previous round. Karrigan and Twist will hold on to the MP9s for this one. And we heard the Des point out that Hampus in the past has loved a lot of those fast A plays, trying to brawl on Nuke. Let's see what NIP go for initially in this one. It is Hampus going aggressive, but he's on Yard, looking to follow up these smokes, and he should beat that molly down secret. That's good map control for NIP. You see Rops is just now arriving. Hampus's molly will keep him out though, so this is a good start for NIP here, and Rops took loads of damage there from the molly.
Yeah, that's made very expensive. Denied information as well. Wonder what the urgency is like for FaZe. Rain taking up the rear angle. Minute 10 on the clock. NIP threatening a B play. There are grenades lined up for the A bomb site, it looks like. Indeed, they will be looking to wrap from main as well. Karrigan holding his ground for the time being, though. Again, he'll be the nuisance, he'll be the distraction. Rain looking to clean up. There are flashbangs, though. Karrigan can't get it done this time. 3 on 4. Still advantages for FaZe. They've got Heaven, they've got the man advantage. Diffuse kit in the hands of Twist. That lurk smoke up top. Things slow down once again. Still players outside. Brokey spotting them, though. Not overcommitted our FaZe. Great range, great taps as well. Rain robs that one. Hetrick and Config. After all this map control they took, they don't have much to show for it. Bomb lost on the outside. Config waiting for teammates. That'll never come.
Oh, turns away. And Rain executes him in the back. Quad kill for Rain. Definitely exciting to see him show up as well. He can be a huge part of FaZe's defense, especially over towards Yard. Sometimes a bit of a specialist on this map is Raid. We'll remember the Major, where he was MVP and he was dominant on this CT side of Nuke. FaZe reigning IEM Cologne champions. 2022 was a great year for them. They want to prove they can still win trophies in 2023. They were able to win Pro League back in March, but they've not been as dominant of a team. They've always been there or thereabouts, but haven't won as many trophies as they would want this year. Maybe Cologne could be the turning point for them. Pistols out, Twist boosted. He has been cleared, and Brokey's not able to trade immediately. There could be some danger, but oh, the lineup from Brokey denies everything, and the P250 finishes the job.
These FaZe players are looking extremely sharp. They already were on the second map, but this is a dejecting way for NIP to start. Those taps from Rops, still in the back of my mind. You've got to wonder about NIP lining up perfectly for Brokey. Take a ticket, gents. He's got plenty to deliver. He's happy with that one. It's great encouragement, great confidence boost for the squad. Not that they needed it. They are FaZe Clan after all. 4-0. Starting very well here on Nuke. Perfect start to a CT side, especially in a deciding map. No harm done. Somehow everybody's generally unscathed from that. Brokey's on 99. 500 HP NIP somehow. Scary stuff.
He'll still be a little disappointed. That's a shot he knows he should have hit. But as you said, no harm for a FaZe.
Ouch.
Ooh, nice nade damage. NIP there. A couple of players chunked down just above half health. Meanwhile, Rop's getting active on ramp. There won't be anyone to meet him, but that will give them info that maybe this yard play is not a fake. Maybe this is a real play. So they try to spam. The timing isn't quite right, but that means Karrigan will rotate down to B. Broky's already down there as well. They've got 2 CTs ready on that lower site.
What is the ultimate play, though, for NIP? Brolan bouncing off the ceiling to clear the angle. Karrigan will see 2 on the def cam. There are 3 in tow, though, and Rops is getting active. 3 on 3, 36 seconds left. Broky trying to reset the situation. Orb downstairs.
Up the vents?
Seems like it will be. They kept the options open, but Twist is still lurking. Ever dangerous Twist. Everybody's ever dangerous on this FaZe roster. 20 seconds. Just wrapping the site, spotting them, and Headtrick is in trouble. 20 HP, down he goes. 5-0 for FaZe Clan.
Just perfect positioning from Twists. NIP thought there is no way he could have snuck around the silo. They started fumbling around. They thought they had a free bomb plant. They thought they had completely outmaneuvered FaZe, but Twists is the man who had outmaneuvered them. Nice to see a few words from Neo, but honestly, I don't know if they're needed right now. FaZe 5-0 up, looking so good.
Broky's 9-0 up.
Yeah.
Having a great time on Nuke. What a fantastic start to a CT side of Nuke. Not brittle at all for FaZe Clan. Ninjas in Pajamas will be on the pistols. 2 frags apiece, save for Headtrick, who's 0-0-5.
Got intense music, but not an intense game right now if FaZe keep this up. Maybe pace is the answer for NIP. Earlier at ramp, they were able to get something done. They're running through the flames, and Rops might just execute them. Line up for 3. Broky arrives, doesn't land a shot. So that could open the door to a rotate down lower. But there is already a CT down there.
Oh, he saw that coming.
Oh, yeah.
He saw that coming for days. 1v3 for Rez, though. This is winnable. This is doable. Twist denies. Quick crouch peek from Twist. Broky's finally been fragged, though. 6-0 for FaZe Clan. They are running away with this series the way this is going on. How do Ninjas in Pajamas turn things around? They've had map control, but still haven't been able to put FaZe down. And again, many of these rounds, 4 players surviving, 3 in the last one. FaZe Clan's money's not terrible. And you can often be that when you're just trying to chip away that CT economy until you break it, but NIP have got to do more in that regard.
Ooh, one of those smokes has been denied, so NIP have to use a 4th smoke just to connect the wall. And FaZe might have realized there wasn't really much of a quick response from NIP there. And they also have Rops on a secondary sniper down secret. So I don't think those early smokes from NIP are really going to cause any response here from FaZe. 3 CTs on A, including that AWP of Broky.
3 scopes as well with the AUG on Karrigan. Raised armor penetration. 2 mollies for NIP. They'll be hoping this execute is what they're looking for, but look at the defense that FaZe are posting up. The flashbangs will need to be perfect from NIP. They have a lot of them. How many will be going into the A bomb site? Broky is waiting. It's a standoff. Karrigan's got some info then. Broky with a great flick. Stays alive for now. Goes back for config, but denied. Bombs on the floor. 20 seconds. Rops 1v3. Where is he? Coming in from the vent with an AWP. Hello. Down to the 1v2 then. Oh, where's the trade fragger? Hasn't seen it. And Rez will get a free one. NIP are on the scoreboard. This is so nervous for them, though. It's definitely tense for NIP. My word. And there's more work for them to do because FaZe have the money to buy.
Yeah, pretty impressive round win for NIP, considering FaZe had all the info. Karrigan going down early definitely contributed to that. But then also, I think just Broky not having the assistance from Twist on the site He was hoping Twist would take a slightly more aggressive angle to keep him safe in hut. That was not the case. And Karrigan a little frustrated. The aggression didn't work out for him. So can NIP keep it up? That's the real question. Well, that's not the start they were looking for. And Ray just drops off in time to survive.
So key, staying alive, holding position. Fair amount of info as well. Does that compel NIP to show more presence outside? Can they with one smoke?
Do you really want to test ROPS?
I mean, there's no good option.
True.
With FaZe on the CT side, to be honest. Oh, he spotted the barrel of the gun, but Rez comes in from his left-hand side, ROPS. Quite the big headshot, wondering where the CT was, had to be somewhere. Great awareness from Rez. So they've got control of ramp. There's a minute on the clock. NIP aren't pressed for a fast round, but what is the play here? Again, despite that lack of util, Config will roam outside anyway. Karrigan holding down 2 jobs. Looking for info, no one fires. Glass isn't broken. But now NIP know where one of these players is. Karrigan wins the first duel. There's many more where that came from, but Rez has only got 13 HP. This could prove awkward for NIP. Oh, another bell ring through the corner of the wall. On the reload, he just sees Config as well as he looks the other way. This is crazy. It's turning in FaZe's favor again. 4 on 2. Rez with the AWP, 13 HP, but that clock is ticking so far down. 10 seconds. Is there any way to get a bomb plant here? Rez looking towards the ramp. There are too many CTs alive, and they're all waiting for NIP.
Rez just put out with his misery. Dies before time. But man, FaZe 7-1 up. I love that awkward moment from Karrigan. He turns around, he sees that Config's there. It's almost like when you accidentally walk into the wrong room and you're like, oh, sorry. Quickly turn around, quickly get out of there. And then decides, you know what, actually I will go back for that kill now that I've reloaded. And Brokey's AWPing, man. That battle AWPing style he's so good at. Medium to close range. Fast on the flicks. Sure, those NIP players weren't going anywhere, but still some lovely shots. And if NIP aren't careful, this could end up being a non-starter for them.
Not a single flash for NIP. 3 smokes. They will be completely reliant on these. Don't want to be playing Connect 4 with them this time. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
They don't connect. And it might be more than 4 for Rain. So far, so good. Really hampered the push of NIP. Thwarted immediately on the outside. That's their util used. Now it's going to have to be dry peeks. Fast shots. Karrigan stuck by CT vents now, showing the barrel of the gun. Quick peek from him. Not much to be done. Config, the can opener, 40A bomb site. This could break FaZe. They don't have the money. They can't afford to lose this round.
Oh, ROPS making noise. They should have heard this. He runs into the site, but head trick doesn't turn in time. And now this post plant could be awkward for NIP. If someone taps that bomb, they've got to move in. That's a fantastic shot from Config, though. And what can Brokey do? He needs fights to come to him with the AWP. But there's no need for NIP to swing. He'll swing into Hampus. Clears the corner! It's almost 2 for 1! But Config has to come back, and Brokey misses the second opportunity. That lineup was so close to getting both kills. Config must have absolutely been terrified for a second. But they hold on.
Just imagine if he gets both of those. Wow. Config, the can opener NIP needed, barely surviving that round. Through the wall, he has no idea. Config's like, what is happening? Terrifying situation for NIP, but they've finally broken FaZe. And now they have a chance to build. They have to deliver now.
Can't lose these. You cannot lose these against FaZe. You're not going to get many rounds like this. Hampus, very often the solo man on Yard. But it means you don't know if he's got backup or if it's just him taking map control. We've been talking about how good the FaZe players have looked. For NIP, Config still showing up, but you want to see a little more from Headtrick, who's normally been consistent. How has Rain got away with that? A double dink on the USP.
Twist has got a CZ. He said it's not like it used to be, but in his hands, it could still be very powerful indeed. Moving into the hut. Headtrick's there, and down he goes. AWP collected. Which weapon does he opt for, though? He's scoped up Twist, and he will deliver. He's got such a good angle now. Down goes Config. NIP, their whole ship might sink mentally if they don't win this round. He's still trolling them with that CZ now. 1v3 for Brolan. He's got the bomb. 30 seconds. He is utterly surrounded. It's so awkward, though. None of them have Kevlar, but they've got great weapons. Twisted and CZ can never be counted out.
Woo! Yeah, 2 timeouts. Yeah, that's good idea, bro.
Yeah, that'll help, says Carrigan. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's so funny because we heard Twist also say in that pre-game segment, he also thinks he could be a decent AWPer if given the chance. And there's a glimpse of what he's capable of.
What did they start that round with?
Not much. Couple of pistols.
FaZe might just be way too strong, honestly. It's like final boss territory for NIP at Cologne. You can't lose a round like that. How do you stay focused on the task ahead? They worked so hard to get to that point, only to be just put back into the bin immediately.
That buy even has limitations because of it. 2 AKs. Is it a pacey round for NIP? That is the answer they want. Rez runs out early. Flashes look good. Rez has spotted a couple of players, but he hasn't killed any of them. Carrigan still up above. How have they not dealt with that man? They haven't got a single kill out onto A, and it's all gone wrong. Rain's even getting kills through the smoke. Carrigan arrives from above. It is a brutal denial of everything that NIP wanted in that round.
Wow. Panic stations for NIP. They are denied with force by FaZe Clan.
I mean, to be fair to Carrigan, the timeout didn't help them. He wasn't wrong.
Wow. That was a strong defense. A very strong defense of the A-bomb site. Twist just saw enough to raise the alarm while eating the flashbangs, delivering the multi-frags. The perfectly placed grenade followed up by Carrigan on the hut roof. Relentless, merciless FaZe Clan in the group stage. This is a warning for everybody bearing witness to this slaughter.
Okay.
It's a nice shot from Config, but a very small highlight in a half dominated by FaZe so far.
Config's shown us glimpses, but here comes Brokey, plucking the second man out of the air.
That's sublime right there.
Oh, does he get this one on the right? Oh, of course he does. Why do I even question it? 17 kills for Brokey. This is only the 12th round. Don't do it, Brokey. Come on now. Come on now. I mean, this is what we want to see from FaZe, though. We want to see FaZe in championship form. We want to see their players on point.
Oh, man.
That's so annoying.
This is just griefing. This is griefing.
Rops actually took full damage. Oh, he actually checks his back. Rez is sitting there like, are you kidding me, Rops? Somehow always aware. Not quite the ace for Brokey. Rops steals the last, but I don't think FaZe care at this point. I think they want this over and done with as soon as possible.
Round 12, and it feels like a defeat already. Brokey having a great time outside. Headsets are off, so we'll be careful, but man, firing on all cylinders are FaZe Clan. Not too shabby an opening for Config, but have a look at these kills from Brokey. Oh, it's clean as a brand new bar of soap.
I would not have flicked up to get that kill. I'd have waited for Config to drop further, but I guess I'm not Brokey.
He is clean, he is perfect. 18-4-3 is Brokey. He is smurfing at the biggest stage on the calendar. 10-2 for FaZe Clan. I don't know how you mentally break through a barrier with the roster of FaZe Clan against you. It's a very tall order, seemingly insurmountable in this half.
This feels like when the TV license people show up to your door. You got a license for that TV? No. Slam the door in their face. NIP have had no chance here. By the way, for people confused, that is genuinely a thing in the UK. Hence the license memes. I mean, that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not feel like this? How could your body language not be like this? This is one of the most oppressive halves I have seen in a while. FaZe Clan just shutting everything down. Brutality on the server. I honestly think that's a great way to describe what we're witnessing. Style points for Brokey though. Give that man a start. Glittery one. Not done yet though. It's been a horrible half so far, and it might just end horribly. There might be no more rounds in this half for NIP, but even so, there's always a fighting chance. Let's see if they can get to 5. Broke the economy and then got deleted by Twist on the A-bomb site earlier on. 5 AKs are out, the utility is here as well. Can it be different this time?
Utility exchange, Twist steps into the fray, Brokey backing him up. 2 kills and we're barely 15 seconds into the round.
All right then, Rez is still here. There's still a chance. That's psychological warfare. For Twist to peek Squeaky like that, that's an outrageous play, an outrageous risk. But FaZe simply have the talent. No quarter given.
Decent map control for NIP. They have ramp, but what do they want to do with it? FaZe currently with only 1 player down on B. And Robs isn't looking towards the site itself, so this is maybe the one weak spot in FaZe's setup right now. That smoke will start to give the game away, but NIP have got a reasonably good chance at getting this bomb down. Problem is, FaZe will now start to close in on them. They've got to get a move on.
The T's have control of control. It's a very strong angle for Rez, but Robs will try to find a way. Carrigan playing off of the distraction, and the oppression continues. Rez in a 1 versus 3. Oh, now down to the 1v1. Rain forcing him away. He's got to kit Rain. Not sticking it though. Rez could come from the window, could come from the doors. Rain needs to touch the bomb again, still refusing. Going wide, great tap from Rez though. A 4K in a round, and surely that will encourage the team.
Yeah, that's what they needed. Something to get excited about. Something to make them believe. And we know Rez is capable of flashy plays like that. That'll help them try and get back into the game mentally, because those were some brilliant shots. And that's especially after the round started so badly. You lose 2 players, you think you're done for. But Rez with a bit of style at the end. Takes balls to go for the 1 tap.
2 more rounds to claim in this half. No one gone early. Util is here. Where are NIP headed? Soon be gone though. No eyes in their direction. There's a traffic jam in secret. Sound cues to be heard then by Rain. What of the rotation though? FaZe.
Rops will finally go down to B. The lobby aggression could work for FaZe though. You lose one area of the map, you take somewhere else back.
So silent, RNIP. FaZe continues to prod that hot position. Rez is lurking in a common spot. Rops on the bomb site, support on the way now with that AWP. Oh, that's a rare miss from him. Twist lost in the meantime. Rez's lurk's working out on head trick. Growing with power eye, NIP. 5-on-3. What did FaZe Clan do here? Money won't be ideal for the last round. Seems they'll be falling back, so NIP giving themselves a fighting chance. It's been such a rough half for them. But the job's not done yet for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, it was interesting for FaZe there, because yes, you hear those steps down at Secret, you hear those steps through yard down lower, but it's only really one player making any noise. And we know that Hampus has been going down there in a lot of the rounds after the smokes are thrown. I was thinking maybe once Hampus started to like run around the corner, for example, maybe you could figure out that step is him trying to bait for a trade frag, but it's still hard to know exactly whether it's that B-sided play. And they would have hoped that the AWP on the rotate could have just landed that first shot. Also, credit to Head Trick, because he was so ready for Rops' angle. It is a fairly common position on top silo, but the way that door went open and he instantly had his crosshair in the right place for the headshot was brilliant. Clearly wise to Rops' tricks. And so a fourth round for NIP. They'd love a fifth to close the half. Can they find it? Yard play looking likely again. Rain getting a little more active this time. Oh, and that's the kill on the cross.
Ever a nuisance outside. Rain has come to talk to you about your car insurance.
Oh, it's going to fade.
Oh! They go back, they're lining up for him as well. 3 remain for NIP. How many were spotted outside? Oh, Rops' angle is going to be completely devastating for Ninjas. 4 rounds of 14. Could have been much worse for them. I don't think it gets much better though, unless Rez has a miracle round. 1 versus 4, deciding map of this series. It's going to be a long road to recovery once we get to that second half. 11 rounds for FaZe, a monstrous half of them. Brokey 20 for 4. See if it continues after the break.
It in. He could sneak through right now, but the AWP's coming to challenge, and Akor's found a second, looking for the third kill. Repeak is danger now, as he doesn't own this angle anymore. 9-10 holds for ticket swing, and Akor crosses in. He's going to escape, look elsewhere. A is plentiful with defenders, and so Mongolz go back to B.
I like how decisively Techno's moved here, right?
Yeah.
Very quickly changing his routing from window to wrapping up through short. And he will clear out Isaac over in the corner here on B, opening up the route to the plant. Akor's going to make it around, and that was the opportunity, but the bomb gets in. Techno crossing is silenced, and now 9-10's Orb's got to do it alone, but he's bested Akor in the head-to-head. Any more from the AWP? Just one man left to beat, coming from the market side as well. And Vault is deleted. An electric round from 9-10. The Mongols up on a 7. unrelenting on this T side. And from the same spot that the Butcher did it back in Katowice 9-10, now is his own legacy here on Mirage.
Oh,
a beautifully played clutch.
Yeah, they're putting Gamer Leech on the bench right now. That's unbelievable. The blind shot as well, it couldn't have been better. He saw a leg on a jiggle. He knew exactly how high to aim to not get a leg shot off there. And Volt just peeks right into the orb. That's a sick clutch. These new players of Mongolz have been the most exciting part here. Mizzino and 9-10. Barely any matches played domestically, let alone internationally on their EU LAN debut. Finding form like this. Keep in mind, folks, the Mongolz are the second youngest team at Cologne, only preceded by Mongolz with an average of 1 year younger. These guys sit at 20.5 across the roster. That's a very young squad. What were you doing when you were 16? Beating up on major finalists? I don't think so. Good deed for Acor. He's been the one player we can rely on to any degree here in this map.
He's got the ball rolling in this one. But the Mongols never seem like super pressured, even when they lose a man, right? Like they're not scrambling around the map to move into some A-side set piece. They still have their idea here and they want to commit.
Stages do not get bigger than this.
Seven-round lead for FaZe Clan on the final map of this series. Nuke is here, and my words, Brokey was all over that half. 20 frags and only 4 deaths. NIP were given absolutely nothing apart from grief on from Carrigan between rounds. But they take 4 rounds into the second half, and with that, they have a chance. A Smither, a Cinder maybe, to make a fire with. They've been good on the pistol rounds for this series. This one is the most urgent of them all.
P250 in the hands of Twists. Know how good he can be in pistol rounds. Molly has tickled Rez, who was on top hut. He's had to concede position. Okay then, Twists, robotic on that flick up to heaven. They'll cross down to lower. Config's here to meet them. Meanwhile, Rob's still lurking up top. He's going to deny the aggression.
Rops is just here to punish people. Hampus has the bomb for now, but can he hold it for long? Not really. The T's will swarm. Remaining CTs are here as well. Config doing what he can, but he's lost position now because up the stairs, there you go. Well, the ladder. 3v2, Config making his way up to get slapped down by Rain. Brolan with 2 pistols, 3 people to shoot. Not going to be an easy one. Where is everyone? He wanders. Doesn't matter now. FaZe take the pistols when they really need them. Keep NIP's heads below water. Now the struggle is oh so more urgent. 4-12 for NIP. Choices being taken away. They've got to go for a force pipe.
See, Twist was already making sure he pre-aimed heaven. Figured that if there was a player watching the cross, he'd probably be watching that close angle towards Secret. And now that FaZe have won both pistols, they've put some real daylight between them and NIP. CT still decide to force. Head trick with that scout. Can't really do a great deal to deny this cross. Maybe a pot shot could have been attempted, but decides to let them go. So Hampus is called to battle. Oh, look at Carrigan jumping around the corner, making sure that D can't land the immediate headshot. And FaZe look pretty all in on this B-bomb site right now.
Hampus doing what he can. Brolan trying to follow up, but look at all the T's coming to peek him together. Brokey's like, nope. I think I'll keep this Galil. What do NIP do with what they have left? Loser of this series will be playing Astralis in the lower bracket. Winner of this series will go on to play G2. FaZe moving to 13 very shortly then. Is there any stopping this train?
Doesn't look likely right now. Would love to get that FaZe G2 matchup. Have seen that be a great game in the past. Back at Katowice, those guys played in the groups. But I think this time FaZe would be favorites if they make it to that winners matchup, which is looking more and more likely with each round played. Nice work from Carrigan. Plop that smoke down. Mac 10 cleans up a couple of kills. And Rop's always where you least expect him. Always going to be away from the rest of the team. Remember, the previous round was a force from NIP, so this one has to be minimal investment.
The CT side will need to be goated for NIP. Feels like such a low percentage now. Broken gets his bell rung as well. You can spray through the corner of that box. It's very common spray in early iterations of Counter-Strike. Don't see it too often these days. Into the bomb site they go. Not a whole lot NIP can do about this, really. 4 to 14, most likely. It's not 14 rounds, but 1 round 14 times. Bite size. You've got to focus on the round in front of you and ignore the overall deficit. Time to save the Kevlar and the AK. NIP will need every tool afforded to them for the rounds to come. Because FaZe only need 2. NIP need 12.
Let's twist up too. Block it right in. I mean, this is the sort of form you want to see from FaZe. You want to see them at an individual level where you feel as though they could be making it deep in this event. Rob's having a giggle. Here is the buy from NIP. Headtrick has got the AWP out. Only 6 kills for him. We were praising his consistency earlier. Maybe didn't get too many chances with the AWP on that T side, but now on CT, much room for error. Speaking of error, twists. A little movement fail, but it's all good. He's up there now. He's just proven he can do it, you know?
NIP must deliver.
Okay. Config heard you.
More work to be done, though. The remainder of FaZe clan will still be scary. 2 Galils on the 4 players. A silent game on Nuke. Noise cut early by FaZe. There's a lot of util in the hands of these T players. Carrigan will be offering them something soon, it seems. Molly goes in. Brolano thinks twice about the counter utility. Non-believers, perhaps. What do NIP understand FaZe to be doing, though? Into the A-bomb site they go. Main is wide open. Config is delivering almost all of the frags. What an overperformance from him. Exactly what NIP needed. 4K in a round. 5 for NIP.
Config's one of the few players who has looked alive on this map for NIP. Has had a couple of impressive moments. That spray down was ridiculous, though.
He's working hard.
Ooh. Was in the Matrix for a second there. Oh, look at that transfer. Fantastic work from Config. I think I could read his lips there.
Yep.
Just about. Wow, Headtrick now taking initiative. Maybe that's boosted some of the mood of the other NIP players. Yard smokes are down. Hamper's trying to deny, but Rain will get across safely. Hetrick has already rotated down to B, so he's ahead of the game if the drop were to come through.
Fighting tooth and nail, RNIP. Oh, that's a big frag based on what we saw last round. Config, the first one to drop. Karrigan spots Hampus in CT. He'll be isolated for a while. How much will they pursue him, though? One minute on the clock for FaZe Clan. Karrigan and Rops both taking damage. Rain with... Oh, that's a brutal timing. He had an off angle for a moment. But Hetrick has announced his position. Heading towards that 40-second mark. Urgency starts to rise. What is the play now? Hampus is or was stuck in CT as far as FaZe Clan are concerned. Hetrick's lurking downstairs. How do you solve this puzzle? Hampus has managed to make it back as well. He's back in the mix, back in the game. Oh, Rez, he had to deliver on that one. Karrigan was low. Doesn't hit the head though. 20 seconds remain. Hampus on the A bomb site, doing what he can. Bomb's been dropped. Rops is on a 1v1 now.
Took the AWP.
10 seconds to plant this bomb. 12 HP and an AWP. Oh, I'm going for the flick, but Hetrick delivers. NIP are still in the fight. They keep FaZe Clan off of that match point.
Yeah, you can see Rops trying to take the AWP there. You can understand he's low on health, so he thinks he needs a quick AWP shot to have a chance in the one-on-one. That kill from Hetrick, very important. And comes in with the clutch as well. Nice to see a bit of impact from Hetrick. See if he can now grow into this CT side. I was a little worried for NIP there. Once they lost Rez, I thought that A site was too brittle because NIP had players focused towards Yard. They just about got enough of a rotate to get some good trades. And now FaZe are on pistols in this one. Have still invested into utility, so they can still pose a threat on this burst towards the A-bomb site.
Seen plenty of these rounds one. One Tech 9 could be enough. Rops makes the entry. Config's running low on bullets, getting blocked as well, but Hetrick is here to start the cleanup. Karrigan down to 1 HP. Karrigan and Brokey make it just Brokey now, perhaps a question of damage. Bronan looking around the back. Just the one loss for NIP. Starting to build something, but as they defuse this bomb, they only reach half the score of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, not bad for NIP, not many casualties, but at the same time, FaZe won't mind getting the bomb plant. This was incredible from Hetrick. First shot flying up the vent, not easy to do with a P250, but that made the rest of the round so much easier. The fact that he was able to fly up like that. But the extra $800 across the board means FaZe have a perfect buy, at least in terms of AKs and utility. Ooh, Hetrick not ready for Rops to be there so soon.
That could be fatal timing for NIP. Very strong start for FaZe, very strong. Rops is never standing still, always a little jiggle. Someone's advancing on his position. Wants to give them a chance to reveal based on the elbow, but look how he's just gone into the A bomb site. Silently emerging, NIP are suddenly in a world of trouble on Nuke, even more so than before. They have no idea how compromised they are. Maybe they're starting to learn. What do they do now? What are their choices? They're gonna force their way back into the A-bomb site, it looks like. But Rain's coming in round the back. And these players need to run distraction in the meantime. They are lining up for Rain! Great transfer! Absolutely dismantling in NIP. Hampus is left with no choice to make.
No way in.
They just walked in. They had the keys.
So good from Rain. Not easy to get all those kills, even if they're not looking at you. You've got to be quick to adjust. Set up for success, and Rain delivers. 15 for FaZe. 1 away from winning their opening match of the group stages here at IEM Cologne 2023. That was a shame for Headtrick. Molly out the wrong time, and then Rain set up beautifully.
Transfer was fast. NIP will have a bye, but the margin for error has completely disappeared. Unfortunate timing in that last round. This could now be the last round. Config trying to do what he can, looking for that transfer, but Twist will just about best him. 4 on 4. And again, FaZe Clan will get that early frag, but not feel the urgency to rush anything.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade is something FaZe will be happy with. Hamper spammed through. Back to a 3-on-3 because Brolan has got a kill elsewhere, but look at Brokey's position. Sneaking forward. Brolan wasn't ready for it. And now FaZe have the man advantage. Headtrick searching for some way back. Rain was spotted on yard previously. Headtrick looking for the angle. That's a quick adjustment to bring it back to even numbers. But now FaZe will look to capitalize. They'll look to come down to B instead. They know there can only be one CT here. It's Rez in a sneaky position. The molly forces him up, but they may overlook this angle now. Smoke down to try and get the bomb planted. Rez tries to find the freebie, but can't hit the shot on Brokey. And Twist hits the headshot back. Headtrick has it all to do.
They are super squishy, but he's got to be fast. They're so low, but Twist has all the angles. A masterclass from FaZe, showing how strong they can be. They've come into this one hot. They've got eyes on defending their title.
First game down, and FaZe looking good here to start IEM Cologne 2023. For NIP, they made it through the play-in. They still have more chances, but for FaZe, the form of their individuals was unbelievable there. Brokey, Rain, Rops, all up there at 23, 22, 21 kills each. All of them delivering. And just the way they were getting those kills, the way those frags were coming in looked fantastic. This is a team that looks like they could make a really deep run here in Cologne.
Great effort from Brokey, 23 for 8. I don't even think that was maximum Brokey though, as good as that was. I think he's got a level that can come later on, should it be required, as they continue in Cologne. Fantastic performance from FaZe Clan. Over to the sideline.
Thank you very much. Right here in the booth with Twist. Go ahead, Rain. You can come through. Oh, it is actually. That's fine. Like, okay. So, Twist, congratulations. Your first win in Cologne. That's a good start. After Mirage, talk to me about the recovery, because you looked like a completely different team.
Yeah, Mirage, I think we just discussed that we played like scared somehow. Like T-side just fell off compared to how we practice. And yeah, after that, we just played like we practice on Overpass and Nuke.
The fact that Neo is behind you guys now, and you had the first huddle after a lost game, and that you recovered so well, does that bode well for the future here in Cologne?
I think Philip is just a very calm person. It's very natural in the way he speaks to people. Obviously, he was a leader in his past team, so he understands how it is to make players feel comfortable. So I think he's just, you know, doing his best and is a great addition so far.
How much fun are you having with the smart glass and the fact that you can see people? I know in the beginning it was calmer, but it heated up a little bit.
I just don't really care that people are there. Like, I don't know. People can see Wave and they're not in my... I sit so close to my monitor, I'm not going to see them anywhere. So for me, it doesn't matter.
For you, it doesn't change. Next up, you have G2. If you beat them, you're straight in the Lanxess. Any words about that matchup?
Should be fun. We played them at Blast. It seems like they've improved. They play pretty good against Astralis here. Yeah, just looking forward to the rematch.
Fantastic. We are too. Congratulations, and over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. Yeah, Twist seeming unfazed in that one, but what a recovery after such a narrow loss on that first map of Mirage. Completely bouncing back from FaZe, and yeah, aptly said they'll be facing G2 in the next matchup. Very excited for that.
Yeah, that's going to be fire. I mean, two very similar teams in how they approach the game. A lot of great individuals on both lineups, and usually we get some fiery matchups, but in this particular game, yeah, I mean, an amazing recovery by FaZe. I think it was just sort of getting into the swing of things. And on Nuke, I mean, we saw, unfortunately for NIP, when they don't get that good start, when they have to play from behind, it's just really, really difficult for them at the moment.
I think more than anything, it's just like, this is why sometimes it's so hard to nail down what we were supposed to think of NIP as a team, because it's like, first map, cool, that looked good, head trick was going off, defense looks solid, config delivery, and then the next 2 maps were just like, there's nothing positive to take from them.
Across all 3 maps, their T-side was poor.
Yeah.
Like, that's something you can take away from this game.
I meant positive, but yeah. But yeah.
So, like, no, but I think also you could see in a way of, it's not like they were unlucky in some rounds or that, it's just a little bit too slow sometimes, too easy to read, too telegraphed what they were doing. And you could see how FaZe's players were always in a good position. Either there's a flank coming in, or players are ready for whatever it is NIP is doing. They didn't get a lot of breathing room in those executes. You think, oh, we traded well, we traded the rotator too. There's a 3rd guy here, like, and he gets 1 more kill, and then the round becomes very difficult.
And even in the rounds that NIP did win on this particular map, FaZe answered back basically straight away, right? I'm thinking around number 10.
Yeah, I think this was really a way for NIP to get some breathing room, right? Like, this is just off the back of Config having a really good round with the AK, getting a bunch of kills. So see here, Campus throws a shallow molly, which lets Rain kill him. That prompts them to speed up their execute towards A. They're going through door with the majority of players. Twist, after Ops dies, like, just goes for the hot push, gets a kill on Hat-trick, picks up the op, right? And here, he just has an amazing round, gets a couple of kills. I think actually this felt very good for him, because in the previous round where Config did have a sequence of his own, Twist a little bit, he had them, right? He whiffed a little bit on Config, and sort of that could have turned around, so he found redemption just 1 round later. And for NIP, you could see the money right after losing this round. It's back to another eco, and this is where really you could tell, like, this game is pretty much done for them.
Yeah, and also just like, I mean, even if you go back to Mirage, the CT run that FaZe went on started with Twist saving a hero AK from the previous round and getting like a triple kill at ramp. They just have so much impact that goes so deep. Overpass was like Rops carrying it through the stretch of it. Nuke started with Brokey having that monster opening half with the op, and then it was like, okay, Rops and Rain now in the second half are sliding up the scoreboard. Just a hard team to put down, and NIP didn't have it today.
Who would you put as then the MVP from FaZe on this particular series?
In the series?
Yeah.
I would put Rops, just because of his
shout.
performance on Overpass, and then on Nuke after that, and even Mirage, he was fine as well. But I think Rops did a lot of work of getting this team going and keeping them in it when everyone else seemed to be a little bit slower. But on maps 2 and 3, it was never really too much of an issue.
Echoing that same sentiment, Yako?
Yeah, Rob stood out, let's say, a little bit, but everyone had their moments. Brokey too, Twist. Rain was really good on Nuke outside. He was winning a lot of those fights, getting a lot of good information. So I think just...
Kerrigan, great calling. Everyone.
It's true.
Neo great posturing behind them. So, yeah, I mean, they were just... It's a massive difference between the 2 teams at the moment, and FaZe just took care of business.
Yeah, FaZe taking care of business on their first debut here at IEM Cologne 2023. But we've also had some action going down on the B stream simultaneously. So, Banks, what has been going on there?
Well, guys, over on the B stream, it's getting a bit wild. I'm not sure how the Mongolz have managed to do this, but they picked into Mirage, and the next map's going to be Inferno, which Gamer Legion picked. Game Legion not learning from past mistakes of other teams on this. And Mongolz are about to win the first map. It was like 15-3 before I started talking to you guys. Dominance from start to finish from the Mongolz. They look like the much better team. And, well, we might be saying goodbye to Game Legion unless they can quickly turn things around. I don't have much hope for them, though, Freya. Let's see how it goes.
Thank you very much, Banks. Yeah, I'm just looking at the live score right now. 15-3 to the Mongolz. Not really much posted up by Game Legion. I think, we touched upon it, Yanko. They were one of the teams that was absolutely molded coming out of Paris Major. Obviously had some really great showing there, but then great players kind of got stripped from the team, right?
Yeah, and the new additions feel a little bit, like...
underwhelming.
It's a team in turmoil.
You would think that potentially... for maybe even some of the transfer fees, like they would have a budget maybe to get some names that you could still be in contention. Because listen, unfortunately, a team or an org like Gamer Legion, like the credit that they've gotten, the points that they've gotten from the Paris Major, that's going to run out soon, right? And if you go out here, lose 2 games, like when's your next opportunity going to arise? So it's going to be tricky. That's just the position in which they're in. But, maybe, Freya, they can still bounce back. They're still not out of it yet.
On the flip side, though, Mongolz impressing here. Obviously, last night, almost taking down Heroic. They've, got a chance to make it a bit deeper.
You got their jackets, right, Jason?
I do have a Mongolz jacket. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, it's a nice one. It's an older one, but it still works. It's beautiful.
You were the OG Mongolz fan.
The original. Yeah, no, they're...
Jason Kahn.
Yeah, they're so much fun to watch play, and individually, you could just see that's a team that's geared up to just tear apart teams like Gamer Legion that have no idea what's going on.
Moving on, let's look at the Group A bracket. Yanko, I think you're done here for the day. Jason, do you want to walk us through this one? We get to see ENCE making it through to the Group A upper bracket final.
Damn right we do.
Making it through to the playoffs.
That's great to see, especially because Saw mentioned right after they won Dallas, it felt like their season was cut a little bit short. They didn't have anything after that, and they were a little bit frustrated probably that they couldn't build upon it, but a chance here after that narrow victory over 9, handling business against Fnatic. And then obviously Fnatic gets tossed down to the loser bracket. Mongolz would be a really, really tough matchup for them. Cloud9 moving on. And that's going to be an interesting run for them.
I'm loving, you know, Snappy's just MO of basically saying, like, fuck you to anybody who's not picked them up as a partner team.
Yeah,
he's just having to prove that. I absolutely love that. And
no shame on the Twitters anymore.
Yeah, man. Unleash the beast that is Snappy. Group B, we can see, obviously, NIP falling down to face Astralis. Where are you standing on that one? I feel like I'm siding a bit more with the Danes. I feel like they've been a bit more consistent and a bit more predictable.
You know, one lesson I learned across my career in broadcasting is not to go against Device that often, and
it's a good
I don't think I'm going to do it. I don't think I'm going to do it here. I'm going to take Device and Astralis to take that one.
Any final thoughts, Yanko, or was that the bombshell you wanted to go out on?
Yeah, yes. Jason Khan, that was the high point of the day.
Yeah, let's
it all
move
warmed
on.
up for that.
You know, we've had a long day, so I think it's time for Trace and Space to be taking over, but not before a quick break. When we are back, the final game of the day, it's Heroic versus Monte.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here. Oh my god! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me? What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
Taking the Danish is a downgrade anyway.
Ah, come on. how many majors did the Finns win?
Rostermania in the off-season was mental. I'm going to be talking about it with ENCE right here, right now. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me here today. And I'm sure you've got some opinions, so we're going to grade them. We got Ace, King, Queen, Jack, and Joker. Monte, with the addition of Bro. Now, they lost Boros.
Well, I'll just give it a King, just mainly due to the fact that it was out of their control. Because
the Boros
it was kind of like when we lost Spinks. Like, what can you really do? Like, you lose your most hyped player, but it's out of your control. And I think they found a guy who seems to be a good replacement. They qualified now into the main Cologne tournament. So I would say that they found a fit, and that's all that matters.
Okay. I mean, they qualified for Cologne now. Yeah. They surprised a little. Okay, so, okay.
I think he fits pretty good into the team. He is also FPLC guy. So,
yeah.
They know how to play this year.
Jack, for you?
I've chosen Joker. I don't know what to really say about them.
I was very excited to see Boros play, and he did headshot us pretty hard a few times when we played them. It's probably more about that I feel like it's not an upgrade in that sense.
The reason I put this card is because I think it's a downgrade. I think Boros is...
Taking the Danish is a downgrade anyway.
Ah, come on. how many majors did the Finns win?
Ooh, okay.
3?
Yeah, but not bad. But it's not like us. Not like us. I still have that card. Okay,
no, I'm just kidding, mate.
But I think it's a downgrade for me. I think Boros is...
yeah, Boros was fantastic.
A really strong
it's
player.
Big boots to fill.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he's actually the same kind of player. I don't remind him as a full aggressive player, and I think that's why they had a lot of success, was because he was just going for entry kills all the time.
Hard. You've gone with the Queen. Anybody else want to jump into this one?
I did the same. I think that Monte's style is like this kind of unpredictable, kind of puggy style.
Okay.
And obviously when you have a guy like Boros, who was like headshotting everyone is a really good player to have.
I'd give it a Queen.
A Queen.
I still think they have a roster that can do damage, but they'll have to work on harder as a team because Boros is gone now.
What is your calling?
Boy, oh boy, do we have a matchup for you all this afternoon, this evening, wherever you might find yourself. Hell, it might even be morning. Nonetheless, it looks like Heroic going up against Monte in a best of 3 here, Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2023. Alive and very much time to thrive if you're one of these teams. Of course, well, one team came in here as Heroic, and no one ever would doubt that stature. The other team, a lot of question marks around Monte, and some of those get answered in the form of Brazilian beaters. I think that's pretty much what's happened here so far.
Brazilian beaters. I'm not sure where you're going with that one, Trace. I'll try to pick it up, though, where you left off. There were questions, obviously, with Monte coming into this event. We saw that they lost their heavy hitter in Boros. They brought on a guy, as they actually just removed 2 letters from his name, and brought on Bro from the Astralis Talent lineup. And the funny thing is that none of us were even looking at that guy for a millisecond, saying he's the next one up.
That's the one right there, Bro.
Bro,
What
feels like they've been flying under the radar, to be completely honest, you know. They came into the tournament, we didn't really have high expectations. We saw them do well in Paris at the major. We knew that they were better on land than they've been online. There's a lot of positive things you can attach towards this lineup, but I think people underestimate how much, you know, Boros was also causing trouble within this lineup. And I think Sam Young has, you know, hinted at that in certain interviews, that it's nice to play with a player like Bro, who's not just running around and dying whenever he feels for it. And I think they brought a little bit more structure to this lineup. So I'm impressed by Monte, and they've done a good job so far beating the Brazilians.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I meant when I said Brazilian beaters.
I don't know.
Oh, I see. Because
not anything crazy.
Imperial.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So nonetheless, yeah, this is what they've got. Online versus LAN, how does it stack up?
That's the thing, right? Because their online results, they suck. To be I'm not going to lie. They're losing to teams I can't even mention by the logos, you know.
What is that logo?
I have no idea, and I don't really care, to be
I think that's
honest.
a gang sign,
I think
Trace.
it's a gritty sign.
Yeah.
It's a gritty sign. Yeah, sure. I think the other one's Eyeballers and then Anonymo. But yeah, no, this is a completely different team on LAN. And I think that one thing that we've heard from SDY, and also James Banks has talked to LMBT about it, is the fact that now with Bro in the lineup, they can actually play good CS. They can start playing the CS that a lot of Tier 1 teams would expect to see from other teams that are playing at their same level, as opposed to the high variance Boros all-in round-by-round style that they had to before, where you basically are just at the whim of your best entry fragger in the server. And, you know, it led them to a great showing at the major, coming into the playoffs and all that. But now we're seeing a completely different side of Monte, one that is much more fleshed out in terms of mid-rounding, in terms of structure.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about this. You know, obviously SDY had some Navi time. Now he finds himself, he's got LMBT behind him. Tell me what SDY brings in the server.
He brings in experience, you know, and I think anyone who's worked with Blade ever in their career can bring in a lot to the teams. I think he was in Navi soaking it all in. Of course, individually speaking, didn't really work out for him in the Navi camp. Maybe he never got a real shot. He was put in positions that he didn't really feel comfortable in. But in terms of learning and gaining experience, I think playing with Blade and playing with Simple and playing with all these guys helped him out massively to become the in-game leader he is today.
And then when you get a new player on your team, right? When you look at like Bro, he's been there, what, a matter of days almost, if it sounds about right. You think about what he has to do then with his utensils, his tools. You have Bro now in your lineup. What do you do with him?
This is such a crazy contrast. And what you do with him, Trace, is you use him to the best of his abilities because they're getting more out of Bro than what Astral's talent did. Usually when you're on the worst team, Astral's talent in this case, you're going to be putting up even better numbers. You're usually going to see higher ADR, higher rating, but it's actually against Tier 1 competition where Bro is finding even better form. That's what's so surprising. That's what Pimp was talking about when we're talking about what is SDY bringing to the table. He knows how to use players like Bro to the fullest effect. And so for Bro right now, to me, he looks like kind of the X factor for this team because we all kind of were looking at those Monte players, and they were known quantities. We saw them so many times at the Major. But for Bro, when I was looking at this roster move, I thought that this was the biggest downgrade of practically anybody through the play-in stage, and I have been completely made a fool of because Bro looks very solid on this Monte team.
So did it go from like Bro to bruh?
Bro.
It's like bruh.
Actually, it's actually kind of positive for Monte. Like,
no, absolutely.
Bro.
So in doing so, let's hear from SDY. Let's hear what he's got to say about his teammates and Monte going into this matchup. It's a big one for him.
SDY and Monte are about to take on Heroic, which is always a tricky matchup. And of course, back in Paris, it didn't end too well for you guys, unfortunately. So how different do you think the match is going to be today?
It only depends on ourselves. I think we have good preparation and we have interesting things to show them. But you never know how it ends. It's Counter-Strike. We will do our best.
Okay. Specifically about Bro, T-sides is something that's always difficult versus Heroic, and I guess even more difficult when you're incorporating him. He's been doing fantastically, but what will be the focus to make sure that those T-sides are locked down?
We just make sure that he feels comfortable in his roles, and that's for every player in our team, actually. We just don't focus on someone specially, individually. We just focus on the team overall, on our pictures like the team. So.
Final question. Yesterday, Heroic played a marathon versus the Mongolz, and Kadian was shouting a lot, and I know Demke also likes to shout a lot, so is there anything special prepared in that department? Are you going to go in?
I just hope that Demke have big lengths today and he can shout as loud as possible because they will be loud as well. So.
We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
We're going to jump right into what is Sumdai Young taking on Kadian here, but really, let's just address what's in the room. Not only do we have teams playing on LAN face-to-face going at each other, but it's pretty vibrant here. It gets pretty damn loud, and I think it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be very loud. And it is freaking awesome. I'm not going to lie. Kadian going up against Sumdai Young. You have Kadian on one side being the in-game leader who has perfected the craft, right? He's now looking at himself as an in-game leader and he'll never be anything else in Counter-Strike, to be completely honest. Whereas Sumdai Young, he was kind of forced into the position given that no one else within Monte could do the job. Now, one thing you were saying, Trace, that was smart and I was surprised to hear it coming out of your mouth.
Wait, really?
Yeah, really. Fact of the matter is that both these lineups, they love to yell at each other. They play with intensity. They play with energy. And I think this is going to be the most vocal matchup we possibly could get inside this arena.
Oh, bring it on. If we can get some energy in here, I know that it's going to be making the front page of basically every social media site.
Say the word, Reddit. Yeah.
Yeah, just call them out. They're Redditors. They have, they go by Redditors, I think.
I just think that when we see that sort of intensity come out from these teams, it means that they want it badly. It means that they respect their opponents too. For Kadian to get so animated, that's when he's pushed. You're not going to see teams and players get animated when they're not pushed. If this game isn't loud, then it probably means that there's a slaughter on one side or the other. And so that's why I'm rooting for some action in this one.
Which isn't what Heroic had yesterday versus the Mongolz. We're talking about being a little bit of a test there.
Right. This was such a shocker. This, to me, was the match of yesterday. The fact that Kadian was pushed to 3 maps along with his teammates on Heroic by the Mongolz, a team that has more or less been just stealing our breath. Right now, they might actually be beating Gamer Legion, which is going on the B stream, but for Kadian and company, when I talked to him before this matchup, he was saying, well, you know, they have their weird way of playing, but if you take them out of it, then they don't really have anything to fall back on. But man, that style, it pushed Kadian, and it actually forced him to start yelling across the room and show that hero, that anti-hero that we know him as.
There's a couple reasons you go about screaming, yelling live on LAN, right? There's a psychological component. Perhaps you can get under your opponent's skin. There's also, hyping up your own side and getting your own team into the right mind state and kind of capitalizing on it. And then obviously, you know, there's old school land tricks, but we don't have to worry about there because we have this class. So
we do. I just want to provide some context for people yesterday who got upset about Cadian yelling and screaming, and everyone started crying all of a sudden on Reddit or on Twitter. Yeah, it was unbearable to listen to. He said plenty of times when he was yelling that don't disrespect us, because the Mongolz were disrespecting Cadian and Heroic on the server. They did that by playing in-your-face Counter-Strike. So when you're saying that the reason why Cadian was getting so animated, why he was going out there yelling effing noobs and whatever not, it was because he was under so much pressure. And that's a kudos to the Mongolz. Yes. That's why we give credit to them. I hope Monte will be able to do the same thing again, because I'm sure that both these liners will yell at each other, and I don't really care whether or not Heroic is the best team in the world and Monte is ranked 25th or 30th. These two teams are going to go at each other on even playing field.
I'm just glad, you know, I said something smart. I'm just going to say I'm glad to have you here, so now we know what they're saying at the very minimum, Jake.
Yeah, there you go.
So thank you. It's the least you could do. Speaking of which, we're going to hear from Exist. If you don't know who he is, well, you might want to Google him while you hear what words he has for us before they took the server against Monte.
Google.
So, Exist, what a marathon yesterday versus the Mongolz. And actually, you just said, I'm still a bit shaky from then. So how's the recovery going?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, we didn't expect that from the Mongolz. They played really good CS, especially the new guy, Masinho. He hit some nice shots. It took a while to fall asleep from yesterday. Don't know when I fell asleep exactly, but I think we've recovered quite good now, and yeah, looking forward to today.
Because today could be a tricky one. Monte has been doing very, very well. Of course, you beat them back in Paris, but they've got a new man in the mix in Bro. But that is someone you may be able to target specifically in your strong T sides. So what's the game plan for maybe making Bro a little bit more uncomfortable?
I mean, I don't think we're going to focus on one individual that much. I think Monte is a team that we know how they play. Compare them to the Mongolz, which we don't have that much information on. I think this fits us much better.
Lovely. Good luck.
Good luck, she tells Exist. Are they going to need the luck today? Do you feel like yesterday was a little bit of perhaps a wake-up call?
They need to play better.
Yeah, they don't need luck. They just need to focus.
Okay.
I don't think luck plays a factor in a person's focus. Maybe there's a debate to be had there, but no. This is actually in an interesting way. Exist kind of talked about the fact that there's not a lot of footage to go off of for Monte, and I think that was actually reflected in the veto because I didn't really expect Heroic to be going for the overpass pick, which they did, and I think they did that because Monte just played overpass, so they have footage to work off of where they saw what the weaknesses were when Monte played against Gamer Legion. Even though Monte came out victorious yesterday against Gamer Legion on that map, I would say that Heroic probably focused in on the game plan, said, we could probably target these B defenders, we could probably target SDY on that A side of things, and so I think Heroic are going to be coming to this with a good game plan that doesn't involve luck.
It's also part of the strategy here, I think, for Heroic is we're playing two of the same maps they played against the Mongolz yesterday as well, and I think they want to prove for themselves that what happened yesterday shouldn't really transpire again. I think they're playing some bad Counter-Strike compared to what we usually see from Heroic, so going in against Monte in a game that is not do or die time just yet for Heroic, I know they can qualify and progress into the playoff if they were to win, but they still have a chance of now going in, showing to themselves that what happened yesterday, we can wash that completely clean, I'd argue, and then come in and we'll look to see the Heroic that we expect. A team that I think are one of the favorites to win the entire thing, a team that I think will have to go into the playoff, and a team that will have to try to do not only, you know, twice as good as yesterday, but 10 times better to win against Monte.
Well, in comparison, let me ask you guys this. We saw what happened yesterday to the Mongolz and Heroic, right? So what was it about the Mongolz and maybe their approach to the game that makes it, you know, a little bit of that challenge?
See, the irony for me is that if Boros were still within Monte, I would give them higher chance of winning this game because I think it was in-your-face Counter-Strike. It was taking all these aim duels. It was playing with no respect on the server, giving no damns about playing smart Counter-Strike or calculated Counter-Strike, just like Boros wouldn't do in a game like this. The thing is, Monte is now trying to play Heroic's own game, sort of, and no one can beat Heroic at their own game.
Right. Yeah, the fact that Monte is trying to elevate their game by adding layers to it, making it look a little bit more structured, that's a little bit concerning.
How dare they?
On top of that, I think that Heroic was just playing beneath themselves. I looked at the trade stats yesterday when they played against the Mongolz, and on Mirage, which was the first map here that we're going to be seeing in this matchup, that was like the worst trading Heroic has ever done I've ever seen. I think it was like 14% of the deaths were traded, and usually Heroic's kind of hovering around 20% for a tournament for how often they're trading their teammates' deaths. So I think they were playing really just with no discipline themselves, and if they bring even a sliver more or even 80% of the normal amount of discipline we would get from Heroic, they should be able to stop Monte in their tracks.
So, Maui, I know you got a hot take saved up for us, so I'll ask Jacob first. You know, Jacob, is it hard to go against Heroic? Is it hard to go against the Danish Green?
In this game, it would be for me, to be completely honest. I'm not underestimating Monte. I think we can get a couple of competitive maps. I'd expect him to go double digits on both the maps, but I also do have Heroic winning this game 2-0 in case they actually show up today.
This is the hot take, Trace. The person that's going to top frag for Heroic in this one is the guy that has the most career earnings to his name on Heroic. Guess who that is?
Who?
It's Shush. Shush has the highest earnings of anybody on Heroic because of that Flashpoint 1 victory. And I think that on the A-bomb site, he's going to be tested a lot. Monte love explosive plays towards the A-bomb site. They sometimes actually just fade away from mid-control entirely and just try to burst on that site over and over again. And that's where I think Shush is going to feast. I think that he, because he is the highest earner, because he has all that money in the bank, he's going to be just rolling in it.
Yeah, I don't think, there's no line of credit you can go from outside, if your economy gets low in game. So I don't know if it really translates. Perhaps there is, but nonetheless, it does look like with fist bumps and high fives and maybe even some low fives, we're ready to get the game started. So, gents, as always, thank you very much. That is Maui and Pimp. My name is Trace. I'm ready to kick it off to our commentators. We're ready to get this one going. Of course, that would mean Mirage, the first port of call between Monte and Heroic, brought to you by Hawka and James Bardoff.
Thank you, handsome man Trace. Mirage and Joya, stand up because it's time for yet another banger. Man, the way Heroic start, the way they hype themselves up before these series start, no wonder they come in with nothing but flames on the server itself. Sending it in mid on that pistol round. Start as they mean to go on, but Monte will be looking to do the same as they encroach the A-bomb site. Waiting for their smokes to go. The pop flashes here as well. Shush will fall back, down of a tight angle by Jungle. Needs to hold on to that if he can. Bomb planted quickly. As the bomb is planted, Cadian's in T-spawn. Trying to be man number 6 for Monte. Coming in from the back, heading towards Palace. There is a kit in the hands of Tessus, holding onto a smoke as well. Those smokes will soon be gone for Monte. It's time for Heroic to start pushing.
Good kill from Demka early, and Demka lines them up! Look at all the damage from Demka! Finally, he falls, but SDY cleans up. And Cadian has nothing to do. What an explosive start from Demka. Cadian's looking for kills at this point, but he might need to save that Kevlar instead. And I'm just waiting to see if the Cadian versus Demka yelling at war begins.
Who strikes first?
I thought Demka was going to get loud after that, but no, he's chilling for now. Look at that lineup, though. The second player just swings straight into the crosshair. Headshot height from Demka. And no, he's relaxed for now. He's not yelling yet. Maybe Monte trying to stay focused in this one. We've got that SG out from Waro. You will sometimes see AWPers pick up the SG for the scoped rifle ability.
SG no helmet.
Yeah, it's a little rare.
It's rude.
It really is.
SG no helmet
to
versus
be fair,
pistols.
I mean, look, he's up against Deegs and a Scout, so
he is.
Who needs it? Tessus just re-smoked Palace. He's hoping to pretend that there's more presence on A than there actually is while they stack elsewhere.
He's a liar.
Boy's a liar. Can't do any more. We'll get copyright claimed.
Probably for the best anyway. Third and the fourth man head towards the ramp. Stown has a lot to do. Perhaps he can make things messy with the smoke grenade. Palace smoked off at least, but again, the heat map is at the ramp. Yabi's also here. Pop flashes will make their way over. Heroic has still got time to position themselves towards CT. They can still make this dirty, gritty, grimy. Where is Waro off to? This guy's just cruising with his Krieg and no helmet. Krasnal dropped then. How much more is there in this for the likes of Heroic? Waro looking to move through the B-bomb site, but the numbers are starting to dwindle on A. It's Demka alone now. Oh my god. Get on the bomb. Why not? Waro's got the lineup though, and that smoke won't be here forever. 100% armor penetration. They will line up to get all the darts in their bodies. That was quite a scary one. Heroic are giving the warning signs early. We're not messing around.
Love that from Waro. Smart enough to realize that He can be in position with that SG. Clearly had a plan for it the whole time. I was worried he was going to be a little too far away, but got there at the right time to make sure the round doesn't get out of hand. That was clearly through the smoke. The kill feed's lying. But man, these shots from Heroic. Heard the Death say that they do think Heroic will be back to their best here, that they've got a good chance of even taking away Monte's map pick. See if that can continue. Monte right now instantly in towards the B bomb site, not wasting any time in this round. And it is another force from Heroic. Tesses doing damage early. He's got the rotate arriving from Yabi with the Deeg. Yabi looking for a fight of his own, taking huge damage in the process, and all of Monte chime in with kills at the same time. So this investment from Heroic has not paid off here.
Tesses is still standing. Not any longer. 2 kills in the round. I'm loving the presence of this Krieg. 2 kills for Waro in that one. And Monte start 3-0. What can he do with it then? Now that the... Well, actually, Wyrana will be coming a little later for Heroic.
Yeah, that was a little surprising from Heroic to invest into that round. You normally see the save there. It nearly worked, because like Monte, I don't think we're expecting the buy. That might be part of the reason why they just went into B. Oh, a missed window smoke. A little awkward for Monte. And that's Yabi flying up mid with the MP9. SDY holding only for 1. Even these rounds are dangerous from Heroic. Another missed smoke on Connector.
We are seeing smokes all over the shop right now. From the previous series to this one. Not showing just yet with the Desert Eagle. Cadian and Stown coming in from that mid position. Will have to run distraction. How does Shush get involved? Maybe the odd jump peek. Find out where these players are. There is one by Triple. Forced away then is Demka into the light. Krasnal by Triple has to stay alive. Waro's here with that Krieg once again. Great angles for him. Doesn't need to engage this one. Cadian doesn't have a kit, but Waro doesn't have the angle, so Cadian could invite him to die on the site. He'll do that and get a scope for his troubles. And there is some volume for you. Took a few rounds, but it's certainly here now. The unhinged wailing. We've got Banshees on the server.
This is going to be fun. So 1-0 Demka in the Cadian versus Demka yelling match, which we will be keeping track of.
I think that was 3-0. That.
Okay, yeah, why
not? That was
not?
a lot of screaming.
Oh, boy. Listen, that was a sketchy round from Monte, though. Like, if I'm Heroic, I'm sitting there saying, you know what? We actually take that as a nice round from us, because now Monte's money is low, and Heroic get a good buy for themselves. SG on the CT side as well now.
That's a really good weapon to have where Shush is positioned.
Yeah. Great as that A anchor playing from far back. Now, Heroic love getting active on the CT side, and Mirage is a great map for CT aggression. So a move up mid, and SDY needs to be very careful.
Oh, straight in the face. 448 damage right there, son. Oh, man. Warnings from Heroic. Headshots and shrapnel. Minutes on the clock for Monte. They will be screaming if Heroic win this one. I think Demka shouted so much. Might have reduced his blood oxygen level. 45 seconds on the clock. A pinch of mid. Yabi moving through. Demka's carrying that bomb. Heading towards 35 seconds now. Looking to join his teammates. All of Monte in that mid position. Shush in that Krieg could have quite a part to play in this one. Yabi ahead of the Molotov. Just as they look away, the spray will be here. He'll start to drop them. Finding 2. As that smoke goes up. 15 seconds to plant. Krasnal on the way. Shush dropping the molly. Bomb's planted though. And there is that Krieg rearing its ugly head. Waro in the clutch. 1 versus 4 made 3. Instant trade from Tesses. Quiet for now.
Business as usual for Heroic, it seems. I actually think yesterday, like them getting dragged into the emotions and the yelling match, I don't know if it helped them, in all honesty. I think normally they're like way more of a composed team. Their team play is normally so good. So I wonder if they're trying to stay a little more level-headed today.
You know what? I like Cadian screaming at people. There's a lot of people upset on the internet. But a lot of people on the internet haven't played at LAN before. A lot of people at the internet wouldn't be able to cope, and that's part of it. I mean, yes, I think in Cadian's particular example, he is spurring his team on with that release of energy. But it's a common tactic on LAN as well to just put your teammates off. If you can't, especially if you're playing in America, for example, obviously we aren't now, but if you're playing in an environment and people are screaming at you and you can't cope with it, you're going to play worse. More fool you if you can't deal with it.
For sure. I mean, in American sports, like Michael Jordan was known for like yelling at his teammates in practice if he didn't think they were doing well enough. You know, that's just part of the culture for them. So can be a cultural thing for sure as well.
Yeah, rise above the pressure or be consumed by it. That is the history of competitive gaming, sports, everything. Everybody will try to tilt their opposition. If you can't deal with it, that's your problem.
Well, Monte grouped outside A early in this round. Again, Heroic getting active. Look at the minimap. Heroic have fully cleared out mid. They'll start to rotate back to A, and they'll be here in time. That nade looks good. Oh, the lineup looks better for Cadian.
Hunger buster for Cadian. Burger and a side of fries. 5-on-3 for the remainder of Monte. A brutal way to try and just break ground on this A bomb site. We've barely done that, judging by those X's. That scout has a lot to do now. Reasonable upgrade for Waro, but what can they really hope to do? Heroic are not going to sit on this advantage. They'll get the sound cues as well. Cadian creeping. Got the angle just in time, or did he? Demka will drop him. Will they expect the rifle support? They'll take nothing for granted. As they start to look around, Yabi jerking forward will be lost as well. Suddenly we're on a 3 versus 3. Heroic's advantage has gone. What does Town do? He's got a forward position in mid, which is good for info, but how far does he go? Time is low for Monte. And it's not just that mid position. We've got Shush forward on A as well, but Tessis is still in isolation on that B bomb site. Down with an off angle, could get a 3-1 here. That's the bomb drop, looking for the transfer, but the information might be enough. 24 seconds. Which bomb site do they commit to? Have to decide very quickly indeed. They're not going to have time to clear this bomb site. There'll be the AWP to try and plant the bomb while the rifler can try to cover as many angles as possible. Waro planting it perfectly for Tesses, who simply has to exist now. And that will be enough. Shush is in the wind, and the round is with Heroic.
Not a bad effort from Monte to try and bring it back, though. Cadian started it so well with that 2-for-1 on that rotate back to ramp. They cleared out mid. They got back to A. They got this great shot with a lineup. But then Monte actually got a couple of kills back. They found a way towards a bomb site. Heroic still did well to just run out the clock at the end there. But Monte showing us they are going to be strong here. They are not going to be weak on a skill level basis. Demka and Waro especially having good starts to this game. The unfortunate truth, though, is that Monte's money is pretty bad now. Sure, you saved the AWP, but not much else.
Man, if Heroic are going to be quiet now because of Internet Warriors, I'm going to be sorely disappointed. Because that release of energy is great. You can see, again, all the years he's worked to get to this point in the intensity of that shouting. And obviously it's great entertainment as well.
I mean, you even heard Exist say, like, it took her a while to get to bed last night because that was the intensity they were bringing to that match against the Mongols.
That's great. That's exactly what you want to see. Monte sending it into the A bomb site, trying to make amends with the shortcomings of their buy. Waro's here, so is Demka. They've got a 3-on-3. Yabi's on an island, but he'll take one down at the very least. Waro will trade again. That AWP coming in handy. Cadian's got angles and utility, announcing his position. Tessa swinging. Not shy to go for the information, Heroic, and they see no one on A.
This aggression from Tesses. If he goes further, Monte might actually not be ready, but too risky, Tesses says, so he just sits on this unexpected angle instead. Whatever happens, that forward position is fantastic. It gives good information. And you can even see Cadian has got up into the apartments right now. I thought he was going to stick around there. It's a pretty safe spot, but maybe a little concerned that short is also open.
Monte cutting noise.
Oh, and now TSS moves.
Monte cutting noise has to bank on a 2 versus 1 wherever they choose to go. Against most teams, against Heroic, who knows? Still static for now, but this is killing a lot of time. Monte still needs to get to a bomb site. By the time they get to a bomb site, if they make it there, they won't have time again to clear the bomb site properly. 25 seconds, just moving down from top mid.
Cadian's got 2 angles to watch here. Timing's everything.
They're going to have to run though. Surely they're going to have to run. 15 seconds. There's the bomb carrier, the molly as well, just to make it even worse.
Nothing to do. Oh, and TSS even takes the AWPer out, takes the fight to Waro.
I think they outbrained themselves there, Monte. Got to give yourselves time to find your entry on the bomb site, whichever one you choose to go to. Opportunities lost. Hesitation versus Heroic will leave them with $2.5 to just shy of $3,000 per person. Time for Heroic to continue building then. Only 2 helmets for Heroic in this round though. Many pistols, not all deagles for Monte. So this could be interesting.
Well timed molly. 1 player will beat it. I don't think that's an issue for Heroic. Got to remember that Monte have really changed the way they play Counter-Strike since the addition of Bro into the lineup, replacing Boros. They are trying to play like a much more structured team. SDY has said they can play much more structured now with this new addition. And I think that might work against them, against Heroic, because Heroic are very good when a round is structured like that. Their team play is generally the best in the world. So we'll see if Monte can play Heroic at their own game. That's a good shot from Cadian, who goes back to the well. Meanwhile, Stout at top mid lines up 2. And these pistols falling as you would expect.
Textbook stuff from Heroic.
Make that money.
Textbook to tie the score. It's a library on that Heroic side.
Yeah, I want to see if this gets a close map. That's when I want to see if they start to make noise, because I could see the game getting more intense as it goes on, for sure. And who knows, Demka might bring that out of them. If he starts making plays and getting loud himself, he has had a pretty solid start alongside Warwick. Wouldn't mind seeing a little more out of SDY and Bro, who have been good so far at this event. Down, well timed, the flash on point. Even a bit of damage onto Bro as well.
You'll see 2 on the kill cam towards top boxes. Cadian's hopped into the apartments anyway. What else do they choose to do, Heroic? 2 known, 2 unknown. Of course, that information gets older and older as time goes on. Cadian's got the information angle, if you will. Still, TSS will head in his direction. Is it for the sound cues, I wonder? Inviting a peek if they're close enough to hear him.
Yeah, maybe.
So it'll be loud on the server, if not in the arena for the time being. Cadian moves forward now. Krasnod's got an off angle himself. Bomb heading towards ramp on 8. Mid currently uncontested. Now the AWP pushing in apps. Surely they expect more people to the A bomb site, but 40 seconds remaining. Bro still lurking in mid. Sumdayoung looking for the CT spotters. There's Shush in CT. Molly towards ramp. That clock is becoming a problem. Heroic are not giving them the challenges they're looking for, but there's finally Yabi dropped from jungle. Bro moving in, cleaning the shadow position. Can Heroic stop this bomb plant? Where did the angles come from? There's no one on shore for Heroic. It'll be a careful plant for Monte. 4 on 3, made 2 now. The trades will leave Monte 1 man to the good. Cadian so far away. Shush has a kit. But how on earth can he achieve something here? Creeping towards bench, back to triple. Inviting the CTs out. Can he bait somebody into Cadian? Spots one in connector, but doesn't make a fatal shot. And that'll be the end of the round for Cadian. He's got to get out of there and try and save his AWP. The hunt is on, and Monte will be back in the lead once again.
Monte able to find the right-hand goal in one of these rounds. Well played there. Got a 4v4 early after taking out Stown. And then they work across the map. They keep enough presence on B that Cadian's peak doesn't just get the free info. He has to communicate there's someone there holding. This was that initial trade coming in from Bro. And then Shush was trying to play for info, but I was really surprised that Yabi made that forward move, because Shush is just playing really passive from CT, playing for info, playing for the rotate. And I thought that was going to be fine. I thought that would help Yabi, actually. Just sit back in jungle and try and watch the cross. But instead, he moved forward. I'm not sure if there was a miscomm. Maybe they just didn't realize there was still the potential of one player in connector. But either way, that move really costed them in that round. Made it much easier for Monte to get that bomb planted because they could plant safe from CT. They knew that jungle wasn't a worry. And so Monte into the lead for now. Although they've got a double AWP setup to contend with in this upcoming round. I think this is going to be a very fun map of CS. Monte, very good on Mirage. Heroic, very fun to watch on Mirage with how active they can be. We've already got 2 players near connector.
Very close indeed. 3 smokes around that mid position, 1 in B-Apps as well. Yabi's very forward in Palace. Early advantage for them. Surely connector's going to be a flashpoint now between these 2 squads once these smokes have gone. Angles taken away towards short. Indeed, Monte are in very committed positions for the time being. At some point, someone's going to go and have to rotate that bomb. Krasnal with an off angle in the B apartments gets utterly domed by Tesses, and Shush is here to bring down the short player. 5-on-2, and SDY is going to go and collect that bomb. Nothing doing for Monte. Disastrous round so far.
Need a pop-off to get back into this round, that's for damn sure. Tesses is pushed up through B, so maybe that's a chance to isolate one fight and try and find some way in. But I think even that is probably wishful thinking here. It's not an easy angle to clear, the one that Tesses is playing. And Monte turn on a swivel.
We've gone back to reflect on what might have been. It was a promising round for them at the beginning, if they could break Heroic, but that is easier said than done. Heroic going hunting then, smelling the weakness on the side of Monte.
They've got to know exactly where Monte are here. They've cleared everything else.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh boy. Oh, SDY so close.
Wow.
He only had like $400, so good thing he survived. Heroic back to a 5th round. Monte had that 4-0 start, but since then, Heroic have done really well. They've also been great in their opening duels so far. They've won 7 of them. Hero AK saved by SDY into this round. Boost up for Yabi. Behind the molly, he'll look for early info. He didn't spot SDY though. That kill could allow them to accelerate onto B here. But Tesses realizes he's got to plug the gap. He put a molly down to deny. Meanwhile, Cadian will make a move on mid. He's seen enough at B to try and get info here. This is good info, but the rotate to B would still be a little slow.
Double AWP retake.
Yeah.
Might not be ideal if the B bomb site is compromised. It might end up in a very difficult decision, but let's see how it plays out. Shush has got a strong angle for the current proceedings. Cadian drawn towards that short position. Oh, there's a sound cue, and Shush will have to retract from this surely. Smoke is up, spots one top mid. So many players here. Look at the frags coming for Heroic now, starting to take control of this one. Neutralize some of the danger. Cadian must be careful now, however. 17 HP, Waro looking for an opportunity, getting there eventually. Tesses is still on that B bomb site. And Monte are moving quickly now, 35 seconds on the clock. And with only 3 players remaining for Heroic, they are going to be spread very thin. If Monte give enough space, then maybe they can take a bullet for the president and take control of a bomb site. In they go. Shush will try to delay the bomb plant. It's down, missing a shot. The only AWP remaining. Bomb's been planted then. 1 versus 2 for Waro. He has Kevlar. He can take a fight. Faces both of them, and Tesses delivers another. 2 in the round. Expensive for Heroic, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, Heroic's team play arriving at the right time again. 1 player in jungle, 1 in connector. Just so hard to deal with. And I also want to give huge credit to Shush in that round, who survived just so long in connector. Even when he got caught off with awkward timing, I think Shush's biggest strength as a player is he very rarely dies unnecessarily. And that allows for the other Heroic players to get into position. It's a really big part of his game as that A site anchor, just never giving away his site and the bomb site too quickly. I do have to point out, though, that our good friend Maui Snake had the hot take that Shush would top frag for Heroic on this map. He's currently bottom. But there's time.
Standard Maui take.
Classic Maui.
Sending it through Palace are Monte. Cadian's lost his angle, but Shush is here to collect. Wow. Now that is an angle. Through the smoke. 4 on 4. Monte's urgency continues to stay at maximum. SDY on the bomb site. Waro and Krasnal are forward as well. Things slow down. Bro still in Palace with the bomb.
Yeah, that's the thing. Do they reset here? Because this looks really awkward for Monte, and they're losing players. The nade from Shush comes in.
And it continues now. Bro isolated from his teammates because of that smoke grenade. The advantages are slipping away for Monte as they freeze. Are Heroic aware of the 2 on the bomb site, though? It doesn't appear that they are. So Monte freezing, while it's cost them a player, the CTs are spreading. They're starting to wonder. They're pulling away from the A bomb site. Yabi's wondering if anyone's behind him coming through B. But now there's time for the flank. Shush is coming in from the back. Great flick from Yabi. Spots the bomb in the middle of the site. Tesses keeping an eye on a CT rotation. Need the info for a post plant if it even gets that far. Waro dropped, creeping around the smoke. And now Shush is at the ramp. Krasnal planting default. And the CTs are on their way. Beautiful work from Shush. Monte spreading the CTs out, but then waiting a little too long. From the back, it's ended by Heroic.
Yeah, it's really hard to put into words just how good Heroic are at not only making the right moves and information plays in rounds, but also like communicating that effectively. It's really hard to do that because you look at the minimap and you see everyone working in tandem. It's this beautiful machine, this beautiful push and pull. It's so fun to watch Heroic when they're at their best. And they're pretty close to their best right now. This has been a great CT side recovery. They were 4-0 down early. It is now 7-5 in favor of Heroic.
Tech pause, audio issue requires solving.
Look at that frag distribution for Heroic. Down top with 11. Yabi bottom with 8. I say bottom, he's very much not far behind.
Seven to 5 in favor of Heroic. An interesting game so far. Slow pace from Monte. Difficult opponent in Heroic. Monte like themselves some Mirage, 77% with 13 maps played in recent times. 60% for Heroic.
Yeah, it is that map that they lost against the Mongolz yesterday. Man, this music has got me feeling like it's not a tech timeout. It's like I'm in the Matrix or something. I'm loving it. We're back into the action, though. And Move into mid for Monte. They could have been dealt with there. Cadian screaming to his teammates they need to be careful, and Stown is exactly that. Flash comes in to help him. They should know that Stown's here, but they don't clear the angle. They thought he fell back. Stown doesn't give a damn though. He sticks around for a second.
Refuses to lose, refuses to leave. Yabi there to follow up. Oh, the confidence of Heroic. It's a joy to watch. Another deletion at the hands of Heroic. 1v5 for Waro. He has the bomb. But every time he is spotted, that net's going to close more and more. Knife out. But Yabi's got the gun. 8-5. 4 players alive for Heroic. Plenty of money as well. It's been 4 rounds in a row for Heroic. It's been 8 rounds from the last 9. They are in full control.
Yeah, and it's not like Monte are slouches on this map. They've already played it twice here at Cologne. Once in the play-in where they beat Furia. Once against Gamer Legion. And they beat Gamer Legion 16-8 on Mirage. But Monte have really fallen flat here as this half has gone on. Cadian again out on this wide angle. Spots the shoulder. Doesn't connect the shot. The nade goes in. Doesn't quite go where he wanted it to.
It's close though. Close where it cut it. Stown coming through to clean house on the A bomb site. Moreover, Deagle gives them some hope. Everybody on the A bomb site. Monte disconnecting for now. A Galil and a Deagle. It is rough for Monte in this T side of Mirage.
And again, Heroic just get here ahead of you. They've already got a player ready if you try and go B. They've already got a player ready if you try and go mid.
How can you expect these angles?
No one's ever pre-aimed that in their life.
They're just thinking about the game better, Heroic. Full synergy. All vibrating at the same frequency. 9-5. Hasn't been close for a while.
This is the Heroic we want to see, though.
It is.
This is the sort of Heroic that we're used to seeing.
With a bit of shouting, bit of wailing.
Yeah, they could work on that. But that is my only criticism for Heroic so far. 15 kills from Stown, above the rest of the pack. It is now the buy back from Monte into the last round of the half. They'd love to salvage a 6, then that's a good way to start. Cadian not ready for SDY to already be behind the top mid boxes. There are players coming through underpass as well, so looking good on the mid control for Monte. And you don't get many man advantages against Heroic, so when you get them, you have to convert.
That is a very aggressive smoke grenade. Sound giving no respect to Monte. They're going to have to earn this, mostly in the second half. 3 versus 5, Yabi in the window. Waro going through. Looks like there's one more round in this one for Monte then. Shush has so much to do, not happening. A last round for Monte. They'll take 6 into the second half, but they'll be quiet because Heroic are ever so strong in the first map of this series.
Now, and they know where he is. They've got him boxed into this tiny area that 9-10 is just bearing down on with the AWP. And the Mongolz are trying to go on a tiny 2-round streak to close out this first half. That's 1 round done. They now need the next to salvage this 4-11 scoreline.
Yeah, it's more like it, right? A sign of life. They throw themselves at Gamer Legion for a change instead of just letting these constant harassment B rounds come through for Kios. But it's not something you can run back to back. So they go straight away for the double AWP in trying to change the tune. Game of Legion sent Kios back up and on with a vengeance, and I fear for the Mongolz here. Boost on Neelan, and he catches a lot of damage there. Nades over the wall could go a long way. Azteca will eat them, but he can't hit the shot through the Molotov. Kios again does what he does best. It's only the molly that stops him this time in front of the smoke. They're going to wait it out, and then they can go.
Akor's had enough of just sitting around on the AWP. He's trying to make one of these smoke pushes happen. Everyone seems keen to do it for Game of Legion. Neelan down in the pool, not knowing about from Blitz, who is up on this boost, but gets out with a double. Feels like Blitz never quite feels the pressure the same way. Always good for a multi-kill, it feels like, but does he know when to stop? Instead, he wants to keep on going, keep battling through these smokes in the spawn, and that will prove to betray the Mongolz here. It's just 9-10 left in Game of Legion. They're still looking pretty active, considering they're 3v1 in the post plant. They're taking space, and it's Kios looking to end it in a cocky way. He wanted the knife there, but he takes the tech kill. Game of Legion, talk about a revenge story arc here, with Kios at the helm of it all, looking lights out. It's them to 12-3 the Mongolz this time around.
Heroic looking back to their best, looking calm and not looking like they are phased by Monte right now. A 9-6 lead for Heroic. That was after a 4-0 deficit. Once we got into the gun rounds, they did not look back. Let's see if that is set to continue on their T side. Monte have had a few shining lights. Waro has been playing well. Demq's had his moments, but they need more if they want to compete here on their map pick.
I think they've got enough rounds from that struggle to put up something in what might be an easier side for them. Could hardly be harder. Charging into the bomb site, go Heroic though. Bouncing their way towards the windows and further if they can. Samdayang has got something to say about it though. Great drop of the bomb carrier. There's another one. Cadian deleted just as he touches ground. Samdayang, that's nasty. There we go. Give us some volume.
That deserves it. That is so precise from SDY. Did not have to use multiple bullets on many of those kills. Those taps are always so satisfying.
The one where Cadian just dropped though, he's like, I'm here guys, I've got this guys, bang!
See ya.
I've got bad news for Monte. Tech9s have been collected by Heroic, and they're going for a B play. They are adept at these B plays with Tech9s. They know how to use this util, and it often ends painfully. But I think this is not live because Samdayang looks like he's alt-tabbed.
Apparently his microphone is having issues. I was worried when I saw he didn't have his hands on the keyboard and Heroic were nearby. I was like, ooh.
Headsets off. That was a teaser. Teaser of some carnage to come, maybe. Monte win a very important pistol. They keep it close at the beginning of Mirage. There is promise in this half for Monte. It was oppressive from Heroic in the first half, but now maybe they've forced some space in the second. We'll see if Krasnor can get into the game. 3 for 13. Didn't have the greatest of performances in that first half. Heroic smashing Monte in many of those rounds.
Yeah, doing very well. Nice to see Stown at the top of the board for Heroic. Always look for him to not be a crazy standout. We know that Heroic are just a very well-rounded team. But sometimes I feel like if there's one player who might break into a real star on Heroic at some point, it would be Stown. He's always had the potential.
Keyboard check. 10 keyless keyboards. Good to see. Full-size keyboards can die a death as far as I'm concerned. Give me the small ones. I approve of these keyboards.
Yeah, I get you.
People think you need like a numpad for buy scripts. You don't.
Yeah, it's true.
You have a function layer. You press the FN key. Every key becomes whatever you want it to be. You don't need your keyboard to be a banquet plate for 3 people. Anyway, we're back in again. Do Heroic run it back? I would imagine they do, because this is kind of their strat with these Techie 90s.
Yeah, looks like a very similar start to the round. SDY and Kraz now again as the B defenders.
Could have been worse. That wasn't quite the peak Monte were looking for. There we go. Smoke is down immediately, giving space for rotation. The flashes are here, but Krasnor's here with the MP9. It's a team kill to start things off. A flying pistol with the bomb. They'll get some space from that at the very least, but how much more can they do? 2 versus 3, still very dangerous for the CT side. Cadian had an angle for a moment. Tesset with an MP9 through the smoke, putting Warrior down to 20. Even with just a Tech 9, he could clutch this one. Rotation coming in from short, but whereas Tesset's position will soon be revealed now. He needs to find his 1v1s, looking to the right-hand side, domed from the left. Monte passed the test.
Yeah, they pass it really solidly there. I was a little worried if the timing was bad, they could have got run down. The jump peaks could have been a little awkward. But no issue for them. That team kill was so awkward. It's just the one bullet to the side of their head. You hate to see it. Now, I was talking earlier about how Stown is the one player you think could maybe be the standout on Heroic. He's been dropped an AK in this round. He's been given the hero rifle. They have very little utility to set him up, but they have just enough for a stairs and jungle smoke. They'll try and scale onto the site and see if they can set up that hero AK. Oh, that counter smoke might slow things, though. It's kind of good that they didn't throw their smokes before that palace smoke came in, because now you just wait that out and you just run the play a little later.
Bro will be separated from his team. Maybe it won't matter so much. His head was spotted for a moment there, I believe, but he's still standing. Stown with great angles, but it is Samdayang with the headshots. They are swinging on these Ts, and it will be very limited progress. 500 HP, actually, at the end of the round for Monte. Comfortable with that. Score is tied. I still lament the lack of screaming. You know who you are. You people out there responsible for this.
It's a tough round for Heroic, because Stown got set up pretty decently, in all honesty.
Hit the wood as well.
Damn. Yeah, it really was all about Stown. Like, he needed to be the player with the AK to get a couple of those kills to give them a chance. But as soon as he falls, the rest of the team follow. And look at this setup from Monte. Heavily stacked on A early. They are in just the right position to stop this play from Heroic. I think it's because they have weaker weapons. They've decided, screw mid, we'll focus on the sights. It does mean there is an MP9 in the mix, but this could work out really well for Monte.
A well-timed CT flash could work wonders. There it is. Avoided by Shush. Oh, look at that bro come through to drop him as well. But Cadian turning things around, as is Yabi. Suddenly we're in a 3 versus 2. How about that for a wipeout? Rotation from Samdayang and Krasnal, both in CT. Yabi knows at least one is there. Samdayang swings with the flashbang, but Yabi's angle is superior. Krasnal now with the MP9, could still do this. Cadian's only got 13 HP. He has an incendiary as well. Tessus in connector, Cadian by Tetris. Molly goes towards Palace, however. They don't have angles for this bomb, but Krasnal gets riddled with bullets on the way. Heroic in the lead, 10-9.
That's incredible, because Heroic got caught with terrible timing there towards ramp. One of their players turned around to drop nades to his teammate just as that flash came in. So it meant there was no assistance for the player who was in ramp. They lose 2 players early, but all credit to Cadian. His AK comes back with 2. A nice little reaction from Yabi there. He knows that was a big turnaround to put Heroic into the lead. Boro has been having a good game here for Monte, though. He's got that AWP in his hands, positioned into mid early. Good flash, but can't get rid of Woro that easily.
Most unfortunate round for Monte there, and it gives Heroic opportunity to take control. They can secure this round.
Do they flash him again? Not this time. Nice incendiary there from Monte. They molly top mid. That means that he can re-establish on the angle, knowing that no one's crossed. And that gives them a clean advantage.
Disengaging from that mid position. With the presence there, I wonder if Krasnal and Woro will try to do something. They're both posted up by the van on B. Indeed, they'll be sending Krasnal forward. They'll both be posting up, actually, but surely somebody rotates over. 50 seconds on the clock. No eyes on short. Unless Samdayang has a peek from A through connector. There'll be grenades deployed. But where are Heroic headed? There's presence in connector. Denying that position from triple. Bro will be insta-traded by Shush. Samdayang will see the legs. That smoke hasn't worked out for them. 4-on-2 for Monte. And Heroic are stuck. They are trapped. But they've turned rounds around before. Katie doesn't know where he's getting shot from, leaving down on 12 HP. He'll be heard by Krasnal, who has a great angle to finish off the job. He'll collect a rifle as well as the score is tied once more.
Tight first map we have on our hands here between Monte and Heroic. Both teams hit double digits. I love this early play from Monte on mid. And then that smoke, I think the lineup, I'm not sure if it landed exactly where it needed to. I think that there's a slightly different position it can land that's a bit better, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, SDY's just committed out wide to it, so he's always going to get some sort of gap. Makes it awkward for Heroic. Approaching behind their own smoke doesn't go according to plan. Second timeout taken by Heroic. Their money is short in this round.
Plenty of Mirage, plenty of Overpass we've seen in this tournament thus far. Vertigo, the deciding map if it goes the distance in this series.
Another hero AK for Heroic. I think they really are just trying to keep Monte's economy down, and they've been doing a decent job at it so far. Let's see if they can keep it up in this one. Very intricate smoke lineup from Cadian. Monte have just re-smoke connector themselves. Meanwhile, Cadian will be going for the top connector smoke, and wow, there's the shot from Shush. The bomb is not here though. They're just trying to sell this as a fake.
Oh, they're lining up for Bro, coming from the shadows. And that will help Krasnal chill on the B bomb site. They know they haven't seen the bomb, and he need not rotate because these numbers are dwindling. They committed to the rifle to the A bomb site to give themselves opportunity. Krasnal wondering about short now, but Cadian's got to give the sound cue away, and this one's going to be free for Krasnal. Lined up in all the wrong places on that A bomb site. Down, trying to get some more damage into frags. No bomb plan for Heroic. Monte are one ahead.
Cadian just looked like so relaxed in his chair as he started planting the bomb. He just like sat back for a second. Just had no clue that Krasnal would stick around. A little surprised that they thought it was 100% clear there, but Monte don't fall for the bait. And so Heroic have to put Shush on the Galil in this round. Still a good buy across the board though. And Monte fighting for mid. That is not going to work out for Bro though. Out in the open. He gets decimated early in the round.
Krasnal urgently trying to tie the numbers in mid. He'll do exactly that. 3 of the 4 players for Heroic in that mid position. Shush lurking. There's a smoke on the ramp at the moment, but this one is fast moving, isn't it? Heading towards connector. Krasnal's back again. Still alive for the time being, creating some space. That takes the eyes away though. Moving through the A-bomb site now are Heroic. They'll get some sound cues towards CT Shush with a few taps. He's got some help as well, but the Molly will control the space to a degree. That's a risky plant. There will be no swing though from the CTs, but as I say that, they come in afterwards. Stand in the clutch, 1 on 3. They'll have to spray through the boxes if it goes that far. It's found SDY. There's 2 more to go. 1 on the bomb, 1 coming in from that connector position. Huge headshot from Waro, and Monte make it 12.
Waro continues his good form on this map. 21 kills. I've been waiting for Waro to start to step up as that AWP on Monte, and I think he's really delivered here at Cologne. In the play-in stage, he was playing well. Now here in this upper bracket match, he's top fragging. Flash over the top. Doesn't
Boom.
even need it.
Frustration for Heroic. They expect to win every map. But Monte are strong on Mirage. Then again, it's always difficult to put Heroic down. We bore witness to that yesterday. They'll have the AKs out in round 23. See how deep their utility goes. Molly's flashes and smokes will be here. Not everything they would have wanted. Let's see what their intentions are. Cadian takes the bomb towards A immediately. Normally when you've got 2 going towards A at the beginning of the round, bomb or not, it's very indicative of the plan for the T side. Two-1-2 set up for Monte. Spro considers heading towards B, but will go back to jungle. Tessus joining the ranks now. Let's see what Yabby and Stan will be up to. Moving through the underpass now as the smoke starts to come in. There'll be no challenge on short for the time being for Monte. Waro and Demka are very heavily committed to this one. Ooh. Quite a timely smoke into Palace. 2 smokes around connector as well, maybe 3. I think there's 5 smokes around the A bomb sites at the moment. Closing the distance are these T's though, still no one on short, so they are surely in trouble. Stan spotting Bro, but not delivering what he needed to. That's a really important frag for Monte. Samdayang making his way over towards A as Bro is dropped. Tessus looking towards Shadow, but there's one at default as well. Almost a double peek coming in. He's waiting for that trade frag at Tessus. Not even assuming that Shadow is clear. That's the bomb spotted, but Cadian delivers. 1 by 1, they are dropping. Krasil and Samdayang remain. Grenades towards these T's, not really landing where they wanted it to, though. But that clock is ticking as well. Krasil makes his way towards jungle. They've got angles for this bomb, but not the personnel. Heroic meticulously take down the A-bomb sites.
Impressive round from Heroic there. Despite getting stalled out, they never get too stressed. They figure that they can still get their way on towards A. They get enough ground that when Waro goes for that peek from under Palace, he gets domed. And these mid players were also just waiting to try and help out. So even though there are no nades to approach the site, they just end up fragging out instead. And all those earlier rounds where they did damage to the CT economy will finally pay off. Monte down on a terrible buy hit. Struggled to even call this one a buy. Just a few pistols.
Pre-fire from Krasner with a P250 gives him a strong position all of a sudden. A smoke and an AK-47 to play with, dropping it to a teammate. Do we know how close Cadian is? Oh, this is so awkward for Cadian. So awkward. Get out of there. Cannot give up that AWP. 3 players on the B bomb site, chasing more frags. How many did they identify, though? Ramp has been compromised. Will they check Tetris? Bizarre round for Heroic to deal with now.
They don't look like they have a clue. They haven't cleared ramp, but they're not looking, they're not covering. Demka can't get the kill. SDY finds one in the meantime. Oh, what is going on? Demka jumps to his death, but it's still a man advantage for Monte.
Run out of bullets with that CZ. Cadian with the Glock. Not a comfortable situation for them. 1v2 Cadian. This clutch is not going to happen this time. Monte were on the ropes, but they fought back. The gifted AK in the apartments. 13 to 11. That was the catch-up for Heroic. Don't often see this happen to them.
What was this investment? This was nothing. This was 3 pistols. Bomb being planted, not being covered. Bro comes in with a USP, and then Waro was in Palace.
Chaos.
Something that Heroic had no clue about.
Utter chaos.
Oh, early mid-play, and Waro denies Cadian.
Feels like a change in momentum for these squads. Heroic are in trouble if they lose this round. 5-on-4, Sound's got some down cues, got to be careful with that molly. He'll give them the positions back. They know where he is, trying to punish, went into that molly, now he's lost the bomb. Disaster has struck for Heroic. Spots the barrel of the gun, TeSeS looking for one. Maybe there's a chance for them, creating some space, running distraction while Shush gets a lineup from ramp, but Yabi's past the angle already. He's behind enemy lines. He could catch them off guard. Indeed, he will. Instant trade from SDY. And now it's a 1v2. That smoke will soon be gone, but who will be faster? Warrior falls back to library. TeSeS surely gives a sound cue. The jig is going to be up. How much more is left in this run then? They know exactly where he is. Waro doesn't want to give the sound cue though. 40 seconds, that bomb's still stuck. Who peeks first for the CTs? It's half the information for TeSeS, he's got 30 seconds. Trying to bait a peek. And there it is from Waro.
And there it is from Demka.
I feel like it's not always a word with him.
No,
sometimes it's just guttural
primal.
Screaming.
It is absolutely primal from Demka.
It's just volume.
Absolutely. He just wants to let you know that he's there. I mean, this is not the Heroic I'm used to seeing, though. They looked very structured earlier on in this map, and this looked hectic. This looked chaotic. This looked like they didn't know exactly what was going on.
But not the same about the screaming. Bring it back. Hero AK for Cadian. Pistols for the rest. Some utility here and there. Quickly into the A-bomb site they go. They need to capitalize on this position. There is a lot of rotation coming. Cadian may hear this. He's in mid with that rifle while the pistols are showing the presence. The bomb was here as well, but again, I think Cadian heard that rotation. So they'll leave some players as sacrifice, as tribute almost, while the remainder go towards that B bomb site. They'll still need a kill though. Cadian's got all the sounds now. This is a very difficult one to do, though. I think his teammates will have to make loads of noise now and pull that crosshair away. That's the time for Cadian to turn things around. He's got to go before they hit the window. Perfect positions. Very well done by Heroic. Can give the AK to his teammate, maybe. You want him on the orb generally, but they don't have armor. Cadian still standing for now. Problems for Monte. Everything collapses. Stampede to the A-bomb site. It's all the information Heroic needed. This one's not over just yet.
That's the thing with Heroic. I feel like they often find a way when you don't expect them to. They've gone for a lot of these hero AK buys. A lot of them have been unsuccessful, but it was Cadian's turn to try to have the hero AK, and he gets into a great position, executes Warrior from behind. And then, sure, it's only pistol players, but they're already on the site. They're already in such good positions that Monte can't win the duels.
That's so sick from Heroic. High urgency on the A-bomb site.
Okay.
He's coming back.
That's the thing. It's when he feels like he's under threat, under pressure, that it'll often come out from Cadian. Said something to Bro there.
So nicely done by Heroic. Again, those pistols can just charge and swarm, raise the urgency. Monte, you've got no choice but to rotate over. Cadian's in position with the listening device. Early frag for Waro, though. With the hero sniper in this round.
Okay. I mean, this doesn't even have the support around it, though. Heroic win with the hero AK and some Deegs. This has USPs around it. Waro blinded, but they're running into him.
They're close enough to trade. That might be all they needed to do. They'll need to protect those weapons. USPs for the remainder. Keep that orb out of their hands. There's only 3 players here, though. Oh, it's getting awkward already. Even with these USPs, the P shooters, the numbers game, they're starting to swarm now. And there's the trade. They found at AWP. The weapons disposal service was not here. And now things are getting very dodgy indeed. Flashbang's going the wrong way. Bro's got an angle. Molly's towards default. Suddenly Monte are well equipped. They've got an AK and an AWP. 2 rifles against 2 rifles. 2 are naked. 2 have got a Kevlar. But Yabi's just about winning that duel. And Bro will hold on to the AWP. Oh my god, that was nervous.
Oh, came so close. Came ridiculously close. I don't know how the hell they got that AWP back. I was certain that Heroic were going to get rid of that. Almost put them in a position where they were made to rue their mistakes. But Heroic bring it back to a 1-round difference. Mirage delivering. Yet again. Monte will now have the buy. This was that nice reposition from Waro, able to get 2 kills. The rest of Heroic in good enough positions to hold on. And Monte's money is still not great. Oh, this is awkward for them. They at least had enough of a lead built up that they can afford to do this and still be at a tie score if they lose. Then again, we saw what the AWP did previously, and this time it's got pistols to help.
Feels like for some of this game, Heroic have been holding on. But now they've been given a great opportunity. The one question is, where is Waro? Shoutout here, 2 pairs of footsteps on a ramp. Can they act on this fast enough? And what do they choose to do? You can see Heroic responding to this immediately. A pop flash on ramp, 2 men swing, they don't see anything. What do you do with this info? What is your play? Bombs heading towards that B bomb site. This Heroic will offer a smoke towards jungle. Grenade in the window, suggesting they don't know if anyone's there. But Heroic are now behind enemy lines. Stound's coming in from the back towards that B bomb site. Quite a fine detail there from Heroic, offering fake evidence. Now it's down to Stound to clear the bomb site. He hasn't found the right angles just yet, though. 20 seconds on the clock. Sundayoung's making his way towards the van. That's an important kill. Spots one by the short position as well. Again, the fine detail from Heroic is so awesome to watch. Grenade in the window just before their teammate hops in. 14 apiece. We are going all the way. All the rounds. What have Monte got left, though?
Really cool way of getting Stound activated on that flank. They don't really need to hunt this. Maybe they don't know that. Wow, Kahian's going in for it, and he will find it. 14-14, all tied up. We will be going the distance in regulation at a minimum. Overtime very much a possibility with a scoreline like this, but Monte are the ones who finally have the bye. They don't have money in the bank, though. So if Heroic lose this round, they'll be fine. They've got plenty of cash. For Monte, not the case. Pressure is on them on their CT side. They saved 2 to get this bye. It needs to pay off. Nice nade onto Yabi. Mid-smokes arriving, Stound leading the charge. But no one here to challenge on the Monte side. Waro has been playing that AWP on A pretty often in these gun rounds. Another smoke into connector. Ensures that AWP doesn't have a clear line of sight. And Heroic will start to group outside B, where Krasnow is pushed up in the apartments.
The Sundayoung jump peek for him once the smoke goes, though.
Or does he just... Oh, he's flashing. It's too late.
It is too late indeed. They know there's one more to contest with. But have a look at Stound's position. They won't necessarily commit to this bomb site. They will offer things. They will invite the rotation, and Tessis will be in position to drop some Dayang and continue to entertain. Have a look though. But in the meantime, Demka on the rotation will get one. But they've lost position in the meantime. And Yabi can make it so much worse for them. Masterclass from Heroic. Just exploitation from them. Will leave them with an empty A bomb site. They'll plant for everywhere. And Bro's got a lot to do. AWP collected. And the hunt has already begun. They had 4 players closing in on a guy with a pistol in Palace in that last round. And once more they'll be surrounded. Surrounding Bro on B. Wanting to give him nothing at all.
Definitely a bounty on Bro's head right now. Whoever gets a massage for Heroic, I'd say. Oh, and I don't think he's getting out of here alive. Pushed from both sides. Bro gives it away. The mid-round call was there.
There we go.
And it's also so impressive to do that in round 29, right? Like, I can imagine doing that when there's not a stressful round, but to do it under these circumstances and have it look this clean is incredible. You saw Demka on that rotate, had no idea.
Nice.
Cadian's got his revenge.
Shouting his request for catering tomorrow. Game point Heroic, a hard fought for scenario, but a job's not done just yet. Quad FAMAS, rather you than me, Monte. One flash. How do you make this work? Committed on the A bomb site, but the approach appears to be B. Outmaneuvering almost everyone. Krasnor stands no chance versus the wave of Heroic players on this B bomb site. Molly coming as well. Sam Dayang with 4 HP. Hanging on by a thread. Bomb planted. Look at these positions. Look at Cadian's spot. Will they check for this? They will, but this is just wasting time. They cannot afford. There aren't kits for the CT side, and there's barely any personnel left either. Heroic have played a very strong game to come back against a strong Monte. Double peaks coming through. Huge win in the first map.
Tit for tat, back and forth all the way to the very finish line. 30 rounds of Counter-Strike on Mirage. But this was not a Mirage Etoile. That much we know for sure. It is Heroic picking it up 16-14. But some tests were flying around here. Perhaps we're wondering what grade you'd give them, Jacob.
At best a C. I don't think that's very high in America, is it? It was
no,
not
C's get degrees though. Barely passing.
Gets degrees.
I think that's a fair gradement then for Heroic. Not a great game of Counter-Strike by them, let's be completely honest. I think it's very telling that Cadian just stood off his chair yelling, we play like shit for 25 rounds and then we show them what Heroic is playing like. They were not looking great from the beginning of that game. It was disjointed, it was slow. We talked about lack of firepower. We talked about the ability to be able to brute force your way against a team like Monte. It felt like they had better individuals over there, whereas Heroic, they only woke up the last 5 rounds. It was not pretty at all.
I would argue that the individual players were better on the side of Monte. When we saw 50-50 duels unfold, it frequently felt like the Monte player, even if out of position, would be beating the Heroic player unless there was some really I don't know. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. This was not great. This was not great from Heroic. I know they know that they can do better, and I hope that they will moving forward.
And I really do kind of buy into what you're saying here. C-worthy performance. You know, we saw what you had to offer, and now we are going to see if you can see it through in the next map. But obviously, kind of tying in some of the ins on this map. Jacob, really kind of identify at this point how it got so quiet over here and why.
I think they were struggling massively to win rounds. They normally have an easy time winning. We can run round 25 and 27 if you guys are down for it, just to illustrate how much Heroic were struggling against pistols. They were struggling against eco rounds. Normally we praise these guys for being very well structured. We praise them for being great against, ecos. Great against teams they're supposed to win against. But in this game, they just couldn't get it done. Round 25, you have it on your screen right here. Look at the buy coming in for Heroic right here. It's not the best of the best buy, and they're going up against Monte at this point, and it's just not looking great at all for Heroic.
Look at how just disjointed it is. The fact that Stown dies without any kind of trade. This is just so uncharacteristically, it's just not what we get from Heroic. We usually see that they're on top of each other when they're getting into some of these bomb sites, that usually these fights are together, but you just kind of see that it's sort of piecemeal, one by one, all these little moments where they try to get involved in the rounds, and they're not even really playing off of each other. It's just so stringy, and I think that's really why we were so down on Heroic throughout much of this game, and why actually Monte probably feel like they missed an opportunity here.
Fast forward, right? There's one AWP in question right here, now 4 USPs, and you'd think to yourself, this round is never going to become close whatsoever. But they keep trading. Again, Tess is by himself on short, gets traded. Now it's a 3v2. It's just not looking good at all. You get the boost up here. There's a couple of USB duels, and it wasn't that far off that Monte could have won this round, and then they would have won Mirage. It felt like Heroic had to struggle their way through every single round. Even when it was supposed to be easy, they had to fight for it. So, as much as I want to say Heroic played like a bunch of noobs, which they did for the vast majority of this game compared to how good they normally are, I also do want to give a bit of credit to Monte for actually pushing on a lot of pressure towards Heroic.
Yeah, pressure. That's probably an apt word for it. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Let's take a look at our Air Force Aim High player of the match. Of course, I'd imagine we all have our votes, but in this one, we're looking at Stown.
Stown was one of the only people on the CT side that was really able to just keep it up the entire time. Cadian had some difficulties. I highlighted Shush because I felt like he was going to be a target on that A site. He didn't really deliver either, but Stown was such a consistent force. And when this game was getting really tight at certain moments, Stown would usually be there to either just stay alive or find a pivotal frag.
It's getting kind of worrisome for Heroic, isn't it? I know they got a win right here, and getting a win even when you're playing bad Counter-Strike, I guess, is a good thing and can be seen as a sign of class. But you look towards Heroic's bracket so far. They had to beat the Mongolz yesterday in a very tough fight. Now they have to beat Monte right here. One more map, and then they qualify for the playoff. They go inside the arena. But you look towards teams like Vitality. They're going up against Mouse. You look towards FaZe. They're going up against G2. They're meeting world-class opponents. It's not like Heroic haven't had an easy route into the arena, and yet they're still struggling massively. So I'm starting to worry a little bit that if this is the Heroic we get to see when they meet the good teams, they'll crumble. So they need to put in a good effort right now and show us that they can play better Counter-Strike than what we've seen so far.
They absolutely have to, and that's going to be coming up on Overpass. First and foremost, though, I'm pretty sure Effia is around here somewhere causing some trouble, if I had to guess. Let's find out what she's up to.
Yes, causing problems always. But in this case, I have some information for you because I heard you saying Monte might feel like this was a missed opportunity, and I got a chance to talk to their coach, LMBT. That's exactly what he said. He said, what went wrong? And he said, well, everything went right. The whole time the plans were executed. The players were fragging what they needed to, but the one round that it had to work out, it all fell apart. the economy went the way of Heroic, and the rest is history, unfortunately. And he was quite frustrated about that because they did really feel like it slipped out of their fingers. But you could look at it from the glass half full. Maybe you guys will. In that, okay, well, they had all the pieces, and Heroic maybe didn't. So maybe on Overpass, we'll see a different story. What do you think?
I think we're pretty much a glass half empty kind of group around here, but you know, you're not far off. Thank you very much, Effia. That's a beautiful trophy too. I see you just right down there. Yeah, that's good stuff. Nonetheless, yeah, you look at this, you think about going into the next map of the series where things might have been wonky. How do they really tighten down when we go to Overpass?
Well, I think that Gamer Legion showed that you could really push Monte around on this map. I'd say that Monte have shown just a lack of comfort, even though they have a good amount of setups when they're going to be starting on the CT side here. I think that Gamer Legion was able to kind of like push and pull the defense a little bit more than I would have expected. And for a team like Heroic, where Cadian, to me, one of the best mid-rounders in the game right now, is able to just, you know, slot some of his pieces across the chessboard and see what kind of pressure that puts on his opponents. This is going to be a really tough test for Monte, who I just don't think they have all their protocols outlined on this map yet.
I'm going to need a clinical performance coming out of Heroic. If I need to put my worry to rest for now, I'm going to need them to come in here, show us that they are by far the better team. We'll assume they start on the T side, given they picked the map themselves. So we need a clinical T side. We need to see them, as you said, push the rotations, outplay your opponent. We need to see some of that individual brilliance we haven't seen from Yabi tournament long. Cadian have been struggling a little bit as well. So I want a clinical performance from Heroic, shut down Monte right here, and give us the hope that they are ready for the playoff.
I'm pretty sure what you're looking for is you want Heroic to reassert dominance that we know them to have in their pocket, which is what we're going to get a taste of maybe. We're going to go to Overpass. Heroic find themselves up 1-0 in the series. We go to a quick break and we'll be right back. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, y'all.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my God! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
Okay, so what do you think about long Rogal?
Very nice position for the op.
You like it, how it looks like now?
Yeah.
Bro, someone spends so much money here. You see how expensive it looks like? Bro, imagine, this car we go to the arena. You go this way, because you are you just came from the jail.
In Long, they made this wood so you can actually hear a different sound versus here, which is concrete.
You can spam through side as well now.
Let's spam through this.
Left side. Go across the city behind it.
Oh wow. That's cool.
Whoa! New toilets! Nice! New toilets. Seems nice, no? Bro, it looks like in
It looks like a toilet.
in Cologne at airport, right?
Open toilet. Nah, can't open these. We got more monsters on the pillar. Yeah, this is Johnny, Grim, Halzerk, me chilling.
You can jump off on it from sandbag. I've seen it on Twitter.
I cannot jump on it. Can I jump on it?
Holy shit. Oh man.
Yeah, you can, but you have no movement. Look. Look. Oh my god. Nice. Yeah, what the fuck? There you are. I won. You owe me 10 euros. Bro, you can jump for your own?
Yeah, you can jump on top of sandbag.
Bro, you can't.
Oh, you can. You just have shit move.
Bro.
I swear you can.
Be careful what are you saying. With this fucking sense, oh,
there we go.
With this sense, I don't know what to do.
You can jump on top of this as well, cool. You can jump on top of that.
I missed anything? Short? You can get on this thing now, you can actually jump on this.
You smoked it? Yeah, of course. Nice. You need to hit it now, or another 10 euros. Okay. But you were here or here?
You're here, right?
Yes, yes.
Oh, fuck. Nice. I missed again.
You're so bad.
I like how this is way more cleaned up though. No, you can't climb this. You can't get up here. Get on the slide. I wish you could jump in here with the elephant. My bad, bros.
Bro. You see? You can't enter this area. Joey, you can't enter, you can't enter.
Hey, you can't.
Dogs not allowed.
You cannot enter.
Kaito, translate.
Like private property.
How much do you rate it?
I'd say 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10?
Yeah.
Like compared to Dust, it's even way better right now.
I would say 9 out of 10.
Okay, what do you say? It's final.
7.5, and it's...
Okay. Oh, that was it.
What is your calling?
Monte versus Heroic here in the Group A upper bracket semi-final of IEM Cologne 2023. It is one map in favor of Heroic, and not just any map, it was Monte's map pick that they were able to steal away. It took all 30 rounds, but they got the job done, and now Heroic get the luxury of having the chance to close the series and book their spot in the Lanxess on their own map pick of Overpass.
Not going to be easy for Monte. I think Heroic have come to life towards the end of that map. See if Overpass will be as oppressive in some instances. A tough task, but it's a good test of a team to see if they can overcome it. But are these odds too great for Monte? They'll start on the CT side of Overpass. Heroic then will be in a driving seat. Tessis will be the grenade man. Plenty of utility on this occasion. Cadian, the raid boss, with the P250. A careful pistol from Heroic to start off. I think you may have heard a footstep there, Sondayag. Definitely hears the shenanigans on the way. It's a great start though, isn't it? Now he can run distraction. He's got Woro coming for support. He's going to try and bait them into his direction. Woro gets one for free. No response to be had from Heroic just yet. Not going to fall back. Going to stand their ground if they can. Monte looking for another one onto Shush. Drops him to 40. 4v3 for Monte. Repositioning now.
Still a full set of utility for Tessis, who has picked up that P250. We'll see how that comes into play, because Heroic's plan A may have been disrupted with those kills going against them. You can still line up some good utility in from A long. Smoke for Dumpster. Unfortunately for them, though, Monte are already on the bomb site. Gabby will try and lead the charge. These flashes need to be fantastic, and they are good here. They're moving out through long. They've got the first kill, but Demka cleans up. It's double dualies on the A-bomb site, something that Heroic could not handle.
Very focused for now. We'll see if the volume raises later on. It's an important pistol for Monte. Looking to build early on their defensive side. Great initial frags from Monte. Doing the basics well. Showing presence, running distraction, allowing the second kill to come through. Triple FAMAS, MP9s as well. Well equipped though, Monte, with utility. Not much of a buy from Heroic, P250, and that's pretty much it. So this should be a bonus round for Monte. 50% of late on Overpass versus the 83% for Heroic. Titans on the server. Great effort from Krasnal to find 3. Just the 1 loss. No bother really. They'll collect that FAMAS just in time. So there'll be an MP9 loss in that round.
Nicely done for Monte. Always important you don't lose focus in those rounds. Cadian very vocal to his teammates right now. And it is the first gun round, so understandably, full AKs for Heroic. Let's see what Heroic have up their sleeve. Oh, the mid-molly has missed. That is not a good look for Monte early in this one. Flash from Cadian. Yabi was investigating into the B-bomb site. In the meantime, they've lost Monster. They have no clue that Yabi's here, though. He's almost turned it into a double. Meanwhile, Monte will move back into B short themselves, so it is good info now for the CTs. But they've got to adjust this setup. They've got to make sure they have reinforcements towards A.
Is there a play Cadian could make off of this? They've essentially cleared the area, but he's here. As the clock is ticking, though, Krasnal will start to wonder and make no assumptions. Looking towards Monster, our presence is shown. Cadian sees the leg. Has Krasnal seen him, though? Doesn't look like he has. He's holding the smoke grenade. Oh, Cadian hunting that kill. He really needs it. The urgency is high. Krasnal trying to escape. Won't be able to do so. Heroic in connector. Making their way to short B. Waro in that toilet's position. It'll be 2 for Monte on this bomb site. And there's time for Heroic to deal with this.
Heaven smoke. SDY's behind it. Leaves Demka on the site.
2 smokes for Heroic. They can put up a wall. They can make pushes more difficult. Will there be a trade? No! Demka and Samdayang make this doable. Give themselves the advantage. More to be done by Heroic. Where is Waro? They don't know. He's on the way from connector. Hoping this will do enough damage. It won't.
Oh, no.
No. Wow. By elimination. The spatial awareness is great for Heroic. An intense first round on the board for them.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised Waro stood there with the nade for so long. I feel like at some point you've got to consider that they might come back to short to be safe to plant. But hey, Tassus will take it all day long. Good reaction from Heroic. They know that that was a big early gun round because immediately Monte are forced into a weak fight. I like this. A-long rush. This is a great MM call, by the way. Just try and rush A-long. And sometimes the T's won't be fully ready for it. This time they are, though.
No flashes, just lineups. The dry swings, wide swingers.
This is easy. Oy. That's why I'm a 5-7 man.
All right.
Not bad.
2 remain. Peak to 50 still dangerous. Got some reasonable armor. What? Look at these hats from Bro. 2v1. Waro has seen earlier, he could be anywhere now. There are guns everywhere in this area. And Tessus is pressing forward without collecting the bomb. Coming back now, 1 minute on the clock. Waro's only got 32 HP and no Kevlar. Perhaps 1 bullet will be enough. But if he's got the right angle, if he can find the headshot.
No.
Oh my days! So awkward!
Can you believe it? Bro has been coming through with some ridiculous rounds this tournament with the pistols. The P250 peeks back in, just keeps going back and forth. But then for Tessus at the end to turn his back.
Oh man. Wonderful work.
What a disaster. An absolute disaster. And this is what the Des was saying. Heroic are not looking as clinical as we're used to seeing. And Monte might be able to make the most of that here. Heroic's money, awkward. They've bought what they can. Boost up for the AK. No one here to challenge right now. How do Heroic recover? That is a devastating round loss. Tessus isn't ready for SDY. Now they realize on the Heroic side they've lost control of that A side of the map. They may just have to go into B. They may not have any other option.
Classic Heroic, just trying to find something from that monster position. Reinforcements are on the way. Smokes are up. Being very careful though. Look at Monte, they are playing the ranged game. They know it's a desperate situation for Heroic. That might have to be retake territory for Monte. They've got the numbers though. Krasnal closing the distance. Oh, that's a big headshot from Cadian. Gun's going to be far away though, looking to spread. Krasnal delivering for the time being. Feels vulnerable though as he shoots the smoke. They're chasing him. Down he goes. 3 remain on both sides. Again, these pistols can just keep running. They don't have to stop to shoot really. That might be a problem as Monte have to press forward. Warro's the only man with a kit in his hands at the moment. There is one in the water though. And that bomb is ticking. Shush for Tech 9, jiggling, dancing. Stown delivered as well. All drops by Monte. But where's Warro? He should have the time. I think he's got there in time for this one. AK's collected as well. And Monte, you're off to a good start on overpass.
Yeah, really nice work there from Monte. I was a little worried once Heroic got into that B site. But the retake was exceptional from Monte. They got off to that good start. SDY comes in, and that was the turnaround that really made the difference. They had the smoke on short as well, which made it awkward for Heroic. And this is a big call from Heroic. They have fully invested. I'm not sure I like this. It's their map pick. They could really fall behind in the economy game if they were to lose this round. It's Galil's and 2 MAC-10s. Utility is there for Heroic, and they might just go for a B play again.
In they go very quickly indeed. Krasnal goes flying, pirouetting. The team kill won't matter too much. They've got the space. They've got the info as well. They know where Demka is, and there's Molly's coming his way. They've got a smoke to deploy, and Shush will hold control of Connector. This becomes difficult for Monte now, bro, trying to separate the T's. Still a MAC-10 in play. Tesses can just wide swing, create space for his teammates to clean up afterwards. They've got extra personnel. Monte trying to isolate the fights, slowly edging forward, but they're disconnecting. They're getting out of here. It's too risky, too many angles, too many man on road. The force bias works for Heroic, and they will get a second round on the board.
They just end up going back to B, and that initial engagement was just so awkward. Heroic getting excited. Yeah, look, listen, that was so awkward initially. Just clearly not ready for that pace into the B site. It somehow ends up being a 1-for-1 because Stown ends up team killing, but Krasnal not really getting enough done from the site itself. This time the retake not there for Monte. First time out taken by the Monte side. They do still have money. But that was a big decision, a big moment in the game for Heroic. And it paid off for them.
More work to be done, though. The big guns are still out for Monte. Warro with the sniper rifle. We'll see what Krasnal and Sundayoung bring out. Challenging game for both squads. Feels somewhat unpredictable at the moment. Certainly entertaining. 4 players heading towards B. Nope. Can see them changing minds. Smoke towards Monster. Nothing too fast from Heroic though. A lot of utility thrown towards that short B position on both sides.
Yeah, Overpass, we always talk about being the slowest pace map in the pool in general. Have to slowly take that map control. You need those procedures, those protocols in place. If you like Overpass, you're probably a podcast man. Probably like your life slow.
Anti-AWP utility thrown out by Heroic. The smoke and then the molly to stop the angles to party or make them very risky. Turn that area into a one-way system. SDY is so close to being spotted by Stown, waiting for that smoke to go. When will they seek the info? Instant trade. Problems for Monte then. Demka's in control of short B, so Monte can concentrate on this A bomb site. He and Waro, though, have got places to be, it looks like. The frags are flying through for Monte, but it's still a nervous scenario. 34 seconds on the clock, 2 of the 3 players in connector. But this is where Heroic seem to be going. Do they understand that the majority of the forces are here for Monte? 23 seconds, no Utso left, no chance of planting default. They're going to have to deal with the CT side. Up connector they go. Hardly a reason not to with only 2 players remaining. There's the bomb dropped now with 10 seconds on the clock for Stown. And Warrior will put him out of his misery. 5-2 for Monte.
That fight that Demka won was really impressive. Cadian was holding the flank for that exact reason. He was holding connector, and Heroic were hoping Cadian would be able to win that fight if they tried to flank, and that it would open up the ability to go back to B. But instead, Demka ends up winning the fight. They do enough to defend the bomb site itself, and then Heroic have no option. They were always going to get crunched from both sides. STY a little confused. LMBT doesn't seem to care.
It's a chance for Monte to build. But again, Heroic are very focused on that econ. And the rifles will be coming out again. 3 AK-47s at least. Shush on the P250, the utility is here. Heroic have strats for rounds such as this. Be it all pistols or a mixed bag. When the utility's there, danger will be there as well. Monte fully equipped, 2 AKs of their own. Could be the difference makers. Lion's share of the rounds so far. Again, we saw a lot of Utah thrown towards short B last round and no challenge from Heroic, who are focused on that upper area. Different this time, however. Closing the distance.
This B stack from Monte would be brutal for Heroic to run into, you have to assume. Unless these are some flashes from the heavens, this should be going wrong for Heroic here. Ouch.
Perfect response from Monte. Preemptive HE grenades. They were expectant. Not hard to deliver through that tunnel, especially when the smoke is still up. 500 HP Monte in round 8. And again, the focus Heroic have had on keeping that CT economy low. This is a perfect round for Monte. Replenishing those coffers unless Yabi does something crazy. Wall-bangable position, by the way.
Good to know.
Don't forget that door is a little squishy through the fence.
How do you learn these things, James?
Nerds.
Are you the nerd, or do you learn it from nerds?
I'm one of many.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh boy. Oh, okay.
You're
Guns
right.
are out. He's feeling a little sweaty.
We've commissioned Rops as a researcher for New Overpass as well.
Love that.
For the jump on the pipe.
I'll believe anything Rops tells me.
He was even doing it backwards.
Damn. Admin, he's doing it backwards.
Well then. Quite a challenge for Heroic on Overpass thus far.
Yeah, man. This is really awkward as well. When you save this one gun, I don't know how you really play this round, because everyone else wants to save and buy in the next. And remember, for Heroic, we were coming into this map saying, we want a convincing performance. We want the Heroic we know and love. This is not the Heroic we know and love. This has been shaky. But credit to Monte. They've really played out of their minds here at the start. I mean, this looks so similar to the previous round. Can these flashes really do it this time?
The AK lets them keep the pressure on, and that's been a focus for Heroic. Or lets them try to keep the pressure on. Put it that way. Monster favored, but they'll have to wait. Please take a seat. Now serving Heroic in about 15 seconds. Some Dayang in that long toilets position. Very important mid to late round. Yabi will be here with the pistols. Let the pistols wide swing then. Absorb the information and get the frags. Looks to his right. Krasnal dropped. AK still in play for Heroic. They've got time to find these frags as well. The Glock's coming in from the back and the Chaos might favor Heroic now. Demka stuck in the corner. Yabi's got the angle. And indeed they do keep the pressure on. 2 on 2. There's the trade. No idea where Bro is. They'll win the round, but a lot of damage has been done. A lot of money will have to be spent, and that's what Heroic are looking for at a minimum.
Decent damage from Heroic, but man, they brought that round close. Way closer than it ever should have been. That was even with a missed barrels molly in the mix. Luckily, there was no one there, so it wasn't really that big of a deal. But yeah, with the lack of utility, I thought they were going to have a really rough time actually getting towards the site and getting into a good position, but they just found good angles. Either way, Monte still on top, still 7-2 in the lead. SDY falls back early. He is back-to-back with Waro right now, but Shush is in a really good position and one that SDY isn't ready for.
This is such a difficult peek. Oh, that's awkward. Waro going back to the well one too many times. Comes up dry. 5 on 3 for Heroic. They're 5 rounds behind Monte. Could this be where they start to turn things around? Yabi's seeing some of Demka there, fishing with the Deagle. He sees 2. That's so much information. Heroic are 4 versus 1 on this A bomb site. Surely it's time to get their skates on.
Yeah, lights out and go to the A bomb site for Heroic here. Bro is playing it pretty safe, though. He's just trying to delay as long as possible. And the rotate will arrive in plenty of time. Bro looking for damage, but Tessus arrives from long. And that double kill might put this round to bed.
Executions and executed on A. Only Demka remains. Bomb's not planted yet. Doesn't matter now. Back in business are Heroic. Instant timeout called.
I thought Cadian was rapping for a second there.
They've been grinding away. Chipping away at Monte's economy. But Monte are going to go for it in this one. That's an expensive error from some Dayang. Very expensive indeed.
I mean, you thought Waro might make up for it, but AWP shot missed.
Weren't expecting him to be so deep. Sometimes the sound of the molly can conceal the sounds of running. Which could have been what happened there. Hero sniper for Waro. Monte trying to hold on to their lead. He's the only man of Kevlar. But they've already lost a pistol around Heroic. Could happen again.
Ooh. Close on the run boost. Always fun to watch the run boosts. Underrated part of Counter-Strike, in my opinion. It's all those like little weird mechanics that you would never really think about that make Counter-Strike the game it is. Imagine like trying to explain to someone who doesn't understand video games. Yeah, you've got to get on your teammate's head and then you like, for some reason, like fly off him. Like, it doesn't really make much sense if you think about it, but it's cool, man. It's cool.
This clock is starting to run low for Heroic. They will need a flurry of kills to neutralize the threat as best they can. Yabi starts to fall back though. Hasn't seen the second one. Barrel of his gun. Ding in the dong. Oh, just about gets there. In the meantime, only Waro remains with some Dayang, but the AK-47's in the hand. They're creeping. Safe plant from Cadian. Oh, the no scope from Waro. 1 versus 2. Cadian will stop any hope in that round from Monte. Noble effort. Money's together for the buy in round 12 for the CT side. That gap is closing just a little.
Yeah, they definitely made that closer than they had any right of making it, especially after some early clean kills from Heroic. But Heroic still hold on for the round win, and We do have a MAC-10 in the mix on TSS. We know Heroic don't mind sending it onto this B site. And with TSS leading the way, that looks like exactly the call here.
Haven't seen the P90s for a while.
True.
But maybe the MAC-10 will be enough. It's a monstrous flashbang. But look how he just keeps going anyway. Just creating the space for his team. As long as his team trade afterwards, it doesn't matter. Demka drops the bomb carrier through the smoke. A lot of CTs in short B. And some Dayang holding CT as well. Great response from Monte. They lost the bomb site, but in terms of the retake, they're in a 5-on-3 situation. They've got grenades on the bomb planter doing next to no damage. That's okay, because they're still 2 men good. Some Dayang's got the kit. Just the numbers are overwhelming for Monte. Surviving the test so far. Yabi creeping. Oh, that's a big duel for Yabi. He's so alone now, though. What can you expect to do at this point? He's flashed himself as well. Just didn't drop off the lip there. Monte survived with 4. Wow.
Jeez. Impressive work. And SDY, in particular, having a fantastic map for himself here. 14 and 8 right now is his stat line. And really impressive there because Monte only had 2 B. So they immediately had to make the decision. If there's a B rush, what is our response? And look at how fast they were. Both move into short. They go for the boost. They do enough to just get 1 or 2 kills towards the site and set up for retake. And that's why when you run a different setup, you have to have every different possibility in your mind. What are you going to do if they rush B and there's only 2 of you there? You need to know. And they were instantly on the same page. No hesitation. It works out wonderfully for Monte. It is definitely easier to play the CT side of Overpass, but an 8-4 lead is very good for Monte. If they can keep this up, this could be a fantastic half for them.
They will lead at halftime, but by how much? They could pull away even further. I love how difficult this game feels for both teams. Monte really got to be focused to come out on top, and indeed it is. Demka is going to absolutely send it. Yabi doesn't have the angle in time. The molly landed just not where it was supposed to. Very misleading indeed. TSS makes it a 4-on-4. Warrow's posted up though in a dangerous position. And he can stay here and focus on this side of the map. We'll see if Bro's able to rotate, or if he hangs around for a while. Lovely, clean decapitation by Warrow. Being proactive as well. Making a sandwich for this short B position. Starting to move through. That's a great flick from Cadian. And now Cadian's alone, carrying the bomb. Heard by Demka. There will be a full rotation, surely. They know he's on the bomb site. Spotted one on the balcony. Can see his mind processing. Cadian's in the clutch again. And that's terrifying if you're anybody but Heroic. They've still got the sound cues, but he can reset the situation, falling all the way back to spawn, or threatening to. And then cutting noise. Bro will communicate that Cadian's gone elsewhere. He's leaving B entirely. However, you can see Warrow posted up at the back. You can crouch past those angles from Monster unless he's elevated. Coming in from short, it won't be easy. 20 seconds on the clock. Cadian could be absolutely anywhere. Smoke for the cross, Molly in the water, committing to the bomb plant. Back to short he goes. Scoped in. What does Warrow do? He doesn't have a kit. Bro does. He knows where Cadian is, or where Cadian was. Nothing on the floor for him to work with. Bomb being defused. Does he have to line up a little more to the left? A good effort, but Monte pull away.
Yeah, honestly, a good try from Cadian there. Realized he could run back, fake the positioning elsewhere, had the utility to get onto the site, but equally well played by Warrow. Just sits back, doesn't give the fight away, lets Cadian go back to short. He knows that they have a smoke for that position. And then Cadian, the first shot was more to the right of the bomb, the second was to the left, just not quite far enough. Can't blame him for that. Gave it a good go, but Monte still in great shape here. 9-4 now. And Heroic's buy is limited. The AWP is there for Cadian, but this is looking like an emphatic half for Monte. Again, these rounds awkward. Like, yeah, you have Tech 9s, but do you want to try and just rush something when you also have that AWP in play? Or do you want to let Cadian try and work a pick? TeSeS is keeping attention up towards A. 3 CTs there right now. This flash might actually pay off here.
Oh, he's eaten all of that. Oh, beautiful work from Heroic. And again, disengage. They've got advantages. They pull rotation again. They do this so often. But TeSeS doesn't find the jewel he's looking for. Bomb has not been spotted. And now Monte have to guess which way they're supposed to go. Those grenades will be a clue, though. They will fully commit to this B-bomb site. They understand the mission. 4-on-3 in favor of Heroic. 30 seconds on the clock. No one to trade that bomb carrier. That's all the information they need. They're bunching up though. Knife out. Yabi to trade. Woro 1 versus 2. Does he commit to the bomb plant, Yabi? He does. Smoke is still up for now. Woro creeping around the site though. Sees him in time. Oh, he's whiffed it. He's missed it. He won't miss again though. 10 rounds for Monte to the 4 of Heroic. Tight rounds, but they keep going Monte's way.
Oh, it's such a shame for Heroic because they get the 2 kills on Monster, but they second-guessed it. They figure there's probably at least one more CT there, especially with TeSeS so far up bathrooms. They feel like they don't want to commit. They were maybe expecting a stack on that B-bomb site, and Monte set up the retake. Woro makes up for the initial missed shot. 10 rounds already for Monte. A chance for 11 at the half as we head into the last round of this first half. This is an excellent CT haul. Heroic could really do with just getting this one more round, but Monte feeling confident right now, going aggressive. They've lost a man elsewhere, but Bro brings it right back.
Setting up for this B-bomb site promptly, it looks like. The grenades will be good to drop Demka. Krasnor's in trouble now. In they come. Good start from him. Looking for a second. Made it 3v2. It's winnable. We can see the kid on the X-ray. Once he can pick that up on the way. Samdayan coming in from the back. Yabi looking for a flanker. Oh, he's been revealed, but I don't think he saw much of the CTs there. Stan and Yabi taking a lot of damage. 2 remaining. Samdayan giving the sound cues away, running distraction. Yabi's an easy frag. Stan with 40 remaining. 1 versus 2. Trying to pick the right time to reveal himself. He's halfway there, the 180, he's perfect. And Heroic will squeeze a much needed 5th round at halftime. A lot of grit in those rounds. And there's plenty more to come on Overpass.
The captain of this team, he makes a very curious decision, drops off, sticks the bomb, and then just gets walked on. Because what else is Isaac going to do in that position? Calls his bluff completely. And that is a nightmare round to lose for Mongolz. Wind sucked out of their sails.
Oh, and what a roller coaster of emotions you're going through if you're the Mongolz, man. Your heart's beating 1,000 beats a second. Well, that's a bit fast. Keka nailed over in mid. It's a minute, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here we are. Vault and Neelan farming up, but hang on a second, because these pistols have found a way to make it interesting. And the Mongolz cook up a reply. They've spotted Kios out the connector, and they'll win it out. Now just Isaac left standing. And is he already bowing out of this one? Is he already conceding and giving it to them?
Looks like it. Hoping either the bomb's left in spawn or they're resetting, or just straight up accepting his fate. They get that plant, and that confirms everything he already knows. This is a 6th round. Okay. Gamer Legion can't celebrate for too long off of that sickening 4-spy win. The Mongolz even hunting. I'd be scared if I were them.
Still got fight left in them. Okay, this does make it more intriguing that we enter the 4-spy wars to open up this second half. You know, it could have been the case that the Mongols just roll over and die if they lose that round. Suddenly, you know, there's no room to build back into this one. And you're still a ways off of that if you're the Mongols, but you've at least taken the necessary steps for self-preservation here. Gamer Legion are going to look to meet them halfway with the 4-spies continuing.
Stages do not get bigger than this.
Man, these rounds were so scrappy and well fought for. Monte fighting tooth and nail for their lead. But that was an encouraging clutch at the end of the half for Heroic. They take 5 rounds into the second half. They've got it all to do once again.
If I get into the mind of James Bardolph right now, who's winning this map?
You don't want to be in the mind of James Bardolph. I think Monte have got a good position, but again, it's easier said than done versus Heroic. That was true yesterday, and that will probably be true today as well. Pistol number 2 is upon us. Shush will be the utility man. Yabi's got a HE grenade. It's given some junk over to Shush, I suppose.
Always interested when there's 2 nades CT side on the pistol. Is there a plan to try and deny the bomb plant? Is that what the idea is? Because it's not easy to combine those for a kill on those Kevlar'd up players. Whatever happens, there is the kit for the retake.
Yeah, they're both at the back of B. If it's a default A plant, they can bounce it off the truck windows. If it's a B plant, of course, they have the pillar. But where are Monte going?
Going on a field trip right now, up A long. Now they're returning back to base. And Demka has been on an outpost on the B side of the map. Looks like that is where they may end up here. What am I hearing? Doesn't sound like pistols.
I'm hearing a FAMAS. Someone cheating.
What? He's toggled, man. He's got infinite money.
Smoke towards the balcony.
Remix that.
And in they go. Down will be dropped. The HEs are waiting for the beeps. Testis will call the beeps. There are the HEs! You love to see it. The airstrike is very successful indeed. What now, Monte? 3 on 4. Wonderful lineups. Short player isolated. How about this from Heroic? Job's not done yet, but it's mostly there. Demka, 1 versus 4. Making his way into Monster. Plenty of sound cues.
They want after time.
Wow.
They really wanted after time.
They actually let him get the kill to shoot him afterwards. Juicy. Juicy from Heroic. They're so focused.
Look at this man. He's got $450 and he's not very happy about it. Listen, I love it.
You have won a prize.
Firstly, those nades have to be pretty precisely lined up, okay? We all know sometimes nades can do like 49 damage if they're not dead on. Secondly, not enough people wait until after time when you know the opponent has that little money. I love everything Heroic did in that round. And now they've got a good chance to bounce right back in this map.
Nothing's for free versus Heroic.
At least Demka got a kill, so he could buy himself a P250.
Even your loss bonus isn't for free.
Yeah.
That's great value as well. Just let him kill that guy. Doesn't matter. There's way less money.
Scout is out. We got Stout up on the site. This is what you do when you got rifles versus pistols. Assert your dominance. Stand in the open. You don't have to give a damn. Stout struggling slightly. He does have assistance though. Cadian's been dinked. Hard to get back here. There are a couple of pot shots coming his way. But Kepian adjusts for the headshot.
I love how Tesses moves in while reloading, encouraging Monte to start showing.
It's not just Cadian now. They're all getting involved.
Yeah, well, that heroic machine is fully moving forward right now. Attention to detail, efficiency is here. Comfort on the CT side, and suddenly doesn't feel like a gulf between these squads. Monte's got plans, though, for this round. They've got a gimmick on the way. Perhaps inspired by the airstrike from Heroic.
Indeed.
They'll have one of their own.
We see your double nades, and we raise you 3 nades. Whether they're in the right position is an entirely different question. Wow, okay, wow, this could work. Oh, never mind. Sorry to get your hopes up, everybody. I don't like disappointing people. Now there is a single flash remaining. Kind of wish this round would have been over in a flash, but hey.
We've had a lot of quick eco rounds
we
where the ecoing team have had absolutely nothing.
I do get, in theory, you want to play for like a kill or 2 here, Monte, and you might get pushed.
You want them to burn their incendiaries, though. That's $600.
Very true.
That's expensive. It's pricey.
In this economy.
They're in that luxury boutique for their incendiaries on the CT side.
I hope they smell nice. I wonder if that's a question anyone's ever asked before. What do the incendiaries smell like? Valve, please answer me. I'm the guy sending you all the weird requests in the DMs. Well, 8-10. Monte now have the buy at the ready. As for Heroic, remember they had a couple of those weak weapons, so likely to see those kept. This is likely a bit of a bonus round. Indeed, 2 MP9s and a FAMAS in play. So does that mean Heroic loosen up? Because they are a team who like to shift their CT setups. They've gone 4B early. We might get some aggression out of Heroic here.
Might be an easy call, but I am kind of favoring Heroic for this one. There were a few rounds where there weren't so many rifles for the squad, and they still made it close when they were on the T side. Might not be a perfect game for them, however, they are still dangerous. Now they've got the luxuries of the CT side. We'll see if they can capitalize on their strength. Monte will certainly have something to say about it, though. But now is the time to begin that, because their lead has slipped away. Not completely, but it's a lot closer than it was. Again, the strong efforts on that pistol run from Heroic, really starting them off well. An exchange of grenades around short B. Demka waiting for a peek. Here's one fall to the water. What about the remainder of the squad? Samdayang looking towards A. Got a 2-man journey for Heroic in that long position. And that clock starts to tick. There are still a fair amount of mollies here for Monte, though. They don't trade the frag, which is going to be a problem. This feels difficult for them. It feels very difficult indeed. So much so they're going to start rotating over. Samdayang's found an angle at the front of the site. Such a nervous peak for him. Tesses holding long for the time being. The priority has to be the bomb plant. He won't show until he needs to. And that's when he needs to. Doesn't get the kill though. But guess what? Cadian's here. And it's going to be a lovely lineup for him. No bomb plant, no time. Thank you and goodbye. Samdayang does a nice job, but Heroic will take the round.
Might die after time here. Demka goes down. Somehow SDY survives. But it is a Heroic round win.
Body language.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, they don't really have the ability there to clear out everything on A. They know it. But it's just so awkward when that swing comes in from long. You can't get to a different angle to defend the bomb planter. If you don't win the fight, you know the round is over. Even on the server, you can see Heroic happy to stay active, happy to look for fights. Can really feel the tide shifting here.
Heroic getting straight out of connector, choosing to play range then.
I just realized it's Demka who died after time in the pistol as well, wasn't it? Now I can see why he's a little mad.
I think Monte blew off the door and connector with a HE, trying to catch an aggressive Heroic player. The way they responded to it was like, whoa, and they just got out of there. Like, what's going on here? Of course, Overpass is such that it takes a while to clear these positions. Again, Heroic want to avoid a rifle getting into the hands of Monte. They've got one, they don't need any more. Great timing on that incendiary, great timing indeed. Oh boy, alarm bells ringing on this A bomb site. The utilities here, but Cadian's got nowhere to go. He's down to the USP. He's got teammates. Finally, Cadian with the USP, delivering, delaying, buying time for the squad. Cavalry might just be here in time to drop maybe. Demka stuck in the red, carrying the bomb, 20 seconds. They may have to go for elimination. Shush now. Bomb falls again, 14 seconds. Do they go for him or do they try and plant? He could try and spray them through that box. Samdayang's got 2 HP to plant this bomb. If he sprays, it's free. Surely it's free. Instant trade from Waro, a robbery of a round from Monte.
Just when it looks like Heroic might be taking over, that's the round that Monte win. A single AK, mostly pistols, not many nades. Cadian getting uncomfortable on the site, still gets 2 with the USP, but they get that AWP away from him. That's the Glock kill that really helps out. And then SDY can start to arrive towards the site. Well traded by Waro at the end. Even if he lets his teammate goes down, he knows he's there quickly enough to win the round by elimination.
Imagine you're planting the bomb there with 2 HP.
Oh, mate.
Imagine.
Squeaky bum time at the end of the round, that's for sure.
Heroic have won 8 of their last 8 matches. Momentum is in their favor. But that was a hell of a round from Monte, showing they're very capable as well. We saw Heroic achieve a lot with a little, even if it wasn't a round win. Some of them are close. It's a pretty good round from Monte. That is a big buy for both.
Could be a swing round here. The maximum anyone has in the bank is Waro with 3,000, but everyone else very short on cash. Monte grouped into Monster early. This is a risky call to make early in the round, and Cadian is in position with the AWP. That might be the warning shot they needed to fall back, but Yabi, despite being blind at Monster, able to get a second kill on the round from Heroic.
He likes being in the rafters on Overpass. Mini rafters, maybe. 5-on-3 for Heroic, though, exactly what they need. Tough one for Monte. 2 flashes, 1 smoke. Very oppressive position in Shush. And again, Heroic don't give you space for free. Ah, Shush is a footman, but Samdayang says no thank you. Yabi just about alive, 3v2. That's a big frag for Krasnal. Bigger response for Stown. 8 HP for Waro. And he finds the angles down. 1 round behind. Only 2 survive for Heroic, though. Monte, around $3,000 for many of them. This could be quite an interesting round.
Yeah, considering the start to the round, Monte turned it into at least a decent bit of damage, right? When Shush goes down on Monster. You feel like his spot is normally good for one at least. The negative for Monte is that we said going into the round, whoever lost it was going to have economy issues. That has transpired for them. And wow, that nade onto SDY, making life awkward for him early. There's even aggression right now. Cadian's all the way in playground. SDY, the only player here, but he's going to be heard running back. They have to be ready on B. Yabi goes into them. And Shush is there to back him up. So the trade's effective for Heroic. And it looks like they have got a handle on this.
Tesses saves there through the connector position. Change of approach from Heroic. Rather than playing back and giving all the space to Monte. Going forward and taking the fight to them, shutting them down. Lots of information. Cadian will be key though. Or might be with his position. Because Heroic has still lost 2 players. It's down on a rotation now. Again, going for that dangerous long position as Monte edge around connector. They have a lot of time for the time being. But again, moving forward quietly will kill a fair amount. Oh, this angle from Stown surely is completely free. Damco goes straight into the middle of his crosshair. Where is the bomb, though? They haven't seen it just yet. A rifle, maybe, to collect for some Young. Now, does he send it in this 1 versus 3? They know where he is. 13 seconds, and he'll say no. An extra kill's quite good there for Monte, all things considered.
It's very relevant right here. Whenever they're doing damage, it's really relevant because Heroic don't have much money, and at a tied scoreline like this, late into the map, Heroic will realize at any point, if we lose a round, Monte can likely string another one off the back of it. And then that can very quickly change things this late on into a map.
Nice encouragement from the teammates. Keeping the vibes positive. 11 apiece. It's a tight game.
It's a tied game right now. And it really does feel like this can swing on a knife's edge. 11-11. Heroic 1 map up in the series, 1 map away from securing their spot at the arena in the playoffs. But if Monte were to pull off the upset win here on Heroic's map pick, they'd bring us to a 3rd. Huge round here. Not much money in the bank for either side. If Monte were to win this, Heroic's economy would be screwed. A $1,400 loss bonus for Heroic. They would be in terrible shape if they were to lose this one. Warning shots for Demka. And a heavy B setup from Heroic. They're running one of these different setups again. They want the aggression, and there's no one watching Monster.
Oh, Demka's going back. Oh, he's holding down 2 jobs. Now, what do Monte read from this? They don't really have positions to charge the A bomb site. Let's not forget how fast that rotation is, and it's happening already. 3 players towards A, but Monte going back towards B again. There is the time to establish some presence towards B, or just simply make that play. But now that Heroic has seen no one is there, they'll be expectant towards that A bomb site. Monte may feel compelled to play against that.
Not even a single smoke for Monte. A few flashes, a few mollies. And so maybe their best bet is to go contact Monster and hope they get the timing.
Smoke is being held. Shush spots, but he's being careful. They've got to stay alive. They've got to buy time for that rotation to come through. Bomb site's cut in half. Yabi avoids the flashbang. Monte are at a stalemate. Great work from Heroic. Nothing is assumed. That smoke has bought so much time for rotation. Shush above the smoke. Krasnal on the site with the bomb. Down goes the bomb. He'll be traded, but they've got the info and the headshots. Heroic. Waro now in the clutch, 1v3 and denied. The rotation is there, but the preparation on the B bomb site is there as well. Monte are forced to freeze. That smoke cuts the bomb site in half, and there's absolutely nothing they can do.
And again, it's when Heroic go back to some of those different setups, those proactive plays that they get into that advantageous position in the first place. And then that flash timing is just so uncomfortable for Kraz now. He's sat behind the pillar, staring at barrels. He basically knows there's someone there, but his teammate flashes as the smoke is fading. He turns away and loses the fight because of it. And now Monte are down to pistols, but the pistols could pay off for them here. Cadian has to be very careful. Oh, the pistol saves him.
The fadeaway HE grenade comboed with the USP controls the variance for Heroic. Such an important grenade. His teammate was busy by that party position. Heroic deliver again, 13-11, in control now. But the AKs are here again for Monte. It's been a hard game for both. But the finish line is closer for the top-ranked team. That's such a sick combo. Great flick as well. Sharp and focused are Heroic. But so are Monte. They've got to turn things around now. Monte have only got 1 round in this half. 4 either side of that for Heroic. They are on a tear. The rounds are hard fought for, but Heroic are coming up trumps time and again.
Heroic made an info play again there. They pushed heavily onto B short. But as soon as they see it's clear, they're rotating 3 to A. And having 3 on A could be the perfect call here. Monte are just now grouping outside this site. And Tesses is moving forward, trying to be disruptive. There's a gap on the smoke, but he won't go any further.
Oh, he knows his angles. A-star in geometry. The classic AWP setup then, vintage. It's all about Bro and Waro here in that long position. Surely Samdayang is doomed. Indeed he is. Nothing he can do about that. Cadian with a 180 swing. Tesses drop, but they're in such a good position. Down on the site. Flashes are here, but who do they favor? 4 versus 2. Down switches weapon. And Demka stands alone. 1 versus 4. Cadian, an utter nuisance in the toilets. 3 more to go. AWP has been dealt with. Smoke is there. 26 HP. What does he do now? 14th round is around the corner for Heroic.
And the reactions are there now because Heroic know with every round win they get closer and closer to securing their spot in playoffs. And I think we're starting to see something that Des pointed out creep in, the lack of protocols from Monte. They're letting Heroic get map control early, they're letting Heroic get info early, and then if Heroic don't hit nades of players retaking B control, they're just going to stay stacked on A with those crossfires, with a solid hold on the site. That's exactly what happens. And Monte's by uncomfortable into this round. That's not the start Demko wanted. His AK taking damage from the nade early.
Creeping in, looking for the entry, but being denied. As long as Stout stays alive, he's all right. Pressure towards short B. Pressure on Monte. 1 round in the half. Feels so tense between the squads, but they're just not converting when they need to. Into the B bomb site, there you go. Shush is super blind, but still delivers first. He will spread as well. It is beautiful from Heroic.
And with every round win, the celebrations get louder and louder. 1 more required for the series win and that spot in playoffs. And you can see for Heroic, it's pretty clear that it's when they feel like the fight is coming to them, when they feel like it's coming into an intense situation, that's when the emotions start to show. That's when they start to get loud. And for Monte, from a 10-5 half to a 15-11 deficit, it has been a disastrous T-side for them. Heroic getting aggressive again. Stown all the way in playground. They have no idea he's there. Tesses beats the molly, kills. Coming both ways, but it's all Heroic. It's a 4v2 in their favor.
Hard team to put down. struggles or not.
Stound's still behind them, man. They still have no idea that Stound's there. And he might even find the bomb, or maybe just a free frag.
Oh boy. Monte compressed by Heroic in this half. Samdayang far away from the bomb. He has to assume the bomb is compromised now. He has 1 minute, but it's a long way to the bomb. A long way to a bomb site afterwards. And this is going to kill so much time because he has no idea. And Heroic can always be anywhere. Relentlessly aggressive. Almost half the time is gone. He's made it from toilets to playground. Things become more urgent now. And Shush will finish off the job. Heroic are going to Lanxess.
They make it through the groups. It wasn't clinical, but it's the wins that Heroic needed. A 2-0 in this series, both maps fairly close, but they had the team play we wanted. They showed us the trademark Heroic aggression, the different setups, their unique style of play that so many other teams have drawn inspiration from. And now they have the chance to show us it in the biggest stage of all.
Cadian, it was a hard-fought battle, but you've made it to the Lanxess. Congratulations.
That's the first. It's the first time. You know, I've been there as an analyst a few times, and for me, a very unique tournament, a special tournament. You know, the crowd, it's unbelievable there, and you know, it's been a dream for us for a long time. We talked so much about how is it to play in the Lanxess, so we are super thrilled that we finally made it.
It's going to be awesome to see you there on stage, but I do want to talk a little bit about today. As I said, belabored victory. What was going on? You didn't seem like yourself.
I mean, we're playing a good team, you know, it's definitely not easy. I think that, I mean, yeah, we could have lost both maps, to be honest. You know, we were down 14-11 on Mirage, had a bad bye. On Overpass, they played a really good CT. You know, they were dynamic, they were pushing, holding smokes at the right times. I think also there were quite a few times where we lost some situations as T Overpass, which we shouldn't, where we were like 3-3, we knew where they were after plants and such. Communication was missing a little, or not missing, but we're not paying close enough attention to it. So, yeah, I think, you know, as always, we can definitely improve, we can become way better. But also I think that Monte played super well. So, I mean, we knew it was not going to be easy. It's also a major quarterfinalist from this year, so yeah.
I mean, they are a phenomenal team, and of course they still have their chances to get to Lanxess as well. And I think this is really interesting. We do have a little bit more time here, but the fact that this is a bad day at the office, right? You're playing a hard team, plus it's not working out the way you want. In a way, does that give you the confidence that, like, yes, even in a bad day, even when we're not all doing what we're supposed to do, we will still be there?
I mean, I think one of the key lessons that I'm really trying to embrace for the team currently is I don't give a flying if it's beautiful. We need to get to 16 first, you know. And I think sometimes, you know, people are praising us so much for the beautiful CS, the great map control, the great team play, back and forth, mid-round decisions, and that's all great. But you also need to get it over the line. At the end of the day, that is the most important thing. So we're trying to embrace learning how to also win the ugly games more. And yeah, I think we've done 2 for 2 kind of in this tournament. So I think it's a really good thing to learn for us.
Oh yeah, that is super interesting. And of course, when you're a team that is so drilled on protocols, I mean, for other teams, it's the other way around, right? So I can imagine that's really difficult.
It is for sure. I mean, we are also a team that, in my opinion, we have a lot of players who also thrive in the chaos. And the thing is, we want to create the chaos ourselves, you know. Then it's like a controlled chaos. And sometimes we find ourselves on the back foot and we need to realize, okay, here, listen, mate, you cannot get a flash here. You cannot get a double peek. Right now, it's about the small movements, the small decision makings. And it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be ugly. You might die, but we need that. And I think also a big kudos goes to, I think, both Tessus and Shus. I think they've been really good at being like, creating more space. They've been running in more fearlessly at the right times when it's not fun. And I think that's created a really good dynamic for the way we play currently.
Well, it's going to be awesome to see you in the Lanxess. One final thing. I seem to have noticed, and this might be a misread, right? But in the first game, and even into the second, you were a bit more quiet than usual. And I wonder if it has something to do with everything online about yesterday, so...
Everything online?
Oh, yeah, do you remember? There was a little...
Tweeting things about it? Yeah, I mean... I did obviously apologize, and I said I would not be loud again in a game, so I tried my best. You know, there were some celebrations, there was some... all things aside, I think, you know, it's part of the game. I think, you know, you can listen to all the teams playing still currently. People are yelling. Was it over the line? Maybe, maybe not. I think the people who are saying, like, yeah, but you did it against Mongolz. Like, what is that, you know? They played amazing CS, and that's why they pushed us, you know? If it was an easy game, we were leading 14-5, none of us would be yelling, we would just be laughing and doing our things. They pushed us to the limit. That's why the trash talk came into play, to get those few percentages. And... I mean, I'm not. The rest of the players are definitely not going to stop. It's part of playing a competitive sport. The trash talk, the banter, and sometimes maybe you step over the line. It's not for me for me to judge if I did or not. But as long as my teammates are happy with my performances and everything, that's what's matter the most.
I hope you scream your lungs out in the Lanxess arena. And yeah, it's nice to see how you handled this. You stay true to yourself as you always do, Katie, and we'll see you in the Lanxess with Heroic. Over to you, Stana.
Thank you very much. Down on the floor, obviously, we had to get the lights turned on in here. Sometimes, maybe if you're listening on speakers, I shouldn't do this, but you just say, Alexa, lights on. Now, that's a #1 troll. Yeah, for Heroic, they get it done. Not even close?
No, I mean, we struggled a little bit, and we wasn't really playing like the most beautiful and best CS, but got the job done, you know.
You said it. Now, we also said that about map 1. But in reality, I kind of want to grab onto where Kadian left off. He was just talking about the idea that the whole internet seems to be in an uproar because people on LAN yell at each other. That's a crazy, I know it's an idea that it's foreign to a lot of people. What is your take on it?
I mean, it's a LAN CS. Yeah, you have to yell. I mean, I'm not really the kind that yells that much. I mean, I can hype when my team does something, but... I don't feel like trash talking and saying stuff like that, but I'm used to that. Playing some low tier Danish LAN tiers. Like, I did that as well back then.
What do you think of it when Kadian does it? Because some armchair analysts will say like, oh, he's probably bothering his own team more than he's getting to his opponents. But how does it feel when he's sitting next to you and like he's getting all rowdy?
I mean, I think it's funny. I mean, sometimes in practice as well, you can write a little something in chat.
Yeah.
Some funny comments. So, I mean, it brings up the mood definitely. I mean, we're having some fun with it.
So, what happened today then? Because it did seem like the machine that is Heroic just maybe it needed a little new grease or new oil. Like, it just didn't seem like everything made a whole lot of sense to begin the day. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think it's a little hard to say like what really went wrong, but it wasn't like as smooth as it usually is. Both with like decision making and also like comms. I think we stressed a little bit. I remember where we lost the eco on overpass where they were not middle, where we can just turn around and go back B.
Yeah.
But we were just staying up there. And then I hear someone say 2 last is mid, and there's still 1 long, and I knew there was 1 long, but I forget about the guy long, and I just hear 2 last mid. I was like, okay. Then the 2 last guys is mid, and then I get shot from long, even though I knew he was there. So it's like a little stressful.
Liar!
Yeah.
You better
just reminds me like liar. Go ahead, Jack.
We've seen you struggle 2 days in a row, I'd argue. You know, yesterday I think the Mongolz played a good game of Counter-Strike, a very hectic one. You struggle a little bit today. Is it a reflection of your preparation coming into the event, or has it just been 2 off days, so to speak?
I think it's like our practice has been good, like up to Blast as well. We had 1 or 2 a little off days before we went here. So that could have been something. I don't know, but I definitely think like we're there mentally and also like strat-wise. I think we're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly coming up to like just decision making on the individual level.
We discussed sometimes that this could be the last big CSGO tournament, you know, the big arena event, the last Cologne in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. You as a team haven't won that many tournaments considering how good you've been for such a long time. Does that add additional pressure to you guys? Do you really want to get this Cologne victory on LAN? You have one online, but not on LAN.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it does any pressure on us. I mean,
you're the favorites, no?
We know we have a big advantage, but we don't see it as a bad thing.
Okay.
You know, we take it as a good thing, and we just go with the flow.
Getting back to the way you said, like, the comms are a little bit hectic and everything. When you guys play, you guys have such a style that's reliant on having really good comms. How do you, in the middle of a game, say, guys, we got to get the comms better? Like, what's done?
Yeah, there can be like many different ways of doing it. I think mostly we just talk about it and just try to everyone just think about it, like how can we keep it more like steady comms, like instead of saying a lot of words, and we just shorten it down to a fewer words and then more precise. Because I think most of the time we talk too much, and then it becomes stressful, and especially if like 3 guys is talking at the same time and just keep on talking non-stop for like 15 seconds, and it can be pretty rough for the 2 other guys as well. So I think just talking about it makes it a little easier, and I think we found the solution in some rounds, and then it came back some other rounds, and like it was pretty hard to just keep it stable.
It felt like when we were also watching these, like the first almost like 20 rounds of both of these maps were probably, in our opinions, like worse comms for you guys. But then the last 10 rounds on both Mirage and Overpass, it felt like you guys started playing more how we expect you to.
Yeah.
Did it feel like that on your end too?
I think definitely on Overpass it went a lot better. I think as T, we felt like we were playing better than we actually were. I mean, we were behind 10-5, and we know our CT side is pretty strong. We had many good CT halves against other teams and better teams as well. So we are not really worried about our CT side as long as we just got a good flow in the beginning.
Yeah, and I think you said the magical words I was looking for. 10-5 Overpass. That's the situation we find ourselves in because round 16 comes up next.
This was just a crazy pistol from you guys. The way that you were able to defend this one, it was a pop play from Monte onto this B site, but I think what was really funny about this, and I would love to know what the comms were. You guys tap them out pretty well early on in this. Good trades go on your end. I think there's a flash here that sets you up, or Tessa's up, that is. Oh, no, nades actually.
Yeah, we nade him, and I flashed behind Tessa's back to just help him.
What are the comms going like when DemQ is alive and you know he has very little time left? Because the way this ends is what's really funny about this one.
Yeah, I mean, I remember we were screaming like, hide, don't kill him, and Yabe is just saying, be quiet, I can't hear. Because he's behind the dildo, you know.
Yeah,
I know. That's a hell of a place to hide, I'll tell you.
Yeah, and you kill him after time, and that like so rarely happens in a professional game. Like, so the objective was clearly like...
Yeah, we want to kill him after time, because... I mean, they have a good start on the map, and having that start on the second half that's rough.
Yeah.
So we definitely came in with the second round with a lot of confidence.
Look, I've thoroughly enjoyed our time here, and I'm sure you've enjoyed your day at work. So we'll let you get out of here, maybe go sleep a full night's sleep is probably what you need, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Congratulations to Heroic. Looks like the Lanxess is right down the street for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, easy that. In doing so, obviously Heroic finding the success that they needed in order to move forward. And for us, we continue to roll the ball.
Yes.
Well, I was thinking
maybe
maybe
have the schedule.
No, let's go with brackets first, then schedule. And then what we'll say is like our goodnight lullaby stories is what we'll go through. Let's take a look at Group A. Heroic and Ints at the very end of the run. If I look at this Ints, the little Ints that could, Maui.
The little Ents that could, I don't know if everybody's seeing them like that anymore, Stunna. I feel like people actually have pretty high expectations of this Ents team, and the fact is that they've already made it to the Lanxess Arena, dispatching of both Nine and Fnatic today, and they're going to be facing off against Heroic to see who's going to punch their ticket into a guaranteed semifinal spot.
Here's a crazy concept for you. I'm just going to take a little bit of a walk. That other game that was going on in the lower, it's in overtime right now. So what's going on in B brackets?
Well, we got the B bracket going on, and we'll see more teams play it out and duke it out tomorrow. Vitality taking on Mouse G2 versus FaZe Clan. That's a banger bracket, Maui. I'm not gonna lie. The quality of the teams were in there. It's sick.
That is, I mean, look at the teams that are in the top 4 already of it. You got Vitality, G2 FaZe. MOUZ maybe for some people thinking that they snuck in over Na'Vi if you just look at name brand alone between the organizations. But MOUZ is playing some great Counter-Strike as well with Shuhei at the helm, with Torzy finding that form that we knew that he could bring when he first joined the MOUZ lineup. And there we go. We got the schedule trace.
Let me tell you about your middle day plans. Go ahead and cancel those. 12:30 is when we're starting out with Astralis and NIP, G2 FaZe, and then Cloud9 Monte. Oh dear.
Playing for survival, you know, Cloud9 and Monte, both of them. That's going to be quite spicy.
Yep, flip the script. Obviously, we're still waiting on a result here, but for Vitality MOUZ, both have a...
I like that one.
Pretty much proven they can do it.
Listen, they have the 2 most informed players in the world right now, in Saivu and Frozen. They're both the highest rated players the past 3 months, and they're going toe-to-toe.
And then there's OG and Na'Vi. The curious case of OG.
Really? That's how you want to...
I'd say like the curious case of so-and-so or such and such. Like, yeah, sometimes OG leaves a lot
They're
of
hard to
question.
read right now.
Then they win stuff, and you're like, well, what's really going on here, right? So...
I think I would say that they're exceeding my expectations slightly right now, OG. But against Na'Vi, I'm not going to give them too much of a chance to keep it a buck with you.
Keep it a buck with you.
Keep it a buck with
that was the magical word, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I think that just about does it for our housekeeping stuff. Anything you two want to add in here before we get us out?
Nothing at all.
Let's go Cloud9. Let's get them to the Lanxess.
What's your Twitter username again? Is it Chironic? What was it? Chironic? How do you sound? Was looking up like
I actually kind of forgot.
Chironic?
Chironic, yeah. I'm number 1 Chironic fan.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Chironic fan.
It's a good little pun. Anyway, yeah, that does it for us.
It's a portmanteau
over here on the A stream. Sorry.
Can you get me out of here?
No, I think we should. Yeah, let's go ahead and go. It's good night, everybody. This is the A stream coming to close. There's overtime still going on, or there was. Actually, it might have just wrapped up. Either way, you're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, and this has been the end of our day. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm when you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. You're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. What's that? 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobe.
Can never stop what's building up inside.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my god, Scarrow, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map. What a map.
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane.